I'm a little curious, guys. I'm a little curious about why my CPU usage has suddenly just gone fucking mental. Normally it takes up 4% of my OBS. My OBS takes up 4%, but these days it's taking up, like today and yesterday, it's been at 8. Why is it at 8? What the fuck? It's making my gaming very precarious, perhaps. What do I do about this? What does this mean? What could have happened? I won't stress over it because we'll just see how it goes. But god damn! In any case, we're just going to chug, okay? We're just going to fight through it. I want to see Hutch fighting with a woman. Hutch going full misogynist, apparently. Let's go.
Gavin Newsom has proven that he doesn't care about trans people.
You.
Fuck you.
What an outrageous thing to say.
What an outrageous
any
woman.
fucking idea what laws are on the books in California that he signed into law? Does she have any concept of this whatsoever?
Now, you see, those laws, at least the sanctuary ones and a couple of other ones, were they were all veto proof, right? With Gavin as the governor. So Gavin as the governor just has to sign it. Like, that's his role. And if it's veto proof, he can't do shit. So really what he does is he's sitting there holding his nose going, these fucking trans people. Fuck! Why I oughta. That's what he's doing every time he signs one of these bills. The fact that he promotes them vocally as he's signing them is, that's just, you know.
Well met. Safe travels.
That's just him playing the role, letting everyone know how much of a ruse it is.
Gavin Newsom does not care about trans people. I know this because I saw a 20-second podcast clip. It's so infuriating.
Crawl through 10 feet of concrete for all of the.
He did have some bad takes in the podcast. Yeah, but the problem, that's the issue though. The issue is that we've got all these materialists who don't give a fuck about any of the policies, and they're just really concerned about things that he said in a podcast that one time. The only take that I heard that people might think was bad was that there was a fairness issue in the sports, but I mean, it's like, there is a fairness issue. You can argue whether or not it justifies locking them out of fucking professional sports and all that shit, but that's the whole thing that they debate. It's the whole thing that they do research into. Jury's out. Depends on what sport, really, and you know, the sports leagues.
Marginalized people.
Do you feel like the Democrats know that, and that's why
not the clashing music, man? Come on, let's just watch this first.
Because it makes him feel unsafe.
Hey, what?
Gavin Newsom has.
If you tell
What the
me
fuck?
that you
Gavin Newsom has proven.
any fucking idea what law second podcast.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
So
100%.
I'm like,
okay, pause right there.
I don't even.
So Hassan clocked me right there, and I'll own it because my
Fuck you. Say it, Baldy.
What a
Get
coward.
mad.
He changed my mind. You know what? Now I'm going to vote third party. What a fucking coward. What a fickle human being. Trans people and caring about their well-being enough to block Republicans from winning elections, that no longer matters to her 2 days later, now that she's like scrapping for a crumb of clout. I've had a podcast. Leftist Hassan Piker speaks out, takes heat for speaking out against corporate Democrats. She's such a fucking coward, man. This woman is a fucking coward, okay? She told him, she explained it to him. Like, look, I get the differences. I hate, you know, Gavin Newsom.
Has something changed in Hutch recently? I seem to remember not that long ago. I think I was probably when I was playing WoW, actually. It was the last time I spoke to Hutch, and I was kind of like thinking, you should be harder on these people. Like, you're too soft. You have way too much good faith towards these people. And then like 6 months later, I see this shit. Dude.
But I would crawl, she said I would crawl through glass to vote for Gavin Newsom to protect vulnerable people in red states. And then he was like, no, I don't even entertain that. And now she's going to bat for him again. She fucking swept for him on the Collargate stuff as well. Like, this is such a clout hungry woman. She said concrete, but I think she meant glass. Oh, interesting. Do you not remember she had on Taylor Lorenz to defend Hassan against shock collar? No, I do remember. She made such a good point about why you should still probably vote for the Democrat. And then he just like didn't engage in any of that. All he said was like, I don't even, they're, you know, the Democratic Party.
He's still too soft. True. Not enough of the old KYS, eh? Not enough of that in a video game. Do you think all this coverage just gives Hassan attention? Yep, and it's negative attention if you are a Democrat, so that's good. Like, I don't think you, like, how you would ever hold back on criticism of someone just is if it gives them attention. Yeah, I don't know why you would do that. The only time you really do that is if they're like a troll, like if they're like an Alex Stein, like the attention is literally their market. But Hassan's brand is not just attention, like he is trying to sell something.
They weaponize your empathy for trans people is basically what he's saying. The Democratic Party weaponize your empathy for trans people to get you to become loyal voters for them. That was basically his argument in a nutshell. You can't guilt trip me, okay? This is how they get away with it. This is how Democrats get away with it.
All right. Although the Democratic Party is winning right now, they're winning because MAGA is so horrible. They're polling historically low.
Oh.
And within the Democratic Party, you have a couple of different sects. You have the corporate Democrats, the vote blue no matter who. And then you have real progressive Democrats who kind of feel homeless but end up voting with the Democrats because of harm reduction. And I was the former, and I'm morphing into the latter. After Kamala lost, I really started taking a look. Why are the Democrats losing to this man, this moronic, fascist man? How are we losing? So I had a conversation with leftist streamers.
Because we don't have our moronic man. We need a moronic populist man. Let's go. It's unironically what these guys are calling for, but Bulb, sweet bulb, thanks to $5. Put up goal, coward. Goals scare me, okay? Because if they don't get fulfilled, it hurts my self-esteem, and then I cry. So as a self-defense mechanism, I'm gonna have no goals ever in life. Fuck. What? Okay, we're gonna go and kill dogs. Okay, see, I can do that. That's an achievable goal right there. No, goals!
Hiker and Austin show on I've Had It in New York City. And a clip from our conversation is going viral.
I did that! Me! I'm sorry. I so rarely get to take victory laps, guys. This doesn't happen very often. When it does happen, I just gotta soak it in, all right? You gotta enjoy these moments. I did that shit.
All over Twitter and social media, TikTok, Instagram, etc.
What is your WoW goal? Did I probably just want to get level 70 and then leave it? I don't know. To be fair, I don't think on both times, I don't think I actually played TBC all the way through the bosses as they were releasing. I did all the bosses at the end when I came away from a break when I was a teenager. And I did the exact same thing when I was in 2019, 2020, 21. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. I would really like to do Arena, but I think it's such a learning curve. Like, people have just gotten way too good at it that I got really good at Arena when I was a teenager, but man, people have come a long way since then with all the add-ons and shit. And the fucking, when I played as a teenager, your mouse had 2 buttons on it and a wheel. Now you can get like 5 buttons on your mouse and you can streamline like your target, the other guy, the target of target, and blind them without even switching frames. It's like, what the fuck? But maybe we shouldn't overcomplicate. Who knows? And
this conversation to me is it appears that people online are trying to shut this conversation down. Oh. And when somebody's trying to do that, then I think, oh, this is the conversation we absolutely need to have. And so I'm going to play a little bit of it right now. Please do not back out of this video, because to me, this is the most important conversation to be had within the political spaces right now for anybody.
I agree, by the way. I agree. Within the left-wing political space, like the broad spectrum, of the left wing. I agree. This is the most important conversation to have right now. Right now. We should be having a conversation with these idiot lefties and pushing back like so aggressively. If you tell me that you're willing to entertain a tactic of helping Republicans win elections,
Stop it.
we should be like viciously attacking those positions. Because now's the time, man. It's like, it's so easy too, you guys. It's so easy to push back because Donald Trump is so bad. He's done so many awful things. Like, it's
bad.
so fucking bad during this second term that now is the time to be like, are you fucking kidding me? You're still doing this shit? Really? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, it's so much easier to attack this insane tactic of like helping Republicans win. Like, I agree, chillfully. Now is the time to pounce on this because it is like, it was bad enough for people to be doing this in 2020. Okay, because some people.
Okay, there are not enough misogyny. What the fuck? All the aggro was distilled into that beginning, and now it's just calmed down already. Come on, that's not good. That's disappointing. Hutch, you need to do better. You need to do fucking better. Is that orc killing us, or is he killing the orcs? Is he killing the enemy? Ah, fuck, he's killing us! I think. Alright. Take him out. Take him out, boys. Oh, fuck! Yeah, ha. He's a general. Tough guy. Wait, is he gonna ank? No, he's not. Okay. Fuck this. We're going... I haven't checked in on our good friend. Who's actually doing quite well. His channel's growing still. Ah! He anked! No, it's a different guy. It's a different guy. Let's leave him. Do you need the others? Okay. Vosh defended... He did it on his stream yesterday. Is that what happened? Because it's not on the... It's not uploaded yet. Let's find stream VODs. Vosh is very streamlined. He does very short streams. Sometimes. Timestamps. Blue MAGA and Newsom. Vosh will not vote for Newsom. Okay, good start. Let's go.
Mad Tenny, I'm very happy to hear that.
Vouch.
Everyone's getting real mad over that that Hassan podcast snippet where he was talking about not voting for Gavin Newsom if he was up against JD Vance.
Yes.
And he's been getting like everyone blue MAGA has been going after him.
Yes.
It's really
Blue
frustrating
MAGA
too because like there are, in my opinion,
I'm sorry, like, bro, if you're voting for the opposite party and you're committed to voting for the non-MAGA party, like, why would you, whatever.
problems with how Hassan advocates for his positions, and sometimes like his positions themselves are pretty flawed. But the blue MAGA people are like the lowest, like they're the worst. Imagine being a regime dog for a regime that isn't in power, doesn't want to have power, doesn't know what to do with power, and hates you. Like, at least being a regime dog.
Didn't Biden's administration pass like more legislation than like anyone possibly could have expected him to, with the fact that he was giving a 50-50 Senate split? But okay.
For the Republicans, you get to like revel in the like malicious vindictiveness of like, 10,000 more brown people to the camps or whatever. But on the Democrat side, like, you're getting all of the affect, none of the effect. I have no idea what are you in it for? I don't understand.
He's calling liberals blue MAGA. He's calling blue no matter who blue MAGA. Yes. You don't have to go to the VOD. You uploaded the video. Don't care. We're on the video. Oh shit! These guys are strong.
But they're out of it right now. I got it a while ago.
Tough guy.
No, they really are just doing it for the love of the game.
Yeah.
No more discos. Look, Masaigu, I know you don't like it when we talk about Gavin Newsom as though he's already the Democratic primary candidate in 2028. But the problem is that that's where the discourse is centered right now. He's one of two people who have so far, like, effectively put their hat into the ring, or at least, like, two of the main people being discussed right now. And there are already people that are trying to, like, get you to preemptively declare your allegiance to him, even though
I don't even think they're doing that. They're taking people who are very against Gavin and just saying, like, yeah, but if he were the nominee, you'd support him over MAGA, right? And then it's very telling when people say no. That's a huge fucking problem. No one's saying that you have to preemptively swear allegiance. Like, no one's saying you have to back him in the primary. Oppose him in the primary. Fight him like hell. They're trying to make sure that you're not so brain broken that you think he would be as bad as JD Vance or Trump. It's not a tall order. And again, it's like one of those things. It's like do you condemn Hamas? These questions don't actually. They shouldn't exist. It should be a stupid question because the answer should be obvious. The problem is that some people, the answer's not obvious. For some people, they're asked that question and then it just becomes 5 or 10 minutes of mental gymnastics and contortion and evasion. And you're like, oh, okay, maybe it is worth asking people this question because that was a really interesting answer that you're giving. Like, yeah, fuck. Same thing.
Like over a year out from a primary, you know? It's crazy.
It's crazy.
Now the discourse is like, if you don't commit to voting for this awful piece of shit Republican collaborator, this sociopath, 3 years before the election, then you're basically already a Republican.
Damn.
Yeah, they're already blaming the left for his loss in 2028. It's crazy. It's like we're so done. Trump is such a lame duck that we're role-playing the 2028 presidential election already. What the fuck?
And now they do the thing again. Like now it becomes a meme. Like, oh, do you condemn Hamas? Like because that's like such a But now they're making the same thing. Oh, what? Do you support Newsom against Vance? Are you gonna ask me that old chestnut again, bub? It's like, yeah, I am actually because your answer is interesting. It's an interesting answer. It's a revealing answer. No one needs to. But people in my fucking Twitter replies like, yeah, but would you support Mamdani over JD Vance if you could run? Like, yes, obviously, fucking read. I supported him against Cuomo. That's the problem. Like, people don't think like these weird gotchas are just. Are you aware the aspect ratio of your stream is weird? How? How is it weird? What? Have you had any opinions or interactions with Jimmy the Giant? No. He, no, he, what'd you call it? He shouted me out in one of his videos before. Let me send you a screenshot. What's wrong with my fucking aspect ratio? Hang on. I haven't set that in a long time. Maybe it did change at some point. Appearance, maybe everything's changed. What the fuck? Video. No, the aspect ratio is 16.9, 1920 by 1080. Is that normal? That's normal. Have you talked about this whole Palestine action thing? Nope. Dude, I still don't even know if that company directly sells to Israel. I know their weapons reach Israel. I think that's what's the problem, but whatever. This person's trolling you. Oh. See, I had my guard down. I didn't even think that there might be a troll. Do you think Mamdani's improved in IP since your last video on him? I haven't seen him talk about it all that much, so probably, yeah. He's probably talking about it as much as a New York mayor should, which is not that often. I don't know. Is BB ever going to go to New York? Because it'd be interesting to see if he if he tries to arrest him. But I mean, he won't. He won't.
It's crazy. Where's that? Where's the clip? Where's the Hassan podcast clip that prompted all this? Here we go. I found it, not you guys. For once,
for him. Disappointed in
Who
Gavin
do you vote
Newsom.
for, JD Vance or Gavin Newsom?
Well, I'd have to vote for Gavin Newsom.
Me
of
too.
course, 100%.
I wouldn't blink.
100%.
What about you, Hassan?
I'd probably vote third party.
You would?
Oh yeah. I mean, at that point, it doesn't even matter. Like, because my policy on this is the same as like my refusal to endorse Kamala Harris.
Nice try, Annie.
Vocal fry.
It's good. I love intercutting the real segment with this. Nice try, Annie. They have a wonderful thermal, but this is not diamond net. This is square net. This is a waffle net thermal. Whoa to the minds with ye.
He loves that.
The reason why I did
Fashion.
not endorse Kamala Harris was because she did things that were not only unproductive but also unconscionable. And I still stand on that. I still talk about it all the time because people constantly bring it up. They're like, you didn't sufficiently like promote Kamala Harris. You're the reason why she lost. And I'm like, I am incapable. there is no singular
Strawman.
force in this country that is capable of.
I don't like
Strawman.
Hassan's argument here, but I will say it does kill me a little bit that there are Democrats who will unironically pretend that Biden did nothing wrong during his presidency and that Kamala Harris ran a good campaign. Like, that, to me, it's like, are you worth an argument? Are you worth engaging with? Is this a real conversation, or is this, like, insane team sportsman partisanship shit, right? Like, I'm speaking from the perspective of a person who argued pretty aggressively for people to vote in favor of Hillary Clinton in 2016 and in favor of Biden in 2020 and Kamala Harris in 2024. So
I should really stop trying to finish off the mob when I'm getting ganked. I should just switch my focus. Okay. Because that was manageable.
it's not like, I'm not like a long time committed. I made a Twitter post the other day where I said effectively, I expressed some of the opinions that I'm having right now, and I'm getting dogged by like gray zone readers who are like, well, didn't you ride or die for Biden back in 2020 and 2024 or whatever? I got retweeted by Nina Turner, and then she unretweeted me, presumably after somebody let her know who I was. So like, it's not like I've cultivated an audience of diehard, like, never voting for Democrat types or whatever. It's not really like it's hard to, it's pretty difficult to argue that it's like a grift for me. It's just like, if
Does Vosh still have an active community on Reddit? He must. I wonder what they're like in dealing with this situation. Because I feel like Vosh's content on American domestic politics is it's very far left, but it's very pragmatic as well, by what I've seen. So I do wonder how they're taking this take. Yeah, I wonder. Might have a look after.
you genuinely don't understand how the behavior of Biden and Kamala both contribute, like, so much shit. Biden's insane capitulation to Israel over and over and over again. The lies and the cover-ups and telling the State Department to not release any information that might, like, indicate that it's illegal for us to continue supplying them weapons even though they're committing war crimes, when it was the decision of the relevant departments within the State Department that they had been. And then the decision to not functionally have a primary because we were just running with Biden again, even though everyone thought Biden was too old to run it.
Where is he getting that from? My understanding is that there were people in the State Department who opined. There were enough of them. I think it was at least 100, but like staffers and shit like that, that Israel was committing war crimes. But I think the official position was always actually that they weren't, because, like, just because there's, but that's how I thought it worked. That there was debate within the State Department, not that the State Department actually officially agreed there was, but covered it up. Is that what happened? I've never heard that one. Is that maybe how people would take what I just said, the truthful story, and rephrase it to make it more exciting?
And again, like, this was a widely held opinion, and then he drops out bitterly after flubbing the first debate, and Kamala Harris shows up and says, I'm gonna do...
He's talking about UN reports. There's no way he's confusing UN reports with the State Department. There's no way. Unless you're talking about State Department... Because the State Department doesn't just rely on UN reports. The State Department, like Israel shares intel with America. If America wants to know about an operation or whatever, they'll just ask, and they'll probably get information about it. That was the whole thing about the Bibas children, right? Like the whole autopsy and the forensic findings that they were strangled to death. That was shared with with international partners. Yeah, USAID would have had the opinion, because obviously aid workers are naturally going to lean towards the humanitarian angle. Like, aid workers are going to be basically in line with the aid organizations. So they're going to make much more wild claims than the State Department would, I would imagine. Australia, because of Australia reviewed Israel's policies on targeting and basically endorsed them, didn't they? Didn't they just say, like, because after one of the WCK workers was an Australian who got killed by the IDF airstrike, Australia got to review IDF policy, but they were basically, I think their conclusion was effectively that, yeah, this is kind of just like the same as how we do it. Because it takes more if you wanted to talk about the Leahy law and withdrawing aid and all that, you need more than just war crimes are happening. You would need like a very sweeping, whatever you call, like a loosely, I don't know how they define it, but like a grave, systematic violation of the rules. Which, again, American rules, like, America's got their own way of doing things as well. Americans have literally fucking bombed buildings and killed 100 people in the building because one person was fucking sniping from the, yeah, and they've released that. And then they release an excuse afterwards, like an explanation, where they argue that they argued something like, oh yeah, we didn't know that there were a bunch of explosives in the building as well, so shit, whoops, sorry. But they don't rule that to be criminal. I think, was it Raqqa or Mosul where they did that, but anyway. It was big. It was big bad. He's talking about what Matthew Miller said in the podcast. What did he say? Wasn't this something wait, did I see this? I can't remember. Oh no. I'll maybe look into it, because I know that's a very recurring claim. Should probably get my notes down on it more properly. See what actually happened there.
Everything that he did, except I'm going to have more Republicans in my cabinet after Merrick Garland refrained from doing anything legally to Donald Trump. Like, if you can
Merrick
look at all
Garland.
of that
That's
and
a
be
good one.
like, nah, they pretty much did perfectly. The only reason Kamala lost because of those damn lefties. It was those damn Bernie or busters, even though all data like points to the contrary. Like the idea that it was hardcore leftists that cost Kamala the win in 2024 is just completely not supported by the data. Like you're not worth engaging with. You're like subhuman. You're not like genuinely you're not worth engaging with at all. It's just seeing the engagement from these blue MAGA types I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. They're genuinely like worse than MAGA people. Because again, at least like the MAGA people, I understand from an emotional perspective how like locked in they are in the regime. For the MAGA people, like,
have you seen the Nikandros Noxtaku video? No, but I've got it on my list. I'll watch it today. Is this the one that apparently, I think it's the one that proves he's a nonce, basically, or a nonce enabler? I don't know. Dude, there are too many nonces online. I can't keep up. One of these days, I'm going to mix up my nonces with my non-nonces, and that's going to be a huge problem. Vosh subreddit. Why is this sub so pro new scum? 241 comments, 77 likes. Okay, we got that to read afterwards. Nice.
The Trump regime right now is literally like the burning ember that they're clinging to. This was like their big cultural moment, and it's dying, and they're desperate to keep it aflame for as long as they can. Like they're carrying the flame, etc., right? But like, that's not what's happening with Democrats. You could just choose a better Democrat. Like, you don't have to do this. There's nothing requiring you to attach yourself to this fight the way that you are. You could just choose you could just advocate for a better Democrat if you want. There's nothing locking you in. It's not a cult of personality. I don't get it. They're libs? Okay. They're actually not liberals.
Uh-oh.
The blue MAGA types that I'm describing right now genuinely are not advocates for liberal values. They're largely anti-left contrarians that are like in it for the team sports reasons. They're not guided by any principal belief. Any actual liberal, like real, like, you know, I don't know, John Locke style liberal or whatever, would currently be issuing fatwas against the Democratic Party for refusing to prosecute Trump during Merrick Garland's reign as
I do think when you read the founding fathers, like, they were very wary of the idea of someone just like coming in and taking the executive branch and turning it into like a dictator's throne. The fact that you basically still had the like, not even that they found him guilty of insurrection and therefore couldn't run, but that they didn't even answer the question legally. They didn't even run the procedure. They had 4 years to be like, okay, is this man even fit to run for office by our own laws? They didn't even answer the question. Fucking so stupid, man, Merrick Garland. Ugh. It's a very fatal flaw. Democracy's got to protect themselves from people like Trump, and Merrick Garland should have known that. But I guess in the name of both sides,
attorney general, like the any actual liberals right now would be like stockpiling ammunition in their basements. It's not like it's this particular kind of like hyper capitulation, like pretends to fight the fight, but in reality they only care about arguing with leftist type. That's not like, those aren't actually liberals. They're not governed by liberalism. Now, notice that nothing that I've said in this entire segment thus far has had anything to do with socialism. Not one. I have not mentioned it once, and not a single point in time have I mentioned like, well, the big line in the sand here that's differentiating me from these people is like the belief in the commodity form or whatever. It's not. That's not the line. If anything, I'm the rep for liberalism here. Man. I've never met a blue MAGA person IRL. I will say that. That is, they are much rarer. Yeah, but unfortunately, a lot of them are like Hill consultants and staffers.
These aren't the people who are. Is he accusing the people who are attacking Hassan on Twitter of this? Like, what are the names? What are the names?
Oh man, there are a lot of them in media. There are a lot of them on the Hill, but in real life, yeah, not as much of a problem. Also, like, keep in mind that, sincerely, Gavin Newsom is one of the top running preemptive candidates in the Democratic primary. Like, Newsom and Kamala Harris, the two people that Democrats most often, like, pitch for, you know? And we know he's going to run. Do you have a source in that Nina Turner post? You mean that she retweeted then unretweeted me? Yeah, in my mentions I have Nina Turner retweeted me. Oh. And then I thought it was funny, so I looked at her feed and I wasn't there. So presumably she retweeted me and then unretweeted me. Yeah. I don't prove it.
Toxic.
She's very online. I don't think it's that difficult to understand. Man. Oh, the thing she retweeted was this post from the Gravel Institute. Remember those guys? In 2019, if Democrats nominate Joe Biden, he may win and will have 4 years of weak, feckless Democratic leadership. And then in 4 years, he'll be defeated by a Republican Party even more openly white national.
Shouldn't Volge just say that these guys are part of a PDF cult and call it a day? Also, is Blue MAGA just being a lib? Cause I could have sworn the far left hates the Constitution like MAGA. Horse emoji, horse emoji.
Thanks for the $10. I don't really know. He hasn't named any names with the blue MAGA, but he's. I always get skeptical when people talk about consultants and like shadowy behind the scenes sounding figures, because to me that just sounds like you're doing the populist thing where you appeal to some kind of faceless bureaucrat fucking number cruncher desk banger because it's just such an easy target, like the fucking Schrodinger's bad guy or whatever the fuck. Like, ever since reading about Mao and the appeal to distrust of bureaucrats and shit like that is it's always making me much more sensitive to that kind of behavior. That strategy. Ooh.
If you nominate an Obama Redux, you get a worse Trump Redux.
Where are the goddamn sorcerers?
There were Blue MAGA people arguing against this, by the way. They were like, that didn't happen. I have no idea what like level of reality you have to be. Like, that's why I say Blue MAGA. Like, you're not in reality. I have no idea what the fuck you're... This is 1-to-1. Man. Yeah, who could have seen this coming?
Ooh,
we did.
Sorcerer.
Prophetic. Leftists were saying that ever since Biden threw his hat in the ring. Literally from day one. Leftists, including me, were like, look, man, it's not even about whether or not Biden would be like a good candidate or whatever. It's that we saw that weak, pseudo-liberal centrism.
The problem there is that leftists are always going to oppose the candidate that's not like a socialist or a Demsoc. They're always going to be like at least up to primaries. So maybe people like Vosh, like after the primary, will back someone like Biden or Harris. But up until the primary, they're always going to be like, no, not this guy, not this guy. So whenever basically every single time Democrats have lost the last 100 years, you can have socialists in the background being like, oh, we told you so. Should have run our guy. Should have run our guy. Like, our guy would have definitely won. Data.
Under Obama led to Trump. Like, we see the pattern. This is going to happen again. And then it did. It's not like, yeah, it's not crazy to see this coming. It's just like there's so much fucking propaganda out there, like the liberal media. By liberal media, I mean like the liberal media, not like all media or whatever. But like they don't really engage with this point. They refuse to engage with anything beyond the consequences of the next election. Well, Biden would have been better than Trump. Well, he was better than Trump, and he would have been better than Trump. But look what happened anyway. Look what keeps happening, man. Look what keeps happening. Historians aren't going to measure this era of American history by term. They're going to measure it by Trump, by person. We've been living under.
I think historians more than anyone else would be wanting to measure or argue about where this or that could have been stopped. I do really hope there never is an election where left-wing abstention is what gets MAGA in. And if there's actually like ever an election where that becomes beyond a reasonable doubt that happened, God, I would be so fucking angry. God damn it. You don't like me when I'm angry, by the way. Watch out. Grr. All right.
Trump for 10 years. You could have put an end to this if you had prosecuted him, but you didn't. You chose not to.
That is easily the best attack on Democrats, though. The fact that they didn't expedite that process of finding out if Trump's an insurrectionist and therefore legible or not. Legible? Fucking word am I looking for there? Eligible to run for president. Because he shouldn't have been. No chance. Not in a just world. Can I take this guy? This elite croc. Hey! Oh, I see. He's just.
My dad sketched a portrait of you during one of your last streams. Again, I'm interspersing the real segment with this because I think that's delightful. As I do think this is delightful.
Okay, he's relatively. Fuck!
It's recognizably the capital jacket too.
Do I need to clear around? Do I need to clear the place? Fuck's sake.
Thank you, your dad.
It's okay. Yeah, I'll do some clearing in the area. Oh!
Nah, it goes super.
Oh
hard.
yeah, group me up. Take him out.
Fuck, what was I saying?
Get him off me. Huh. Okay, let's go.
Oh yeah.
Damn, he's
in
a
response
strong
to all
fuck.
this business.
Can I even slow him? If I can slow him, we find soloing.
Welch. Respond to the people getting mad at Son.
Okay,
Usurp the chef. This is intellectually dishonest completely from top to
bottom.
Oh
shit.
Gavin Newsom has proven that he doesn't care about trans people.
Okay.
Gavin Newsom has proven that he doesn't care about the illegal nature of what ICE is doing when he platformed Ben Shapiro. And so to put the
it's all fucking aesthetics. Like it's just aesthetics. Like why would you look at whether or not he spoke to Ben Shapiro? Wouldn't you look at what he did? Fuck.
Dog walked by Ben Shapiro. We watched almost that entire interview and it was insane. Ben Shapiro isn't even like a relevant figure anymore, but Ben just walked over him. Gavin would not engage in any disagreement. It genuinely, like stuff like that, it really does make me think like I don't know if you're enslaved by Israel or you like this is what you think you need to do to run, like you make your pitch for Republican presidential run. I have no idea what you're doing, but it was absolutely psychotic. I couldn't believe it.
The burden of this on Hassan, who's saying, I'm not going to settle for a fascist collaborator who always is reaching to platform fascists and to find common ground with them. It's just.
So is Zog just like part of the American zeitgeist now, is it? Oh no.
Here there.
We're zogging out, man. Get used to it. Oh, where is the Griffin Master? What the fuck? I have to travel to... Why did I have to Hearth? That didn't make any sense. Okay. The fuck? Why is this map? Fuck! Hey! Oh well. Can you really not fly from this place? Dude. Messed up. No, surely you can fly. Hang on, you can fly. There's a flight path. Hassan's a Houthi collaborator by that logic. Yeah, he's an honorary member.
It's intellectually dishonest because Hassan has a record of standing up for trans people. And when Gavin Newsom did that with Charlie Kirk,
if that's the case, then why do I see so many post-FFS trans women say, hot tip, don't tell Hassan Piker you're trans when they post pictures of them with like bandages on their face,
Pain was felt through the trans community far and wide. And Pete Buttigieg did the same. And Rahm Emanuel came on my podcast and did the same. And so to say that Hassan doesn't care about marginalized groups is completely disingenuous, because what he's saying is, I'm not buying the lie that Gavin Newsom does. I'm not buying that anymore.
I don't think any of them actually believe that. There are seriously people on Twitter who are like, Hassan, you don't care about trans people. That's why we need to support Gavin Newsom. That guy who had Epstein collaborator and far-right propagandist Steve Bannon and white nationalist hyper-influencers.
It's just going to be you had people in your fucking podcast. That's all it's going to be. Okay, whatever. I can't do it. Can't do it. Get me out of here. Ooh! Too much, man. Too much. Let's just do some MISC global news. Let's hear what happened in the Japanese election, shall we?
On Sunday,
it's like 2016 arguments. Well, you had this guy in your podcast. Fuck me, man. Maybe we should review the famous Hassan Fuentes Destiny Sargon debate. Maybe I should look at that. I'm pretty sure this appearance... No, I'm not pretty sure. I know for a fact. This appearance, man. Hassan did more to help Fuentes in this appearance than Destiny has done in any debate that these two ever had. It's so fucking crazy how much Hassan threw this fucking show. This was right after Christchurch as well. Asmongold there in the corner. Glaring. Maybe we'll do that. Anyway, Japan.
What happened to Vosh? Thought he was libbed up.
Vosh is a very unique thinker. He'll lib up at times. Depends. I haven't watched enough of him recently to know exactly like where he's standing on everything, but who knows?
On Sunday, Japan's ruling LDP won a landslide supermajority in a snap election called by Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi. The scale of the victory marks an astonishing turnaround after years of difficulty for the LDP, and a significant mandate for Takaichi, with big implications for spending, constitutional revision, and more. In this video, we're going to explain how Japan got here, the election results, and what they mean for the future. Never miss an episode and always feel in the loop by subscribing and ringing the bell. You'd be forgiven if all this talk about a Japanese election is giving you a sense of deja vu, as since 2020, Japan has held 3 lower house elections, 2 upper house elections, and 4 leadership elections for the ruling LDP, giving you a sense of just how politically tumultuous this period has been. So, it's worth going back to explain how we got here, before diving into Sunday's results. It was under Fumio Kishida that the LDP's problems really started to emerge. Already facing voter frustration about the rising cost of living and scrutiny over the party's connections with the controversial Unification Church, in November 2023, a slush fund scandal involving the misuse of campaign funds by factions of the LDP erupted, driving up disapproval of Kishida's cabinet and pushing down LDP support in the polls. Despite his efforts to restore trust in the party, Kishida ultimately resigned as LDP leader and Prime Minister in the summer of 2024, triggering a party leadership election in September that year, which was won by the relatively moderate Shigeru Ishiba, who defeated the conservative Sanai Takaichi. Ishiba hoped to capitalise on his honeymoon period, and so called a snap election for October 2024, but his plan backfired. The LDP and its longtime coalition partner Komeito lost its majority in the lower house, forcing Ishiba to lead a minority government from then onwards. Things did not get better for Ishiba, as in July 2025, Japan held its regularly scheduled upper house election, at which the LDP-Komeito coalition lost its majority,
Okay.
while conservative and far-right parties performed well, meaning the government was without a majority in either parliamentary chamber. Ishiba subsequently announced his intention to...
Lonerbox hears arguments outside of his motionless hutch. Destiny bubble can't do it. Yeah, I'm never listening to people outside of that group, am I? Never. Didn't have to suffer 2 hours of that fucking Hassan ramble yesterday. But good.
to resign, setting up yet another LDP leadership election in October 2025, which was won by Sanai Takeichi.
Wait, sorry, did I not? Can we not? Are we just banning people like on a fucking whim now for one comment? Wait, where are they? Did that person get banned or did their comment just get moved? You're not letting me farm, guys. Who's doing that? What the fuck? Is that a timeout or a ban? You don't need to be so aggressive. What the fuck? That's the kind of reflexivity we have for like fucking... for like doxers and shit. Jesus. And N-words. N-word towers.
Japan's first female prime minister. Now, Takeichi's rise to the premiership represented a notable shift to the right for the LDP.
Motionless is a slur.
From the more conservative nationalist wing of the party, and was a protege of former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. Facing this rightward shift, as well as doubts about Takeichi's commitment to post-slush fund scandal political reform, Komeito decided to quit its coalition and end its 26-year alliance with the LDP, hoping to shore up its waning support. This forced Takeichi to go in search of another coalition partner, eventually striking a confidence and supply agreement with the right-leaning Ishin Party, a looser arrangement than its previous coalition and still with a minority in both chambers. Since taking office though, Takeichi enjoyed a remarkable surge in popularity, with her approval rating in the 60s and even 70s. And so, in January, Takeichi took a major gamble and called a snap election for February the 8th, Japan's first mid-winter election in 36 years, hoping to capitalise on her popularity and secure her government a majority to make life much easier. As such, Takeichi deliberately framed the election in almost presidential terms, saying it was a vote on who will lead the country and saying she will resign if she doesn't secure a majority. Essentially, she hoped her own personal popularity could pull up the LDP's support. Opposition parties had to scramble to prepare themselves for a looming snap election, which resulted in some dramatic changes in the party landscape. Most notably, the largest opposition party, the Constitutional Democratic Party, joined forces with Komeito, the LDP's former partner, to form a new party called the Centrist Reform Alliance, or CRA, putting itself forward, unsurprisingly, as a centrist reformist force.
Do you think Bannon is playing right now? Yeah, he's probably working to convince me that there's no point in doing politics. Yeah, he's affecting my algorithm.
And hoping to boost its chances at the election. So, what happened in the campaign? Well, as we said, it was a very Takeichi-focused campaign by the LDP, with news reports of Sanai Mania affirming Takeichi's personal popularity. Like her former mentor Shinzo Abe, she wants to pursue a looser and more aggressive fiscal policy with greater spending, the prospect of which spooked investors and sparked a sell-off of Japanese bonds in January. The campaign has seen voters overwhelmingly focus on economic issues like inflation and living costs. The LDP wants to scrap the 8% consumption tax on food and drink for 2 years to relieve the cost of living and tighten rules on foreign acquisition of property, aiming to win back support from conservative voters. The CRA also wants to scrap the consumption tax, has proposed setting up a sovereign wealth fund, and wants more political reforms to more strictly regulate political donations and boost parliamentary oversight. Takeichi's hawkish foreign and security posture has seen her already fall out with China over her comments on supporting Taiwan, and the LDP wants to scrap certain rules limiting defence exports. Its coalition partner Ishin wants to open the door to nuclear sharing with the United States, which would mean a change of Japan's long-held non-nuclear policy. So, with that out of the way, let's dive into the results. Takeichi's gamble paid off.
I think after this we're going to see how that affects China, the fact that Japan wants to, after so many decades of being demilitarized, wants to reconsider that status. I feel like it's been long enough. I don't know.
massively. The LDP not only regained its majority, but managed to secure a two-thirds supermajority, winning 316 out of 465 seats, an increase of more than 100. That's the most seats ever won by any party in Japan's electoral history.
Fucking hell.
Coalition partner Ishin stayed relatively stable on 36 seats. Meanwhile, it was a disaster for the hastily assembled CRA, which utterly failed to capture public attention and lost way more than half its seats, falling to just 49. The LDP supermajority means that the government has enough lower house seats to override and pass legislation rejected by the upper house, where the government lacks a majority, so governing becomes a whole lot easier. A supermajority also means the LDP could kickstart amending Japan's post-war constitution, although amendments also require two-thirds support in the upper house and endorsement by voters in a referendum. For context, Takaichi has signalled that she wants to start parliamentary debate on revising Article 9 of Japan's pacifist constitution to explicitly recognise the self-defence forces, Japan's de facto military. The result represents a huge personal mandate for Takaichi and a remarkable comeback for the LDP after a few years of decline. Rather than entering a post-LDP era, the long dominance of the party that has ruled Japan almost uninterrupted.
I think their decline was, LDP have dominated Japanese politics since the 50s, since they were formed, basically, after the war. I think their decline was courtesy of the inflation crisis, wasn't it? That was one of their big setbacks, and they're just going to, I guess they're recovering from it now.
Since 1955, has instead been renewed. The landslide victory will bolster her plans to pursue aggressive government spending in a bid to spur growth. This prospect has boosted the stock market, but rattled the bond markets, which may turn out to be her biggest constraint, and may put further downwards pressure on the yen. Ooh. On the international stage, Takaichi gets on well with Trump, who gave her his complete and total endorsement ahead of the election. However, diplomatic tensions with China look set to continue, or worsen, as Beijing won't be pleased at the prospect of a more nationalistic Japanese leader that wants to strengthen the military and revise the constitution. Now, this is a big story, and amongst every other big story happening right now, you might feel powerless in the current climate. The problems feel massive, and individual actions can feel meaningless. But what if we told you that you could be part of something bigger? Something that actually turns concern into action? Well, that's where our friends at Planet Wild come in. Planet Wild isn't just your usual environmental organisation. It's a passionate community built around a clear focus, protecting and conserving the world we...
Cool. I do like those well-placed ads at the very end. Okay. Why are these fucking dogs not dropping tails? Shit. It's only 9. Hey, Durf, thanks for the goal. Thanks for the £5. Really appreciate it. You guys fulfilled the goal. That was nice and quick. Bulb, sweet Bulb, thanks for $5. Meanwhile, if Vosh's preferred candidate ran against the My Pillow guy, they'd get crushed. Yeah, you think so? Wait, the My Pillow guy, is that Vance or is that? I thought that was like some fucking niche MAGA dude. What? MH, thanks for $5 as well. Really appreciate that. Let's do another goal. Let's get on it. New goal. Hey! Mike Pillow. Mike Lindell. Yeah, I remember, yeah. Yeah, that's not Vance. Yeah, I don't know. That's the annoying thing as well. It's like leftists, it seems like they'll do anything other than demonstrate their electoral prowess unless it's against other Democrats. Like, fuck me. And they cling on to Mamdani for dear life, even though Mamdani literally ran against Cuomo being when he was a Trump-backed independent. But, okay. And Mamdani still didn't get as much of a swing as Spanberger and Cheryl. Ooh. Fuck. Anyway. Where is the second one? Yeah, what Japan's new election means for China.
Shortly after taking office last year, Japanese Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi sparked outrage in China by suggesting that a Chinese blockade of Taiwan could trigger a Japanese military response.
Permadeath.
China responded with a barrage of countermeasures designed to make the Japanese government back down. However, this may have backfired, as Takaichi's government has instead been emboldened to maintain its stronger line on China and bolster the Japanese security capabilities after winning a huge landslide at the Japanese election last week. So in this video, we're going to explore the deteriorating ties between China and Japan.
Hassan said Cuomo was Democrat endorsed. What, in the primary maybe? No, he wasn't, but he was independent in the actual... I don't expect him to know. He only went to the event and like milked the crowd and got some content and then takes responsibility for Mamdani winning, you know?
And explain why there's a good chance things might get worse.
Uh-oh.
Never miss an episode and always feel in the loop by subscribing and ringing the bell. Ties between Japan and China have oscillated over the decades between periods of friendship and hostility. Sanai Takaichi's predecessor as Japanese Prime Minister, Shigeru Ishiba, set out to improve the relationship between the two countries, increasing diplomatic engagement and exchanges. But relations nosedived after Takaichi.
He said Mamdani was Hassan endorsed and Cuomo was Dem endorsed. I mean, that's ringing a bell, but was that exactly how he put it? If you can send me the clip of that, that'd be funny. Yeah, why not?
Who is seen as a security hawk and a staunch conservative from the more nationalist wing of the
Iron
LDP,
Lady,
became Japanese Prime Minister in October 2025. During a parliamentary meeting in early November, Takaichi said that a hypothetical Chinese attack on, or blockade of, Taiwan could constitute a survival-threatening situation. This is a legal term in Japan's security law that enables the country to take military action in collective self-defense with countries that have a closer relationship with Japan. Naturally, this sparked an angry response from China, whose foreign ministry described Takaichi's comments as egregious and a gross interference in China's internal affairs. The Chinese government subsequently launched a wave of reprisals. It restricted imports of Japanese seafood, discouraged tourism to Japan, which almost halved the number of Chinese visitors in December. It signalled it could limit the export of critical minerals to Japan, wrote a formal letter to the UN accusing Japan of aggression, and in January banned exports to Japan of dual-use goods that could be used for military purposes. While Takaichi had suggested that her comments were somewhat off the cuff, making her the first Japanese leader in decades to publicly link a Taiwan crisis with potential Japanese military action, she has rejected China's demand that she retract what she said. This all happened within the first couple of months of
She's really testing the People's Republic, isn't she? Crazy.
Takaichi's premiership. And then in January, Takaichi called a snap general election for February 8th. You may well have seen our video on the election results.
I
The
did.
link is in the description if you haven't. But as a reminder, Takaichi's Liberal Democratic Party, or LDP, won in a landslide, not just securing a majority, but a 2/3 supermajority. This was an astonishing result, as it dramatically reversed the last few years of LDP decline, and delivered a strong personal mandate to Takaichi. While much of the campaign had an economic and cost of living focus, the outcome, that of an emboldened and politically powerful Takaichi,
I feel like whatever strings are going on in this music, in this piece, is like really profound. There's just something like very powerful about that dissonance and those overlays. I don't know what you call it when one note holds and the other one changes, like in strings. Is there a word for that? And the way it like shifts the chord almost when you've got like a common note and then a variable one. Damn.
has the potential to significantly impact China-Japan relations. Takaichi said the election involved major policy shifts, not just in economic and fiscal policy, but also on strengthening security policy, adding that we truly must tackle these issues with all our strength.
It's called changing note. Fuck you. Fuck you. The music's done now, by the way, but it was absolutely blaring a minute ago. What the fuck? You guys didn't notice that?
Even before the election, Takaichi's cabinet had approved a record 9 trillion yen, or $58 billion defense budget, as part of plans to reach a defense spending target of 2% of GDP, 2 years ahead of schedule. Japan's increasingly muscular defense build-up over the past few years is a response to the changing geopolitical order. Not just as Japan views the likes of China and North Korea as growing threats, but also as the United States, under Trump, pushes its allies in the region to shoulder more of the security burden. By winning a 2/3 supermajority, Takaichi's government also now has the numbers required to begin a parliamentary debate on revising Japan's pacifist post-war constitution, specifically Article 9, which Takaichi wants to amend in order to...
Do you think Trump even realizes that when he's doing that, when he's talking about other countries pulling their weight, that does actually mean countries like Japan have to overturn decades of post-World War II precedent with their constitutions, which the Americans helped draft, by the way? I wonder if he realizes that. It's really funny. In a kind of tragic and terrifying way.
Explicitly recognize the self-defense forces, Japan's de facto military. Now, amending the constitution would also require two-thirds support in the upper house, where the government does not have a supermajority or even a majority, and then would need endorsing by voters in a referendum. So it's unlikely to happen anytime soon. However, the act of starting the debate alone would antagonize China, which would see it as evidence of a militarizing Japan turning away from its post-war pacifism. Another point of tension, and one that has often proved to be so in the past, is the Yasukuni Shrine. The shrine in Tokyo honours millions of Japan's war dead across several conflicts, including more than 1,000 convicted war criminals and around a dozen Class A war criminals from the Second World War. As such, in countries that suffered at the hands of the Japanese Empire, like China and South Korea, the Yasukuni Shrine is seen as a symbol of Japan's past aggression and militarism, so prime ministerial visits to the shrine often spark diplomatic backlash. No Japanese Prime Minister since Shinzo Abe in 2013 has visited the shrine, but Takaichi, a protege of Abe's, has signalled that she wants to lay the diplomatic groundwork for such a visit. So, it's with all this in mind that China might be unnerved by the scale of Takaichi's victory at the election. After all, it suggests that there are electoral benefits in Japan to taking a tough line on China, and that perhaps China's measures against Japan in response to Takaichi's Taiwan comments actually ended up backfiring and giving her a stronger mandate. So it's hard to see Takaichi changing course on China. That being said, it seems unlikely that she will try to further antagonise China, given the close economic ties between the two countries. Instead, Takaichi's priority will be to shore up American support.
Me. No!
She has a good relationship with US President Donald Trump, who gave her his complete and total endorsement ahead of the election. However, it was reported that Japanese officials were frustrated at the administration's relatively muted support for Japan following the outbreak of tensions with China. Takaichi is set to visit Washington, D.C. to meet with Trump in March for talks on finalising the first round of Japanese investment projects in the US as part of the US-Japan trade deal. That meeting will be her opportunity to talk face-to-face with Trump before he then goes to Beijing in April to meet Xi Jinping in what will be the first visit of a US president to China in nearly a decade. Trump will be seeking to preserve the fragile US-China trade truce, and Takaichi may worry that Trump's desire for deal-making with China could leave Japan out in the cold. For China, given that these renewed tensions are based on such a central issue as Taiwan, it seems unlikely that the Chinese government will back down on its own. However, it will have to face the reality that Takaichi looks unlikely to be one of Japan's recent revolving door prime ministers, and may well be around for some time. As is so often the case these days, a lot of how this plays out depends on influence.
Yeah,
Not
that's an
only
advert.
who
He's doing an advert.
has the power to make things happen, but also who has the sway to make sure it does. That's why last year we put together a list of the world's 20...
It's uncomfortable to think that Japan still sees itself as a victim of World War II. It is quite mad that they kind of commemorate like imperial war criminals in Tokyo. It's crazy, man. That's the thing with demilitarizing a state. Like, it would take you a long time to reconsider that status, but it seems like Trump is more or less encouraging it in a way. If he keeps calling for these people to pull their own weight, and it's like, well, Japan does have issues with China and the South China Sea and whatever else, little islands that they still like to scrap over, so. A bit mad. Okay. Oh yeah, was I going to look at the Vosh subreddit in response to that little spiel? Japan was very dumb in World War II. Yes, they were dumb. They were naughty boys. I was going to say and girls, but like all the leaders were boys. Right. Let's have a look. Ooh, cat. Okay. Why is this sub so pro new scum? Everyone on this sub seems to disagree with Vosh and his anti-Newsom take, but why? I don't see how voting in a cynical moderate Democrat would be better than letting Republicans destroy themselves further. Ooh. I can't, my motionless cuck ass cannot take this contention too much. What has the Biden era taught you? The Biden era? It's so stupid to swear loyalty to this guy 2 years out from the primaries. Like, I don't know why they're rewriting this. They were saying if he won the primaries. If he won the primaries. Hypothetically, if he won the primary. All right. When Republicans destroy themselves, they destroy America too. The only reason you're able to pick and choose like this is because you won't be directly affected by the Republicans destroying America. In before this person is actually an unemployed trans Deliveroo fucking barista with no arms and legs in a red state. All right. Also, nobody is swearing loyalty to Newsom 3 years before he's even in the race. Most people here arguing this either don't think Newsom will win or don't want Newsom to win, but Vosh has made this into a debate about accelerationism, and frankly, I'm not convinced by accelerationism. Damn. That's the winning comment on this thread. Not only am I not convinced by accelerationism, I actively think it's a destructive ideology that can and will genuinely end human civilization. Whoa. Dude, his argument for JD being better was based on consequentialism, not accelerationism. Accelerationism is a consequence. This argument at its core. Damn, these guys have learned their philosophy, haven't they? Huh. Their philosophy. If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it is a duck. By Zeus, Socrates. Okay, what's the negative ones? People want to remember Biden and Kamala like people want to remember Obama. They don't want to recognize the consequences of centrist libs and only lesser evil every argument. Liberal voters don't consider the long term. They just want civility. Personally, I don't think we hate corporate Dems enough. I'm trans, so you'll sacrifice me on the pyre of your ideology. Other minorities need to suffer and die because civility bad. It's easy to speak that way when you don't suffer for it. Leftists like you think politics is fantasy football just as much as rightoids do. Sometimes making the lesser evil choice is compassionate. Ooh. Oh. They were suffering and dying. ICE goes back before Obama. You're only activated because 2 white people got shot. Sometimes the lesser evil is compassionate. Sometimes lesser evil destroys Reconstruction and gives us a century of Jim Crow. Sometimes lesser evil results in purple crackdown from the left and decades of McCarthyism. Well, what does the evil do? Sometimes the lesser evil is asking for the Weimar Republic to take the fall. Okay, this person knows absolutely nothing. That's why would I? I'm sorry. What the fuck is this random ass build your own history? You know, human civilization includes countries other than the US, right? Ain't having any problems over here at the moment besides living under late stage capitalism. It's always late stage capitalism. Hell yeah. But if that's going to end civilization on its own, then we're kind of cooked anyway, aren't we? Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Talking about accelerationism I'm getting. Yeah, it does seem like his sub is a little bit at odds with the position here. But apparently Vosh doesn't really like his main sub that much. Maybe he doesn't moderate it very aggressively. I don't know. Interesting. Okay. Do I want to do some slop? Maybe. Yeah, let's learn about this Nux Taku guy and see what his problem is. I mean, I know he's a fucking retard. We've watched some of his videos. Asmongold Dick Suck, South Park character. But...
Welcome. I'm Nicandros.
Apparently he's got worse problems.
This is Tectone, a guy who used to follow 900 hentai accounts on Twitter. When likes were still public, people found out that Tectone had liked an animation depicting a Genshin Impact character called Venti getting their back door blown wide open by a BB Hilichurl C. For context, Venti is an effeminate male character with the body of a 15-year-old boy.
Damn.
So Tectone has a history of it to gay porn involving 15-year-old boys. This is more speculative, but photographic evidence suggests that Tectone lives by the slogan, "He who beats it, eats it." In case you don't know what that means... Now, you might be disgusted by this, but given Tectone's physiology, that's actually a very impressive feat.
Wow.
Is that all?
Me when I show her my penis. I'm 6'8". I don't know why I would lie about that. My penis isn't that small where I feel the need to lie about my height. But I'm 6'8". I'm 6'8". Yeah, I'm 6'8". Are you 6'8"? I'm 6'8". 6'7". I'm 6'6". I'm 6'7". I'm 6'7". 6'6" man.
Why did they
BMI.
do this?
Now, for reference, I'm 6'7". I've sometimes claimed to be 200 and sometimes 201 centimeters, but I've never claimed to be 2 whole inches taller. You might say that lying about 2 inches is not a big deal, but to some people, that's all they've got.
Thankfully, I have a very small cock.
Wasn't this in his court documents as well? Like, okay. Oh, cute. Piano. Let's go. Get fucked.
Tectone was recently served a 10-year protective order to stay at least 200 yards away from his ex-girlfriend Pinkichu for sexually assaulting and stalking her. He's also been forced to give up all of his guns. Before this all came out, he also had some really deep thoughts.
The more you are aware of what's going on in the world, the more that you are aware of these people that are lying, the more that these people will try to discredit the people telling the truth. I mean, I want you to look at Nuxtaku for an example.
Now, I found out about Nuxtaku around the time of his Shadman controversy, and because of some drama between Mutaha and someone called Shadlogic. It's a complicated story.
Nuxtaku got his entire career
story.
temporarily destroyed, which he bounced back from because he's one of the goats. God bless you,
One of the
Nux.
goats.
Yes, the post-Nux Clarity incident.
So this video that was uploaded with, again, Nuxtaku as Jeffrey Epstein and me as, I assume, Ghislaine Maxwell over here.
Since then, Nuxtaku has re-established himself as one of many populistic right-wing commentators, such as Tectone himself, who tried to orbit Asmongold.
It's really like, I mean, this part right here, right? And then there's this. And then there's a little bit of that, too.
Yeah, you're fucked.
I was apparently recently hired as Asmongold's thumbnail editor.
Why wasn't Asmongold nominated at the Streamer Awards? And it's me holding up a fucking thing of I'm white, you're black, and I'm pointing a gun at somebody? Damn, bro, like, that's what it was. This is a top tier thumbnail? I think it is. Honestly, like, we should have just used this one. Oh my god. Hired this guy? Yeah. Yeah, this is great. Thumbnail editor. This is great. Yeah, why not?
My response was not the most charismatic one.
Wait, what was that response?
This is great. Yeah, why not?
My response was not the most charismatic one.
These ideas don't come to me on a consistent basis, but it would be fun to try. Okay. Uh-oh.
He never actually intended to hire me. That was merely a stunt he did for his livestream. Given his recent defending of Tectone, it was probably for the best. As a Forbes magazine featured commentator, I can't be associating with people like this. However, this video isn't about Asmongold or Tectone. It's about the rumors circulating Nuxtaku.
The amount of misinformation put out on this guy is insane. I mean, dude, I get told that Nux is a pedophile daily.
Me
and
too.
I'm like, brother, what the fuck are you talking about? Nux has always been good to me, and I'm a guy who's always gonna have the back of my friends.
I don't know why they'd call this guy a pedophile. He's never raped me, an adult. Wait, fuck! I've been spied! No! Get me out of here! I guess I have to go and get my disguise back on, eh?
However, I will also be the first guy to hold my friends accountable.
We'll see about that. But why would anyone say that Nuxtaku after children? I have my own criticisms of the guy, but he's a very religious man.
We got to stand up and fight for God. We were living in a world of like
unbelievable hedonism that just kept ramping up higher and higher and higher, you know? Higher and higher, more and more hedonism and secularism, and it completely took over. And this is an unbelievable conversation that's being had right now.
He speaks out against hedonism and degeneracy.
It's not surprising that people that are based purely on hedonism, that they think you could fuck everything that moves, they think that sex should be publicized and taught to little babies and children, teaching them to change their genders and shit like that.
He's against hedonism. Sex being taught to young
being trans is hedonism. Nice.
Children and little babies. He hasn't always been open about his religious beliefs, but he has a long history of criticizing the Twitch platform for making adult content available to minors.
Twitch can't decide whether they want to be a 13-plus gaming website or an 18-plus porn website. Wow. Twitch wants to rake in all that advertiser bucks for being a 13-plus gaming website. They want to be on every single freaking smart television in America because that's how they get so many of their little young impressionable viewers. They are trying to be a 13-plus gaming website as well as a porn site at the same exact fucking time. Just recently, you had the implied nudity meta on Twitch where they allowed artistic nudity, which is, again, still mind-blowing to me that they even thought this was a good idea on a 13-plus gaming website, by the way.
Making adult content available to children is totally inappropriate, and Nuxtaku has known this for a while.
Hentai ain't for kids under 18, let alone under 13.
Some insist that it is solely the parents' responsibility to stop their children from seeing that stuff. End of story. I think that's a very dumb perspective, so I'm going to back up Nuxtaku on this one. Parents do have the primary responsibility to protect their children, but that responsibility isn't on them alone. If you're publishing content on a 13-plus website, the creators, the parents, and the platform have a shared responsibility to protect the children using that site from being exposed to harmful content. In the case of Twitch, the creators are knowingly streaming inappropriate content, and Twitch isn't cracking down on it.
This is like people getting fucking grumpy about Discord doing age verification, but it's like, I mean, if you want it to be safe for kids, you are going to need to age verify. How else would people know that you're above age? What the fuck?
On it. As Nuxtaku clearly understands, it is supposed to be a 13-plus platform. If you're allowing or uploading adult content onto that platform, you're clearly doing something wrong and should be held responsible if kids come across that content. Parents can easily block actual adult websites, and some even teach you how to do it. But when adult content is hidden on a 13-plus website, the parents might not even suspect it to be there. Take, for example, Mutahar's aunt.
Here's the fucking wildest thing about her, okay? So she has every fucking parental filter. If you walk into her house, it's like fucking North Korea. However, she hasn't done anything for YouTube. She hasn't looked at parental controls. So in her mind, she's like, I'm a good parent. I'm making sure they don't watch porn. And then their kids are watching like Andrew Tate and shit. So she's blocked this one possibly dangerous avenue of like, you know, psych infiltrating shit. But she hasn't locked the other one out.
Instead of telling his aunt to set up parental controls on YouTube, Mutahar decided to shit-talk her parenting on his massive podcast. Very normal behavior.
Fuck.
So when adult content is on an adult website, it's easily blocked. When it's on Twitch or YouTube, it can...
People who are this zealous around parenting and kids stuff, especially if they don't have kids, like, it always strikes me as like a really big red flag. It's like pedo hunters, you know? Like, I don't think it's like an accident that pedo hunters, that people who actually make a whole thing out of it, are like always bad people. There's always like the kind of person who's like, they need you to know. Like, everyone needs to be reminded about how much I hate pedophiles. It's like, okay, we get it. Like, we understand. Okay, the pedophiles are really bad. Oh yeah, they're everywhere. The pedophiles, oh shit. I was like, what the, yeah, there's something going on there. There's some weird shit happening there.
Go unnoticed, and in the worst cases, subvert those parental controls. That's why it's important for creators on these platforms to keep in mind that their content is going to be available to and be seen by children. As an example, you shouldn't have a hentai reviewer on your podcast and then shout them out by pitching their content as a method to circumvent parental controls.
Ladies and gentlemen, please check out our friend Hartweigen, friend of the show, absolutely amazing creator.
What
if you're
the
into hentai and you want to, and you got parental filters all over your web browser, this is a channel for you because YouTube is not blocked.
Oh no, it's not a lolicon,
so
is it?
Wink, wink on that one.
Before you run off calling Mutahar some early porn introduction mogul, this is just a single, irresponsible one-off comment from years ago. It was a dumb thing to say, but there is no broad pattern of Mutahar engaging.
This is why people call Mutahara Lolicon because of that one. Okay.
In this behavior. To return to Nux's critique of Twitch, another problem with adult content being on a 13+ website is its potential to funnel children to adult websites
I've
and
never
services.
actually known where that accusation came from. If this, I'm gonna trust this person does their research.
Every single freaking ASMR streamer on Twitch is linking their OnlyFans because ultimately Twitch is a massive funnel.
I hate the way he talks.
And Twitch knows that. Most of Twitch these days is a literal funnel to OnlyFans. Remember, this is a 13+ gaming
so
website
powerful?
where 90% of just chatting streams are boobs, funneling people to the OnlyFans of the streamers because it's not like there's any discoverability on OnlyFans. And the recommended page and every thumbnail on the just chatting category would be banned on YouTube. Bro, do you see what's going on your website, bro? This shit would be banned on YouTube immediately.
I'm not too sure about that last bit, but if a creator's content is directing children to adult websites, making it more available and accessible to them,
It's not one thing. What, from Mutahar? This video isn't even about Mutahar. This is about Noxtaku.
they are more likely to not only seek out that content, but also far more extreme content than they
Shadman.
otherwise would have. Noxtaku, on the other hand, has been criticizing Twitch for allowing this content since the creation of the hot tubs category.
The new Twitch meta, ladies and gentlemen. She doesn't need to see it for in her browser history. If you look up PONR, her stream is PONR. Bruh.
It's just so noisy.
Bruh. It's unbelievable that this content is allowed.
In February 2021, he released a whole song about it.
I made a music video parody of Billie Eilish's Bad Guy. When the Twitch hot tub meta was going on, all the top streamers were female streamers in hot tubs wearing nothing. And I made a music video parody, Twitch is hentai.
Twitch is hentai. Twitch thoughts giving teens bloody no sleep.
Damn, a great message and a banger tune. There is just one big problem I have with Nux's critique here. He left out the most dangerous element of this kind of content. Any child can see bikini ladies on the beach or at the pool, but they're not going to see bikini ladies doing erotic dances while surrounded by adult strangers who are touching themselves while chatting with them. They are also not going to receive private messages or invitations to join a private group chat where a much older person showers them with attention and makes them feel special. Creators don't just put out content, they have a community, whether it's in their comments or on other platforms. If the creator's content is explicit in nature, then so will their community. If children are allowed into these spaces, the creator is facilitating a space where adults and minors are talking about explicit matters with each other. Even if there are no predators in those spaces, if minors are allowed access, they are still being normalized to the idea that it's okay for them to be talking about these things with random adults, making them much more vulnerable. Noxtaku has actually made videos in the past catfishing predators on Discord, but his activism doesn't end there. In 2021,
really?
he tried to trick Shadman, the infamous lolicon artist, into a confrontation to grill them for drawing Lolly Beast comics. Wanna collab? Lamau, no, but your heart's in the right place. Wait, why would Shadman say that? Anyway. These statements and instances where Noxtaku actually mocked messages he received from Shadman have been misconstrued by bad faith actors to claim that Noxtaku had some connection with Shadman or a desire to work with him. I mean, look at the timeline. We're supposed to believe that 3 days after catfishing predators, Noxtaku was trying to get on Shadman's good side. It is such easily debunkable nonsense. This whole controversy was just an offshoot of the early Mr. Beast drama, when Ava Chris Tyson's fandom of Shadman was exposed. Noxtaku was among the people calling her out on it, but also for running a Discord server where NSFW content was available to minors. Despite his consistent, long-term opposition to children being exposed to adult content, and criticism of multiple creators who have blurred the line between adults and children, Noxtaku continues to be smeared as some kind of pedophile because of his old videos.
My videos were showing people weird shit that came out of Japan to get funny reactions. And I, to this day, do not think that they were harmful videos. I don't.
It really isn't necessary, but let's take a look at one of those examples. If we go to May of 2021, a couple months after releasing the song about Twitch, and a few months before the Shadman collab request, he released this video. It's about Noxtaku reviewing the old comics made by the author of the Nagatoro manga. It's a romantic comedy about the titular Nagatoro, a high school junior. I know a little trick for looking up the old thumbnails of videos on the Internet Archive, and the thumbnail of this video used to look like this. Nagatoro taking off her panties.
Shit.
This isn't the second version. This is the third version.
No, but he's just showing you for research, you know, science. That's the kind of behavior of a person who does the insane purity testing, fucking soapboxing about this issue. That's what they do.
Here is the second version. Nagatoro completely naked, and there's some kind of a chimpanzee behind her.
But she's sitting here in the forest, and all of a sudden, Monkey comes out and starts.
That's a lot of monkey hands.
Monkey.
Jesus Christ.
God damn it. And then they proceed to. Okay, anyway. She ends up having an epiphany that in order to survive, she must drink fluids. So she proceeds to drink
yeah.
Oh, yeah, no. That's why she's like, go as much as you want, because she.
Hey, Gavin, thanks for the tier 1 sub.
You can dish out there. Okay.
Yeah, she needs to drink it to survive. This is survival instincts. Boom. They were in fact not in the forest. She was in fact with the monkeys in a zoo in front of a whole bunch of people.
New goal, guys. Good luck. Good luck.
Crowd of people? No, an audience? Is this a zoo? They saw all of it? The mating act? This is so cursed. This is the worst image in the history of
why would the monkey bring it up? That's so weird.
So she pushes the shock collar that she happens to be wearing.
Oh, they put her on a shot? What the fuck?
To force her to do the friendship show.
So she's a slave.
Yeah, it's pretty messed up. And then she has to dance like Monkey.
Nuxtaku is displaying a comic to his audience about a little girl being raped by a pack of monkeys in a zoo exhibit before a crowd of children. The censorship is at times very lacking. There's lots of fluids and even monkey cocks visible on screen. Not only did Nuxtaku show that, he's displaying multiple adult websites and shows the names of all the comics, making it easy for the audience members to look them up for themselves.
Lolicon, oh, it hurts so bad.
What? It's got 69.
There's 69,000 Lolicon manga.
69,000, no big deal, right?
This is far worse than anything I've seen on Twitch. How is this sponsored by Raycon? Wasn't Nuxtaku supposed to confront Shadman for this stuff? I thought he was against hedonism and degeneracy. The video was also not age restricted, meaning that he made it visible to his own crowd of children. And the comment section had many children on it. Some of them were asking for Nuxtaku to reduce the censorship, and others were asking for the source of these adult comics. When I say children, I'm not just making a blind guess. Many of these children had videos of themselves on their channel. So while Nuxtaku was railing against Twitch for letting children see bikini ladies, he was uploading content like this, with thumbnails like this, to a 13+ website.
Which is, again, still mind-blowing to me that they even thought this was a good idea on a 13+ gaming website, by the way.
And nowadays he presents himself as this fighter for God, and this opponent of degeneracy and hedonism. This video isn't publicly available anymore, because I tweeted a link to it around the time of the post-Nux Clarity incident. It used to embed on the tweet.
Discord suggestions. On average, American politicians' foreign policy approach is anti-gay Hitler or gay Hitler. And they have the audacity to package this cruelty like it's a necessity for human rights and democracy. Okay.
Tweet, but now it no longer does, because within 30 minutes of me tweeting it, the video was set to private. There was no apology or explanation, only an attempt to hide evidence of one's past, which in itself became evidence of a guilty mind. I have never seen anyone post the kind of content Nuxtaku did on a regular basis and not get banned. Not only hasn't he been banned, until recently, he was hanging out with massive, well-respected creators. He might be one of the most underlooked and worst cases of such a high-profile creator, profiting from exposing children to adult content, directing them to adult websites.
Do you know the worst thing about this is, like, I think if you were going to be, like, say you had to be like a defense lawyer for Nuxtaku or whatever, like an online defense lawyer, I think your probably most reasonable defense would be that Nuxtaku is a fucking retard, and he probably just saw a gap in the market where he could do this whole thing like this Logan Paul, whatever. This like standard YouTuber bro thing where it's like, wow, look at this thing on the internet. This is crazy, chat. Wow. Look at this crazy thing I found. Look how crazy it is. Didn't realize what he... how fucking mental like the thing he was doing was.
And running their communities with a total disregard for child safety. Nowadays he pretends that none of this ever happened. He downplays it, lies about it, and deletes evidence of it. Let's start from the beginning. Nuxtaku started out as an anime YouTuber in 2015. He grew slowly and steadily, but in late 2019, everything changed. Jeffrey Epstein died in prison. Excuse me, 2 weeks after that.
And I also made a video on YouTube that has since been removed, the biggest flexes in hentai. And the degeneracy began from there.
In the video, Nuxtaku reviews and recommends 10 hentai animations, 7 of which were categorized as lolly, meaning they contained underage characters.
And this bad boy, very not chill stepfather, has a very not chill relationship with stepdaughter. Again, most people would think this is weird, but hentai clearly knows better.
He was already showing adult content to a 13+ audience, and giving them advice on how to find adult content online.
The reason why I bring it up here is because without putting...
People were talking about the censored versions are asking, does that mean that the redactions that we're seeing on this video are Nuxtaku's, or has this creator done the edits? I'm guessing if there are people in the comments asking for the censored versions, that means that Nuxtaku was censoring some of it, right? But he also mentioned that it was like monkey cocks and it was not censored, actually. Huh. Like he said, he was showing this stuff on YouTube, which suggests that this creator has edited stuff. There's blurred images. We'll see.
Putting text on the screen is nearly impossible to remember. Therefore, since the plot, and it's a goddamn plot, deep thematic and philosophical undertones here, I believe anyone who wanted to search this bad boy...
The hexagonal blur is the creator. Oh, so so Nux left a lot in. Okay.
Up without said title, because I was a douche for not putting it on screen, would just simply look up time stop hentai. Far easier than... Very understandable. A lot of y'all sent me screenshots on Twitter, link to my Twitter in the description, of the top recommended searches on the hub of prawn. And lo and behold, much to my surprise, WTF fanbase, one of the top hits is Time Stop Hentai. And it stayed like that for 3 goddamn days immediately after me uploading my biggest flexes and hentai video. Now that is the biggest flex.
He used to get bullied for talking like this. Yeah, this is what people who... man. It's like people who thought The Waterboy was a good film, you know? Like... or Billy Madison and shit. Which, to be fair, was quite a lot of people at that time. Dark times. People who thought like if you couldn't tell jokes, you can just do a South Park voice and people think you're funny. Yeah.
Flex and hentai.
At the time, these videos earned him a massive amount of attention. The first video got 500,000 views, and its many sequels were even more successful, with the whole series garnering a total of 5 million views. One of them was even sponsored by an adult game platform, because these videos were far more TOS risky than his usual content.
You like GOT Season 8? No, that's not true. I live and breathe and die Game of Thrones Season 8. Get it right.
And Nuxtaku would soon delete them after uploading to avoid moderation consequences.
The greatest plots in hentai 2! Yes, this video will be deleted soon after uploading for the sake of my channel's survival. But a promise is a promise. So, yippee, here we go. 50,000 likes and the greatest plots in hentai 3 will be out eventually.
In reality, he didn't actually delete them. He set them to private, and at a later date, he set them to unlisted, meaning that anyone with a link could see them. I actually managed to find these videos quite some time ago.
Oh shit.
I archived them, and Nuxtaku can tell you the rest. Only one of them remains unlisted. Go check it out. If it has gone private, it confirms that Nuxtaku knows about this video. After the success of this hentai video series, it's...
Oh no. Let's see, did Nux bury the evidence that quickly? This video's not been out very long, is my understanding. Let's have a look. This
set
video
them to
is
unlisted,
hey!
meaning
Where's the link? Remove the link. Oh yeah, because of the hate rating. The biggest flex in underscore video. Nux, the biggest flex in. Doesn't he have loads of these? Doesn't he have loads of videos called the biggest flex in? Or is it actually all those underscores? He hasn't. Okay. No results found. Is it biggest flex is an anime? Or am I being a fucking idiot? Wait. No, it's the biggest flex in singular.
That in, he said.
This is a promise. So, yippee, here we go. 50,000 lights and the greatest plots in Hentai 3 will be out eventually.
In reality, he didn't actually delete them. He set them to private, and at a later date, he set them to unlisted, meaning that anyone with a link could see them.
Dangerous.
I actually managed to find these videos quite some time ago. I archived them, and Naxtaku can tell you the rest. Only one of them remains unlisted. Go check it out. If it has gone private, it confirms that Naxtaku knows about soon became the core focus. After the success of this hentai video series, it soon became the core focus of Nax's content for years to come.
Oh my god,
By
why is there
December
2 videos
2019,
playing?
he
Where are they?
reached
What the
1
fuck?
million subscribers.
Stop!
Of Nax's content for years to come. By December 2019, he reached 1 million subscribers.
Oh my
It
god,
soon
we'll
became
do it
the
again.
unlisted. Go check the link, could see them. I actually managed to find these videos quite some time ago.
Oh, okay, that fucking phrase. It's the greatest plot, it's not the greatest flex. Okay. What I'm struggling to navigate this incredibly basic function. That's crazy. Oh, if it's unlisted, wait. Uh-oh, it's here. There are re-uploads. Oh shit!
Yo, what is happening?
Okay, he's got his face and he's like dressed as a hentai. Okay, nice.
Lesson Japanese. One of these, the jazz community won't be able to.
Wait, what's he talking about here?
Name it because a genre is so awesome that I don't even want to name it because YouTube can pick that shit up. My last one of these glorious videos got taken down by the YouTubes before I even got the chance to delete it.
Huh.
Vicious, heartless bastards! And I got a community warning, whatever the hell that means.
So he kind of understood what he was doing, and he was just annoyed at YouTube. Interesting. Okay, so why has he got the takes that he has on Twitch? Projection. Guilty conscience. Oh my god. Okay, so there's not like nudity in these ones, but yeah, you can tell these are just like very small. these are just very schoolgirls or shit. Yeah, or yeah, these are just very young girls looking sexual. Okay. Bro! What the fuck is he doing? This is on YouTube as well. This is like re-uploaded on YouTube from 6 years ago. People just watch these for goon recommendations. I don't know, maybe they're all just canonically 70-year-old short stack. Yeah. So what's he saying about these videos?
But let's not worry about that. It's not important. This fellow, who I'm not sure exactly which pronoun to call this individual now, goes to school. And now that she's in school, we'll call her she just to make it easier. All the dudes in the class were like, yo, bro, this is crazy, man. Literally all of us are virgins because we're relatable otaku high school students. So, you were one of us at one point.
I've had so much sex with my body pillow that it stands on its own now.
So, let us up a feel, if you know what I mean. And she's like, doesn't matter to me, but it does matter to her. Because remember that very not important thing I told you before, how she's like overly sensitive? They like touch her and she goes into banana fits. And moral of the story, she then goes to like the grocery store and bumps into a few of her former classmates who are like, yo fam, you're one of the bros. And she's like, yeah, well, I don't really want to do it. And he's like, but we do it for you because we're bros. Come on, man. We're relatable otaku virgin bros, just like you, bro. They say bro enough times until her bro senses start tingling and she realizes is bros before hoes. In this case, she's the host. So she basically allows them to do whatever the F they want, and it's F that they want. In fact, they even take it a step further than she'd want, which is not very cool. Now, this plot is very intricate, with twists and turns everywhere, because it questions allegiance and loyalty above all else. Are your bros really your friend? Or are they only your friend because you are situated in the same place to be of the same stature?
Okay, this guy's a fucking freak and a retard. Alright.
Archive them, and Nuxtaku can tell you the rest. Only one of them remains unlisted. Go check it out. If it has gone private, it confirms that Nuxtaku knows about this video.
But I wonder, maybe this creator is going to mention the fact that this Nux guy is literally like aware that YouTube is taking this stuff out and giving him strikes for it because of sexual content. Okay.
After the success of this hentai video series, it soon became the core focus of Nux's content for years to come. By December 2019, he reached 1 million subscribers. In 2020, he was collaborating with some of the biggest creators on the platform and filming their reactions to adult animations or comics, often involving characters of a questionable age.
There is an asshole door, so it's a woman with their ass out, and this one's like an anal key. And Ash Ketchum is well, at least a young Ash Ketchum seems to be approaching it.
Oh no.
And he uses what's called the fist dash, it seems, to gain entry.
Oh, wow. Is this made for you? Yeah, I think it's God now. So now he's sprayed her
Fuck.
with the spray.
They're so powerful.
Oh no. She's quivering. Oh my god! What? I didn't experience that, though!
Given his size as a creator, Moist Critical actually appeared in Nuxtaku's videos surprisingly frequently. He used to be a part of something Nuxtaku called the Hentai Gang, and they would react to various hentai. That stabbing story.
Why did it
cases.
skip around like that? Come on.
Often involving characters.
Oh no.
And he uses what's called...
God.
So now experience.
Hentai Gang, and they would react to various hentai clips together.
Oh god. This is good stuff.
Fuck
Than his
me, I'm
usual
trying to move the
content.
window. Oh my god,
Age.
YouTube, thank you so
Also
much.
claims he doesn't believe enjoying it makes you a pedophile.
There are 3 levels here, okay? There's lollies, which I have absolutely nothing against. I don't think anyone has anything against lollies, okay? Like Chibidoki or Megumin from Konosuba or Gura. Nothing has anything against lollies. It's lolly that's the gray zone.
Nuxtaku would begin to signal anti-lolicon sentiments in 2022, causing drama between him and Rev Says Desu.
They couldn't believe the guy who has used lolly-related content in his thumbnails, videos, and the same guy who has openly befriended lolicons, followed and praised lolicons on Twitter, could be making such a statement under glaring hypocrisy.
I don't like Rev, but they are making a sound point.
Have you seen your thumbnail? This thumbnail, lolly likers are pedos. This is in quotes, like it's something I actually said.
It's a pretty reasonable inference of your position based on the content of your tweet.
I did not say this. I didn't even say this a little. Not even a little. And this dude's like, oh, dude, we're gonna make this thumbnail. So, dude, when it comes to thumbnails, you can be quiet.
Instead of engaging, Nuxtaku acts incredulous that how could someone possibly be saying this?
Then he goes on this whole rant. He's like, dude, you should have your legs broken then because you like lollies. See, you have Gura in the thumbnail. Like, dude, what is going on? What is going on? So, constantly taking me out of context, constantly making me look like a hypocrite for things that I've never been a hypocrite about.
Nux's response to Rev was set to private around the time of the post-Nux Clarity incident. Despite his history, in early 2024, Nuxtaku had no problem calling Vosh a pedophile for flashing his lolly horse folder on stream for a couple seconds. Meanwhile, he had his own...
Do you think, because was there this period, I even remember, was there this period online where just maybe people didn't know that lolly was like a... I don't know, man. I feel like he just needed the internet to tell him that it was bad, and then he decided it was bad and then just adopted it like nothing had happened. Whatever. Actual fucking moron.
Horse folder on his public YouTube channel. He also forgot to censor the contents of Vosh's folder in his coverage. Old habits die hard, I guess.
I am the one that gets canceled daily for being a gooner on Twitter, by the way. Yeah. And I have never saved a porn image.
One of the more shocking images in Vosh's folder depicted a lolicon VTuber that Nux had reacted to.
Oh no. It's awkward.
16 is high school. No! Wait, high schoolers aren't lollies. I agree. Lollies are 1,000-year-old cum vampires. I agree. Yeah, great intro. Everyone, hey everyone, meet Natsuhito Matsuri, extremely wholesome VTuber. Also, she likes talking about lollies. Nothing weird here at all. Oh god, this rabbit hole goes deep.
She just said she's into 10 to 12-year-olds, and Nux does not push back in any serious manner. He then proceeds to react to her content for 20 more minutes.
That was a great video, damn!
Nux clearly had no problem with lolly content, and he was happy to pander to lolicons for years. To return to Nuxtaku's thumbnails, I've seen comments under some videos mention him changing them, but that early version...
Yeah, it does look like he did all this... yeah, he did all this in post-COVID, or COVID and after. Man, I didn't even, like, I only knew the concept of lolly from, I think I was watching Vosh streams and he would talk about it. I was like, oh, that sounds weird. I think when I was in school, there was just one dude. It's been a long time since I've heard anything from him, but yeah, there was this kid in school who was really into anime. And like a bunch of the friends I had were, I never got into any of that. I wasn't really a big anime fan, apart from the Studio Ghibli films. I like those, but otherwise, there was this guy who was showing a bunch of us like the animes that he was into, and it wasn't like porn stuff or anything like that, but it was very schoolgirl heavy, to say the least. And there would be fighting, I think. But yeah, I just remember leaving the house that day with another friend, being like, "Dude, you don't notice that like every anime this guy likes, like every obscure anime this guy's into, is full of fucking schoolgirls?" It's like, yeah. Okay, is that and then I just never thought about it again until like 5 or 10 years later in 2020, 21, when I hear Vosh talking about lolly. I was like, oh yeah, okay. To be fair, 90% of anime is high school. No, but not just high school like fucking Pokemon or whatever, like, or no, not like they're in high school. Like I've seen Your Lie in April, like that's okay. No, I mean like they were like They were like quite sexualized. I don't know. They were like boobies and shit. Yeah, it was just weird. It was weird. I was just saying it was odd. Okay, I remember thinking it was odd at the time. Like, it just didn't feel like there was that much story, you know. But there was a lot of whatever.
Version has not been captured on the Wayback Machine. In the case of this thumbnail, there are low-resolution captures of the early versions, which depict a woman indulging in self-exploration, censored only by this incrementally growing emoji. Whenever these old thumbnails arouse controversy, Nuxtaku goes to quietly censor them. He was clearly maximizing the amount of adult content he could show without getting in trouble with YouTube, and he would use various tricks to dodge demonetizations and age restrictions.
The word Shota is blacklisted on YouTube big time. When I made my video,
apparently in the UK you can actually get in trouble for having lolly, can't you? I've heard stories about this that no, it's illegal, isn't it? It's not illegal in the UK to possess lolly if it's like porn. Let me check. UK anti-lolly laws. Yeah, it does. It prohibits the creation, possession, or distribution, regardless of whether it's real, computer-generated, or anime-style (brackets lolly). Online Safety Act of 2023. Mad.
talking about the Shota thing. Shota trending on Twitter. I spelled it with a U.
It's illegal in Texas. Lucari found out the hard. No, Lucari. Man, fucked by Windows 11, eh? Because that's what happened, right? It was because he opened Notepad, not realizing that Windows 11 would open like all of his instances of Notepad. Fuck it! Don't kill me. Fuck! Oh no, he was 2%. I could have taken him. Man, I'm really squishy right now. This is a problem.
And it gets
he's gonna
past
kill me.
the censors.
Fuck.
I took out the U, instantly demonetized. Add add it into you.
Okay, let's blind.
Turns
Blind.
green again. Dude, I'm telling you, YouTube is run by idiots. Evil idiots, but idiots nonetheless.
Yeah, tell us
He
who
would
the
use
idiots
special
are
characters in
Mr. Taku.
titles and euphemistically refer to adult content as being cultured
do that.
or
Permadeath.
wholesome. If a parent saw a title like, "I showed cultured clips to normie YouTubers" in their child's browser history, it would hardly stand out as a hentai reaction video. Many of these videos originally had far more explicit titles, but Nuxtaku has gone back to censor them later. There are also many videos that are no longer available. Nuxtaku wasn't only exposing his audience to adult content, he was directing them to it. Leaving the titles of these adult animations visible on screen was not an oversight or an accident.
I love how people ask me for the sauce. I have the title in the screen, people. That's why I don't make them full screen, so you can always find the sauce.
The source, or the source, being the origin of the adult content. Whenever he showed porn in his videos or thumbnails, the comments were full of requests for the source. Some would name the artist or name the individual work. Others would even post direct links, most of which have been automatically deleted. Some of them still remain, linking to an image tagged with lolly and imminent rape, because Nuxtaku used it in his thumbnail. Nuxtaku would sometimes pin these source posts, encouraging these ecosystems of porn.
Do there have to be creatures inside the cage for it to work? I thought they just appeared when you open the cage. What the fuck? There's supposed to be I'm supposed to be rescuing the children from the cages. The Kharkiv kid finder. Come on. Oh, there they are. There's a little nipper. Get him out. Get him out of there. Okay, good. You just realized. I thought they spawned when you opened the cage because it was like some fucking gimmick. I don't know.
Porn sharing in his comments. He's actually acknowledged this phenomenon in his videos.
Half my comment section in the previous episode of the Hentai Gang was all about, where can I find this door one?
Alright, so...
Yeah, and these birds probably sound a bit like the Nuxtaku, don't they? They squawk like he does. It's quite ironic that I have to rescue kids from obnoxious fucking bird people while I'm watching a video about Nuxtaku. Good one.
So,
it really isn't hard to find.
Okay, Charlie.
Yeah, it's super easy to find if you just type in, like...
Very cool, Charlie.
It comes up almost immediately, because I didn't remember the name during the episode. That's all I typed in and found it in almost instantly.
Thanks for the instructions on how to find that hentai comic online.
Uh-oh.
As you can see, talking about, exhibiting, and directing people to adult media was a core part of Nux's content, and the community around it. Now, YouTube is again a 13+ website, just like Twitch. So, Nuxtaku was making this content available to minors. But did it appeal to them?
Every time streamer accuses or attacks something, it seems to be some sort of confession or projection nowadays. Yeah, which, if that's a hard rule, man. If it's always projection, Hassan Piker must be an enormous pedophile, because my god, that guy sees nonsense absolutely fucking everywhere. Like, he will... The lightest critique, and that guy will find some excuse to try and call you a nonce. Like, I don't... Oh, fuck. Watching that entire stream yesterday, like, what? Oh, that guy, oh, pedophile, that guy, pedophile. Oh, yeah, who's this guy? Twitter, pedophile. Like, what the fuck, man? They're everywhere.
You've seen enough of his presentation to know that his audience was hardly above the age of 18. If you're putting on this kind of PewDiePie voice, you're not looking for an adult audience. Given his previous focus on anime, Nuxtaku's audience would already trend towards being pretty young. But
yeah, I did get a 60 Rogan hardcore, but I'm not playing hardcore now because TBC is not hardcore. I can get the add-on to make it hardcore if I want, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to practice first. I might do a hardcore run later. Because I have several other level 60s.
It wasn't young enough. He would imitate the thumbnail style of channels like Game Theory, which is very popular with children, and make lots of other content trying to attract MatPat's attention. He eventually succeeded and collaborated with not just MatPat, but also PewDiePie and Markiplier. Except he did...
How many attempts was it? But I think the 5th one. Well, because I remember the levels I got to. I got to level 47, then 59, then 31, then 58. And then 60. God, there's 50. Yeah. Yeah, it was mental. What an era.
Didn't. These are just misleading clickbait thumbnails. However, if you were a fan of one of these massive channels with very young audiences, and you were tricked into clicking on one of these videos, your recommendations would fill up with stuff like this. This combo of factors that would drive this content to a young audience would not be complete without Nuxtaku's favorite rule, that being Rule 34.
And if you're not familiar with the term Rule 34, it's a term and website talking about how if anything exists, there is porn of it.
Nuxtaku being obsessed with it is a meme by itself. He was making videos about Pokemon, anime, and other children's IPs while using Rule 34 of them as clickbait, or as the subject of the entire video. The most popular video on his second channel was a reaction to a viral Animal Crossing adult animation with very minimal censorship. There are small blurs around the genital areas, but you could still make out what's going on. What implication? And what's funny about it? When this animation came out, it became a viral meme, and a bunch of kids on TikTok were, as Nuxtaku says, doing the things or doing the dance. In other words, publishing media of themselves for anyone in the world to see, in which they are replicating moves from an adult animation they had been exposed to. Very understandably, some people considered this to be a risk to those children's safety.
This is currently the most concerning trend on TikTok.
Is it really the most concerning trend on TikTok? There's literally a trend right now called devious licks, where people break into schools or are in schools and steal stuff like hand sanitizer and fire alarms and toilet seats. They just rip them off the toilets. That is a trend on TikTok right now. But no, this is the most disturbing trend on TikTok. All right, dude.
What's worse? Children being at risk of being exploited, or children stealing toilet seats?
More and more TikTokers have started to recreate that dance, and it's got people concerned. Basically, a lot of people are afraid that the dance is going to get really popular, and kids are going to start...
And his whole thing now is that he's found God, and he's MAGA, right? He's a MAGA-tard. No one will ever suspect me. They'll know I take children's safety seriously if I tell them I'm a conservative. An American MAGA conservative. Based. Good strategy, bub.
Start coming on the app and doing it and get targeted by predators.
No one's afraid of that. All right, maybe I'm not around TikTok enough and I don't understand the ecosystem, but I don't think that people are afraid of kids being targeted by predators because they're doing a dance. Okay? Kids are targeted by predators on TikTok for freaking breathing crooked. I don't think this dance is gonna push anyone over the edge, but that's just me.
Why are there fuck all cages, man? Self-reporting, as having been exposed to adult content, is absolutely more likely to be targeted. It means that their internet access is unrestricted and likely unsupervised. They're an easy target.
So if you happen to see any kids on your For You page doing this dance, please nicely encourage them to stop.
Nicely encourage them to stop is just sending hate mobs in nicer words.
This guy could be a total grifter in his own right, but nothing about what he's saying here should be controversial. It's basic, common sense, internet child safety. But Nuxtaku takes it as some existential threat, which makes sense when you think about what he's doing for 2 seconds. He's regularly uploading content sexualizing children's cartoon characters onto a 13+ platform. Characters designed to appeal to children and more
real life. But after getting harassed by Twitter Puritans and embraced by the religious right, he made a hard right pivot.
Yeah, it's just that kind of thing that people do after they've done some fucking incredibly naughty shit, isn't it? Like, you find God and you become a fucking Puritan. Like, Is that like Russell Brand finding the Christian right just as he happens to get in trouble for fucking raping people? Nice. I don't know. I just have nothing but contempt for this person, Nuxtaku. Ugh. People are saying that Destiny met him when we were in Israel. It must have been separate from anything I was doing. I would have remembered meeting a guy like that. I don't think that should be public information if Nuxtaku actually lives in Israel. You know, that's just, don't let people hear that. Don't let the right wingers hear that. Don't let the left wingers hear that. Don't let anyone hear that, really. That's just bad that a nonce ran away to Israel and hides under the cover of finding God. This is one of the people that Asmongold watches and goes, yup, all the time. They do. I know that Nux orbits Asmongold, so I'm guessing Asmongold would agree with Nux on most things. They set up the meeting in an old video. Right, I was not aware. Elon is now Christian, is he? Well, after trying to go to Epstein's parties. Can I join your gang? Fuck. Okay, I think I've seen enough of this. I think I've seen more than enough reasons to further despise Noxtaku. Cool video. I'll give it a link in the description. I'm not gonna watch the whole thing though. So it's an hour and 20, okay? That's too much Nux content. Hurts me. The goal ends in 25 minutes, you guys. Whoa, shit. Nux is Hassan's alt. Oh, clever. Okay. Give me this. Apparently, Francesca Albanese got done dirty by the Twitter mob. You guys never aware of this?
Truth or Fake brings us Vedika Bell here in the studio. Vedika, as always, great to see you. France, calling you...
Apparently this clip from her, because Albanese is a moron, right? She says a lot of dumb shit. She'll basically believe and guzzle and fucking regurgitate any exaggerated bullshit fucking lie about the war in Gaza if it hurts Israel. But she's been accused of saying that the world has a common, like humanity has a common enemy in Israel or some shit like that, which is a very strange thing for a human rights person to say. Apparently it was a dishonest clip. Let's see.
For the resignation of Francesca Albanese, the UN Special Rapporteur for the Palestinian territories, over anti-Semitic comments that she allegedly made targeting Israel. So tell us, what's the story behind this?
Well, Mark, on Wednesday, France's Foreign Minister Jean-Noël Barrot told the French National Assembly that Francesca Albanese, the UN Special Rapporteur for the Palestinian territories, is, quote, targeting Israel as a people and as a nation. He's called for her resignation and said he'd be formally requesting her removal at the next session for the UN.
She kind of does do that in her like through the accumulation of her work, but yeah, I'm just not sure about this quote. Let's see.
Human Rights Council. So how did this all begin? Well, the French Foreign Minister's decision came after a French MP by the name of Caroline Yadin demanded an explanation from him about comments that Albanese made at a conference recently in Qatar that she regarded as anti-Semitic. Now, Yadin alleged that the UN Special Rapporteur had called Israel the common enemy of humanity. And she took to X to post this photo of Francesca Albanese with that quote, with the caption that these anti-Semitic remarks made in Qatar are utterly indefensible. Now, this, coupled with pressure from other MPs in her party, is what triggered this response from France to formally push for the resignation of Francesca Albanese.
So talk us through exactly what Francesca Albanese is accused of saying at this conference, and give us the context as well, because that's very important, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, isn't it?
Well, the short version is that she doesn't say the phrase that she is accused of saying. Now, we saw there the accusation. She's accused of calling Israel the common enemy of humanity at a roundtable discussion in Qatar last Saturday, organised by Qatari media outlets Al Jazeera. Now, also present at this conference were other specialists and Middle Eastern politicians, including the Iranian foreign minister and a Hamas leader. Now, Albanese spoke by video conference, and she only spoke for about 4 minutes at the event.
Okay,
and to defend herself, she took to X to post the entirety of her speech online. And she posted this to that French MP, Caroline Yadin, saying that it seems that checking the source was deemed unnecessary. Now, we took the liberty of having a look at the controversial passage in question. Now, there's no evidence of the quote that she has been accused of saying by that French MP, but let's go through it together. Now, she starts by saying that in the fact, instead of stopping Israel, most of the world has armed, given it political shelter, economic and financial support. She also goes on to say that most of the media in the Western world has been amplifying what she calls pro-apartheid genocidal narrative. She also says that international law has been stabbed in the heart and the global community has never before seen the challenges that we face. But this is the part
never before have we had a challenge like really
in question that is causing the controversy. Now, she says here, we who do not control large amounts of financial capitals, algorithms and weapons, we now see that we as a humanity have a common enemy. So she does use the phrase common enemy. But if you compare it to what she's being accused of saying, that Israel is the common enemy of humanity, that is not what she said at the speech.
Who is the common enemy? When she's talking about who controls media and capital, if it's Francesca Albanese, who else is the common enemy there?
So, Francesca Albanese actually spoke to us here at France 24, and she clarified, Vedeka, didn't she? She actually clarified her wording.
Yes, we had Francesca Albanese with us here for an interview on our Tête-à-Tête program hosted by Mark Palman, and she defended her position and clarified what she was saying there. Now, she called France's statement a manipulation of her words. She says that she was referring to the system is the common enemy of humanity, not Israel. But I think it's better to listen directly to the UN Special Rapporteur herself about what she meant.
Because I participated remotely, as you can see from the video, and I encourage everyone to watch and to listen to what I said. And I challenge everyone to find what I'm accused of saying, that Israel is the enemy of the humanity. I've never said that. I've said something very different. But of course, it's been manipulated so as to corroborate the defamation against me. What I've said is very different. And I was in a panel, not with Hamas leaders. This is yet again another distortion. I was invited by Al Jazeera to speak at a panel composed of jurists, including former prosecutors of the ICC, Fatou Bensouda, and I was honored to be among them, frankly. And what I said was, of course, commenting on the genocide and blaming not just Israel, but the system. It's the system that has allowed, that has armed the genocide, that has sheltered genocide from accountability.
So the enemy of humanity is the system. But that system centers around Israel, right? No? Well, just because she's also including America? Okay. I think that's a very retarded cop-out, but okay.
I just want to add here that despite Francesca Albanese clarifying her position, as we heard to us, the French Foreign Ministry is standing by its position that she must resign. The French Foreign Minister said her comments add to what he called a long list of scandalous positions. He accused her of justifying the attacks of 7th October in Israel, and he accused her of comparing Israel to the Third Reich. So France is standing by that position of her to resign. And Germany, just today, Thursday, has also joined France in that stance, also calling for her removal as UN Special Rapporteur.
Damn. Well, shit. I mean, even absent that quote, she should resign for multiple reasons, but okay. January 6th rioter pardoned by Trump is convicted of child molestation. Oh no. It's not one of the guys that we were on the panel with. There's no way. Weren't one of those panel guys at J6er? No, it's not this guy. Okay. Andrew Johnson. Damn. Damn! Well done, Donald. Wood mites. Fuck! Alright. Apparently the big accusation against Nuxtaku doesn't come until the end of that video. Oh, well, I guess we'll just watch the rest of it. Okay.
Controversial. It's basic, common sense, internet child safety. But Nuxtaku takes it as some existential threat, which makes sense when you think about what he's doing for 2 seconds. He's regularly uploading content sexualizing children's cartoon characters onto a 13+ platform, characters designed to appeal to children and more likely to be recommended to children. If you look at this video's comments, you see dozens of children explicitly reporting their ages, many of them being under 13. These are not adults pretending to be children as a joke. I've seen what's on their channels. They are uploading videos of themselves onto their channels and then leaving public comments under Nuxtaku's videos for anyone in the world to see. There are thousands of comments like this scattered all over Nuxtaku's backlog, some new, some old, but many of them are from children who are still minors. Nuxtaku obviously doesn't directly control who watches his videos or what they upload onto their channels, but he was choosing to upload this content onto a 13+ platform where it was available to children. If you make content about sex and porn available to children, you're gonna receive comments about sex and porn from children. If you look at the audience retention graph, you can see that barely anyone is watching this video for Nuxtaku's commentary. All of the attention is hyper-focused on the segment where the adult animation is shown. Who do you think is watching it over and over again? Any adult could just go and watch the uncensored animation elsewhere. However, to the children who cannot access adult websites, this is the most easily available and the least censored version of the animation that they can find. Here is a comment from a child saying that they can't access the uncensored animation because of parental controls. This child's parents did not want them to be exposed to this kind of media, but Nuxtaku's content enabled it to happen anyway. Nuxtaku knows that YouTube doesn't want that content on its platform, and he was actively reverse engineering the site's moderation in order to continue uploading this content without getting age restricted. He was so—
Shouldn't you just skip to Terracar? I'm already in Terracar, what? I've already done the peninsula and the marsh, and now I'm in the forest. You think I should have skipped there? I should have come here earlier? Or you mean skip this bit here, like the bone wastes? What? I'm confused. I'll just keep fighting.
So successful at it that even if you enabled restricted mode and the parental control filters, videos like this would still be visible on his channel. With the same video, where Nuxtaku was shitting on this guy for caring too much about child safety, he was contributing to and profiting from all of the issues that the guy was raising awareness of.
Alright, Mr. Noah, I don't know you, and you seem like a decent man. John 3:16, my man. He's a man of the people. This dude, this absolute legend. I didn't even notice that before. Don't quote Bible verses in your bio, dude. What? John 3:16 is, "For God so loved the world that he gave his own forgotten son, that whoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life." Alright, gamers. Yeah, alright. If I see that in the bio, I'm gonna... Alright, dude.
Fighting for God was not the moneymaker for Nuxtaku at the time. The real moneymaker was running Rule 34 tournaments and networking with massive creators.
What I did
today— Fuck is a Rule 34 tournament? Oh no. No, I'm not doing hardcore. Chill.
Is I gathered 8 YouTubers, put them in a tournament bracket format, and had them battle it out, where they each select different fictional characters, and based on the amount of entries they have on Rule 34, they are stronger choices.
Not only are these videos just flagrant celebrations of degeneracy and hedonism.
You know what makes me really uncomfortable about this? Is the fact that we know that Nux is making this video while having a massive erection.
Yes! I mean, no.
They are entirely based around the promotion of an explicit adult website full of adult content of children's characters. The website appreciated the attention and promoted Nuxtaku's videos in exchange.
My last video that I used Rule 34, they actually posted my video on the homepage of the website, so in their honor, you know.
If you want to do these competitions with your adult friends, that's totally fine. What isn't fine is uploading these competitions onto a 13+ platform in which you're promoting an adult website full of thousands of images sexualizing children's cartoon characters. Because of its animated nature, hentai is already much less intimidating to children than photographic adult content. If you're also using characters that are designed to appeal to children, are already familiar to children, and are attached to brands that the algorithm will push to children, you are basically maximizing the potential of your content to introduce children to adult media at even younger ages. I have already shown that this was undeniably a function of Nux's content, but I can't say that it was his intent. However, I can demonstrate that it was absolutely undeniable that Nuxtaku knew that children were watching his content. The descriptions of his videos used to explicitly label them as PG-13. This disclaimer can even be found on the Monkey Comic video. That is an explicit admission that Nuxtaku was fine with 13-year-olds seeing this stuff. But we can do better. Months before the Monkey Comic video and the Animal Crossing video, Nuxtaku saw one of his child fans with his own eyes. On October 31st of 2020, he requested his audience to email him the most cursed NSFW videos or memes for a chance to win $1,000. No limit on how horrible it is. Despite requesting NSFW content, the announcement does not list a minimum age, so Nuxtaku was giving a financial incentive to minors to find the worst NSFW content they could. After a day, he'd already received thousands of submissions. He would review these submissions a month later in a video with Oompaville and Iron Mouse.
I've never even pondered the thought that we can have lolly and Guro and bondage all in one thing. That's amazing.
Oh
my god.
Among those submissions was a video that one of Nuxtaku's child fans had recorded of themselves.
Oh, what?
Bro.
I don't even know what that was.
That was some kid just sent you a video of them shitting and then shooting a dog with a Nerf gun.
It would be really funny not to provide the full context.
Interesting.
Bro.
If you're scared of getting sued,
hey, fuck off.
This ain't the move.
That was some kid just sent you a video of them shitting and then shooting a dog with a Nerf gun.
Wait, what the fuck?
But I'll do so anyway. It's not CSAM. It's some little boy farting into their phone camera. Then they shoot at their dog with a Nerf gun. There's no nudity, and you can't even see their face.
Yeah, that was a level 70 who just decided that they wanted to one-shot me. What a prick.
However, they are clearly a child, and based on the size of their hand, a very young one at that. There's also no sign of Nuxtaku getting parental consent to publish this video. So he's published a video of someone's child without consent and mixed it in with a bunch of reactions to Lolly Bondage Guro comics.
Oh my god.
This competition was not a one-time thing. It was a whole series, and the total number of emails they received in the end was around 10,000. Whether he intends it or not, by showing this video, Nuxtaku is signaling to the children in his audience that they are welcome to.
You know what's mad is that like this will not affect Nuxtaku's outreach or his audience one iota because he's a right-winger. They just don't give a fuck. They don't care. Watch it happen. Watch nothing happen to this fucking blue freak piece of shit. Watch it.
Participate. In the rest of the series, Nuxtaku shows lots of adult websites and links to them fully uncensored. Not only that, there are many instances in these videos where Nuxtaku fails to hide the names of the people sending these emails. So he has solicited children to send him porn, and now he's doxing them to his audience. But that's besides the point here. Nuxtaku absolutely knew that children were not only watching, but engaging with his content and his community. Did that cause him to reconsider his content decisions? No. A couple months later, he released a Twitch song, then the Monkey Comic video, and then the Animal Crossing video. Not only did he not change, he began criticizing Twitch for exposing minors to adult content, despite exposing minors to far worse things. So there's a rough outline of the mass child mind poisoning machine that Nuxtaku operated and made a ton of money from. We have already seen some of the community interactions in the comments of his videos, but that's only scratching the surface. Let's go back to 2019.
So, the announcement portion of this video is as follows. My favorite of PewDiePie's videos are his Luai videos, where he gets to see how his community memes around his own content. I personally love that style video. How the community itself can come together, because it's not just the YouTuber or the YouTuber's content that's enjoyable, but it's the idea of this little community forming. So, I am creating a Nuxtaku subreddit, which will not be called Nuxtaku because someone already made r/.
In another effort to imitate PewDiePie, in 2019, Nuxtaku founded his own subreddit, r/Nuxtaku submissions. Nowadays, it's a hentai dumping ground, but back then, it was full of memes about anime and children's cartoons.
Hey, stop touching weird places. Don't worry about it. It's flat anyway. Destruction 100. Ho ho ho. Huge roast there. That's like the ultimate hentai logic as well.
But this is Nuxtaku we're talking about. So there were also posts about hentai. For several years, the Reddit had no moderation other than Nuxtaku. And on one occasion in 2020, the Reddit was spammed full of hentai.
There were thousands, nay, tens of thousands of posts of Sakura hentai.
The Reddit was also not marked as 18+, and there was no minimum age listed in the rules.
Forgive me, Lord, but I did it. Please forgive me. Stop sending gentai. Why? I already lost No Nut November. Half of my class saw Aqua's butthole on my screen. To be fair, mad respect for sending Aqua's butthole. And your class should be thankful.
The OP of this post was 12 years old.
Oh.
To be fair, mad respect for sending Aqua's butthole.
12 years old, huh. Are you doing dungeons in general? Or no, yeah, I'll do dungeons when the requests, yeah. Yeah.
And your class should be thankful.
They are literally talking about a class in that post. There is no reason not to assume they might be a minor. And had Naxtaku checked their profile when this screenshot was taken, he would have seen this comment. This child was not a one-time poster. Between October 2019 and August 2020, they made 160 posts to the Reddit. Many of them appear in Naxtaku's videos, sometimes back to back. So Naxtaku was profiting from their presence on the Reddit, and the attention he gave to their posts would encourage them to continue engaging with his community. Some of their posts on the Reddit mention depression, some include hentai, and sometimes they would be sharing and requesting the source. In one of their earliest posts, they mentioned having gotten into weird kinky shit. In the comments of that post, they shared a story about having been molested. Quick reminder, Naxtaku made money from allowing this person to be present in his community. They had multiple very highly upvoted posts that made it into Nax's videos, and he would sometimes show multiple of them back to back in the same video. The only reason I'm comfortable drawing attention to this user is because the account has been abandoned for years. As far as I know, it was never banned. After going through all of their comments and posts, I was unable to find any connections to other social medias, so they should be anonymous. This was also not the only child present in the community. By doing a couple searches, you can find many others openly stating their age. Content creators exploiting the volunteer labor of their audience for content is nothing new, but those spaces have teams of moderators to keep the content age appropriate. When you have a community that includes minors, you would ideally be proactive and lean on the side of caution, as we can see from this announcement on Naxtaku's Discord from January 2022. Moderation-wise, the Reddit was totally unattended for years. It doesn't matter whether Naxtaku knew that dozens of minors were openly posting, sharing, and talking about adult content on his Reddit with adult strangers. As the head of that community, he bears ultimate responsibility for what he allows to happen in it. It was his responsibility to establish rules against this behavior and to enforce them. Even the most basic, common sense rule for an NSFW community was too much to ask. On December 30th of 2021, Naxtaku would launch his Discord server.
That's right, I opened a public Discord server. I swore to myself I would never do it because the degeneracy would be too much and the degeneracy is already too much. So join that Discord server. It's a public server. It's open. 16.
If a child watches Loner, they're surely getting bullied. I hope so. They're too young. They should be frolicking, not doing this fucking bullshit. I don't know. I think it's like Twitch is much more for the fucking young people, right, than YouTube. My audience barely has people even in the 18-24 category is much smaller than the 24 and 35 whatever space. We are a millennial. I guess that's not even millennial though, because some Zoomers are like mid-20s now. Fuck. But yeah, we're not much of a gup zone.
Or older though, please?
I am happy that he has a minimum age rule this time, but setting it to 16 is a massive self-report that he is aware that a large chunk of his audience is underage. It's also highly questionable, given his decision to launch the server with a set of NS.
That's not necessarily well because he said 16 instead of 18. Because our Discord is 18 and under. So if you're saying 16, it must mean that you would just lose too many people. You would lose too many people. If you cut out the 16 and 17-year-olds. Interesting. Goddamn.
NSFW channels, including an NSFW voice channel. To be honest, I was surprised that there were NSFW channels when the server rules said 16 and up. Because NSFW is supposed to be 18 and up.
Yeah.
I mean, if you already watch Nux, fair. To be clear, those channels were supposed to be only for adults. But given the state of Discord's age verification, setting a channel into NSFW mode doesn't really do anything to...
If you're against under 18s being on the internet, are you pro the age verification law thingy? It's not for the internet in general, but I think for Discord, then yeah. Like, if any platform wants to not have kids on it, then you have to do age verification. Yeah, you do. Yeah, sorry. It's a trade-off. You have to sacrifice a freedom for security. That's the one thing we sacrifice freedoms for that people are generally okay with, right? Like, there are some things that we can't do, and in exchange we get more safety. In Scotland, we don't like gun crime. We had one mass shooting in like 1995. It freaked everyone out, and we were like, yeah, you can ban guns, fuck it, we don't care. Do it, take our guns away. Take away our Second Amendment. Fuck. Ah. Alright.
Stop minors from accessing it. All they have to do is lie about their age to Discord. The channels were fortunately removed 6 days after the server was open to the public. The announcement of their removal does mention issues like minors sneaking in by lying about their age. However, the main reason was that having NSFW channels disqualified the server from Discord partnership.
Business time. Thanks for $5. I consider myself a little gup at heart. Oh, that's cute. Good for you. I guess I know what you mean.
Some users protested. Nux's content already involved a lot of NSFW media, so why not allow people to post it in his community? A staff member responded that the age group of the Billies, that being the name of Nuxtaku's fandom, wasn't appropriate for it. So even Nuxtaku's Discord staff members knew that a large chunk of his audience were minors. The decision to have NSFW channels on the server was already questionable in the first place, but it becomes even more questionable when you remember that Nuxtaku made that predator catfishing video.
When I made that argument in your Discord, I got bullied for supporting invasive legislation and that people don't want to show ID on the internet. I mean, then they should explain how they expect non-children to get on the... how you distinguish the kids from the non-kids. Because people can lie. Unless you just expect Discord mods to be diligent. If you want that. Fuck knows. Doesn't make any sense.
Video months earlier.
I wanted to make this sort of an educational topic and bring light to an issue that's really big. There's a lot of predators on Discord.
You should have to show that you pay for your own internet. Yeah, but there could be people in their 20s who live at home. So is that really... And people can move out at 16. So...
Like,
no.
A lot.
There's a lot of predators on Discord. Like, a lot.
How do you make a video raising awareness of Discord predators, but then set up a Discord server which will facilitate adult conversations between adults and minors? But hey, they deleted the NSFW channels quickly, so the problem is solved, right? Not necessarily.
Hey.
Nuxtaku shouted out to Discord on December 28th on his Twitch, and December 30th on YouTube.
New goal, chat. New goal is up, boom.
His audience floods in, there's problems with minors showing up in the NSFW channels, and then they find out that having them at all would disqualify them from Discord partnership. Instead of wiping them out instantly, they announce they'll be deleted in 2 days. Why? So that people can pay their respects to a Discord goon channel? I saw a member of the council mention that the users on the NSFW channels set up their own fan NSFW server, which I have to guess the staff allowed them to promote on those channels. I can't confirm that since those channels are now gone, but I saw one user even in the general channel promoting their own NSFW server. So all of those minors who were lying about their age in the first place and accessing the NSFW channel on Nux's server would just get funneled to that fan server instead. Who was moderating it? Who knows?
Fuck.
What age verification standards were they going to uphold, assuming the admins are not minors themselves, or even worse, adult predators? There's a lot of those on Discord apparently. I'd like to remind you at this point that Ava Chris Tyson's Discord server was private when the NSFW channels were open in 2018. It was closed when the server was open to the public in January 2019. In Tyson's case, the drama was about LavaGS, Nathan, and apparently a handful of other minors being present on the server while it was private. The initial accusations made by Prism42 also included claims of Tyson grooming LavaGS, but no evidence for that was ever found. The Discord just had NSFW content available to minors.
Oh, no.
By those standards, Nuxtaku's Reddit was already way worse, and his Discord way worse 4 years after Tyson's Discord, when there was more of a general awareness of these issues. Tyson's server apparently still had sexual chats or juvenile banter after it went public, but looking at the kinds of terms that were frequently used on Nux's Discord, there was plenty of that to go around. If NSFW content was now banned from Nuxtaku's Discord, how did they handle Nuxtaku's NSFW content? If the thumbnails contained NSFW content, the staff members would remove their embeds. Darn Nux using blatantly NSFW thumbnails that stay in the Discord cache after he censors them. Some users would still post NSFW images from Nux's content or the content of his friends, and the staff, despite reacting to them, wouldn't delete them. God damn it, Nux. We're trying to keep the order. In a recent one, he used a thumbnail from an actual porn video. Ah, okay, so Nux again with the nip slip, I see. This is Pokemon-branded Lolly Bestiality in January 2022. According to the Wayback Machine, this thumbnail was left like this for months. This is on par with his idea to make Twitch streamers say the N-word. We removed the embed. Nux is pushing the limits, Lamau.
Fuck.
What is he pushing the limits of? The thumbnail of his latest video. Then why he do it non-censored then? That's the big question. Here's a bigger question. If the age group of Nux's audience is too young for his Discord community to have NSFW channels, but most of the people on this server came from Nux's channel, why is the content of that channel too NSFW?
It does make me wonder, does anyone know about... I don't know why I asked this question, but like is... The only reason I'm asking is because it makes me wonder if Nuxtaku has ever actually shown any... Because usually people like this... Has Nuxtaku ever been doxxed? Has he ever been like Kiwi Farm? Did people ever discovered him being like a proper gooner himself? Like, does he actually have like personal sex scandals like in his own life? Or because I'm watching all this and I'm like, I think so far, like just face value without, you know, digging underneath or reading between the lines, what I'm seeing here is someone who saw some fucking market for like something that was not being spoken about that much and could do this whole like, oh, that's crazy, chat. Whoa, look at this crazy thing. It's crazy. And he just realized that it was getting him loads of views and attention because obviously society is full of crazy people. And he just kind of kept doing it and was just very fucking irresponsible and like negligent and stupid and shit. And I think he just justified it to himself because he saw all the engagement, even though it seems to have known exactly, like I'm not denying he knew exactly what he was doing, because he knows that YouTube was censoring his videos or even removing them. And he also apparently seems to know that there's a lot of youths in his audience, and he knows that they're trying to access fucking porn and shit from him. So he knows all this. But I do wonder if it's like, if he's actually getting a kick out of it sexually as well. Like if there's any evidence of that. Yeah, interesting. What the fuck do I do here? Oh, Cabal chests, okay.
For the demographic of the Discord. Isn't this massively self-incriminating? Despite having this long history of running communities where minors were exposed to adult content, and that being the very core of his YouTube content for years, in 2024, Nuxtaku wasn't only criticizing, but grandstanding over Ava Chris Tyson.
I'm guessing with an audience this big and with this much activity, like if he was ever like DMing fans suggestively, then that would probably be... That would probably have been known about. There's too much boring combat. Come in Nagrand, you should... Nah, I don't actually... Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this place. I just... if these mobs are already fucking me up pretty hard, like, I don't know if I should be going to Nagrand. It'll just be... I'm too green. Right. What am I looking for here? I'm looking for chests. Interesting.
He was also putting lollybeat into his content before and after he was supposed to confront Shadman for drawing lollybeat on September 30th of 2021. However, Nuxtaku's numerous lies about his association with Shadman is something for a different video. There's also the V-Shoujo drama to cover, which lots of people think he was in the right about. That is not the case at all, but again, different video. It's a real shame because what I'm going to reveal next is likely going to kill his career. Not to imply what I presented earlier isn't already bad enough, but this is just beyond forgiveness.
Definitely not going to kill his career. Is this a new video or? I thought it was a new video. Alright, okay. We'll see.
You see, there is another Nuxtaku Discord server, even older than his subreddit. I saw an ad for it, which made me very intrigued.
Really help keep my channel afloat. All patrons are invited to the Discord server where we hang out having a great time, and unlike Tumblr, we have an NSFW section.
Ooh.
Welcome to the Nexus, Nuxtaku's Patreon Discord, founded in April of 2018. In its current state, the server is almost total.
Nux's response was to melt down over Hassan. It's good that they both have that function for each other, that there's groups. Look, there's someone also bad over there. No. Let's watch the Professor again. Watch the professional clips. Get them out, quick. Oh, I'm getting healed. Alright, where the fuck are these fucking chests, man? I need to focus. Where are they? Why can't I see them? They're supposed to be marked. But maybe they're in several possible locations. Oh! Are they here? I don't see them there, though. I thought they were scattered. Drew does that too. Yeah, well, Drew is his own brand of fucking loser. Drew Pavlu. Ah! Right. You got other thing that lets you see? No? I'm not using Questy right now. I'm just winging it. Oh, it's under... Ah, it's under here. That makes sense.
Inactive, but the NSFW channel is still here. Despite having an NSFW channel, the server's rules mention nothing about a minimum age, and there is nothing about it being 18 plus on the Patreon side either. What's special about this community is Nux's level of engagement. He wasn't talking to people on his Reddit, and he kept the interactions on the public Discord to a minimum. However, on the Patreon Discord, at least in 2018-2019, he would actually talk to people and even hang out in voice chats with them. Here we can actually see him talking with the artist behind his 2019-era character. The original high-resolution files are here as well. This one, where Nux is rubbing his hands, has the file name nux_merchant.png. Very interesting. The NSFW channel wasn't there from the start. We can trace its creation.
I mean, he is Jewish, isn't he? He's allowed to do those kind of self-jokes or whatever.
Into this exchange from October 15th, 2018, where we can see this user, who from now on will be called Red, repeatedly asking Nux to create it. If we look at the time and date of these messages, the NSFW channel was made 2 minutes later. In response to this, Red raised their Patreon pledge, and Nux gave them a thumbs up. For a brief moment, let me take you to August of 2024. Nuxtaku is finally being pressed about his past content, and he was actually pushed into making a response.
The biggest shock to me to this day entering the broader commentary sphere was the dangers lurking around every corner in regards to children. Children are not safe on the internet. I only became chronically online after high school, but I couldn't imagine what it would do to me if I was in some YouTuber's Discord server at the age of 12 or 14.
You couldn't imagine. You don't need to. Red joined the server on September 7th. On day 1, they openly declared themselves to be 14 years old. They would later claim to be 15 multiple times, but as they openly stated, they were lying about their age. Red was born in 2004. They had turned 14 soon before they joined the server. The Discord was a pretty small clique, and soon enough, basically everyone on the server knew that Red was underage. Despite this, Nuxtaku made the NSFW channel for them a month later, and within a year, they had posted 242 messages on the channel. There's also an instance where another user pinged Red into the NSFW channel. As far as I can tell, this behavior was not punished. So a 14-year-old paid Nuxtaku money to be on his Patreon Discord server. He made the NSFW channel for them, after which he accepted even more money from them and allowed them to post onto that channel for over a year before they left the server. But did Nuxtaku know that Red was underage? There is no message of Nux acknowledging Red's age. However, it is extremely unlikely that he didn't know. In this conversation from earlier, where Red says they're lying about their age, Nuxtaku shows up soon afterwards. In this conversation, there's some kind of an ERP going on in the general chat, which is interrupted by Red. Red is told not to get involved because they're underage. After Red says the conversation is making them gag, another user jokes, "Oh no, we better stop if we are gagging a minor." Red pinged Nuxtaku soon afterwards, but Nux didn't show up. This is Mintheus Mouselord, or Mitochondria, or Mito. According to Nuxtaku, they were the best poster on the NSFW channel. In this conversation about BDSM, we can see Red asking Mito to send their presentation on sex toys to other users. Note, I just made the presentation because Red was clueless. After Bex mentions having a high tolerance to weirdness, Nux shows up to say, "Proud fanbase." Gremmen asks Mito to send the presentation to Nux. I think that Red already sent it to him. Fuck. No, I told you. Never sent it, but I can now. What are we sending me? A sex toy presentation. Why? Lol. We needed to explain sex toys to Red. Nah, it's fine if it's not sent to Nux.
If Nux's Discord is anything like mine, which I'm guessing his is a little bigger, there must be mods who are talking about this shit, right? There's no way that gets past like people, unless he just decided to have like a no mods like free-for-all system. Fuck.
Already did, Mito. I'm not doing honest descriptions on all Mito's sex toys. Few minutes later at 2:16, Nux says, "Very cool, Mito, very cool." Nuxtaku has now received a direct message from a minor on his server, containing a link to a sex toy presentation that was made for them. What adult is clueless about sex toys? That's a massive red flag that Red is a minor. There was a previous time a month earlier when users in the voice chat text channel begged Nuxtaku to join the VC because they needed help explaining sex toys to Red. Again, what adult doesn't know what sex toys are? In this example, Nuxtaku declined the invitation to join the VC, but he absolutely was in voice chats with Red multiple times. One of my agents reached out to Red and asked him about their time on the server. They were willing to share their DMs with Nux to show that they did actually send him the sex toy presentation. So that actually happened. It wasn't just a joke. When asked about whether they were ever in voice chats with Nuxtaku, Red recalled being in a VC with him plenty of times, couple of times a week. They'd be surprised if Nux didn't notice them being underage, since everyone else did. However, they don't recall Nux ever commenting on their age. Now, I am not a journalist. I'm just a guy on the internet. However, I know you're not supposed to take one person's word and just run with it. Red could be misremembering, they might have some bias for or against Nuxtaku, so it's important to have corroborating evidence. On December 15th, 2018, Nuxtaku pinged a deleted user to a VC. Red says Nux is in VC, everyone flood, implying they joined the voice channel with Nux. There's a similar message from January 15th, 2019. If we scroll down a bit, we can see a screenshot showing Nux in the VC with Red. The real Nuxtaku here is the real Nuxtaku. Here's another screenshot from the time. Same name, same avatar. The current music channel used to be the old voice text channel, and on it we can sometimes see Red and Nux posting things close to each other that only make sense if they were in the VC at the same time. Here, for example, Nux is working on a thumbnail. There's a message.
Same company that owns Pornhub, or even being negligent. Youch.
Message from Red, messages from Nuxtaku.
F's in the chat? Why? I look like I'm here, am I? There's nothing on my end. There's just a frame drop. Okay. Must have been a YouTube thing, because my Streamlabs is fine.
And then a message from Red. An hour later, messages from Nuxtaku. In this one, we have a message from Red addressing Nux. Later a photo from Nux, then a photo from Red. In this instance, Red asks somebody to join the VC. Another user posts a caked up Charizard. Nuxtaku shows a work-in-progress thumbnail. Message from Red, the Charizard from earlier is now on Nux's thumbnail. There's plenty of evidence of Red speaking, having audio issues, and other users commenting about their voice. So it's not like they never talked in the VC. I think this evidence sufficiently corroborates Red's recollection that they were in the VCs with Nuxtaku multiple times. I'm not sure about a couple times a week, but certainly multiple times.
Yeah.
Red was already behaving in a pretty immature way, even in the text messages. They would spam emojis and walls of text. To believe that Nuxtaku didn't know Red's age, you'd have to believe he missed all of the instances when their age was mentioned. You'd have to believe no one told him Red was a minor in chats, VCs, or DMs, and that Nux didn't realize it from their voice when talking to them in VCs. This should already be enough to strongly conclude that Nuxtaku knew. But to show the full extent of the evidence and the full extent of Nuxtaku's beyond incomprehensible neglect, we need to introduce a new character. After joining the server, Red quickly made friends with another user called Alan Vebus. I know that Alan's avatar here looks an awful lot like Mr. Obvious from my engineer video, but they are not the same person. Alan was a small anime creator at the time and would promote his videos on Nux's Discord. The metadata of his channel reveals that he is from Romania.
Post the Hassan meme as a quote tweet for me. What? Like, judge me by my enemies. Judge me by my enemies. Such a stupid fucking sentence. Oh, okay. This escort quest is gonna be, it's gonna be quick, right?
And he would often mention things about it on the server. There's a lot of conversations between them and Nuxtaku on the server, and Nux has mentioned Alan's name 100 times. He even shouted out Alan's channel in a video from October 22nd, 2018.
Fuck!
All patrons are invited to the Discord server, where we do things like make fun of Alan Weebus.
What a reckless fucker. What did he just do that for? Did he not know? Use my presence as a license to just pull everything, you nutter. I'm not a healer. The fuck?
Don't know who Alan Weebus is? Oh, trust me, $1 to the Patreon is worth it to meet the guy. He's in a special kind of category where everyone that relates to him in any way is a tsundere, because we all constantly make fun of him and make believe we hate him, but we all low-key like him. And also, thank you, Alan Weebus, for donating $10 on Patreon. So now I get to shout you out in all my videos. Link to Alan Weebus' channel is actually in the description. He makes funny shiz, and he takes the edge out of edgy, which leaves you just why. Like, why is he making this video?
Oh my fucking god, man.
Special thanks to King Beat My Meat Safe.
It's fuck me, man. It's so much. It's too much. This guy's teaching politics to kids now, isn't he? His little fucking nipper audio. Oh, fuck off! No, we lost the escort quest. Fuck. Okay, it's quite a quick timer though. That's fine. The guy fucked me. I fucked me. I should have just stayed here. Alright, barrel out next time, boys.
Alan was a very major contributor to the NSFW channel. However, according to Nux, they were still inferior to mitochondria. He apparently got his material from following more than 300 hentai artists on Twitter. That's only a third of the amount that Tectone was following. Alan has made a lot of claims about their age, including saying that he was as young as 15. Plenty of users, including Nuxtaku, have also claimed Alan to be underage. Alan is a lolly, no can do. Alan is underage. Does that mean Nux is grooming Alan? What's going on here? According to Red's recollection, Alan was around 19 at the time. In this tweet, they claim to be 19 in 2019. So, if they're telling the truth here, they would have been 18. Another former member believed Alan to be around 20.
Okay, this music sounds like keygen. That's what's in my head now. It sounds like a fucking keygen. If you know, you know.
According to Red's recollection, no one on the server genuinely believed Alan was underage. These statements about Nux grooming Alan or Nux calling Alan a lolly are simply jokes. Very optically bad jokes, but jokes nonetheless. While I'm not sure about Alan's exact age, they were clearly an adult. Alan has unfortunately deleted their Discord account, which makes it hard to determine which messages are his. But we can still tell if it's him talking thanks to context clues. Here Nuxtaku mentions that Megumin from Konosuba is best girl. Alan points out that she is 14 years old. Another deleted user, who I assume is Zack, asks Alan about another character called Taiga. There's two deleted users talking here, So how can we tell them apart? Alan must be one of them because their name is mentioned. So this one must be Zach. One of them mentions the age of consent in Romania being 15, so that must be Alan. Zach uses capitalization, while Alan doesn't. That's how we know that it was Alan who said, "Who cares? If she can count, then she ready to mount."
This is Hassan taking more shots at Nux Taku in his week-long feud with me while defending his bro tips past. All right, I never brought up his bro tips past because I felt like it was so long ago.
I never deployed the bro tips nuclear. Oh, you're going to need it now, buddy. You're going to need that fucking old enough to count, old enough to mount clip now.
It's not worth it, but he's bringing up like random shit from forever ago and warping it into calling me a pedophile for insane reasons.
Yeah, Hassan's calling someone a pedophile. Oh no.
Did you know that in his bro tips past, he had a famous quote where he said, if she's old enough to count, she's old enough to mount?
Come back again next week when we discuss the legendary question of all time. Old enough to count, old enough to mount? Question mark?
If that's not pedophile behavior, I don't know what is.
When Hassan said that...
What that? I don't know. Fucking kids is probably... Man, these people are just stupid.
In 2013, he was playing a character, and he was asking it, not flat out stating it like Alan did. We can see Nuxtaku right here, not condemning those words at all.
Sweeping.
So he either used to not care about pedophile behavior, didn't think that it was pedophile behavior, or his attack on Hassan is knowingly deceitful. There's a difference between waifu and best girl. Waifus are mountable, so therefore the best girl isn't. However, the art of the best girl is lolly inclusive. Nux is using that word in the petite anime character sense, not the cartoon CP sense. Nux's stance on personally not being into lolly hentai has been consistent for years, but it didn't stop him from posting it onto YouTube. Then Alan says, "Lollies are very mountable." Nuxtaku responds, "You're terrifying, Alan," and moves on. This was 12 days before Nux gave Alan that shout out on his channel. So Alan saying things like this didn't seem to be a problem to him.
And he takes the edge out of edgy.
Look at this art. This art is better. And it's Alan posting
Okay, it's time. The escort's gonna appear in like a minute. Yeah?
comic about some boy kissing his dog. I wish I would be able to get sick from stuff like this again. By the way, don't ask why do I have that. Why do you have that? Red sent it to me. He always sends me fucked up shit like this. That guy's a sociopath, I tell ya. Red shows up and claims Alan is the one who sent it, and shows a screenshot from their DMs. Wow, you resort to Photoshop to make me look bad? Shame. Red shares another screenshot, showing some of Alan's earlier messages. People have no shame, shake my head. Also, I hope someone at school sees you watching this. Is that Minecraft? Yes, I'm 15. Deal with it. Oof, I feel
this
old.
person just
He's
missed it.
literally the youngest guy here. I am the youngest? Oh, he is. Makes sense. Yep, Red is 15-year-olds personified. Ha, I'm still underage. So, cause you're talking to me, you are all technically pedophiles. Not me. Yup. Remember, the age of consent in Romania is 15, so I can smack your ass all I want. It's only been 26 minutes since the last time Alan brought up the Romanian age of consent. Alan would make similarly inappropriate comments about Red on the 16th of December. But let's return
Jeffrey Nuckstein. Got him.
to October 8th. You are willing to send me the most fucking disgusting shit you have. I only send it to you because you're 15. Exactly. Nobody else would. I initially planned to traumatize you because you were acting tough, but I underestimated you. Who, me? I'm not tough. I guess edgy instead of tough.
Chat the goal. Oh yeah? Oh yeah, the goal's still empty. What the fuck? Am I gonna have to do a Frogan? Am I gonna have to go full Frogan, guys? Don't make me do it. Never happen.
I am edgy. Not that tough though. Yeah, I got that. I need to train you to become tough. Okay. At this point, Nuxtaku or the moderators should be intervening and investigating what's happening in the DMs between Alan and Red. However, there wouldn't be any moderators or rules on the server until 2020. In late 2019, the server was raided by gore spammers multiple times, and Nuxtaku did nothing about it. What finally made him appoint moderators is when his patrons pulled their pledges. This is one of his own newly appointed moderators saying it at the time. According to Red, on the first day they joined the server, Alan spammed their DMs with a bunch of gore and NSFW content. There are multiple instances of Red or Alan publicly mentioning Alan sending gore to Red. Here's one from October 6th.
Why do we care about these otaku idiots? I don't know. Like, we've seen a bit of Otaku doing the fucking MAGA content and all that, so he's kind of in our area. Loosely. He's also an Asmongold simp, so, yeah. There's enough overlap there for us to take an interest in the fact that he's like a fucking... that he... basically set up a... So, like, it seems like he set up a Discord community full of fucking minors with NSFW channels where people were just talking about fucking making sexual content and shit like that. So yeah, it's pretty cringe. Pretty bad. Pretty disgusting.
October 14th, Alan mentioned showing his personal collection to Red. On January 1st, 2019, Alan actually posted a gore image into the voice chat channel and pinged Red. In February 2019,
it's always
Red
much more interesting as well when some fucking high and mighty, devout, fucking holy anti-degeneracy cunt is guilty of it as well, and they're trying to cover it up going forward. That always adds to the interest. Wait, is there anything anywhere I can sell junk here? Oh, you.
Open your heart to the
Come on, de-junk me.
Reacted to a meme by saying, "I can take pictures of men's penises being cut in half, but this is too much even for me. It was a GIF and just a tip. Yeah, for dramatic effect, Alan," shake my head. The message below contains nudity, and if we go one message further, we can see a message from Naxtaku. Alan having a fascination with gore seemed to be pretty well known on the server. One regular user made this meme about the various quirks of the other regular members. Alan's comedic summary was, posting extreme mutilation pics. Notice that Naxtaku was pinged on this message. Sending this kind of material to a minor is very harmful and a crime, and it's been going on for 5 months, and Naxtaku has done nothing. Red would sometimes ask Alan to send him things. Send me the most fucked up shit you have. Look for it yourself. I want my friend to know you are worse than the dark web. Soyboy here is another adult user and also a small anime creator. He already knows that Red is underage. Despite this, he asks Red if he can send them something truly disturbing. Okay, Soy, send it to me.
Soy?
Come on. I expected at least nugget. If you don't know what that word means, don't look it up. Alan proceeds to drop codes to some extremely obscene comics. Thanks, Alan. Soy, I am extremely disappointed. Red, you scare me. That is actual animal rape and murder. I know. How is that not the most fucked up thing? Alan sent me a video of a man getting his head off by a machete. Real life, of course. Naxtaku was pinged about something off topic immediately after that message, but it didn't show up. After getting Naxtaku to create the NSFW channel, Red suggested making a Not Safe for Life channel for Alan, to which Alan said, I wouldn't make Naxtaku watch something like that. You, on the other hand, can get it. Naxtaku's nowhere to be seen, but then Soyboy mentions Toei Animation claiming one of his videos. Naxtaku replies to him with advice, once again showing how close he was to seeing these warning signs. Beyond conditioning Red into tolerating extremely shocking and obscene imagery, Alan also encouraged them to drop out of school. On Tuesday, October 9th, Red mentioned skipping school to binge-watch anime. Alan cheers them on and says that skipping school is badass, and that he's doing it as well, because he's a badass like Red. On October 10th, Naxtaku pings various users, including Red, to inform them that he finished reading the Black Clover manga all in one day. School got cancelled for the rest of the week for me because the head teacher got stabbed, so I shall be around lots. Words like head teacher and school are used by children, not college students. Another clear red flag that Red is a minor, right?
Head teacher. Yeah, you're not really doing a plausible deniability on that one.
It's in Nox's face. What? Go to sleep, kid. Another clear indication that Red is a minor. Yeah, lol, 176 chapters in a day. This is 5 days before Red got Naxtaku to create the NSFW channel. If you're worried about that stabbing story, it's something that Red made up at the time. On Thursday, October 11th, Red mentions having skipped 4 days of school to binge anime. Another user cheers him on. School is a waste of time. On Monday, October 15th, Red thinks about joining a VC because there's a lot of people on. But he says that school starts in 30 minutes. Alan once again encourages Red to skip school. On Thursday, October 18th, Red asks Alan for advice on how to lie to their parents to get out of school. Anyone here a good liar? Alan makes multiple suggestions.
Okay, I got the gist. Do I need to watch the rest of this? It's only 10 minutes. I can't really speed it up because it's going to speed up that fucking music in the background that's too loud. I don't know. No disrespect to the creator or anything, good God.
October 30th, Red pinged Alan because he wants to speak to someone that he trusts. Red mentions having the problem of no longer going to school. Alan asks if they quit like a badass mad lad.
The worst is yet to come.
Once again encouraging Red to drop out of school. On December 9th, Violet asks, "Are you guys students or out of school?" Alan says he and Red dropped out. Red says that Alan inspired him. On January 4th, 2019, Red once again says he quit school. He doesn't care about it anymore. On April 10th, 2019, Red described themselves as a 15-year-old dropout. Alan shows up and says, "Agreed," and that's coming from an older dropout. So how did Red manage to drop out of school? Let's go to February 2019. Red is talking to Bex, who seems to be having some form of breakdown caused by opiate withdrawals. Many of Beck's messages actually mention them being addicted to drugs, spending all their money on drugs, and having various mental illnesses. Please keep that in mind when passing judgment about what I'm going to show next. I might be overly cautious here because YouTube does not like when certain things are discussed, such as SH. And in this exchange, knowing they're in the presence of a minor, Bex explains how it works and basically makes it sound really cool. Red mentions having used SH to manipulate their parents into letting them quit school. Really? That's impressive. Red expressed that they felt like a terrible person for doing it, how it felt, and they mention only doing it twice, to which Bex says, "Psh, imagine only doing it twice. I decided to stop before I couldn't." Real sad boys have on their thighs. Red then reveals that they put their upper arm a lot of times. Bex comments, "Ooh, nice." Again, this was a very irresponsible way to talk about these things with a minor. I don't have any experience or knowledge of how SH works, but Red claims that this needle stuff apparently happened way before they joined the server, but they claim that it was not enough to cause the effect, which makes SH addictive. Based on their comments from back then, there was clearly a unique sensation there, but again, I don't know for sure. Red claimed that the first time they did it for real was on October 31st, 2018. They had a fight with their family, which led to them dropping out. On the day before, Red asked Alan for advice on how to get over their fear of the pain of SH. I'm not sure if Alan is jokingly suggesting that Red should try flipping, as in juggling knives, or if he should try using a folding knife, and he used the word flipping by mistake. Red seemed to interpret it as a suggestion for a type of knife, and asks if he could use a kitchen knife. If you cut yourself, you'll realize the pain is pretty whatever. Okay, thanks. You're welcome.
Jesus.
If we scroll down a bit, we can see the exchange where Red asked Alan.
The really dangerous thing about this is just like, if you're younger, like one of the first things that will help you decide what's greenlit and what's not is if older people are doing it, especially if older people that you're socializing with, because you're going to look up to them, you're going to look up to them for advice and for decision making, and if they've done it, then it's going to take a lot of the kind of fear factor away from it. It's going to make it feel less taboo. Yeah, it's like so destructive to do to do that to the fucking minor. God damn it. And it is a thing that is addictive. I've known people who are like cars and shit like that. Like addiction is like a big part of it.
Alan to talk about the problem of no longer going to school. They hadn't actually dropped out yet. That would happen soon after the 31st, when the SH first occurred. Red would eventually develop an addiction to it. In February 2019, we can see Red mention that he talks to the least people in real life on the server. I have talked to 3 different people in real life in the last month. 5 months after joining the server, they've dropped out of school, they are self-harming, and they've become socially isolated. Despite Alan constantly behaving in an inappropriate, abusive, and downright criminal manner towards Red, Red perceived him as trustworthy. Red saw Alan as a good friend, bestest friend, and the reason why they haven't committed. We have already established that the odds that Nuxtaku didn't know that Red was a minor are super low. The further we looked, the more examples we saw of messages that must have been in Nuxtaku's line of sight that would indicate to any reasonable person that Red is a minor, or that Alan is sending some weird stuff to him. Nuxtaku was also familiar with Alan. They've talked a lot, he's mentioned him lots of times, they hung out in VCs, and he gave Alan a shout out on his channel. But did Nuxtaku know about the other part of Alan's reputation? Check this out. On January 16th of 2019, Alan posted a bait and switch video into the general chat channel. The thumbnail shows a naked woman, but when the video is played, it switches to a video containing stuff like this. Despite the warnings given by other members to not look at it, Red can be seen giving their reaction to the video. You can take that as a corroboration for my testimony of what the video is. Violet said that Alan should be banned. Nuxtaku was then pinged because Alan did something bad. Reaction to the video played, it switches to a video containing stuff like this.
Is this supposed to be like some fucking... Oh, okay, yeah, prologue. Okay, Jesus Christ. Fucking brain fart. I understand. Okay.
Despite the warnings given by other members to not look at it, Red can be seen giving their reaction to the video. You can take that as a corroboration for my testimony of what the video is. Violet said that Alan should be banned. Nuxtaku was then pinged because Alan did something bad. Nux shows up and says, "Wow, didn't see that one coming," and he then leaves. He took no action. He didn't delete the video or punish Alan or anything. Again, that was January of 2019. Nuxtaku would still have Alan on the Rant Cafe podcast in July and August.
And
hey,
next,
fuck off!
We also, believe it or not, have Alan Wiebes himself.
Hi there. Sorry, I'm the replacement for Animac. Forever. He's dead now. I killed him. So.
Bro, why are these fucking level 60, fucking 70 bastards? Where they went with me? It's so cruel.
You're gonna have to get accustomed to my presence from now on.
Despite everything that was happening for months, Nuxtaku publicly endorsed this guy and presented him to his audience as this harmless, funny troll guy. When I asked Red about these old messages concerning their personal situation at the time, they said it was the beginning of probably the darkest period in their life. The good news is that they stopped self-harming in 2021. They went into a dropout rehabilitation program, and they are now working on their university degree. To clarify some things, I reached out to Red because I saw their post on the Discord from years ago. They didn't reach out to me, no one tipped me off about them, I discovered them myself. I haven't conducted any in-depth interview with this person. I would just send them questions every now and then, and laid out this timeline and asked for their thoughts. They described it with the words, "All of that is accurate to my knowledge." They don't remember anyone on the server really recommending them to seek help. When I asked about how they felt about Alan's behavior, they recognized that it was inappropriate towards a 14-year-old, but they don't believe he had any sexual grooming intention or meant what he was doing in that manner. They also mentioned Alan being very troubled at the time, which, based on Alan's messages, assuming he isn't lying, seems to be true. Based on the logs I've shown, it's tempting to conclude that the influences that Red was exposed to through Nuxtaku's unmoderated Patreon Discord server led to them dropping out of school at age 14 and getting into SH. The timeline laid out by the messages and by Red's testimony does support the idea, but to actually determine if that's the underlying reality would require further investigation. However, regardless of the actual consequences, allowing people to encourage or praise this kind of behavior in the first place is already insane. What is clear is that Red was repeatedly exposed to extremely obscene NSFW content and gore on the server, and that Nuxtaku made the NSFW channel because Red requested it, and then accepted more money from them. If Nuxtaku was too busy to moderate the server properly, it's not like he was totally unfamiliar with the concept of moderators. If he was, the 16th message on his Discord server was a user recommending him to designate moderators, to which Nux responded, "Indeed." One of the basic responsibilities of a Discord server operator is to make sure that children are not exposed to adult content on their server. By allowing Red on the server and allowing them to be exposed to all of these harmful influences, based on my estimation...
You're happy we don't have an NSFW channel? Yeah, it's just it's way more hassle than it's worth. Yep. People, even fucking adults, definitely adults, they can't be normal. They can't do it.
Nuxtaku made $46. Not only did he fail to carry out that basic responsibility, he made money from neglecting it, something which would eventually become a core element of his success. If you remember, the Chris Tyson server closed its NSFW channel in January 2019, before the server went public. Nuxtaku's Patreon NSFW channel is still open in 2026. There is no age verification process, and anyone with $1 can join in. The channel hasn't had a new post since 2024, but it was still active when Nuxtaku was casting judgment on Eva Tyson. It's probably good to point out that Nuxtaku and Eva Tyson were both born in 1996. Tyson in July and Nuxtaku in February. Nuxtaku is a few months older than Tyson, but he was making demonstrably worse mistakes at the same age, and continued to make those mistakes for years afterwards. There is no evidence for Tyson ever grooming anyone on the server, but her career was still destroyed by the controversy, something which Nuxtaku cheered on. And with that, I conclude the first part of our dive into Nuxtaku's history. In the next part, I'll show the dishonest ways in which he has defended his past content to his new religious right-wing audience. An audience that he has attracted by saying stuff like this.
Banning our books! They're firing! They're not banning your books, they just don't want them in schools teaching children and grouping them. There's a big difference between banning books and not wanting to show sexualized pornographic group material to kids. There's a big difference, actually. This dude is like,
well, he can't make the sexual education defense if he wants to. Man, he must be so lucky. He's so lucky that he's got the, or unless it was intentional. But yeah, the MAGA audience, they're not going to give a fuck about this. That's why, man? What's wrong with these people? Where's the sense of humor? What'd I do? It was intentional. I don't know. I think he probably, it's hard to tell because he obviously would have seen the clout benefit in it as well, right? Because of all the, like, Asmongold and those people, and all, yeah, there's just more money to be, there's more clout to be gained from going MAGA.
I cannot believe they are banning our porn from the schools. All I want to do is show sissy, hypno, transgender porn to 7-year-olds. And society does not
projection, buddy.
Not let me. All right, so you have the interracial gay couple. Those move. Raising a kid. For your two biggest.
This is porn, isn't it? This is next door to your fucking lolicon, is it, buddy?
And this is a boy in a tiara and a skirt. I'm telling you, it's grooming. It's so obviously.
That's grooming, is it?
It's so obviously grooming, man.
Oh, God, I hate this person. I actually despise my. Oh fuck! That's just hit me on a new level. After seeing all the rest of it, like that's just given me a new level of fucking vitriol for this person. Fuck.
Growing up with free thoughts and with critical thinking and not being indoctrinated into their beliefs. That's the biggest fear of fascists. And
you literally have a pedophile flag on your shirt.
Should we be surprised that a company whose name is literally American Eagle is making fascist propaganda like this?
Bitch, you literally have a pedophile flag in your background and you're wearing a nose ring. What are we talking about? Why would anyone ever take you seriously?
It's gonna be fun. Remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share the video if you enjoyed it. Oh, and of course, congratulations on your 30th birthday, Nuxtaku. See you later.
Damn. So what, Nuxtaku's response to this was to say that he didn't know grooming was happening and he's sorry if it did or some shit. I guarantee it will not do shit to him. He'll be fine. He's got the right audience for it. $30 and balding and molding. Chud Logic ambushed him and Mutahar, and that's when he pivoted. Yeah, maybe saw the writing on the wall. Who knows? Had to get ahead of it. Where is this person? What? Here. Yeah. The Russia scandal did nothing to Tim Pool. Yep, we know. We know. Oh, double complete. New dagger. Nice. Man.
You come back sometime.
And this ring is going to be equipped now. Where is it? Where the fuck? Oh, yeah. Right-wingers hate women with septum piercings. They really do have an exceptional kind of hatred for it. They probably hate it more than they hate Epstein, to be honest. Fuck. Right. What have we got here? Now I can get rid of this and this. 1 copper. Nice. Hearth. Whoo. Did I get a dono there? Monkey Man, thanks for the 2 Australian. Really appreciate it. Love from Plovdiv. What does that mean? Plovdiv. What's that? What's happening? What? Apparently the new Epstein files do implicate. They say something more about Andrew, not just pictures of him with anonymous, profiled females. Let me see. Oh, that's a good sword. It's also fast. That's what I've needed offhand. Okay. 48.8. Yeah, okay, I'm going to do this. And I'm going to take this. Just sticking to swords is better. Good. 10 minutes to goal chat 0.5. 0 out of 5. It's okay. I don't know how that kind of human behavior works. We're going to have to step up our game to recover audience faith. Ooh. Are you sword spec? Yeah, of course I am. How could I not be as a human? There's a few things I want to watch. Is it really okay? No, it's quite terrifying. Fucking Count Shitula. Count Dankula did this video, and apparently it's supposed to be for the right-wingers, but they just have no interest in it, and they're really unimpressed, which is quite funny because their bar is quite low.
Hello everyone, it's Empacha and I'm taking over Count Dankula's channel. It was promised to me by Allah. Allah was going to take me as one of his wives, but he said that I'm too old for him, and I'm taking over because Allahu Akbar, and the Jews don't own anything anymore. It's all Allah's and mine.
Actually, this channel was promised to me 3,000 years ago. But it sure is quiet here in the jungles of Vietnam, circa 1971.
Hello everyone, my name is Adabunge. I'm from Nigeria. Does anybody have fried chicken and watermelon for me?
No,
Anybody?
tribesman,
yeah,
that's quite enough. That's quite enough, tribesman. I've dropped my fucking helmet. I've dropped my fucking helmet.
Oh no.
It's okay. I know a nice Jewish man with a nice boat who's going to take you on a lovely trip.
Hi guys, I'm gonna defend Europe. I'm gonna save the white race and start the Fourth Reich. I'm so excited, guys.
Okay, that's enough.
What?
Come on, Bobby. It's bedtime.
What do you mean? I don't want to go to bed.
It's bedtime.
But I have to save the white race.
Of course you do, sweetie.
Uttara, terrorists win. I don't even want to be in Northern Ireland. It's fucking shit. I was told that this is a nationalist socialist movement. Those fuckers lied to me. Car bombing children is fine, but as soon as I say Margaret Thatcher has some good points, I'm the bad guy. I want my 72 virgins, the kind that collect Funko Pops. The incels, incel rising, total incel rising. I'm the female Elliot Rodger. Me and my incel army will march upon Israel.
So they ordered props for this, right? They got a bunch of props, like they planned this out. What's this gap?
This is where you can ramble and have fun.
I don't know what to say though. I literally have no idea.
You're Irish?
I'm not Irish, I'm spiritually American. I don't speak to Irish people, so I wouldn't know. Wallahi, down with the state of Israel, down with Netanyahu.
Netanyahu?
I don't know how to say his name. Netanyahu.
Netanyahu.
Netanyahu. Fuck Israel, down with... Who?
Netanyahu.
Fuck Israel, down with Netanyahu.
Netanyahu.
I've definitely said this before. Getting fined for the Nazi pug thing was absolutely the best thing that ever happened to this fucking rocket. Like, he's such an idiot, man. He's such a fucking tool. Imagine doing like comedy for right-wingers, like racist right-wingers, and flopping on it. Like, he was just getting fucking mogged by Groypers and all these other people. Yeah, they were just so fucking... And they're like the lowest bar. I shouldn't scroll this on Twitter. That's really dangerous. Fuck. But, good for him. Shit. Hey, Tough Mittens and Churro Bandit. Thanks for the $4.99 each. Really appreciate that. Very kind. Americans think it's funny because of the accent. Apparently they didn't. Apparently even the Groypers and all those kind of people were still unimpressed. It's just cringe. It's just kind of shit. I didn't think those guys actually had like a limit though to what they would accept. If you had that accent, you'd be a 1 mil Andy. True. Fucking state, man. Where is... How's the Denims drama going? Apparently she responded. In relation to the Amaru stuff? Let's see. And H3 are involved as well.
I like talking about Denims too. So,
okay.
What were we even shitting on her for on Monday? I don't even remember.
Her demanding Amaru say fuck ice, or she's a
Oh yeah, the fuck ice meltdown. Ironic, she was melting down while saying fuck ice.
Hey,
right,
got him.
Come on now. Come on. Well, people have done digging, all right? And some new, I don't know how people do it, but there's new old Denims clips that have come up, and they're very good. For example, here she is doing her very best good. Dennis Prager endorsement.
Incest.
She's pro-incest. I don't know if you guys...
What's your argument?
I don't know if you guys knew that. She fucks with incest.
Can I say this came up for me on my feed? I had no idea this was Denim. So I was like, who cares
so
about
real
this
for
random
that.
person? Because it looks nothing like her now. She looks so different.
And I see the resemblance. I know what you mean. She sounds very different.
Yeah,
is
that
what throws
too.
me off.
Incest is weird and
Yeah.
a little gross.
Uh-oh.
But
I feel like she's downplaying the weirdness and grossness of incest, right?
Well, she says a little weird.
It's a little gross. But
Adult
what she wants to say, what she didn't, is it's also a little hot. She's a freaking degenerate.
That's how I had to watch incest porn.
Exactly.
ethically completely fine if it's in between consenting adults and there's no power creep relations.
Why would you even... Why
And
die on the hill
The people in
of
those
incest?
relationships are not having children. I think if you remove those three factors, there's nothing ethically wrong with two consenting adults.
Are you having sex with your brother? Like, what's going on here? Like, what is...
This is when she was part of Destiny's community. No, this is definitely, yeah, when she was part of Destiny's community. Yeah, of course, yeah. She's insanely Destiny coded in most of these clips.
It's compelling you to defend incest at this very moment.
How does this conversation come up so oftenly with these political channels? I don't understand. I've never had this conversation on or off camera. Like, it's...
Well, I never needed to because I'm pretty firm on my stance on incest.
Right.
I was never like, could we debate the ethics of incest?
Just as an exercise?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Even as an exercise.
Yeah, what's
you
wrong
know
with
what I
that,
mean?
coward? What, are you afraid of what you might learn about yourself?
Actually, I feel like I can have a pretty good anti-incest take.
Yeah? What is it?
Yeah, I feel like a few people could.
One more time here.
Incest.
Is he gonna give it? Because I
is
wonder. Like,
weird.
The problem is that people don't actually have good arguments for why incest is bad generally, or like they give arguments to which there are usually exceptions. Like they'll say, "Oh, the babies will get deformed." It's like, okay, just use condoms. Or what other arguments will they use? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know what the arguments are against it. Like I know why it's better to keep it illegal, but I don't even know if there's been research on the arguments that I have. They just make sense to me.
And a little gross, but ethically completely fine if it's in.
Her eyes are rolling in the back of her head. Like, what is she? What the fuck is wrong with her, bro? She's on something. Whatever it is that makes you want to fuck your family members. Whatever drug that is, she's on.
Whoa.
Completely fine if it's in between.
Has anyone called this Islamophobia yet? Out of interest.
Consenting adults, and there's no power creep relations.
Here's why incest. One of the many reasons why incest is bad.
Let's hear it.
Because romantic relationships come with a lot of baggage, right? Just, we all know that. You do not want to introduce that kind of baggage into your nuclear family because it destabilizes your whole life. Let alone, you know, like that your kids will be mutants and not like cool ones. Mm-hmm.
But ethically.
Uh-oh. So then the counter to both of those arguments is, well, condoms and just what if they don't? What if they are like both very like independent adults and they're not very family orientated and they don't care about the nuclear family? They just care about how much they love each other. Hey, Ethan. Hey. What then? What's the argument then? See, if people don't know, this is called the conflict in the family thesis. Damn.
Completely fine.
What if they're long lost twins? And it's not going to affect their family whatsoever.
Between consenting adults.
So yeah, I mean, obviously, right?
Weird.
It's weird too.
Weird.
And it's more than a little gross.
And a little gross.
Prager, what do you, Dennis Prager, you have an opinion on this?
What's your argument?
I mean, that's kind of her point.
Brother and sister want to make love?
Yeah.
That they're going to produce mentally retarded offspring?
I mean, that's putting it a little harsh. I called them mutants.
There isn't any.
Yeah, there's no argument.
It's incest.
Man, that's funny. But anyway, she's not. It keeps going. That's not even the only one that got unearthed. She's attempted to laugh these unearthed clips off. She has not yet, though.
See, if anyone wants the actual argument against incest about what making it illegal is that you're probably not going to find any commonality that makes all incest relationships like inherently problematic. You could probably quite easily envision one where all of the ifs and buts are dealt with and two people just happen to be related and also love each other and whatever, nothing bad happens, apart from that society might frown on it a bit. But like, the reason that even if those cases can exist, that you'd still want it outlawed would be because the risk factor is just way too high to normalize it. Like it's not worth all of the baggage that would go with it, with having it as a normalized practice, and that's why it's better to just do a blanket outlawing. By the same token, that like just because you can probably find, like if you really search the world, you'd probably be able to find at least some 17-year-olds who are mature enough to have sex with like 25-year-olds or whatever, but you'd still rather have the blanket ban because of the fact that most 17-year-olds are definitely not in that position. So, yeah, it's like a rule consequentialist argument. But then I've made that argument against incest before, but then someone told me that incestuous relationships are no more abusive than average ones because they said they had research for it. And then I was like, oh shit. And I didn't bother looking into it because I will stay with my guns and just assume those researchers are wrong. Fuck them. I'm not going down that road. I'll bury my head in the sand. Ah! Kill peons. Oh, that's the orcs, isn't it?
Oh, touched the incest.
What research could one bring to the table? Well, people who study incestuous relationships and find out if they are any more unhealthy on average than normal ones. Wouldn't be that hard.
Clip. And I do think that we should not let her off the hook on the incest clip because
damn,
she's
branded.
She needs to explain herself. Are you still pro incest?
Yeah.
You know,
She hasn't denounced it yet.
she hasn't done.
Do you
All I've
denounce
heard her is be
Hamas
like,
and
"Yeah,
incest?
I can fuck my brother. I can fuck my dad." As far as you know, what I mean, to get even
Well,
weirder with
there's
it.
a power creep there. She said there has to be no power creep.
No power creep.
Isn't age of consent 16 in the UK? Yeah, but we just don't talk about that. It really shouldn't be. People are still in school when they're 16. It's stupid.
And a little gross.
No, of course your dad's not power creeping. He just wants to fuck you. He wants to fuck you because he loves you.
I think if you remove those three factors,
Sorry.
there's nothing
I'm
ethically
thinking-
wrong with two consenting adults
Yeah.
socially woke that they
Woke.
feel like they can't possibly be wrong. Point in case Hassan.
Uh-oh.
Like if Hassan thinks he's morally more virtuous.
Point in case. I feel like that's how you know Dennis might be autistic. That's like such an autistic mistake to make. Point in case. I think it took me like three listens of this yesterday to realize that point in case is actually not what you're supposed to say. Case in point.
Than someone else, he just like flames them. I'm forgetting the word I wanted to use, but he just flames them. Like he doesn't actually make any
Slanders.
genuine
Defames
good-faith
them,
arguments
probably?
towards other people. You know what I mean?
What happened? Oh, was that Bad Bunny?
No, that was his son's name. Place.
Oh.
Like he doesn't like give people any amount of benefit of the doubt. He just starts railing on people.
That's
One of the
crazy.
things that really frustrates me is that
So
people
real,
on the
queen.
left will they
How'd I go with
adopt
these spikes?
all left ideologies. So it's all
Yeah.
just like, well, I accept this and this and this and this, and there's no like form of questioning, I guess, which is very frustrating.
You become what you hate.
Oh
shit! Right?
Horseshoe theory, right? Is that what it's called? When they go full circle, they go to the left.
No, horseshoe theory is like when the far left and the far right dab up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not familiar with
This
politics.
is just called
Maybe that's-
hackery. This is called
Hey,
selling
was that
out
fucking
and
WoW?
hackery.
That was a Warcraft horse sound.
And also, she changed her voice. What's with people? What's all these?
Yeah, why do all these people change their voices? What the fuck? Why? There's more than how many? What the fuck? I guess it's your professionals. You know, that's why they get the numbers. They give themselves a more accessible voice. I mean, she got older, so when people get older, their voices get lower. But I guess there was a whole cadence change as well. Who the fuck knows?
People with their voices different. Even I watched old clips of Hassan, and he's all nasally, and he sounds like this. And now he's like, "What's up, guys? It's Hassan here."
You fucking got me, dude.
Yeah.
Dude.
You're so fucking stupid.
So anyway, she really spitting facts on Hassan, but here she is attempting to explain it. And notice, guys, you will notice.
I'm not thinking with your.
You will notice she does not attempt to explain the incest clip, which only can lead me to believe that she still is pro-incest.
If I could preface this, I assumed that
Dincest.
her response would.
Maybe you should change your voice if you had a more hoity-toity British accent. So I wonder, like, you know, when you talk about big public speakers and like that, people like Hitler or fucking MLK and all that, I know quite a lot of these people. Margaret Thatcher did this as well. They not only did they get public like lessons in public speaking, like because of the whole way to do it with like your diaphragm and your clarity and exercises to make sure your plosives are all there and you're not stumbling over words. People would sometimes get acting lessons as a way to make your phrases and everything like more compelling. And a lot of them would just like, they would practice like full speeches and they would practice the intonation and everything. And they'd practice the body language. And I'm just wondering, like, as a streamer, and especially if you're trying to do politics and to persuade people, I do wonder if there'd be any benefit in like investing in yourself to actually do that, or if maybe if you start doing it, then I guess the fear is that maybe you'll lose a lot of your authenticity on the way. I'm never doing influencer voice. I would never do that, even if I could. Yeah, I don't know. I've never really liked the sound of my own voice, so maybe I should. Maybe it would be worth changing it. ContraPoints definitely got better. Well, yeah. I mean, if you looked at the very first streams that I did, I can barely find them. Like I'm barely whispering. Like I'm total fucking 1 HP voice, barely enunciating and shit. But whoa! Fuck! I don't have an escape. I'm gonna die. Shit! Just fucking oh god, critted me. Nice. I don't have blind. Oh, I thought I didn't have it. I thought it was on cooldown. Fucking idiot. Oh, well. You have a fine voice. Yeah, I know. It's all in people. It's all in your head, right? It'll help with your singing voice. Well, diaphragm does, yeah, obviously. Where's the gouge bandage? I wasn't thinking. I was talking to you guys. Roll new. Yeah.
Could be. Yeah, people could change their views. Hassan himself always says that people could change their views. So I'm not ashamed. I said this, I changed. Simple fucking explanation. Well, no, she is the queen of stepping on fucking rakes. I couldn't believe this. I thought it was an edit when I first watched it. Her response.
Oh, really? It's good, I haven't seen the edit. No, I haven't seen the response.
Weird. I don't know if I could even accept that explanation though, because how old was she when she was like incest is W?
I think you're always going to hate your voice on recordings because your voice sounds lower inside your head. Maybe I'm telling you guys a bit too much about myself, but I don't even like the sound of my voice in my head. With headphones on, with the headphone off, I can hear little bits of it like bouncing off the walls here. I just don't like hearing myself talk ever. Like it's just a discomfort that I put up with to do my job. Like, yeah. That's normal, isn't it? What, to not like your own voice even absent recording, like just to hear it as you talk? No, I don't think that's normal, no. You shouldn't be sitting there talking and thinking, God, this voice, it sounds fucking disgusting. You shouldn't be like that, no. What do you mean you can hear it bouncing off the walls? As in, like, I'm quite sensitive to natural room sounds and things like that, so yeah, I can hear that. I don't know. I've been thinking about that stuff for going forward because I feel like sometimes I do just wonder if people don't. I did an intentional vocal fry because someone mentioned it in chat. I do wonder if there's any benefit in like properly investing in something like that, but I don't know where you would go for it. I know there are tutors for public speaking, but whenever I've looked at adverts for people who do that, like it's always people who are preparing for fucking TED Talks and like corporate events. I'm like, that's just not what I'm looking for in the slightest. That's not what I care for doing. You have a different voice in your YouTube videos. Yeah, I know, because I was trying to remember the script and say it to the camera and shit. Ah. Oh yeah, that does help. The ma-ma-mas and the pa-tas and all that. Doing that shit before talking helps, yeah. Especially if you can find, I think my P's and my B's would sometimes not be very enunciated, so doing that before speaking, if you've got the fucking time. Shaking out, diaphragm, little shh, 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 that kind of thing, to engage your diaphragm. loosening up, making sure there's no tension, making sure you're breathing like from your like stomach and your back, not from your shoulders. Like when you're breathing, you're not like doing that kind of thing, tensing in the top. How do you describe your own English? Just tunes are fucking Aberdonian. Yeah, bumblebee, banger. Bah! Hydrating's important, yeah, especially if you're on Vyvanse. I need to bring back the fucking Stein because this is just too small. This bottle is not taking enough water for what I need for stream. I need the big 2 pint monster. I think it's actually 4 pints in that thing. Steins. Am I even in the right place? No, I'm supposed to be killing peons. I'm in the wrong place. Stage acting. Yeah. Do you feel the same way about your voice when singing? Like, yeah, like a million times worse, yeah. I was never really much of a singer, though. I would just do it because I liked writing songs and didn't really have much choice. Ooh. Sing something. Nope. Not for $1,000. Maybe. Maybe $1,000.
Well, not the incest thing, but I mean, this specifically, she's talking about the Hassan clip, about her saying...
Fuck!
Well, all right, let's hear her
about
out.
Hassan.
Let's hear her out.
You're immediately not thinking with your dick and also thinking with this pesky thing up here that we like to call our brains.
Shit!
So once you start thinking with your...
I'm sorry. Again, I think it's
They do a 700 fucking instant cast on you. That's nice. Shadow Shock. Cute. Okay, good.
funny for us to watch it because we've all had fucking dark times in our lives. People in here have watched Joe Rogan, motherfuckers. I know at least one of you has to have watched Tim Pool. All right? One of you has watched one of those stupid atheist channels. One of those atheist channels where it's like, I'm amazing, atheist, skeptic, incredible man.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Okay, new goal, chat. New goal. Made a new one. Take Shakespearean acting and becoming like Ian McKellen or Patrick Stewart. Okay. You like the most endearing quality of your voice is the weird gibberish noises and random swearing. Oh yeah, I'm never getting rid of that because that's kind of like, you know, most of that's involuntary, right? Like I don't make myself do that. I would have to think to stop doing it, you know? How much to hear you sing $1,000? Yeah, I'd sing a song for $1,000. Yeah, why not?
The hell? It's okay. We all used to be evil. I mean, we used to believe in incest, and apparently you still do.
Based?
That's against God. You want to talk about atheism? There's nothing more sacrilege than fucking your brother, lady. Right?
And this is why Muslim is bad. This is why Islamists are evil. It's like, okay, everybody's had stupid opinions. Some of you have been libertarians before. I know it. I know it. I know at least one of you. All right, motherfuckers. I know. I see you. I see you. And in some form of like cosmic irony, I've seen a clip recently circulating where it's like, it's me criticizing Hassan because, shocker, I've always criticized Hassan.
Then, right? Yeah, no, always. You're always calling him out. And then you proceed to glaze him about how you go, I've always criticized Hassan. But anyway, I was only criticizing him because I didn't understand.
And do you want to know
You're criticizing the entire left in that clip, buddy. But,
why? In that clip, I'm criticizing him?
Because he used to be a liberal. That's it. Like, he used to be a liberal DGGer. Is that not... What would even be wrong with just saying that? Like, you should just say she changed. But I feel like she's not going to say... All right.
Say something mean about Hassan right now. One mean thing. Go on.
Years ago, because I was tricked by a million of these clips being like, wow, this guy seems like a sexist piece of shit.
That's not what you... That's insane.
And
But
then
that's not what you were saying. You were saying that he's so left, and if you're not with him, then he's just gonna go after you.
Right? She wasn't even.
That's the difficult thing, is that what she was saying in that clip was 100% true about him then, and it's true about him now. As in, like, there's not really, you'd have to explain a bit more of a thought process that changed your mind on that. Yeah, well. Big deal.
Really analyzing his... She wasn't even calling him a misogynist,
Exactly.
actually.
No, that doesn't make any sense.
What she said was like, if you disagree with him, he'll
Tricked
defame
by
you.
clips.
Right.
Out of context.
Right. What happened?
There's layers to this.
God damn, dude.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
More, and I was like, oh. Wait, do you guys just lie about people? What the fuck?
Huh?
Oh. But you could just watch one broadcast and then realize nothing is, all of this is fucking fabricated.
Dude, the irony is crazy.
But it's almost funny because now
this is the girl that watched one video of bad empanada saying my kids were crawling around in dog shit eating it, and she goes, "This is this true? Oh my god, you guys!"
Yeah. Also, watch the clip of Lena not pulling Rocky's tail. I mean, like, did she pull his tail?
Yeah.
You
great.
can't.
Iconic. You can't.
What the fuck was that noise? Hey.
I mean,
that sounded like a Doric thing, like a Scottish countryside. Hey. That's how they say. You know, I've told you guys before, right? Where I'm from in the countryside, they inhale. They say the word "I" like yes, but they inhale it. They go, "Hey, hey." Someone in chat knows. Is that what I heard? I swear I heard that.
Odd, you guys.
Yeah. Also, watch the clip of Lena not pulling Rocky's tail. I mean, like, did she pull his tail?
Yeah.
You
great.
can't.
Iconic. You can't. I mean, what did I say? Anyway,
I did it
Hassan's
twice.
awesome.
What the fuck?
That clip is being used to fabricate lies about me. So we're just like 3 layers of lies deep. It's incredible. It's really, really amazing stuff.
Yes!
Laugh, dummy.
We do that shit in Ireland as well. I didn't know that. Is that Mike from PA?
There's one more, and then we can go on to our sponsor and then on to welcoming our guest. Shout out the Pope. Are you here? Did I show him? I think I showed him my Platinum Daytona. I think that's the one I know he saw. I wish I was wearing a different one. Every time I come here with one of my watches, I go, I hope Nick is in chat and asks me what watch I'm wearing.
Oh my god.
The Pope sees all.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
This one's sick, right? I really like this one.
God, these orcs are so fucking strong.
You know?
Oh my
anyway.
god.
So Denim still has no, she's still like, this is crazy. This is from a few days ago. She still doesn't understand the lawsuit. She doesn't know why she's being sued.
Uh-oh.
It's unreal.
Not the goddamn lawsuits.
Of his YouTube career has been maliciously reacting. That is to say, reacting with like distaste for the person who had created the original content, which is what
I can't
That's what
believe
they mean
she
by
actually
malicious?
thinks that. She thinks maliciously reacting just means you don't like
He's
them.
like snarking.
How dumb can you
watching.
be?
Yeah, I mean,
that's free speech. That's First Amendment.
Trying to think, but nothing happens.
First Amendment.
It's not that. Did you? I wonder if she even watched any of the videos I made about this, because like, it's got nothing to do with how much you like me. It's about your stated intent to steal my content.
If Learnerbox had Dono sounds like the Oreo, I wouldn't watch. It's noise pollution. Yeah, but we need a bit more noise in here. I think it's soundboard. It's always soundboard we need to work on. One day, I'll get myself a good solid soundboard.
Content and profit from it. That's malicious. How do you not know that?
And I would very much like one of the top donor, like I think I would get donor sounds for $20 and above, because I do want one with Hassan. What was it? Learnerbox is crying and telling me to kill myself, demanding. I need that. I need that for a soundboard. That should go for a dono goal for $20 and above. That it plays that. IRI has dono sounds for $20 or $50. Yeah, just for the high ones, you know? Not for the 5s and 10s. Wouldn't be a fucking state. Anyone needs Nagrand Arena? Oh, shit. Maybe I should have gone there. All right. A bass-boosted Obama.
No,
Nice.
it's not. That's not it at all.
At all?
That's actually no. That is not what she's talking about in that clip.
That you can't just react to people that you hate.
No, that's not what she said. That's absolutely not what she meant.
You can't do that, which is not how the law works, by the way. You can react to whoever. You don't have to like the...
I can't believe she's this dumb.
You think her lawyer wakes up in a panic?
No, he's bleeding them dry, dude.
Oh, shit. Denim's has new tweets. Oh, no. That's funny as fuck. What a good image.
I think he wakes up a happy camper. You know what I mean? Every day.
Person you're reacting to.
Holy fuck, she still has no idea why she's being sued. This is great.
In fact, Ethan Klein won a lawsuit on copyright infringement while he was reacting to content from a creator he didn't like.
What are you talking about? How can you misunderstand fundamentally? This is the fundamental issue at hand.
The one where you had skits in it as well, and shitload of commentary.
And you paused it a shitload, didn't show the whole video, had sketches, lots of critical commentary. Did not state on the record that my intention to steal his views and benefit from his IP, to profit from his IP in lieu of him.
Also, at the time, you didn't like have an opinion on Matt Haas, I assume. He was just some guy, right?
Yeah, he's just some guy. He was some internet meme that people were dunking on for these crazy cringe videos. I'm constantly in... She manages to still surprise me with how fucking dumb she is.
Incest.
Dude, showing...
How can she not understand that?
Showing
They've
those old
deployed the
designs
soundboard.
was,
Oh, no.
like, really, I was in fucking shock. I couldn't, like, there's some... Rarely am I, like, baffled like that. I could not believe that was her defense.
Was that we've all done evil things?
Yeah, but but like by implicating him as well, like I don't. God bless her.
God bless her, man.
Man, I feel like a ventriloquist dummy is smarter than her.
Do you think when she
Yeah, because they know at least to shut their mouth.
Oh fuck.
Do you think when she watched Game of Thrones, she thought the Lannisters were the good guys? They were just a couple that were trying to be together.
They were misunderstood. You know.
Incest.
Yeah.
I mean, Jamie wasn't one of the worst guys, was he? He had his moments. This is what you sound like in 2020, literally doing the Hassan voice. Where did you get this from? Is this a clip? First of all, I should probably let everyone know. I currently have no plans to be a streamer in any way. I'm just in between cameras at the moment and can't make it. Yeah, that's mad. It sounds so fucking different. What the fuck? Oh well. Mortal Terror. My accent's definitely faded, yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Americans. Hey. Different glasses. Yeah, different glasses. Whatever. You sound so delicate. 1 HP voice. Yeah, man, I was a very different person back then, I think. Not really, just different levels of confidence, I guess. Brr. Alright.
Weird.
Although they had a child through incest. So.
Yeah,
But-
yeah, they had a few.
Where did that clip come from, though? Because I thought all those streams were privated. Where did you get that from? Or is it just a clip? It's probably a clip. Whatever.
We love that
Like
for
a
them.
Twitch clip.
Anywho,
Ad time.
What is
No
happening?
plans to be a
Lus,
streamer.
what is your
Uh-oh.
at? I can't see Lus's comment.
So that's what's going on over in Denham's world. She has yet to respond to the accusations of her being pro-incest, a fan of incest, perhaps a practitioner of incest. With the way she's defending it, who knows? I don't know either way. But I do have questions that I believe deserve answers.
Where are the backbreakers?
Right. Anywho, let's thank our sponsors and let's get right into the meat and potatoes of the episode here, guys. I want to big a big old thing.
Slop. Good. Oh, this one. The backbreakers are casters. What a strange title for a caster. Backbreaker. Why would you call yourself that? Backbreaker sounds like a melee creature, not a fucking... Oh god, he's gonna hit me with that shadow shock and kill me again. Ah! I don't have anything to... Ah! I need to bandage now. When we get in the 1 year and 2 year membership badges. I don't know how those work. Is that an option? I thought it just went by month. And after 4 months, it reaches peak. Huh. Here's the Hassan Abi sound bit.
Siding with Lonerbox, who is crying and demanding I kill myself.
It needs to be clipped. It needs to be clipped. Loner box and then the not the But yeah, that's good. That's easily fixed. We'll deal with it. Demanding. Demanding. What do we want? Why do we want it? How much will that soundbite be worth? Probably $20 donos. I think that would fit nicely in a $20 dono. Wouldn't it? What am I looking for? I am. What's happening with Mr. Andrew and the Epstein files?
The latest revelations from the Epstein files raised some serious questions about the reliability of what the then Prince Andrew said in a BBC Newsnight.
Yeah, this is basically about new findings from the Epstein files that shine a new light on things that he said in his interview with Victoria Derbyshire.
Interview in 2019.
The one where he said he can't sweat. Let's go.
Tonight, for the first time, Prince Andrew speaks out.
I have no recollection of ever meeting this lady. From that day forth, I was never in contact with him.
We've gone through his replies to find out how they stand up to what we found out since in emails which were apparently sent by and to Andrew. He has previously denied any wrongdoing.
Uh-oh.
It would be, to some extent, a stretch to say that as it were, we were close friends.
We now know that Andrew Mountbatten Windsor and Jeffrey Epstein were in frequent contact with each other. They talked business, they mixed socially, they visited each other. They were close enough for Epstein to set up a dinner date for Andrew, promising that his guest was 26, Russian, clever, beautiful and trustworthy, in an email from August 2010.
In 2008, he was convicted of soliciting and procuring a minor for prostitution. He was jailed. This was your friend. How did you feel about it?
Well, I ceased contact with him after I was aware that he was under investigation, and that was later on in 2006. And I wasn't in touch with him again until 2010. So it was one of those things that if somebody's going through that sort of thing, well, I'm terribly sorry, I can't be.
So no contact?
No contact.
When he was serving time, there was no call, no letter, nothing there?
No.
Except here's an email from Andrew to Epstein in 2009. Please, may I stay in your beauty...
Why did he think this was a good idea? I honestly think it's just because he's in one of those positions where he was a prince, but he was never going to become king. So he's got all the prestige of the royal family and everything, but like not really any responsibility, at least not compared to William, because he was more distant to the crown. And he just becomes a fucking deranged party animal fuckwit. So yeah, it's in the Maxwell documentary. They talk about how one of the people who knew him says that when they're at this dinner party, and apparently Andrew just looks fucking bored out of his mind for the entire time until some younger woman who is an Epstein associate, I don't know if they're underage or not, but she starts talking to him, and then that's when he starts to perk up. Like, but before then, he's just like, he's bored and he doesn't want to be there. Like, he's just a fucking like disgusting piece of shit. It would have just been hubris. The perks of being a prince, but not like in line.
Beautiful apartment again. Andrew was asking about using Epstein's place in Paris at a time when he says there was no contact.
He was released in July. Within months, by December of 2010, you went to stay with him at his New York mansion.
Yeah.
Why? Why were you staying with a convicted sex offender?
I have always, ever since this has happened, and since this has become, as it were, public knowledge that I was there,
Denim's countersues for the inbred emoji claims, plot twist of the century. I'd be sweating like Andrew of Windsor. Oh wait.
I wouldn't be against it if she did. I do think Ethan has a tendency to fuck around when it comes to that kind of thing, because it's very obvious what she's saying there. Like, anyone in good faith would look at that clip and just realize that she's just like making the whole argument for, oh, well, there's this thing everyone believes is bad, but most people don't really know why. Most people don't really know the problem. And she's worded it, because I've heard her give the proper argument against incest before. Like, it's the same one that I gave to you guys earlier. I've heard her do that. Remember, me and her used to be friendly. Like, yeah. So, yeah, if anyone comes away from that clip thinking that she like actually wants to fuck her siblings, is like that's just bad faith. It's just not what she's saying. So yeah, I don't know if she wants to if she wants to play that game, she should. More content. Ethan can handle it. Big boy.
Question myself as to why did I go, what was I doing, and was it the right thing to do?
Lauren Box, my dad met Andrew during the Falklands War. He said everybody thought Andrew was useless and a waste of space. He was even bad at delivering the post. I mean, yeah, he seems to have that vibe. Whatever. User, thanks for the $10. But I cannot possibly verify. I can only go by this interview in which he was incredibly fucking useless.
This email was sent as soon as Epstein's sentence was over in July 2010, saying, "Congratulations, as he'd found out you were allowed out from yesterday." While in New York, this picture was taken of the pair walking in a park. Andrew
Dante, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Monthly reminder to free Settler Avi. Also, Settler Avi wants to promote her book, May Allah Bless You. Wait, that's the Avi who's banned? The one who's trying to promote a book? Why? No, okay.
Gave an account of their conversation, where their connection was said to have been severed.
Damn.
Look, because of what has happened, I don't think it is appropriate that we should remain in contact. And by mutual agreement during that walk in the park, we decided that we would part company, and I left. I think it was
during that evening, constitutional in the park. He's such a fucking fanny, man. Maybe I am pro French Revolution. Maybe we should have one. Maybe it's a shame we didn't have one. Apparently, because it will be so much history, it will give us even more tourism.
The next day, and to this day I never had any contact with him from that day forward.
But contact showed no signs of stopping. Soon after, Andrew was back in the UK. It was great to spend time with my US family. Looking forward to joining you all again soon, he told Epstein. I'll call you tomorrow, as I'm moving the family up to Sandringham during the day. The no contact had evaporated. Andrew went on to say Epstein had been understanding about the end of their relationship, with Andrew insisting that with all the attendant scrutiny on me, it was over. But months later, they were still sending friendly emails to each other, with Andrew in February 2011 promising Epstein, "We'll play some more soon."
It's like no one believes the tourism argument for the royal family, because I swear to God, if we fucking guillotined the entire monarchy, like tourists would come flocking. You'd increase the tourism revenue tenfold if we did that in 2026, and we were like, come to where it happened, you know, come to the historical tour. God, we would get so many fucking tourists. They'd be all over us. They would love it. Anyway.
In the interview, he maintained that he had taken a moral stance on cutting off ties with Epstein. It seemed an important part of his testimony.
I took the decision that I had to show leadership, and I had to go and see him, and I had to tell him that's it.
Although the emails suggest that wasn't it. They were even in touch on Christmas Day. Emily Maitlis pressed the point about this being their only connection since his conviction in 2008.
Was that visit, December of 2010, the only time you saw him after he was convicted?
Yes.
Did you see him or speak to him again?
No.
That's disputed by the emails. Can you speak any time from now until later today? That was Andrew's message to Epstein on Christmas Eve after that trip. One of a number of emails that seemed to be about setting up phone calls.
Perfect phone call.
The interview turned to Virginia Roberts, whose later married name was Virginia Giuffre, and who became Andrew's most prominent accuser before her death in 2025.
I have no recollection of ever meeting this lady. None whatsoever.
You don't remember meeting her?
No.
Behind the scenes, there were emails back and forth about her claims. That included preparing a statement for Ghislaine Maxwell to explain her position, including a contribution from Amanda Thirsk, Andrew's private secretary and close advisor. Her proposal was to reject Virginia's claims about being trafficked for sex with Andrew as completely untrue, but she suggested that Maxwell said, "The only time I recall the meeting was at my home in 2001 in London. You have published a photo. They did not have sex. They may have met up again in New York, but I categorically state..."
Any of these people not going to Epstein and just being like, dude, why did you have to take so many fucking pictures? This is pre-smartphone days. Why did they have to do this? Surely someone is thinking that. Surely Andrew is just like, blimey. Why do you take so many photographs, Jeffrey?
That Prince Andrew did not grope.
You're a photograss, get it? Wow.
Nor did they have sex. There was no...
Ah!
The scenes...
I really hate this fucking thing, man. I'm trying to move the window.
Giuffre and Andrew together was authentic. There was an meeting was at my home in 2001 did preparing a statement for Ghislaine Maxwell to explain her position, including a contribution from Amanda Thirsk, Andrew's private secretary and close advisor. Her proposal was to reject Virginia's claims about being trafficked for sex with Andrew as completely untrue, but she suggested that Maxwell said, "The only time I recall the meeting was at my home in 2001 in London. You have published a photo. They did not have sex. They may have met up again in New York, but I categorically state that Prince Andrew did not grope, nor did they have sex. There was no orgy in Little St. James." It rejected any wrongdoing, but it accepted that they had met in London and possibly New York, and the photo of Giuffre and Andrew together was authentic. There was an explanation that he was in Woking at Pizza Express, and more doubt was cast on the photo.
You've seen the photo?
I've seen the photograph.
How do you explain that?
I can't. Because I have absolutely no memory.
Why are you turning up,
of that photograph ever being taken.
Why are you going
But
to
an
an
email
interview?
from Ghislaine Maxwell again appears to confirm that there was a meeting with Giuffre that evening at Maxwell's London house, and that the photo was taken there. In a draft statement she sent to Jeffrey Epstein in 2015, she wrote, "In 2001, I was in London when met a number of friends of mine, including Prince Andrew. A photograph was taken, as I imagine she wanted to show it to friends and family. It doesn't seem to dispute the photo or the meeting." There have been more recent calls for Andrew to testify about what he knew, and Emily Maitlis put that question to him.
Would you be willing to testify or give a statement under oath if you were asked?
Where's his PR team? I'm pretty sure the guy, whoever was the equivalent of a PR guy, resigned because of this interview. Apparently everyone who was in that capacity was insisting that he doesn't do it. They kept telling him he did this interview of his own volition. He went against advice to do this interview. Because he was a smug fuck who thought he could handle it, I guess.
Well, I'm like everybody else. And I would have to take all the legal advice that there was before I was to do that sort of thing. But if push came to shove and the legal advice was to do so, then I would be duty-bound to do so.
Among the significant findings of the released emails is how hard the US authorities tried to get Andrew to testify, with no sign of him or his lawyers being willing. The US authorities concluded in an email from 2020 that efforts to obtain a truly voluntary interview have been exhausted. They then began a formal process of trying to compel Andrew to give evidence. More than 6 years after the Newsnight interview, there is still no sign of him planning to share what he knows about Epstein. As the interview came to a close, Emily Maitlis then asked more about Andrew's feelings about the scandal and how the royals should respond. His response, once again, relies on the claim that he'd cut ties with Epstein on that New York trip in 2010.
I know that I made the wrong judgment and I made the wrong decision, but I made the wrong decision and the wrong judgment, I believe, fundamentally for the right reasons, which is to say to somebody, I'm not going to see you again. And in fact, from that day forth, I was never in contact with him.
The emails show he was frequently still in contact. That included sending Epstein official documents from Andrew's trips as trade envoy, including confidential information from Afghanistan. All of that was sent after the time he claimed not to be in contact. Emily Maitlis gave him one more chance to make an apology.
I wonder if you have any sense now of guilt, regret or shame about any of your behaviour and your friendship with Epstein.
As far as Mr. Epstein is concerned, it was the wrong decision to go and see him in 2010.
He talked about some seriously beneficial outcomes from their relationship.
Was I right in having him as a friend at the time? And bearing in mind this was some years before he was accused of being a sex offender.
Whatever happened to poly people? Jesus. Fucking PTSD, man. What the fuck? Last I remember, she got banned from Twitch for showing too much skin. They had a rule about like wearing those like shorts or like how much leg you could show, and there's like a very, I think their TOS actually had a very strict line for how much you could show from the bottom half, and she was apparently showing too much. So I think she moved to YouTube, but I'm so curious now. Given that the trans people fighting Hassan now seem to be so much more switched on than the crowd that we were dealing with in 2022, but let's see. Poly people. I don't see anything when I have it separate words. I don't think I'm ever going to find it. Chud logic from 3 years ago. Poly people folds on everything in a dog Finster, Poly. Oh, because she fought with Finster. Young black economist. Oh, I think this person made a hate video against me at one point. I don't think I can see a channel of hers, though. I can see people talking about her. What the fuck was it? Her chud logic.
Or you could just listen to what my question is and answer my question.
The more black people you've got, the more responsible it is.
Like, I want to.
Wait, was Chud? Oh, there I am. I don't remember I was on this.
And then Polly could say mass reporting's bad. And then
Yes, mass reporting is. Look.
Wait.
What
was I doing here?
Let me just hold on. No,
genocide is bad.
Wait a second.
So we got what? Wick, Chud Logic, Carantos, Smugbug dressed as Carantos.
No, wait,
stop, because everything's a genocide now, so we'll have to get to that.
Smugbug. Oh no.
I appreciate
Stardust.
I appreciate what Polly just said. Just that, you know, these screenshots are very problematic, and they've been like yeah. So
yeah. Well, I have.
Oh, here we go.
I apparently not.
How did you get in here?
Hey, could you let me?
I think Leonard Box
Jesus Christ,
by himself.
yo.
I'm sorry, this turned into a dog pile. Can we just relax a little bit? Right, Polly, sorry.
Yeah, right. Come on now. Come on. I am trying to get along with you people. So what I would like to say to Stardust is I'm going to revisit moderation decisions I made in the past.
Why did I jump in on this?
Without, you know,
what did I say?
I
don't
I'm not
remember.
used to this kind of attention, to be honest with you. So like I may have in the past done, you know, just made decisions as to who's a moderator or a VIP less carefully than I could have. And I'm going to go back and revisit those things. I'll take a look at your screenshots and look at it through a different light.
Okay,
all right.
just
I appreciate that.
Okay, so Polly, you're saying that, you know, because you were sort of being defensive of young black economists, you're saying that maybe you need to reassess that if there's aggressive messages coming through. Have I got that right?
Yeah,
Did you have a crazy
of course.
mod?
Like, look, I'm not going to make somebody who is harassing another streamer who I like, I hasten to add, causing them problems. You know, like I don't think so. Like I could have come on and I considered this. I could have come on and just made a full-throated defense of...
Yeah, it's 2022. It's late 2022, and I think the trans genocide shit happened in like it was late 2022. It was like October, November. God damn it, man! That was such a fucking wake-up call for me. That was a fucking dark time. I was so stunned by the fucking online response to that shit. Couldn't believe it. Right, let's see. It was a better time, to be honest. Was it? I couldn't say.
YBE, because like they're going after Wick personally, like in DMs after one of his chatters said some genocidal shit. It's super hard for me to come down on them for that. Like it
was when the Young Black Economist wanted clips of Ico and President Sunday and offered $500 to anyone who could get them.
You should have seen the chats. But having said that, I understand that the blowback will hit me and people will unfairly call me a mass deplatformer. And so thus, I have to take that reality into account.
You're laughing. What's
So,
the genocide stuff?
Wait,
that's being
whoa,
spoken about?
Smugbug, you'll get your turn. Okay, I'm trying not to turn this into just a dog pile. Stardust, was there any other thing you wanted to clarify?
Yeah, I just want to say I don't think that Polly herself would be pro deplatforming. She was the target of that deplatforming list just a month or so ago. So I don't think she would be that. But I think there's just like this YBE person is problematic. It's something it's worth taking a look into.
That person was
That's
fucking
all.
crazy.
Other than that, I'm very satisfied with this conversation. I have no bad feelings towards you, Polly. And I like everybody here. So I'm gonna peace out because I actually have some errands to run. Unless anybody else has anything else they want to address with me.
Why can't we watch the video?
I just want to reinforce: don't let yourself be lol-cowed by a chatter. All right.
I just wanted to see what my input was. What's my input here? What the fuck was I saying?
No worries.
Polly, but I wanted to hear what the genocidal stuff. Because look, the way Polly uses what she's describing was actually.
You poisoned the well. This is bull. All right. Okay. Rick, please read the very non-genocidal chat from your chatter.
So to be clear, like there are people in right? When I was made aware of it, mods must have missed it.
Wait, unleash the Kraken.
The leftist.
Fully confident.
My stream. It says
what was
Sorry, these were that guy. Wait, what did I say?
This
here?
was from a rando chatter in my stream.
These were simpler.
What was the name of the chatter?
Roland Stott.
Okay, rando.
Sorry. Oh, I remember that guy.
Sterilize the black women until 35, and you stop the school to prison pipeline.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Not base, yes.
That is gross.
No, Q. We gotta dial that one back, buddy. Hold on.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah, save
to be
it
clear,
for the second time.
when I saw this, right, I was like, get rid of
We're
it.
only talking about
It
Chicago.
was gotten rid of.
Maybe we should
But
go
once
around the
again,
circle
Polly's
and-
community is lying in my chat because that's what they do. Let's be clear. And again, I want to point out that Polly, right, was okay with her harassing me. She said that. I didn't want to come down hard on her for harassing Wick because it's okay to harass me. That's fine, right? And that's okay, right?
Maybe we should go around the circle and see if anyone thinks that quote's genocidal or not.
Yeah, we should. I think so. Yeah.
I'm gonna
Starting
give it
with
a
chat.
yes.
Let's come on, please. I just woke up. I want to answer the charges against me, so I can also go.
I do miss Karantos, I will say. That was such a man. I need to find the debate that she had with. It's probably gone because of his. No, he got demonetized. He got banned. President Sunday had an impromptu debate with her after he took her side against me, and then he realized how fucking mental she was. Oh fuck. Karantos is still on loan record. Yeah, but he doesn't really talk that much, does he?
I don't think there was anything wrong then. The problem was the fact that once he had been convicted,
You stayed with him.
I stayed with him.
From the released files, the emails indicate that Epstein's conviction wasn't any problem for Andrew. As we've seen, his response at the end of Epstein's sentence was congratulations, and their personal, social and business connection had shown no signs of stopping. We have contacted Andrew Mountbatten Windsor for comment. He's previously denied any wrongdoing.
Good luck, Mr. Mountbatten Windsor. I love it. Do you think they get any satisfaction out of calling him that? Just like the total fucking disgrace. The total shame. The IP debate with Karantos was funny as fuck. That was very early on, wasn't it? Okay. You know what? I'm very tempted to watch the. I wonder if there'd be much appeal. I don't know if I'll do it today in doing internet history debates, like reacting to historic internet videos. Like specifically in mind now is the Asmongold, Trainwrecks, Hassan Destiny, Fuentes, Sargon panel. I wonder if there would be much appeal to watch that and do a react to it. It was very long and very fucking frustrating. I remember that. I don't know if I want to do that right now, though. Papa Gut debated Andrew Wilson. That sounds total brain rot, but okay. Don't review old internet debates. Boring. Wow. Yeah, but you're like a very negative person in chat, STRL. You always got something negative to say about whatever the fuck we're doing. I didn't know Papa Gut did debates. Oh yeah, Irrelevant debated him as well. Which one's better? I fucking hate Andrew Wilson. Which one's better? Irrelevant or Papa Gut? Andrew Wilson doesn't give positions in debates. That's the thing. That's the problem. Yeah, I did see the Papa Gut crash out. Yeah. That was a shame. Because the right-wingers made a lot of fucking mileage out of that. Kill Sarth Voldur. Okay. Where's that version? Atop the tower. Ooh. The rally debate was funny. It's only 25 minutes. Let's do it. Why so short? Andrew Wilson. Okay.
Bro, this is not working. If you're just gonna go to like 9 out of 10 at the beginning.
That we're freaking out. Why you keep
Because you're like raising your voice and you're talking over me. Can you provide me any evidence that they didn't make a change to Medicaid? You made the claim they didn't change Medicaid. Can you provide any proof that you did? You literally did. Yo, what's up? What brings you to me?
Did you see the Jank tweet where he says he no longer believes the official 9/11 story? He's been like that for ages. What are we talking about? But is it just confirmed now? Oh, really? We've gone from just asking questions, wink, wink, for a whole fucking year. Okay.
Yeah, how you doing?
Anything to keep things fresh.
I don't see anything wrong with drinking the day after Christmas, honestly. Aren't most people off for the week, you know, for instance?
Yeah, but it's just like it's like the idea is, I imagine most of the people who are going to be drinking, they probably drank on Christmas a little bit, you know, a little bit of hard eggnog. But yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, that's good, right?
Well, drinking 2 days in a row, maybe take it easy.
Well, the second day is for beer. That way you're hearing the dog, right?
Sure. How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 41.
Okay. Are you Andrew Wilson? People keep asking.
I am.
Okay. Is there a reason you're on like an alt account?
Well, yeah, I tend to use them a lot because people get terrified by seeing me in the chat for some reason.
Okay, dude.
Okay, I didn't even notice you in the chat.
Even though I tend to have nothing but respectful conversations with people.
Really?
I think just the name can be somewhat
thought he was
terrifying for people.
older
It
than
seems
41.
like that's how they react. For
See,
some
like he
reason.
says this stuff because he thinks he wants to get a rise out of someone. Like he wants to rile people up. Like he's so fucking stupid. It's so transparent.
Okie dokie. All right, so I know you're not a liberal. You want to give me your reasoning?
Well, first, let's get into what do you consider a liberal to be?
So in the modern, I'm using like a modern context that most people are probably going to understand. As a liberal being somebody who's pro-free speech.
This guy's a fucking
pro-freedom of
train.
press, somebody who believes in healthcare.
Why are you so strong?
Like a public option. Somebody who believes in
freedom of guns, though.
in general, I think most liberals are mixed on the Second Amendment. I'm more pro-Second Amendment than the average liberal, but I think in general, liberals are a little bit mixed on the Second Amendment.
So the only thing that distinguishes to you between a liberal and a conservative is the value set of the first 10 amendments? Or is there more to it than that?
I was in the middle of talking. I'm still going. So, like, having some type of robust welfare state or social services for people if they're, hurting or lacking, meaning like welfare for poor, less fortunate people. Free school lunches seems to be an issue that conservatives have almost entirely abandoned. That Democrats are really trying to keep around. Free reduced education as well, namely in college, seems to be under debate and under threat. And yeah, there's more, but it's the beginning.
Mana bomb. Let's go.
Okay, well, you've told me a bit about the things I think you're for or against. I'm not so sure that
Not so sure you can tell me what's liberalism, though. That's all he does. He just tries to ask fucking stupid, obtuse questions to like roadblock any conversation. He's always the same shit, man. Always the same. Fuck. Duh! Oh shit! I'm gonna get shadow bolted. I'm so dead. Oh. Man, TBC is hard. These mobs are hard. I'm already noticing like the scale up. I've been level 64 for the whole day. The fuck?
Has given me a very good purview of what a liberal is in your sense, but I'm willing to just engage with what you've said so far.
Okay, thank God.
So the kind of the threshold difference that we're looking at, you've talked about the constitutional amendments, first 10 of them specifically, and then some social safety net programs. What about social issues themselves? Where do you think that liberals fall on social issues?
A lot of liberals are going to be pro-LGBT. Yeah, a lot of liberals are going to be pro-LGBT, sure, yeah.
Also pro-abortion?
Yep, generally.
Okay, so the big threshold here that's going to be a delineation then is going to be that a lot of conservatives follow religious rigorism, and due to that, they can't really be liberals unless it's somehow conflict with their faith, right?
Well, I think their current state of conservatism conflicts with their faith. I think their total abandonment of the poor and downtrodden is a total conflict with their faith. Well, it's the argument is your argument is that they can't be a liberal because it conflicts with their faith. My argument is that okay, your statement was that it conflicts with liberalism because okay, so I'm this is not true. You made this statement that rigorous conservative rigorous.
You a question.
Why are you freaking out? You're chill. Take a smoke. Take a smoke. Take a smoke.
That guy definitely needs a smoke.
Take a smoke. It's not that heavy. Not that heavy, bro.
Not that heavy.
Relax. Calm down.
So you're not going to engage with what I'm
No,
saying?
I was engaging with what you said. You were talking about how conservatives apply to a rigorous form of their religion or religious base or conservative values, and that relax. I'm responding to no. Dude, I don't know why you're like freaking out already. Did you were you in the queue and then you just got really upset at a previous caller?
You should watch Ogre Boy versus Pisco next. When did they talk? Recently or when?
Actually engaging.
Bro, this is not working if you're just gonna go to 9 out of 10 at the beginning.
That we're freaking out. Why you keep
because you're raising your voice and you're talking over me.
To engage with what's being said.
Why does every conversation with Andrew end like this? Because he's the only way that he feels comfortable is if he is basically just he's the one who asks the question, and then he just gets people to talk and just tries to tie people in knots. That's his whole thing. He tries to get people to, because I think with most people don't really think about okay, what's a good working definition that I can give in the middle of a debate for liberalism, and what's my consideration for rigorous religious faith and how that might conflict with most people don't think like that. People just people tend to prefer just arguing about fucking policy or even on a narrative basis. But this whole thing about definitions and trying to make everything sound really. It's like someone coming up to me in the debate and saying oh, is this thing blue? And I'm like, yeah, probably. Yeah, it looks blue to me. Yeah. Okay, what is blue? I'm wavelength, and then they laugh and fucking cum their fucking shorts because they think they've got some massive own because I don't actually know how to define blue. I have no idea how to define blue. I just know what it is. Sure. But I can happily go over whether or not a thing is blue.
Said.
I am engaging with what's being said. You said
that rigorism, that Christian rigorism would conflict then with what you consider liberal ideology to be, considering that some of these core tenets you're talking about are against their actual value structure. That's the question. I'm not asking for some trail off bizarre.
It's not a trail off or bizarre.
I want you to engage with the question.
Okay, so for that specific statement about whether or not it would conflict with liberal values, in some ways, yes. However, it would also conflict with conservative values because the conservative main points for the last good bit, especially under MAGA and Donald Trump, has been to totally abandon people who are less fortunate, people who have less resources, the sick, the elderly, cutting Medicaid, cutting Social Security, and cutting welfare programs. This is deeply anti-Christian. Deeply anti-Christian. One of the least Christian things that you could do.
Yeah, none of those things are anti-Christian.
Really? Nowhere in Christianity does it say to feed homeless people, feed poor people? Nowhere does it say that?
There's nowhere in the Bible anywhere that says the government has to give social safety.
No, not the government. That as a good Christian, that you should practice feeding and caring for the less able.
Christians already do that far more than liberals do.
Okay, so why don't they do it? Why don't they put their money where their mouth is and actually do it when it comes to feeding the people through the government? They don't.
They already do. You see what I mean? How you just made a conflationary problem there? So now you're saying that the government, once again, Christians must support the government doing this. There's nothing biblical about that. That's just totally made up. You're just making...
No, it's a very basic idea. If I'm a Christian and I believe that people who are poor, people who are sick, people who are elderly should get fed...
See, again, it's this is just the kind of debate I would never let someone get me into. Because I would just say, yeah, I don't think the Bible says you have to feed the poor through taxation. They'd probably expect you to do it through charity or something like that. But I don't really like a system where people are dependent on the goodwill or lack thereof of their neighbor. I would rather that people are part of a society. We share the same roads, we share the same infrastructure, we live in the same, like roughly the same areas. We got the same like police forces to a degree, or the same military that defends us. So it makes sense that that I would trust a government, a state, to take a bit of our taxpayers' money to redistribute and to provide aid for people who need it in that way. I think that's more efficient, yields better results. It doesn't leave people in the lurch if people just feel less charitable for whatever reason at some point. Seems to yield better results. And we can argue about that. We can argue about whether a charity-based welfare system is better or worse at achieving its goal than a state welfare system. And then we can get on to, okay, well, does the more generous benefits lead to more unemployment because it disincentivizes people from working? Whoa. Yeah, I'd much rather lean into that argument, but okay.
Then I fed, housed, whatever. If
you ever catch me arguing with a Christian about what Christianity says or what the Bible says, like, kill me. I've made a terrible mistake in life at some point if I started doing those debates.
Should advocate for programs. That's when then I should advocate for programs to be able to do that. And the church is failing.
No, that's just, you're just making things up, right? This is the concept here is that you do those things through the church, not through the compellence of force of the state. That's not biblical. You're just making it up. That's one. And two, the reason
the church is failing them. Their inability to do that. They're failing millions in their country.
They're doing it way better than you guys do in private charity. It's not even close.
If that was the case, then why is there still so many millions of people who are hungry or less than housed or have difficulty? You don't think there's millions? You don't think there's millions? You don't think there's millions of? You don't think that there's millions of people?
Is that true? Really? Like, does the fucking Christian church in America provide better healthcare than like the NHS? I don't. What the fuck? I don't know, man. Somehow, us Brits, we eat a lot of fucking grease and battered filth, and we still live quite a bit. We still manage to live longer than Americans somehow. Oh, Pisco and Ogre spoke last night. There's a new debate. Ooh. Irrelevant said he's self-conscious when Learnerbox reacts to his content. Why? Does he think I'll... What does he think I'll do? Think I'll bully him? Well, maybe I will. Fuck this guy.
Who are food insecure or housing insecure. You don't believe that in America.
There's a difference between you saying that people might have worries versus you saying they're actually starving. They're not starving.
I never said. When did I use the word starving? When did I use the word starving, Andrew? Andrew, when did I use the word starving?
Damn.
Okay, going hungry. Who's going hungry, dude? If somebody's going hungry right now, I'll send him a meal right now. Give me a name.
Okay, there's a lot.
Give me a name. What the fuck tactic is that? Name them. Okay, well, you got me, bro. I can't tell you exactly who is worrying about their next meal right now. Shit. Steve in Chicago. He rakes bins. Go get him, Andrew. Go find Steve in Chicago and give him a sandwich. You said you would. Oh, so you're not going to do that? Oh, so you lied. Wow. Fucking hell. Fucking hell, Andrew. Where is this goddamn Iron Jaw? It's a wolf, isn't it? He patrols. I can tell.
You could go down, dude. You can literally go down to a local homeless shelter right now or a food bank, and there's plenty of people who are lining up that would love that.
All run by Christians. The ones run by Christians.
Do you think every single food bank is run by Christians? Oh, almost always run by. The more efficient way, and the way that has been helping millions of people to be able to get their needs met, has been the government. Social Security has been a massive benefit for like older people who have had, extenuating circumstances that prevent them from being able to afford housing or food or the various things that they're. That's not true. The Republicans have.
Oh, show me where. Wait, one time they've taken away Social Security. Go ahead.
Through Medicaid?
No, they haven't taken away Medicaid either.
What do you mean? They made cuts. They made a massive cut. Have you not have you not been in the news?
Yeah, wait, I'm sorry.
Apparently it's about 60% of food banks in the Feeding America network are faith-based. Interesting. I don't know if is the Feeding America network, does that take government funding or state funding? I don't know how any of this shit works in America, man. Couldn't tell you. I happen to live in a very godless country where there's no fucking way the church is dealing with all our shit. No way.
What cut did they make to Medicaid?
The taking up.
I'd actually, you know what? I'd actually be interested to ask Andrew now. Like, I'd want to know, how does the church decide what an appropriate level of healthcare is for someone? Like, how do you do that? Like, let's say if there's a set of people who are going to fall behind on cancer treatment. Like, obviously that's probably the case in America, right? Like, there are people who are not going to get cancer treatment at the appropriate time that they need to, and they might die. Like, what do Christians do about that? Do they get together and have to pool to make sure that everyone's got like the minimum bar required? Like, how do they decide that? How do they triage their charity on a national level? Because I know how governments do it. They get a budget for it, so they basically balance how much taxation they can get away with how much they can spend on a particular system and what the voters want.
A bunch of people off, like millions of people off of Medicaid and making.
They didn't take anybody off Medicaid. Who got taken off Medicaid?
What are you talking about? The requirements for Medicaid changed, and there was over 1.4 million people who were cut off.
Wait a second. The requirements changed, but Medicaid itself didn't go away.
That's not about, if the requirements change, that means some people get taken off, doesn't it?
A part of Medicaid is people getting cut off who no longer meet the criteria. Do you effectively have Medicaid in your country if your criteria prevents everybody in the country from having it? This is like, what a weird pivot to do.
Should there be criteria to Medicaid? Should there even be any?
Yeah, I think there should be a criteria for Medicaid.
Okay, well then what is your issue here?
Is that the criteria that they changed it to cut people off of Medicaid?
From what to what? From what to what? What criteria do you think they changed that's so horrible to you that it's against Christian ethics, dude? What?
I mean, they cut off over 1 million people that are, I believe, in I forget specifically the age range, but there are people who are unemployed, who haven't been working, that would be cut off from Medicaid that were otherwise able to previously.
Do you understand you're not actually giving me anything here? You're not telling me what they changed it from to and who actually got cut off.
There were individuals.
You're not giving me any qualifiers.
What do you specifically want? Like, what specifically are you
You're saying search 80 from this bill. Is it like the sections are in like thousands. What am I looking for? 80. Is there an 8,000? Section 85, 83, 82, 8001. Is this an exemption of certain assets? What? No. Where's the bit I'm looking for here? Search for 80. Individuals who are eligible for Medicaid as part of the Medicaid expansion population to engage community service, work, or other activities. Specifically, the section requires these individuals on a monthly basis: 1, work at least 80 hours, 2, complete at least 80 hours of community service, 3, participate in a work program for at least 80 hours, be enrolled at least half-time in an educational program. Is this for people getting Medicaid? Or what's this for, like prisoners or what? They have to do all of these or some of them or one of them? It's the work requirement, 80 hours a month. And I guess this is the thing that would take some people off of it, right? Like if they're not working enough hours. Okay, I got it. Okay, Hearth.
If you and I agree there needs to be criteria, what is this criteria that was then changed that you disagree with so much? What is the actual problem here? What?
The problem is that there's individuals who are unemployed who no longer have access to it as a result of a change that was made under the Big Beautiful Bill.
Yeah, what was it? What was this change?
The change was that individuals who were unemployed, who were in their,
you don't know what the change was, do you? Just say,
what do you
if it's unemployed, yeah, if you were unemployed, you wouldn't be able to because you'd have to do 80 hours work a month. So that does.
No, I'm sorry. What more specific do you want?
What was the change in criteria? What was
it's that individuals who had a job, who are unemployed, and could seek employment, those individuals no longer qualified for Medicaid.
That's true.
All of them?
The individuals who are able-bodied
Wait, does Andrew know, or wait, what? Interesting.
Can I assist you? Till next week.
would otherwise be able to do it. Yeah, they're no longer qualified for Medicaid.
Show me the policy. What's the policy?
Show me the policy.
The big beautiful bill.
This is a complete lie. The big beautiful bill did not kick off people from Medicaid unless you were engaged in fraud, dude. It was fraud that they were after. Do you understand that?
No.
No, that's not what it says.
Yes. Well, then show me. Show me specifically what you're talking about then. Show me.
This music, though. This fucking tune. Fuck. Pumping. Kill ethereal plunderers. Okay, where's my...
The One Big Beautiful Bill creates a new administrative requirement and conditions on eligibility, including work requirements for patients seeking to enroll or maintain Medicaid coverage.
Okay. And keep going.
That's it.
Dude, there's going to be a huge amount of criteria that is engaged with what that means.
Wait, your statement is this didn't happen?
Yep, he did say that.
No, my statement was what's the criteria that you're actually disagreeing with.
No, you said it was a lie that unemployed people could no longer get Medicaid. What? Okay, is he going to try to gaslight now? Oh, no. Oh, no. The guy, fuck me.
No, you...
This is it. We're about to see what Andrew's like in an empirical debate. That's interesting.
Said several times that the Big Beautiful Bill did not restrict people's access to Medicaid. You said it did not happen.
No.
Yes, you did. You literally just did prior to me do that. Nah, there's no way you're trying it. No, there's no way you're trying it.
You're disagreeing with. Are you going to answer the question? What's the criteria here you disagree with in actuality?
Literally this, including the work requirements.
So you don't think that that doesn't give me any information though on what the criteria is?
Okay, I don't know. Your brain is broken, man. I'm literally reading it for you. You said multiple times that they did not remove people's access to Medicaid. You said that several times, and you're trying to, for some reason, think you're going to get away with the genjutsu, and that they didn't restrict it. They did.
Criteria. You agree with me that there needs to be criteria for Medicaid, right?
Yes.
So what you're saying is I disagree with what this criteria was.
I disagree with the change to the criteria that cut people off.
What is the criteria for Medicaid before the Big Beautiful Bill? I don't actually know. I don't need to worry about these kind of things. Sorry. Sorry to make you guys upset. Fucking Yankees. Where? Bro, is everything just bottlenecked here?
Well, then tell me specifically what that criteria was.
Your work requirements. You claimed that there was no change. You claimed that nobody got kicked off.
Oh, what are the work requirements? What are they?
What do you, the amount of work that you need? I'm just talking about a work requirement in general. I'm talking about these work requirements. I believe it's 20 hours. 20 hours a week.
Wait a second. So for Medicaid, you have to work 20 hours a week?
Yeah, I believe
so.
In order to, so you think that if you're drawing Social Security and you have Medicaid, you have to work 20 hours a week to get Medicaid?
For able-bodied individuals, yes.
I don't think that that's accurate at all. Can you demonstrate that for me?
What? No. Can you provide me any evidence that they didn't make a change to Medicaid? You made the claim they didn't change Medicaid. Can you provide?
Is this what it says? Hang on. This section requires, beginning not later than the first quarter after December 31st, 2026, individuals who are eligible for Medicaid as part of the Medicaid expansion population to engage in community service requires individuals who are eligible for Medicaid, to engage in community service, work, or other activities in order to qualify. So yeah, if you don't do 80 hours a week at least, you don't qualify. Yeah, okay, yeah, it's obvious. Yeah, okay, shit. That's 20 hours a week.
any proof that you did. You literally did.
I'm asking you a question.
You're asking me for what, the statutes inside of the bill? No.
Not even the statutes. I'm just asking you to demonstrate that right now, right this
with
second,
what?
In order to be on Medicaid.
With what? What would I demonstrate that with?
Social Security.
What would I demonstrate that with?
The bill.
Evidence.
What evidence? What are you?
It sounds like he's reading off that maybe he didn't get the exact bill. He maybe read it in an article. I don't even. It's so fucking stupid, man.
Looking for? I read you.
What is he? Is he like trying to lead him into a fucking epistemic or whatever fucking debate about the philosophy of truth? Like what?
I read you a source on it. I just read you that it has work requirements.
Okay, so you think then that people who are drawing Social Security must work 20 hours a week in order to get Medicaid? I just want to make sure we're clear on this.
Hold on, 1 second. So no, it's just about I don't know exactly if it's 20 hours.
What does he mean by drawing Social Security? Is he talking about the elderly?
Week. I don't remember the exact amount of hours. I don't remember
this. You don't know anything.
No, bro, you're the one who literally claimed they didn't make a change to Medicaid. Like, I don't know why you're acting like I'm not. Yes, you literally did. Do you want to run it back?
Off people. They're not throwing. Yes, I do. Run it back.
Okay, you're not throwing off people from what? You were about to say they're not throwing off people from what?
Yeah, so this is the thing, right? If you and I agree there has to be criteria, then you're disagreeing with the criteria. I ask you what? You say, well, the 20-hour week requirement.
No, you said they're not throwing people off of what? They're not throwing people off of what?
Do you have to work 20 hours a week?
No. You're not. They're not throwing people off of what?
What? Well, wait a second.
Finish your sentence.
Medicaid. We're talking about the criteria.
Yes, we're talking about Medicaid. You said they're not throwing people off of what?
My claim was nobody.
I never claimed that Medicaid was canceled.
That was what I said, bro. I got the transcript here. I said nobody's getting thrown off of Medicaid. Nobody's getting thrown off of Medicaid.
They were. There are people getting thrown off of Medicaid, which means you are getting thrown off of it if you know.
Is this so? There's not going to be a thing in this bill where it says if you've already got Medicaid, you keep it. This isn't about new recipients. Is that what the technicality is, or? I don't think that's the case. Because I remember that the way I read this in the press, at least, was people saying that they're going to get thrown off Medicaid if they don't meet these requirements. Because they have to re-qualify for it. Like you can't just qualify for it once and you just get it for as long as for into eternity.
Longer? No, that's not true.
So you want?
I'm literally
so you're
reading
pro-fraud?
the work requirements. I'm reading that they added work.
Wow,
what do you mean?
Fraud.
Now look who's upset. Now look who's upset.
Yeah, bro, when you lie, and you literally make shit up. Yeah, of course. You are. You literally just said that nobody is getting thrown off of Medicaid, and people are getting thrown off of it. What do you mean? I gave you a source. I read a source.
Should people who are committing fraud?
I read a source that talked about work requirements. Can you show me a source? Can you show me a source that says? Can you show me a source that says that the only change to Medicaid? Can you show me a source that says that the only change to Medicaid came as a result of people getting kicked off for fraud?
That's what the whole point of that change was. That's how they justified it. They said that it was to cut down on fraud.
Is he just going off of what Trump said about it? What the fuck, man?
It's not about how they justify it. It's about whether or not the changes targets exclusively fraud.
It doesn't target.
That is what it's for. Yes, it's for cutting down on fraud. That's why that.
What does adding new requirements to do with work and community service have to do with fraud, buddy?
What was the change that they're claiming did that?
Social Security.
What is the change that they're claiming did that?
They added a work requirement for a certain set and criteria of people
which would kick people off of Medicaid, correct?
Fraud, yes. If they're committing fraud,
or if they don't meet the new requirements. What the fuck is he doing, man? What is this fucking surrealist debate strategy? What's going on?
That's not fraud.
It is fraud.
It was legal. It's not fraud.
It's supposed to be.
You could say morally you don't agree with it. It's literally not fraud. It was legal.
So then what's the problem with the criteria then? You want people to be able to legally game the system?
No, they changed it in a way that kicked people off. That's the argument. They changed the criteria and it kicked a bunch of people off.
Do you think that everybody should just get Medicaid?
No, I don't think everybody should get Medicaid. If you want to have a conversation, if you want to have a moral conversation about the criteria and whether or not the criteria is good or bad, we can have that. But whether or not there was fraud, that's not fraud. They were legally entitled to that Medicaid, and then they are no longer legally entitled to it. That is a completely, that is a material...
And then because they're no longer entitled to it, if they still manage to get it, besides the new regulations, they would make them into fraudsters. The only way they could get it would be through fraud. Therefore, it's an anti-fraud legislation. Yes! He's so good. I mean, I kind of did that for him, but that's the kind of argument that it sounds like he would make.
Real description of the fact. No, it's they're gaming the system that was illegally allowed.
Let me make it here. I'll try to make it easy then. Let me just say, I'll just cede the whole argument and say, oh, you know what? They cut some people off of Medicaid. I'll just cede it, just for the sake of argument.
Wow.
Now, can you demonstrate that in order to collect Medicaid and at Social Security age, you have to work 20 hours a week or no?
Like I said, I wasn't entirely confident about 20 hours a week, but I'll look at the thing to figure out exactly how many hours a week you need.
Yeah, it's that thing again. I'll just grant you reality for the sake of argument. I'll just give you that one for free. Oh, God. It was like that. Yeah, the January 6ers. Fuck's sake.
It looks like it's 80 hours a month, which would be about 20 hours a week.
In order to collect Medicaid on Social Security?
Yes. The work requirement.
That's incorrect.
Okay.
Why does he keep saying it's incorrect? It's on the...
Yeah, so right now, you can be a beneficiary of Social Security, not work any hours a week, and be on full Medicaid.
Wait, are you talking about old people? Or are you talking about injured people?
Collecting Social Security.
I was talking about working age people, that being restricted. The context of the 20 hours was about working age people who were no longer able to collect it, and you asked me for the work requirement, I gave you the work requirement. There's no way. This is... Bro, Andrew, there's no way. Andrew, this is you? This is what you have? This is you trying your best?
I just asked you about Social
Security. The
Security.
work requirement for people who are able-bodied of age, able-bodied individuals.
Yeah, well, I was wondering why he was throwing in that Social Security thing. Because maybe if you're a Social Security, of course, if you're on Social Security, that means you're old and you're retired. You're probably not going to be expected to work. But I don't know why he threw in Social Security, because old people aren't the only people who receive Medicaid. The fuck?
Individuals, working age people. That's what I said, and that was the context of the 20 hours. There's no way you're trying to pivot this to talk about a ubiquitous change.
Wait a second. There was no me shifting any gears. My whole claim to you was that if you collect Social Security right this second...
No, it wasn't. At the beginning, Irrelevant spoke about people getting kicked off of Medicaid, and then you denied it, but then I think you realized that you hadn't seen through the whole bill. And seen those new provisions besides the fraud ones, and then you changed it to, oh well, what if they're on Social Security? Because if that's the only people who are on Medicaid, they can't get taken off it. Okay, well done, buddy. Good one, son. Where are the fucking Nethermancers? I need 5 more. God damn.
Does not then collect Medicaid. That does not mean that there's a work requirement. Then
no, why did we bring up a work? No, I didn't. Why did we bring up a work requirement, Andrew? Why did we bring up the work requirement?
I don't know why you brought it up, but you did.
Oh, really? So you're not listening? You're not even listening to me? You're not even listening to me then? You can't even bring up what you don't even remember. Okay, then why did I bring up the work requirement?
Because you were trying to demonstrate that Christians are evil or something because they're throwing people off of state aid.
Yeah, so what does that? So what does that have to do with Social Security recipients? Does it not count if you throw off someone who's not Social Security?
Not the reason I brought up the work requirement. Can you give me the reason I brought up the work requirement? It was not. Can you give me the reason why I bring up the work requirement?
It was immoral for them to do that, to add this requirement.
To what? To what?
To add a requirement for Social Security beneficiaries to work.
Which beneficiaries? Was I specific? Did I say working age, able-bodied people? So I never brought up able-bodied people, working age people. I never brought that up.
So
that's your claim, Andrew.
Just to make sure, just to make sure we've narrowed this, then you're not talking about Social Security recipients who are retired.
Yeah, obviously not.
Okay, so then let's move over to the criteria now that that's ruled out. Right?
No, there wasn't a rule out. I was very clear. Working age individuals. Working age individuals, otherwise able-bodied individuals. No, we're not gonna pivot to pivot to the moral. You began. No, because you began. No, let's start. Did you or did you not say nobody was getting thrown off of Medicaid?
Yeah, he did.
No,
he
that was not my claim. No.
Okay,
He's such a fucking liar, man. He's just trying to gaslight now.
Literally said it 5 different times. If you can't admit up to it, then
fucking debate strategy.
No, Andrew, I refuse to have this conversation. I refuse to have this conversation with you. I literally thought you would be better than debate than this. I literally thought you would be better. I literally thought you would be better than this, bro. When I was like, okay, you know what? Maybe Andrew would be a little bit better than this. No, bro, you've said it like 9. No, because you refuse to accept the arguments that you have made. You've refused to accept the arguments. I can't. You literally either have amnesia about the arguments you made, or okay, I'll give you
He's been
one.
drinking too much. That's his second day of drinking. It's fucked him.
I'll give you one last chance.
Can we
Did you
get to the debate here?
Yeah, we are. I'll give you one last chance. Did you or did you not say nobody was getting thrown off of Medicaid?
Yeah, the hyperbolic nature of the statement was talking about the criteria, sir.
Okay, so you did or did not say that? Yes or no? You just answer the question.
I don't know specifically. Why is it that I'm supposed to?
You don't even remember the arguments you made inside of our conversation?
No, he's getting pissy.
Charitable to you. And
you don't have to be charitable.
Not specific, but you won't be charitable to me if I'm being hyperbolic.
It's okay. Were you?
It's not. How's that hyperbolic? I think that Republicans are kicking people off of Medicaid. No, that's a complete fucking lie. No, they are. Oh, no, when I said that's a complete lie, I was being hyperbolic. I was actually just saying people who are on Social Security are not getting kicked off. Oh, okay. What? What the fuck? Dude, I think all the school kids are all going to be out of school by 5 o'clock in the evening. No, that's a complete fucking lie. Oh wait, hang on. Let's think of a better example. Rally's gotten really good at it. Yeah, he was. Yeah. I'm hearing Vouch. Where? Where are you hearing Vouch? Where's this carcass? What the fuck? It's here. Oh, he's there. Okay. Oh. Yeah, I don't know, dude. A whole bunch of soldiers are like died in that battle. No, that's a complete fucking lie. Wait, no, like, look, here they are. Here's their bodies. Oh, sorry. I was just actually making a hyperbolic statement about the amount of generals who died, because no generals died. Okay. Huh. Well, you got me there. I guess I should have considered that you were being hyperbolic when you said that my broad statement was a lie, and you were actually just being hyperbolic about a specific. Wow, it's crazy. You got him. Very clever. Very wise. Touché, senor.
You hyperbolic and did you say it, or were you not hyperbolic and didn't say it? Were you? Did you say it? Yes or no? You're a 40-plus-year-old man. Did you say it or did you not?
I don't know. I don't remember. Can you tell me? Did I?
You said it like.
Does it matter?
Yes, because this conversation started because you said nobody was getting kicked off of Medicaid. Yes, it did. Okay. All right.
It's okay. He can go on Joe Rogan and talk about how the left are really bad at debates and they're all terrified of him. God, he's such a fucking freak. He can still get people paying him for debate skills advice. I'd be so curious to see what that's like. Like, what's a debate lesson like from Andrew Wilson? I couldn't really go undercover, you know, because he'd know who I am. Fuck. And it's really expensive. I wish there were people who were willing to just throw away some spare change for these kinds of investigations. I want to see what he tells people. God damn it. This is good. From Pam Bondi. Epstein victims when they find out the Dow is over 50,000. Very good. Very good, very good. I like it.
One wishes to you.
Okay, God, there's so many fucking quests in this zone, man. Come on.
Warm wishes to you.
No way, I'll keep that. Buzzard meat. Carcass. Oh, I have to summon like some crazy big bird. Yo. I need a bathroom break, I think. Are there known people that have come out of the Andrew Wilson debate school? Not that I know of. I don't think so. I don't even know where he gets his viewers from. I think he's maybe on Rumble. I don't know if he actually I don't even know how many viewers he gets if he goes live or whatever, or if he has VOD somewhere. I have no idea. I just see it. It's just like, to me, it's just alt reality. Pisco. I'll watch Pisco and Ogre Boy after this. Fuck though. Wait. Okay, loot Restless Bones. Kill Torgos. This quest is difficult. Okay, no problem. Right now I need to... Ooh. Right now I need to go to the bathroom. Be right back. Be right back! This is no ordinary slide. It goes down to an extensive terror tunnel network. Look. Whee! Look! These are AK-47s, landmines, RPGs. This is not to be used by children. Do not play with these at home. These are not toys. Come back up. This is not a regular hippity hop. Push it aside. A rocket launcher. We are operating here to clear out the areas for these playgrounds of death from Hezbollah. Okay, that's good. It's gonna be that.
Churchill say if he were alive today?
I know what Churchill would say. He'd say, that's what Churchill would say. We have to constantly feign victimhood and financial struggle whilst taking in 5 figures a month, at least. Mostly from unwitting donors. We have to review supercars and deflect all criticism by the mere fact that some people produce more carbon emissions than I do. We have to avoid a revolution at all costs, lest I get actually executed because everyone who takes part in that revolution will notice me for the inauthentic, slimy, ineffectual hack cunt that I actually am. Go change the title. The title has a question mark on it, you dumb fuck. Chill. The title is honest. The title leaves room for interpretation. I'm not Vosh. Wait, wait a minute. that shit. Facts. Facts.
Dog, like you're an Israeli dog, at least, or you're.
I'm a Palestinian, but so you hate Palestinians. You don't like Palestinians.
No, I don't like Israeli dogs. That's what I don't like.
What do you think? What do you think Steph should do? What do you think Steph should do to be like not an Israeli dog? What do you think like a true Palestinian would do in living in Israel?
66 multiple rocket launchers have been either destroyed or captured.
66 multiple rocket launchers. Armada Rota 2024. Oh, is that this website? Militant groups in Gaza and the West Bank. No, wait. What? Qassam. 59 makeshift. Qassam. These are not Israelis. An Israeli rocket launcher would not be called Qassam. This is Hamas's losses. Okay. Duh.
Andrew, you're not sending your best. Go back. I absolutely go back to debating girls on the whatever podcast. Oh my God, that's great. He literally said he didn't even remember. Why does it matter? I looked up the statute to be able to show that people were getting kicked off of Medicaid, bro. There's no way. Listen. I'm not gonna lie to you. I thought Andrew Wilson was gonna send much better. I thought he was gonna send much better. But Jesus Christ. Stick to the whatever podcast, homie. Oh my God, that was bad. Oh, I don't remember if I said that people were getting kicked off of Medicaid. So you just had me look up if people were getting kicked off of Medicaid in the big beautiful bill for no reason? You just did that for—
He relies really heavily on people forgetting like what was said, I think. Oh God. What a state. All right. Pisco and Ogre Boy. Hook me up. From yesterday. What are they debating?
What's up?
I wonder. What do you think they're talking about?
That's the question for you, man.
What's the question?
That's the question for you, brother.
That's the question for me. Do you want to be seen?
Aggressive.
One sec.
So I'm hearing. I'm autistic. Maybe they're friendly.
I yearn to be seen.
Yeah.
This shit.
This debate is so toxic.
Excuse me.
You burping?
Really?
A little bit.
What happens?
Okay.
Just one sec.
Ugh. Yeah. Ugh. One of me on my own screen's bad enough. You rang?
I did. Just they can't see you. Just give me 1 sec.
No worries. Get home. Take a mini afternoon coma. Wife's ringing my phone to tell me that the pizza's here.
Okay.
And I have 19 pings in my Dungeons and Dragons aficionado Discord server telling me that Pisco's calling me out.
I am, yeah, I'm calling you out.
Yeah.
Which is a very scary thing.
Not scary.
Because I've been told that I didn't like you used your dad voice on me. That made me feel bad, apparently.
He sounds disappointed.
So I was kind of trying to cope by taking it out on Hutch. That's the rumor on the streets, at least. That's what I hear.
I don't know. I think that you
are retarded,
are able to weather criticism in a way that some people are not. And yeah, so I don't know that I believe that of you, but I do think that the conversation we had with Hutch and Vadim and Live and Learn was
fucking
disappointing.
amazing.
I think that your response to like this recent.
I like Pisco. We're not on the same wavelength. I can't finish this man's sentences. Clearly.
News, which, like I said, I consider to be a nothing burger in many respects, to be like just so annoying and bad faith.
Damn.
Well, let's rewind a little bit since you mentioned Vadim. I did get to see. Let me shuffling the old chair there. I did see a little bit what you said yesterday, and there's a couple things in there that I don't know if like necessarily. Actually, yeah, I do think it's a little like disappointing or frustrating or what have you. in the event that the country goes to shit, do you think I think I'm like immune to that? Because you had this moment where you said that I was turning the knife. I think that's what you said, or
twisting the knife. Yeah, I think you were. So I'll give you the example of
the
when that happened. I just the audience aware because they might not be know. You said something like, "She lost all the swing states, all of them, right? All of them, Hutch." And asking it that way indicated that you were trying to, I think, press Hutch in a way that made it derisive of Kamala Harris's loss. And I think any reasonable person would understand you saying, and she lost all the swing states, all of them, right? Wasn't it all of them? That would be understood as twisting the knife. Do you disagree with that?
Liberal tone policing?
I'm not talking about, this is what you were trying to do.
Asking. Fucking idiot.
Right? I just want to be clear.
If we rewind, because I don't know, right now in the moment, I don't remember what led up to it.
Okay,
but I almost guarantee anytime that I would have brought something like that up, it's the argument, of
easy
all of the shit that he's trying to say, where he thinks the party needs to go, what he thinks the party needs to do, et cetera, and this overall like reflexive trying to.
Who do you think's worse, Ogre Boy or Vadim? Well, Vadim with his video editing does seem to have like a shred of talent in him. Like he can be funny, I guess. Ogre Boy just seems kind of joyless and useless and stupid. It's just like, and a cunt. Like he's just all the bad things. He's like the holy trinity of bad things about someone. Mean, stupid, and useless. That's just not a very good combination. Persephone, thanks for the $4.99. Donating while I'm in the UK and still can. What is your streaming schedule these days, by the way, Loner? I'm trying to go for a 5-day-a-week thing to start with. I want to maybe go for 1 or 2 p.m. I want to stream earlier. 1 or 2 p.m. GMT. Up until whenever. Between 4 and 8 hour streams. I don't really want to have like a hard ending. Just depends on what's up in the day.
To defend everything from the rearview mirror that we know it didn't work. We know it didn't work.
Hang on a second.
There's so many different items.
So it is, I think, not a critique of the position that Kamala could have done better, this or that. It's that you come, and this is maybe get into the heart of the liberal criticism, as a friend bearing gifts and wise words as though you want to help, right? And so when you take that opportunity to, in that tone,
is 100 billion% not that. Okay, but okay.
I guess it is me commenting on your tone, no doubt about that. But it's done for the purpose of showing that perhaps your motivation isn't this sort of you would have listened to us to make things better. It's more
it's because
you guys suck and you're an asshole.
I'm mad.
You're mad at who are you mad at?
Yeah. Anybody that's looking in the rearview mirror and saying that was what was still that's what needed to be done, that nothing should have changed, that it's exactly what needed to happen.
Hang on a second. That's not what we're talking about. You keep saying, and I got to get you to commit to this at this point. You understand that it's not our position that the campaign was run as optimally as it could have been. Yeah. So why do you keep suggesting that it is? So you don't believe that. So you don't believe that.
Have
you heard us?
The suggestion is that yes, the only way that you could phrase it that way, the only way that you could sit there and say, well, the campaign they could have made some tweaks, guys. They could have. There was some missteps. And if they would have just corrected those slight missteps, and at a certain point, it's like, what the fuck? Like, what are we doing?
Hang on a second.
What are we doing?
We're dealing with the claim that you made.
Gonna attempt to navigate the tube while slightly drunk and catty. Whoa. I do anything I wouldn't do. Shit.
Your claim is that she did the best possible campaign of all time. It was flawless. That's what your straw man was of our position.
Yeah.
We have more substantive critiques. I certainly have more substantive critiques about the Harris campaign and really Joe Biden's bad actions in what led up to the campaign, for sure. But we're dealing first and foremost with your straw man, that we do not accept any criticism of Kamala Harris's campaign. That's false, isn't it? Is it false?
Arguable. You won't answer.
Don't answer. Are you unsure whether it's false?
The person that I came loaded for
no. Sorry. I just want to. I just want to. I want an answer to the question first. I want to answer the question first. Is that okay? Like, why is it not okay to get an answer to the question?
Because we're not. You're trying to.
Because the Weasley fuck.
Okay, let's let. Woosah.
Let the man weasel.
Van Damme. Rob Van Dam. Okay. The issue becomes. It's not a matter of you want to expand it to like you and Soy Pill and all libs everywhere that exist.
I just asked why you were unwilling to answer the question. Do you think I'm going to forget? No. That's not explaining. I want an explanation. I won't answer the question because
the original question is it false to say that you guys don't have criticisms? At this point, I'm a little frustrated. So go one more time. Go for it.
Okay. The question is false.
Go for it.
It is false, isn't it, that we don't accept and are not willing to hear criticisms of Kamala Harris's campaign? That is a false statement.
Pretty false.
Big that false. We are unwilling to hear such
false things. False as fuck. Get him.
Okay, sure, it's false.
Okay. Then
he always does this. He always says a thing. You correct him on it, and he's reluctant to acknowledge that he said something wrong. And then eventually he'll be like, okay, sure. Okay. If you really want, okay. Like he's just had to fucking, like he's just a fucking parent who's been bullied by their kid into giving them a fucking sweet. Like, okay. No, dude. You shouldn't be this upset about the fact that you've just had to admit that you were wrong about something, you fucking idiot. Like,
appreciate this.
But that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay, what are you talking
about? No. That's not what I'm talking about. The issue becomes you have a coworker, a cohort, a person that no matter what, at every turn, he turns around and specifically says, everything they did was the right thing. They couldn't have done anything different because it would have been an automatic worse result. So therefore, you can't question them. You can't fucking make any suggestions that they either fucked up, they intentionally fucked up, anything of the sort.
I have never heard Hutch say that. Hutch,
you and Josiah both have almost exactly made that exact criticism to him in hours-long conversations.
Hang
before.
on, the context is very different than that. So the context is like with Schumer, it seems like you have this kind of Dr. Pangloss. I think that's the guy from Candide, the best of all possible worlds analysis of it's the guy who in the book Candide, this is Voltaire or whatever, he's like, all this horrible shit is happening to these characters, and he's continuing to say, well, this is the best of all possible worlds, this is the best of all possible worlds. And I kind of ridicule Hutch sometimes on that view of democratic leadership, and I think that he is apt to just trust the plan. He's like the plan trusters in MAGA. He's kind of a plan truster when it comes to democratic leadership. I would critique him for that, but your claim is stronger, is like that he's intolerant of any criticism.
Brother, hold on. You need to back up, because how dare you suggest that Hutch is like MAGA? There's 4 different
why are you doing this
right now that are exploding.
So you come in, you're tipsy, and
because
it's impossible to have a
conversation.
No, I'm not agreeing with you. In what sense am I agreeing with you?
Because you just got done saying this is the exact same thing that I'm saying he does constantly.
Oh, I think he's generally far too much of a plan truster, but that's not precisely what you said. What you said is like he's intolerant and he's unable and unwilling in bad faith to hear critiques of the plan, which isn't the case, and is evidenced by the fact that we have back and forth conversations. Now, oftentimes I think he's far too much of a plan truster, but it's again different than your claim, which is somehow like we are not willing to hear any critiques of the candidate.
You tuned into Vosh's stream and he's looking at his Reddit. Yeah? Oh, no. Uh-oh.
It's not true.
Huh.
And it's also, it has nothing to do with, like, the point isn't that the candidate couldn't have done anything better. The point is, what should you have done? And instead of saying, I don't want to answer that.
What should I have done differently? What should I have done differently?
Yeah.
I told you straight up. Now what the decisions that I made at the last second in the fucking voting booth, that's on me. And I've already said that.
Yeah.
And I've owned up to that. However, when I have the across the board opinion that she left votes on the table, and that's unacceptable, right? That's not something that you look back and go, well, she should have done some more podcasts. Well, she should have separated herself a little bit more. Which also there's before I split off into too many different directions, and I don't necessarily want to do that. That's cope as well. Her people went on Pod Save America, said we know we needed to do it. She goes on her book tour and is like, I didn't know that was that important to do. There's so many different angles with every one of these little pieces of cope along the way that's designed to try to protect her or defend her, when she herself has put out enough to suggest that she knew better. Like a lot of this shit is so frustrating. And when you bring
she
this
knew
up,
better. She knew better in the sense
happened?
of she like essentially surrendered the election to Trump.
I wouldn't necessarily use those words from her perspective.
I don't know
But
what
at
you
the
mean.
same time, there's enough.
You
there
think she
that
wasn't trying to maximize
she
her?
fumbled the bag.
Yeah. So I think that people. I want to be clear about where I stand
If
on.
only she had unilaterally arms embargoed Israel as the vice president, or what was it? If only she had said, "Yeah, we'll look into it. The State Department will look into whether or not there are enough war crimes for the Leahy Act." Even though we've already claimed to have done that in my administration. Fucking brilliant.
On Kamala Harris, I don't think that she ran a perfect campaign.
Okay.
I really am admiring of her taking the mantle in that moment to try to stop the fascist threat. Did she behave perfectly? No. Was she the right person to do it? No, she wasn't. And I think that, if anything, the biggest mistake was a personnel decision. That said, I'm proud of her for getting us to a better position than Biden would have, where we would have lost massive amounts of Senate seats and unrecoverable margins in House of Representatives, etc. And I am totally willing to hear your critiques of the campaign, to hear lefty critiques of the campaign, some of which I probably agree with. What I don't like is shifty bullshit. Okay? I don't like shifty bullshit. If people don't want to answer questions, just say it. But this whole you have to earn the vote. You have to earn the vote. That shit needs to die.
Yeah.
It is bullshittery equivocation. It is shifty language done for the purpose of changing one inquiry, which is, who are you to talk down to us? That's the feeling of many.
Where are these fucking, who are you to talk down to us when you guys literally can't win fucking anywhere? And when you win in the most blue of blue states against a fucking disgraced fucking rapey Trump-backed independent. And you're like, yeah, this is why you should apply our model to the whole country. You're fucked. Yeah, who are you to tell them what to do?
Liberals, when you wouldn't have done X, Y, Z, whatever, when it came to preventing Trump, that in response to that, the refrain is, well, she didn't earn my vote. And that makes me think sometimes that you're doubling down on what I think was a mistake.
Yeah. Yeah, he is. 100%.
So I don't think I've ever used the language she
that
didn't
kind of
earn
shit.
my
That kind of shit. You know what I'm talking about. It's up to the candidate to do this and that or whatever.
You just laid it out. Let's walk through it. You just laid it out. Let's walk through it. I don't think I've ever said that. That's one. For two, I've told you specifically, and I wasn't fucking fibbing, to the extent that I have a fucking minuscule reach. Okay, I'm working on it. It is what it is. Maybe I'll never get there. But I was telling people beforehand that, if you're coming to me and you're asking me about electoral politics, you've only got two fucking options. And even if you're the single issue voter candidate that is
What's this to review? Stardust. Oh, fuck. Wait, I need to kill this hatchling. So you have to click the eggs and then they come. Okay. Oh my god, it's so sturdy. Come on. Kill him. Why? Why am I not doing any damage to him? What the fuck? Oh, he had an effect. Okay. Nice. Okay. What we got? Benjamin Netanyahu.
Benjamin Netanyahu! These roads are too icy! Benjamin Netanyahu! Netanyahu! Save me! Netanyahu! Benjamin Netanyahu! If you can hear me! Netanyahu! Netanyahu! Please! Benjamin Netanyahu!
Okay.
Gaza
type shit.
I didn't think based on 2023 to 2020, the end of 2024.
It's people crashing out and trying to summon Benjamin Netanyahu for help. Type shit. Okay.
I didn't think that she was going to be that great of an option for the Palestinians based on her own language when pressed on CNN, based on what she said on the campaign trail, and what you could see with your own eyes day to day, what was coming across like internet news feeds and shit. Okay. But I still turned around and I said that between the two of them, one of them was going to be actually pressurable given enough time.
I'm not talking about that.
And
Listen,
it wasn't going to, and that she wasn't going to put, I'm trying to lay out to you, and maybe it is you want to jump or something, and that's fine.
I'm not trying to jump.
I'm trying to lay out to you where I was coming from.
I understand that you were telling
one of
people
them was going to be pressurable.
I understand that you were saying that.
What was I supposed to do different?
Well,
you're trying to talk. Hold on. You're trying to talk to like an accountability piece, right? That we lefties or this lefty needed to do something different.
Yeah,
what was I supposed to do different?
Well, one, the vote itself, which you already granted, correct?
Support the party. Dipshit.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, that's one.
Okay.
Number two.
But I can't go fucking backwards on that.
I know you can. I know you can. I know. Listen, you're not the only one, right? Like I have no problem interacting with people who didn't vote for Kamala or who said things like she hasn't earned my vote. And the reason why, I'm not saying that in my mind candidates don't have to quote unquote earn votes. It's just what's being done with this language of earn vote is to hide what is a normative question, a question about preferences. Who should you vote for? And if the question is you should vote for the candidate who earns your vote, we need to know what earn your vote means. I understand earn vote to being do enough.
It's a flowchart. They will always find an excuse to say their vote hasn't been earned all the fucking time. Nothing will ever be enough for them to earn. Like, no, at least in terms of like vocal support, absolutely not. It's a flowchart. Do you have any reason to oppose this candidate? No, but I can think of one within 24 hours. Okay, I'll find one. And if I don't find one, I'll make it up. Digging through the graves. Where is this guy? The chief architect fucker. Oh, him. Archaeologist, sorry.
Actions or be a candidate
Loot
such that
the bones.
One ought vote for you. In other words, I use earn vote and should you vote for someone synonymously. But if you're using earn vote differently than should you vote for someone or she's the person you ought vote for, then you need to clarify what earn vote means. And maybe it means reach some minimal threshold of goodness or something like that. But in that case, if it's irrespective of lesser of two evils analysis, then you should just come out and say it. I will not vote for the lesser of two evils. I think that's a stupid principle to go on. And I don't care if on the other side of the equation and ledger is some horrible demon. Unless you take a certain position on Gaza, I will not vote for you. And I think a lot of people are shy about that and don't want to say it in its strongest form. And so they use this earn vote language to try to make it separate.
Okay. Hold on. Okay, with peace and love.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god.
And around here in the Ogre Boy 6 cinematic universe, we love Pisco. Pisco's our boy. But this is one of the most hyper online sorts of tries to attack this that I think anybody could possibly have.
Shit.
It's at this point it's online smarts arguing with online smarts when one of the sides of this is trying to say that it has nothing to do with me or even people like me. I was watching probably in the lead up, the 107 days, I probably watched more Kamala than I did Hassan. I watched more Kamala than I did Hutch or fucking you or anybody. I'm watching this shit from like on stream to 3 people, and we're all collectively just losing our mind going, oh my God, this is bad. The number of like, and this is anecdotal, but it's the number of man on the street, like, are you going to vote for Kamala interviews where they go to each one of the swing states and they ask, and it's again, anecdotal, but like hundreds of those, and people are going, no.
What is this? Destiny doing a fucking Unfuck America thing, and apparently some average Hassan fan. What? What's this?
Hey, what's
Big
up,
G
buddy?
is in the house, Destiny.
Okay, Big G, how's it going?
It's going pretty good, man. I would just like to say something to you.
Oh, boy.
How about instead of unfuck America, you unfuck the relationship with your son?
Okay, I'll go right on that.
Yeah. But what I would
fuck.
like to debate you on
More
is,
life advice?
huh?
More personal life advice?
So, I don't know that much about you, but whenever it comes to
You don't know any of my positions, but you have personal attacks for me? Well, okay, that's fine. No, it's all good. Go ahead.
But yeah. So you're a why do you attack like people on the left and stuff like that?
Nice.
What can I do for you?
I'm not voting for her. I'm not voting for somebody that supports genocide. I'm not voting for them because of Gaza. Over and over again. And I'm sitting at
Did
home
you see
going,
the
oh,
fight? There was a fight. What do you mean there was a fight? What? The ending of that is funny. There's a fight? Wait, where's our fucking fight? Hey, what the fuck? Why do you hate the left and stuff? The same guy got into a fight. Oh, no. No. No, he didn't. He doesn't look equipped. I just have to do RP here, don't I? I have to kill something? Kill the bone sifter. Okay. Where is he? Does he fight at the end of the debate? Or... Oh my god. Worm. It was another clip. Fuck me, we're getting... I can see here there's a stream of it. It's ended now, is it? Where is he? He's distinguished. Is it him? Is it just after they debate does he start fighting? How? Or does he fight like later on? I just want to see the fight. Fuck, I'll just watch it later. Whatever. I'm in 5th grade, so I'm above all that noise. Yeah, I'm not. I'm Scottish. Okay, I need to... He grabbed a trash can shield. No, he didn't. He walks to another stream, and that's where it happens. Oh, so it's not from this stream. Okay. Someone screams Israel and gets handcuffed.
What can I do for you?
Okay.
Good fortune.
oh, fuck me.
The linkers are coming.
The poll
hot.
thing comes out that I talked
Here they
about
are.
during the podcast. 34 aggregate polls, swing state polls that show
Okay.
that
It's here? Non-fun. I know this guy.
It's just dude, actually all you do, you said you would cower instead of standing up for your values. You're a fucking pussy, bro. How about you hit the fucking gym and some fucking bitches? Bro, look at your arms. You're a bitch. Whoa, whoa. Don't fight.
Oh no.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Fucking chill the fuck out. Chill the fuck out, gentlemen. Gentlemen. He just fucking pushed me.
Can you grab that jacket?
I got you. I don't know what happened. But just.
Okay, so if anything, the heckler got assaulted. Okay.
Can you grab...
Whoa. Fucking chill the your arms. You're a bitch. Whoa.
Don't fight.
Damn.
Whoa. Fucking chill the fuck out. Don't push me. Chill the fuck out, gentlemen. He just fucking pushed me. Gentlemen.
He threw.
Can you grab that jacket?
I got you. I don't
Dude,
know.
what is this fucking text and chat? Dude, these people don't understand markets. Oh no. To be fair, the guy saying hit the gym, yeah. Why would you say hit the gym? What the fuck? What is this? Frat bro socialism? I don't get it. Man. Men, am I right? Fucking men.
Three, 4% in each swing state would have
Use
made a
the
difference.
Thumper.
You could go into.
We've
you
talked
could
about
dive
this.
into
It's
whatever.
bullshit.
to
But
the-
let's just get this brass tacks. I know where you're going.
Why is it bullshit? Hold on. Why is it bullshit?
I'll tell you
Why?
what's. I will tell you why it's bullshit. We've talked about it before, so you know.
Where are
we're
the
just on
goddamn
those.
guards?
But let's just get to brass tacks. On your view, Gaza voters cost Kamala the election, yes or no?
Ooh, good question.
Specifically that? No.
Okay.
What do you mean? I thought it's your view that if she had taken a position on Gaza, she would have won the election.
You're looking at everything as like a hyper factionalization thing. Like you've got these pots that have different people in them that are
Own it,
specifically
man.
and
Own
only
it.
doing
Own it,
because of
bro.
one thing. No.
Go to the gym.
So then it wouldn't have helped,
There's
right? So
people-
it wouldn't have made a
there are
difference, right?
people-
Wouldn't have made a
No.
difference.
No, not in the way that you're thinking, not in the way that you're trying to nail it down. And maybe I will never be able to get you or somebody like you to understand this.
Someone like
There's
me, like a
enough
Hispanic
people
person?
out there. Bro, my fucking step grandfather's name is Jose. Don't
listen,
pull that shit
just
with me.
Wait. Why is it the
I'll
case
send you,
that if she
when
had
this
called
is-
it a
hold on, and
genocide,
just so that
why,
you
why
know,
wouldn't she have
and
won?
Just so that you know, hold on. Just so that you know that I'm not bullshitting, I will send you a fucking DM later of me as at 16 with hair standing next to my papa. Okay, so don't pull that shit.
Yeah, no.
Having said that,
like, why is it the case if she had come out and said it's a genocide and we're going to stop Israel on day one of my administration?
Well, hold on.
Why wouldn't she have won the
let
election?
me ask you this. Let me ask.
No,
hold on.
no,
Let
you're
me ask
dodging
this
it because
just
you
for the-
because
Stop dodging.
No,
it.
I'm
dodging
not.
it.
I will
Dodging.
explain.
Fuck.
I will explain 100%,
Bald
but I
cunt.
want to do my best to understand how you're looking at this.
No, you don't.
Are you really seeing is like this faction over here that sees this very hyper specific thing? They have their feet planted, and you need to just get it just those people. And you have this vision in your head of exactly who
You're
they are, and it's like
overcomplicating
online
it,
lefties or some shit.
my friend.
It's just, were they enough of a fucking block in the swing states to change the outcome of the election? That's it.
Okay.
You're overcomplicating.
There's enough people out there that they only ended up looking at this, not the way that you do with looking at news feeds and shit all day, not the way that I do listening to podcasters and Twitter
fuck,
accounts and
man.
shit all fucking day. They go to work, they come home, they fuck off for a little bit, they listen to maybe 20 minutes of the news, and then they get ready for another fucking day at work. And the only thing that they turn around and hear is what comes out of the
Ogre,
candidate's
I'm
mouth.
not gonna get distracted by your little
Fucking surrealist stoner
Like,
fucking
when you say
vibes.
those-
It's not a game. I'm trying
Yeah.
to talk to you.
Okay, wait. Does this? Am I doing this wrong? Does this fucking device only give me sand gnomes? Where are the worms? I want worms, fucker. Give me the goddamn worms. Yeah, the guards help me. What's happening? I'm not racist. I'm Fuentes. My name is Fuentes. Your health is worryingly low. Don't worry about me. Wait, why? I'm trying to get worms to spawn. Why I want the fucking worms spawn, man? Or maybe other people are tagging them? I think other people are tagging them. That's what's going on. Oh, here's one. Okay, good.
Trying to explain to you that
You're
the
saying
idea, the concept. There's people that don't. If you even try to explain to them what the fuck Twitch is, or that there's people yelling into microphones in voice calls trying to argue about politics, they look at you.
We're
like,
just a rock floating in space, man. What even? Yeah, you're being asked about whether or not the fucking Palestine voter bloc could have been swayed to come out in big enough numbers to get Kamala across the line in the election. That's all you're being asked. Holy fuck. Oxygen, bro. What even is that? Dinosaurs? No, I don't. It's not really relevant to the question.
Like, why aren't you touching grass?
So you're
Those
trying to describe
people
you're trying
wanted
to
to
describe
hear
an
something from
archetype.
the candidate.
You're trying to
Grass.
describe an archetypal voter that you're referencing. But I think I have a problem with this archetypal voter. One, describing it doesn't really help answer my question. And two, I don't buy it. And this is a comment from one of our community members, that there are a bunch of entirely politically unengaged voters who are single issue voters on Gaza. How do you square that? What you're describing is a kind of voter who's more vibes based, who doesn't really get into the meat of issues, who isn't really paying attention to shit, but is single minded on Gaza, such that if you told them that Kamala has promised to enforce the Leahy Act, they would be motivated to vote for them in a dispositive way that would win her the election or something approaching it. That's what doesn't make sense to me.
Kamala had said, I think if Kamala had said, push
Oh, here
by
now we got the
Dana
fucking
Bash on
boners.
CNN
Nice.
in that moment and said, you know what? If something comes across my desk,
I need you to respond to what I just said. I'm not going to tolerate it any longer for you to like just go on these.
She said this when she was running. He knows this because this is basically what she said with regards to the fucking aid block. I don't know why he's rewriting history. Poor Pisco, man. Pisco's getting abused by this man. Maybe because Ogre Boy's relying on the fact that he doesn't know Pisco, that Pisco doesn't know about the debate that me and Ogre Boy had. But we've argued about this so many times because he can't read these fucking articles properly. That Kamala said this when Israel was blocking aid to the north of Gaza. She said they would review all of their arms arrangements with Israel. You don't think if they did that, something would have come across her desk to maybe enforce the Leahy Act if she thought it was there? What the fuck? He knows they already did this. I don't know why he's lying. I know why he's lying. He's lying to soften his position, to make himself look more reasonable, and to make himself not look like a tanky fuck cultist degenerate loser. Who's just there. Who just sees Pisco as a giant pussy ready for him to fuck, to turn himself sideways and ram him with his baldy fucking head. To infect him with his fucking nonsense. Like...
rambles. Why should I? What? It is disrespectful to what I'm saying for you to just go off on a diatribe. It's like what Counterpoints does. And frankly, I'm losing patience with him too.
Damn.
Good. Did you hear what I just said?
Go back to your original question.
I need you to listen to what I'm saying, okay? You're describing as a way to not answer my original question, but I'm a fool enough to even allow you to do this little derail. But fine, we'll do the derail. You're describing this kind of like archetypal voter who isn't like a lefty, so to speak, and as a way, in my opinion, to shift responsibility from the instrumental effect of lefties so that you can still hold on to that preciously. That you're describing this archetypal voter who is like very disengaged, more vibes-based, not on their newsfeed. These are all things you said that I'm listening to, right? I'm listening to what you're saying, I'm responding to it. And I'm saying, it seems very implausible to me that someone who is disengaged, not really following things closely, is going to be myopically focused on communiques.
Why is
from
this
the
thing not taking
campaign
damage?
On
what's wrong with it?
In the weeds Israel policy. That just seems so outlandish to me as an intuition.
But it wouldn't be in the weeds Israel policy.
Of course it would be.
If you said people are getting exploded. No, it wouldn't.
On the show, wait, hang on. So we're going to say it now. I mean, like, why do you deny it? When I went on the show and said,
that thing take a hit?
You want her to call it a genocide and call her unconscionable? No, nothing like that.
No, yeah,
if she had said, we're going to enforce
I just wanted to say, we're going to look into it for the third time. Nice.
The Leahy Act, that would be enough. That's why I'm pointing to the in the weeds thing, is because that's what you said.
Have you seen the clip where Dana Bash talks to her in that moment when she's got walls right behind her?
That's not responsive to what I just said. So what I just responded to was your claim that you're not asking for something minutia in the weeds. I used the example of when we had the conversation and I was describing more bombastic rhetoric, or rhetoric tailored to the common person, which relates to genocide, relates to unconscionable acts, which you rejected. Said she wouldn't have to go that far. She would just need to do something
on
like
the podcast. Fine. Going with what you were saying.
Yes.
On the podcast, you were trying to do a loaded question to suggest that on CNN, she's supposed to say, well, yes, we are doing a genocide and I'm going to stop the dreaded Israeli state. You wanted me to basically say something that's ridiculous. It's not what I was looking at.
That's exactly what the uncommitted movement wanted. Have you seen them? There's fucking barbarians. Yeah, of course that's what they wanted. What are you talking about? I'm allowed to call them that because most of them are fucking white. Okay? Fucking hell.
Have happened.
Well,
I have.
She's right. You were one example of something you were looking for. One specific example that you said was it would be enough for her to claim that she was going to enforce the Leahy Act.
No, not the sand gnomes again. Sand gnome.
Yes, because I was trying to tell you something concrete, but I'm
right. But how would that appeal to disengaged vibes voters on the couch?
Because I'm trying.
You see the problem, don't you?
For you the exact tone. No, I don't. I'm trying to set for you the exact tone in the exact moment. The thing that you can go back to.
Come on.
You can pull it up on fucking YouTube right now. She got asked by Dana Bash. She said the left, the progressives, are trying to get you to do an arms embargo to bring about a ceasefire. Something that was popular in every one of the swing states. and she said, "Are you going to do anything different?" And she ended up saying, she said, "Hey, we're our commitment to arming Israel is not going to change, but and that's first and foremost, et cetera, et cetera." She had a moment. Are you going to do something different when it comes to the current situation? Not everybody watching that interview is going to know about accords that were or weren't signed in the fucking 60s. That's not the point. The point was they knew something was bad. They knew something very bad was occurring, and they just wanted it to stop. And in that moment, she had a softball handed to her. She didn't have to throw herself or Biden under the bus or anything like that, but she could have said, "I'm willing to do something different." And she signaled that she wasn't.
And if she said like what would she say? I can't get into it right now.
All she had to do, like I said, is say that when the time comes under her administration, she's sitting in that chair.
Is he trying to say she should have just lied because people are stupid? Like, I don't know.
Evidence comes across her desk of war crimes or something like that, she'll act accordingly. When she got pressed on
but you know you're fucked right now, right?
What did she say?
You know you're fucked. You know what you just said you're fucked on, right?
Uh-oh.
She said she loved the law and wanted to follow the law when it came to trans
I'm asking
issues.
you, you just fucked yourself, right?
Would have stopped.
We're pissing up. He's loading up.
How so?
You're saying all she would have had to say is something non-specific like, "I'll be different."
Yeah.
And if pressed, say something like, "If there are war crimes, we'll look into it." And that would have been enough. That's what you just said, right? Do you agree that that characterization or no? You disagree with it?
Ogre Boy would pretend that this is the decision.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, elaborate. Why am I fucked?
You're fucked because A, you know that would not have been enough for the ideologically committed.
Yep.
And B, how would it be enough for the
I'm not talking.
Wait, let me finish.
How would it be enough for the non-committed? Because they just see that the suffering continues. They can see all this death and all this bombing and all these planes and fucking buildings collapsing and babies and shit. And then they hear the president saying, "Yeah, I'll look into it." Like, fuck off. Even the most uninformed touch grass normie in the world is not gonna be convinced by that shit. You fucking retard. God, he's making me so angry, man. Ogre Boy. Oh, God. He's doing it on purpose though. He is put on this earth to trigger and to demoralize liberals. And he does it very well. I don't like this opponent, but damn do I respect him. Oh, God.
Enough for the non-engaged voter.
I'm not talking about the people that are ideologically committed. I'm talking about the people that I already got done saying 4 or 5 times.
Hang on. I was addressing both. I was addressing both.
But
I was addressing both.
Knew something was bad.
I was addressing both.
I
was addressing both. So you stopped me as I said this a second. I said A, you know it would not be enough for the ideologically motivated. And B, how would it be enough for the non-ideologically motivated disengaged voters? Disengaged voters aren't watching the fucking debates. Disengaged voters aren't easily reachable.
That's not a debate. When I say Dana Bash,
interviews.
I say Dana Bash interviewing,
they watch
don't watch
interviews.
that shit. They're disengaged. Or interviews. That's the problem, right? Like
they'll see the clips on Twitter. They've all got Twitter accounts. What? He's so delusional, man.
With some of the lack of distance with the administration is an issue, and maybe even Gaza policy is an example of that. I don't doubt that. The question is, does her changing her positions at time equals 0 when she's given the nomination by the delegates in a legal process, when that happens, is it going to change that perception? The answer is almost certainly not. Almost certainly not. And to the extent that you're relying on disengaged voters, it seems exceedingly unlikely that substantive signals on Gaza differences are going to appeal either to the extent that they're weak to the ideologically motivated, or to the extent that their signals being done on shit that the non-engaged are not watching, that it's going to affect them in the slightest. I mean, if you watch that debate between Trump and Kamala, it was embarrassing. Like, Trump embarrassed himself. It was
he got
disgraceful.
fucking annihilated, man.
Didn't matter.
He looked a total fool. People forget that.
So the Trump and Kamala debate, where they both argued over who was going to take better care of Israel, was supposed to be.
You're so fucking stupid, man. He's so stupid. That's not the point. The point is that Kamala did better in the debate and no one cared. They still voted for Trump. Because voters don't give a fuck about debates or policy.
That was going to affect people's outcomes on this? How?
That is your encapsulation of that debate.
Yeah, because he's a single issue retard. Yeah, that exactly it. Yeah, he doesn't care about anything else. He doesn't even really care about Israel Palestine. He doesn't know anything about it. Like, fuck.
And the disengaged voter is looking to that.
Look,
the archetype that you're describing is would characterize that as who's going to defend Israel more, and that's what the disengaged voter.
That's the only bit I heard.
Was looking at.
I don't care about trans people or Haitians or fucking.
She should have won off of abortion and the fact that he was talking
abortion.
about eating cats and dogs and shit. Sure, 100%.
Okay.
What do you mean?
No,
I'm with you. What?
What I'm disputing is your character is because you want to have it both ways. You want to have it a way which it's like, oh, if you had listened to us on Gaza, you would have won the election because that is what you feel. You do feel that. That is your position.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But you want to have it in such a way that it doesn't imply culpability for being a determiner in which way which direction the election swung. And so you're inventing these like non-aligned
I just leveled. Let's go. 64. 65 actually. What the fuck? I was already 64. We're on it. Smash.
Engaged single issue Gaza voters. And that's how you're doing this.
Wait, why you keep using culpability over and over again? Why?
Moral
Because
fault.
People who don't vote are fucking idiots. Yeah, you should vote.
There's a moral fault
responsibility.
To yell
Not
from the
voting.
sidelines. There's a moral responsibility.
Can you just address what I just said? Do you understand the substance of what I just said?
No.
So you're staked out a position. Your position is if she had aligned on Gaza in a way that I'm describing, per these polls, she would have won the election. That is your position. And therefore she ought to have done it. Because wouldn't it have been better to win the election than to lose it? That's your position. However, you don't want to bite the bullet to say, well, therefore ideological Gaza voters are responsible for her losing. And so to avoid having that be the case, you say, well, there's these like non-aligned voters who are disengaged and don't really care about shit and are more vibes-based, sitting on the couch, and they're the ones that would be responsive to the Israel Gaza policy shifts, such a way to determine the election. And that is how you're going to have your cake and eat it too.
So the people that she lost between... Okay, so hold on. So the people she lost between 2020 and 2024, those are all hyper ideologically aligned lefties?
Did you just hear what I said? I need you to respond to what I'm saying. Do you understand my criticism?
So the group you want to paint is the sort of Machiavellian...
I'm not painting anything. This is an internal critique. Do you understand an internal critique? I'm not proposing something. I'm questioning your premises and your logic and your argument.
So you're saying that the people that were concerned about Gaza, that they're ultimately responsible, or they're...
Isn't it interesting how little they're going to talk about? Why don't they just talk about Gaza? Like, why don't they just talk about, like, what should she have done? Like, what would this have even been? Because if she had a position that was actually the more moral one, than whatever the fucking uncommitted guys are supporting, wouldn't that be? I don't know. This is my preference. I guess that this is still a relevant discussion, though. They don't need to talk about the details of Gaza. Fuck it. Fuck it.
Their culpability for voicing their concern is the issue at fault.
I'm saying on your view, if Kamala Harris and her team had taken a different approach on Gaza, they would have won the election. That is your view. You already agreed to that. And I said something else. I said, additionally, you are not wanting, you don't blame ideological Gaza voters,
skirmishers,
for the loss of the election. Those two things, right? Those are two things that are true.
Take them?
Both you think that the position cost her the election, but you don't think the voters who voted on that position cost her the election from the ideological perspective. That seems to be a contradiction. The way that you square that contradiction, my assertion, is you have to invent this other group of voters that aren't ideologically plugged in, but who would be responsive to moderate shifts in Israel-Gaza policy. Do you understand the critique now?
No.
That a way for you to avoid a contradiction. That is,
Yes,
they both
but
would have changed.
You're also. It's not a matter of me trying to avoid contradiction. Because you want to try to set some kind of guardrails or some sort of third rail that nobody can go near to say that I'm trying to. The whole idea is that I'm trying to point out a broader group of people at the end of the day that are lower informed or lower information voters, whatever the terminologies you want to use for it, that just knew something was bad and something needed to change.
And would be assuaged by
something
Gaza.
willing to change.
On Gaza.
But I'm not calling those people but I'm not calling those people like hyper online single issue Gaza voters.
I know you're not. I know you're not.
People that knew something was really bad.
I know you're not. I know you're not.
So in trying to iron down,
we're talking about people who just know something's really bad. Then why shouldn't she have made a big noise about Ukraine instead? Or anywhere.
On culpability for the hyper online Gaza concern.
You're saying they don't have any because
and say that we're responsible. We are. It's not a matter of
responsible.
that they do or don't. If I'm trying to.
Some Hassan fan went to the Unscrew America tour and got crushed. Was it the guy who got into a fight? Because we saw the fight. I haven't seen the debate though. Although I definitely will, because he does seem like a character. Okay, I have to go outside the crypts. I remember where this is. Yeah, okay. Let me put the music on this game back on, because I don't have any right now. It's not clashing with the video anymore. Ooh. Wait, don't fall to your doom, Lonerbot. Right.
If I'm across the street from your apartment and I'm yelling, "There's a fucking bomb in your apartment. You need to get the fuck out of your apartment."
Yeah, I'm not gonna get distracted, but you can go ahead.
It still blows up.
I'll just look into it. I'll look into it. I've looked into it already. I don't even see a bomb, but I'll just keep looking. Just keep looking into it.
And you never left. And you never left the apartment. Do I have a level of culpability for trying to warn that the bomb was going to explode? Like I don't understand.
So you don't understand clearly because that has nothing to do with what I just said. And so I'm going to try again. You have a bunch of views about the election. One view that you have about the election is that if Kamala Harris had simply made moderate shifts to her Gaza policy, she would have won the election. That is your view. I've confirmed it 2 times. I want to confirm it a 3rd time. That is your view, correct?
Not in and of itself, no, but it would have been something that could have been a gateway to spiral out to other shit.
So now we do have a contradiction because you just said that it would have changed the results, and now you're saying it wouldn't necessarily by itself change the results. So that they both can't be true. Which is it? Would it have changed the result of the election if she had shifted on Gaza or not? That's what we're told, right? These are the polls you're producing. The polls are.
It's not that simple.
Control M for music. Oh yeah, but it was like a volume control. But okay, I remember now. How do I get out of here again? I think it's this way, isn't it? Isn't this the way out of the crypts? You have to go through this tunnel.
So, it's not that simple.
So then it wouldn't be enough for her. In other words, it's not enough to shift on Gaza to win the election. Is that
because you're trying to hold on? No. You're trying to paint it as if she would have said a very specific thing to a very specific group of people, that by itself would have been the winning factor. I don't necessarily think so.
So do you know or do you not know?
But when you point to,
do you know or do you not know whether or not her position on Gaza, if she had taken a different one, would have won her the election? Do you know or do you not know?
I have polling that suggests that it would have made a difference in the swing states. That enough is a reason for me to see that she should have done it.
So is it your?
But I think
no.
Hold on. The disconnect I think is because you keep trying to put it down to something where I think it's broader in scope than you're trying to narrow it to.
I'm using your own view. Before you said if she would have had a different position on Gaza, the polls show she would have won. That was your view. I'm not oversimplifying it. That was your position. I don't agree with that. That was your position.
Wristbands, okay.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it is anymore. Now it seems to be like, well, it's not that clear that she would have won if she had taken that position on Gaza. Counter to the other polls and information that you're bringing to bear, which seem to be trying to marshal an argument that this is all it would have taken. Do you understand what I'm saying or not?
I think she was weak and no, I do. I think there are other things that definitely would have played a factor, but I think in the swing states at least there's enough argument that she dropped the ball by not
the question isn't whether she dropped the ball or not. The question
different.
isn't whether or not she would drop the ball or not. The question is only whether or not you think she would have won if she had taken this other view. So anytime you say I would have taken the view, or I would have said this, or something like she dropped the ball by not doing it, that's not addressing what I'm saying.
I don't think that Gaza would have been an absolute slam dunk, but I also think it would have started enough more support grassroots for get out the vote and shit like that.
So you're
would have seen more people willing to jump to their feet.
So you think it would have improved her chances? Is that a fair characterization?
Yes.
Okay. So
incredibly so, yes.
It would have improved her chances. Therefore, is it your view or not that ideological Gaza voters significantly decreased her chances?
Sure, let's go with that.
Yeah. So isn't there a basis for...
That's what you're looking... Well, I mean, that's part and parcel. That's what you're looking for, but I don't...
Well, I just don't understand...
Agree on the terms
I just don't understand why you try to shift blame then. Isn't that part of your argument that,
because he would rather blame the candidate than the voters, I guess? I mean, that makes sense. But we'll see where it goes.
Ideological Gaza voters lowered their chance.
You keep going back? You keep wanting to say culpability and blame over and over again.
Because that's the argument that people are having. The frustration that we are feeling every day, suffering under this administration, is directed at people who, on their own view, think they significantly lowered the chance of Kamala winning. And if you understand that, then you understand the frustration. Surely.
I can't ask you this question because then you're gonna get mad and treat it like it's a virtue signal. And in some ways, I will understand.
Is it a genocide?
It's a fucking genocide.
Why? No. Let's stay away from genocide just for a moment. Let's just call it war crimes, crimes against humanity. Is that fair?
Yeah, but whatever you want to ask.
That in and of itself, is that fair?
Are there war crimes?
Why is it blameworthy and culpability worthy, right? Why is it something that elicits frustration from people when you try to...
Because as a voter, you should care about more than just war crimes that are happening in another country. You should care about things that are happening in your own country as well. And you should also care about whether or not those war crimes would be worse under one president or another. Will Pisco say any of that?
To say that the administration is guilty of war crimes, guilty of crimes, of facilitating crimes against humanity. Why is it something that I should be held for blame to say, Ogre, you motherfucker? Why is it blamable? Why am I worthy of
he's really struggling to get his words out here, isn't he?
For trying to scream from the fucking balcony
about that?
That's something that should have been halted and corrected.
I don't do that.
Correct Israel.
I don't do that. Do you see me freaking out about Mehdi Hassan? Wait, do you see me freaking out about? I don't do that.
Yeah, because I don't think Pisco would have an issue with Mehdi Hassan because Mehdi Hassan still supported the candidate. He aggressively supported the candidate, even though he thought the candidate was committing genocide. Now, that's his own fuck up for just taking the line that he did on Israel. Because if you believe his opinions on Israel, then it's going to be much harder for you to convince people who agree with you to bother to turn out and vote. But he made the effort. He supported the party, which is the bare minimum, which is what most Democrats are actually okay with. Because Democrats are soft. They are cucks.
People do because they disagree.
Sure, but if part of this back and forth, even right now, is you're trying to say take blame, take culpability for lowering her chances because of all of this suffering that we're going through right now.
I'm trying to get you to understand. I'm trying to get you to understand the position of like pissed off libs, and if you grant that ideological Gaza voters, which by the way, I don't even grant this. I don't grant it. That ideological Gaza voters significantly decreased Kamala's chances of winning. Again, I don't grant that. But if that is your view, then on your own view, you surely can understand why libs are upsetty spaghetti at it. And that's not mutually incompatible or exclusive with.
Wait.
I was maybe going to watch this tomorrow. Apparently there was some covert U.S. action towards helping the protesters in Iran. Apparently they actually took on one of my suggestions, which is to give them Starlink, but interesting.
I genuinely don't.
With you being justified in your calling out war crimes and the facilitation of genocide. None of that is mutually exclusive. They're just different things.
So to them, to your tribe, since the factionalization is part of the fun, your people, your chosen people, the idea is
is that an anti-Semitic? Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
No, I'm talking about the
chosen
most
people?
moral people, the liberals.
Most
the chosen
moral people.
The
Oh,
libs.
so now you're
most moral people.
Chat, what do we think? All right, go on the libs. All right, the libs, from their perspective, what?
So from their perspective, someone calling that out, that's like you fucked us. Is that kind of the message coming across, or what?
Some people saying that you fucked us. I don't say it because I don't think it's like empirically true.
They tried
but
to.
I do fucking resent.
But if it was
who
empirically true,
stayed home.
okay, let's say all these Gaza lefties. Let's say that it was the case. Let's say if you did feel that the numbers were there. If I did show you something where it was like every swing state, which is
I would be more mad.
Part of my calculus, for sure.
I would be more mad at people who stayed home on that basis. Yeah. Just like, by the way, I'm mad at the Republicans, right? So I'm also mad at Republicans and independents who voted for Trump, right? This is what people, and I see this a lot in chat, and I want to like grant to you guys that there's multiple blames to go around. Like it's not the case that you can just say, oh, only one party deserves blame, right? Multiple people can deserve blame for a given thing. Do candidates deserve blame? Absolutely.
Who deserves
but I don't
blame?
have this view of like voters are sacred. You can never criticize what voters do. Like they're babies.
No.
Like they're
I disagree
babies.
with you. I disagree with you.
You so if someone voted for Bibi Netanyahu, would you condemn that vote?
And I didn't know he was.
Would you condemn it or not?
Sure.
Yeah, so you do condemn.
Would I condemn the
voting
vote of,
yeah, and if someone wrote in Benjamin Netanyahu
in America,
yeah, let's say someone who really loves Bibi Netanyahu in America and wrote in Bibi Netanyahu.
That person's a dumbass.
I'm not asking if they're dumb. I'm not asking if they're dumb. I'm so
Why can't he just answer a fucking question? God, he's such a retard. Oh.
I'm not asking if they're dumb. I'm asking if they decided
because they like
Bibi
going on. I don't know.
to write in Bibi Netanyahu for president because they are the most committed, most radical Zionist in the history of America. Would you condemn that action?
What if
yes or no is the question?
Steelman it. Why would I if I did? Why would I if I did?
Because of course.
Why would I if I did?
Of course. People condemn express preferences that are horrible, right? If someone says, I'll give you an example. If someone says something like this, that all Palestinians are terrorists. Let's say, assume they said that, and they deserve to be treated as such in Gaza, right? Assume they said that, and they're not a person of importance. Would you condemn that statement?
Shit.
And you're the only one who heard it.
Clearly.
Yeah. So the expression of bad shit by itself is justification to condemn it, right? If someone says, you remember what Asmongold said about certain Arab peoples? I forget exactly what it was. They're like all monsters or something. He said something horrible about them. Wasn't like banned that long for it. You can't really say that he's a big streamer, but is he going to have a material effect on the outcome in these different places? Probably not. Maybe he contributes to some sort of language, but it's probably a marginal effect at best. Doesn't matter though, because we condemn expressions of preferences that we find to be abhorrent, such as someone who votes for an abhorrent candidate. So you don't have to do this as a hypothetical. You should condemn, in general, votes for Trump as its own moral wrong, independent of, well, does Kamala Harris deserve the blame? They're separate things to consider.
When you talk to and this is important, when you talk to conservatives though, and you're trying to de-Trumpify them, do you
That's
start
a
from
meta
the place of
question. Yeah,
morally
no, maybe
condemning
not.
them?
No, maybe not. I'm just telling you. You might have a meta reason not to start there and not to lecture people like that. Yeah, fuck. I'm not the person necessarily who's gonna convince all these Trump people, because maybe I'm too fucking arrogant and too annoying. Like I'm not even saying maybe what Hassan does by corralling all these lefties. Maybe he's doing more good for the Democratic Party.
Ugh, Hassan.
I'm not,
Ugh.
Maybe, yeah.
I'm not sure about that, to be honest with you, whether or not Hassan is net positive or net negative for the Democratic Party. I'm just telling you honest, and that'll trigger the libs. I don't know what the effect is of either Hassan or of these other people.
Saying that placing blame on electorate, you can place it on, you can absolutely place it on influencers though. I don't see what's wrong with that.
Like Asmongold, whatever. But regardless of that, we can independently take issue with certain expressions, even if we don't think that they have a net positive, net negative effect, or any effect on what's happening on the ground in any given context. You get me?
Okay, now the suggestion, to take it back to a couple steps ago, the suggestion now is to say that the expression, because you started with, if it was Bibi Netanyahu running, would you condemn him? But the idea at that point is that yes, there's a tacit endorsement of genocide behind what that guy is doing, or ethnic cleansing, or what have you, right? So, but now in order to show that certain things are condemnable, you're having to compare someone that is pushing back against war crimes with someone that is doing war crimes, to say that, see, both sides, like there's a both sidesing element there that I'm finding a little baffling.
No, it's to show the principle. It's the same people who, like, I don't entertain hypotheticals. It's to prove a principle. And you pointing out to differences in a comparison is like the biggest waste of your time. Yeah, it's different. It would be different to vote for someone in Israel versus in America. It would be different if you voted for them on a Tuesday versus a Wednesday. It would be different if you sharded your pants before you voted for them. It would be different if you were a girl. It would be different if you were a transgender person voting for someone. It would be different if your hair was done differently than it was the day before. There are so many innumerable things that we can point to two different situations and say, it's different, it's different, it's different, it's different.
I had to kill 20 spiders. Fuck me, man. This is easily the worst part of the expansion. I don't know what it is. It's just like killing spiders is just less fun than killing like antelope, but or whatever the fuck, or little elephants and shit, or even orcs. I don't know why. What is it about this game that makes killing spiders so unpleasant? It's because they poison you. Oh fuck, group. Yes, give me a group. Give me a goddamn group. But they're almost done. They've already freed 6 guys. Shit. 2? Okay. Let's just speed through it.
What we want are differences with a distinction, differences that are important for the analysis. And all I've done in create this hypothetical is establish that there is an independently morally condemnable action to an agent, for example, a voter. A voter is an agent, right? You're not going to say that they have no agency.
What kind of an agent?
An agent taking an action which we think is an expression of an reprehensible principle, irrespective of the lack of any instrumental effect of their vote on the outcome of the thing. And so going to this like safe state versus swing state, going to the, well, we didn't cost her the election because of this analysis, or we did cost her the election because of this analysis, or we might not have, or we raised her chances or lower the chances. It's all kind of irrespective of what's going on. Yeah, if you showed me that she was significantly hurt by pro-Palestinian people and her chance of winning the election, I probably would be more mad at them than I am now. But in general, I'm just mad at them not voting for her.
What if I told you that it just wasn't even pro-Palestinian people? It was just people that wanted to see that conflict stop.
God,
Period.
he's so stupid. You really, well, people who are not even pro-Palestine, they just want to see a war stop. They're the people who are going to vote just based on what happens in Gaza. Who are these people? This total normie, not very political, but they're a single issue Palestine voter. Okay. Bro. Where did you get that? Where did that fucking Hassan tattoo? That ink is fucking like spread to your fucking brain, man. What's going on? Kill big spider. Look at that one. That's a huge spider. We have to kill him too.
Conservative.
However you want to label it. However you want to label it. Everyone.
I vote based on what's going on in Oman. Based. I hope so. Because they need our help. Those poor people. Those wretches. Fuck. And let's go.
Everyone wants the conflict to stop. Okay? That was what Harris said she wanted. That's what Biden said she wanted. Now, what you say is, well, funding arms to Israel doesn't help stop, right? That's your point to that.
Mm-hmm.
But the expressed position was in favor of ceasefire, negotiating ceasefire. Now, you say, I don't agree with the tactic of ending the
arms
conflict
embargo,
they're taking.
Ceasefire.
Yeah, I understand that your view is that it's stupid that they took the strategy they did in trying to effectuate a ceasefire. But you can't argue that that was their express preference on it. Now, all I'm saying is, regardless of those issues.
Wait, why not? Wait, why not?
Also, why is this kill 20 spiders when this tiny little area doesn't even have 20 spiders? Why do they do that? Why are they so cucked? Why are they such nasty bastards? Alright. Is there a pic of the tattoo? I think so. It exists somewhere.
But now you want to talk about Israel policy.
You said I can't argue. Well, but you're folding that in. Let's skip a half hour of sending each other links and shit. What if, just for hypothetical sake,
what if
I could show at least one example where they should have followed the law?
Nope.
And they could have 100.
It has to be a certain threshold of a level of war crimes. It's not just like, oh yeah, you found some fucking guy in a tank who blasted up fucking school because he was mad.
100% been legally justified to put their foot down, and they chose not to.
Wait, I could just grant that. How does that matter at all to anything we're talking about?
Because you're saying that it's rewind like 5 seconds. You said it was explicitly something. You said that you disagreed that it was something they explicitly wanted.
No, that their expressed preference was for ceasefire. Even if you don't agree with their methods. That's what they said. You can say, I don't believe them. They're lying. They don't want a ceasefire. They want it to continue. But they said, we want to end the conflict.
Yeah, but their express preference of ceasefire while they're ignoring things that should have legally forced them to try to
I'm not trying to
sending weapons
do you
over.
understand me to try to be like hashing out an Israel debate with you right now?
I'm not wanting to take like 2 hours to fucking do that either. Trust me.
Do you think that I'm trying to engage you on that? What I'm trying to say is that like,
okay, well,
people will say we want to end the conflict. We want to end the conflict. And if you poll that question, you'll get like 70, 80, 90%. But obviously how you end a conflict and what policies you're
they're all
pursuing,
here as well.
That probably is going to be matter more in the eyes of anyone who is for whom this is an important issue. But it's all besides the case, because I'll grant that in terms of Israel-Palestine, maybe, I don't know if you could show this, but the majority of Americans thought Trump was better on it or something. I don't know. But even if you would show that, I don't know how that affects our analysis.
I'm not trying to think. That's a weird curveball that I wasn't even talking about. It's not a matter of Trump thinking Trump is better or worse, whatever. It's people seeing the what.
Hey, this music is fucking banging. Listen to it. Those low piano notes. Wow. What's my music volume at? Is it 80? Oh. So cool. That's proper spider music, that is. Trembling fucking strings, whatever you call it. Alright.
That had happened up until the general and making decisions based on that. Trump being better. I don't get the reason why that got brought up.
It's like the point I'm trying to get to is
I am too.
Of course, voters, of course, influencers have their own moral responsibilities, separate and apart from candidates. And anyone who says it's the candidate's job to earn the votes, to the exclusion of other responsibilities,
which is not.
I'm not saying that you are, but some people you will see in the chance like, this is silly, Pisco. It's the candidate's job to X, Y, Z. Those are just, to use a phrase from the Deem, thought terminating cliches.
Ooh, death skitter.
Let me lean in the direction then, just for sake of argument. It is their job to do what is necessary to win, and if that's what people are clamoring for, then yes. Like even what Hutch said 3 weeks ago or so,
no, but that's not what it's meant.
Failed to get the winning coalition necessary to secure the presidency.
But hang on a second, that's not what people mean. When people say, for example, we think that it's the candidate's job. What is unsaid but meant is, I don't want to talk about voters or influencers. Ultimately, it's the candidate's responsibility. And by the way, I think there's a contradiction in this and what Hutch has said before. Go for it.
Hold on. I'm going to 1,000% lean in your direction, agree with you, and then tell you why it doesn't matter. You ready?
Okay.
Whoa.
Voters are dumb. The American people are fucking dumb when it comes down to it. End of the day, we're all dumb. We're all dummies. Doesn't matter. We've reduced the presidential elections to popularity contests. You got to end up saying the thing that the people want to fucking hear to get people off the couch and to go vote. And
and people wanted eggs and a fucking wall. They wanted cheap eggs and a wall. Gaza was like fucking number 8 on the list.
You can shame to your heart's content. What do you mean it's not responsive? What do you mean it's not responsive?
Yeah, you're basically saying, well, in order
that's
to
a
get
hyper. That is a hyper online take.
Whether it's an online take or not is, again, not responsive. It's just pure meta. If you want to talk about that, if you want to say, I don't want to talk about the topic itself, I want to talk about why it's stupid to talk about the topic. That's fine. You can take the position of, I don't answer these questions because it's not useful to do it, and so I'm dodging. And because I don't answer such hypotheticals. You can take that view if you want.
Why?
I need you to recognize that it's a pivot and it's a dodge.
I just want to ask if you know the figure, the top line figure. Do you know how much she ended up spending on the campaign?
I have no earthly idea.
More than Trump,
probably
right?
Hundreds of
$1.5
millions.
billion.
Okay, it's not just her. It's
$1.5 billion.
I'm sure that's also PAC shit and things that are unaffiliated with the campaign. But okay, what does that have to do with anything? Are you drunk? Why are you saying random shit?
Why spend that much money on something where you don't have to convince people to come out and vote?
I didn't say you don't have to convince people. Stop. All right, we're gonna linearize because you're not following. Is it the case, yes or no, that voters have ethical responsibilities? Yes or no?
I'll tell you what the truth is. Kamala probably wanted to give the voters what they wanted on Israel-Palestine, but also, like any politician, they have to give within reason. She had no fucking idea what the voters wanted because the voters didn't communicate effectively what they wanted. Ceasefire, arms embargo, but also river to the sea, fucking and the occupation. Like there was, and that's not even to mention the fact that like other voters who are Jewish or who are pro-Israel, who still existed within the Democratic Party, were very sensitive to what they saw as like the rise of fucking terrorism and pro-Hamas people. So there's just no telling what would have been the optimal position for U.S. voters.
Yeah, but that's not where we're at anymore.
Sorry. So
that's not where we're at anymore as a country. It doesn't matter.
Stop.
It does not matter.
If it's the case that voters have ethical responsibilities, can they and should they be criticized for failing to uphold their ethical values?
Sure, criticize them away.
And same thing with influencers, right?
And that's going to get you nowhere.
Okay, it might not.
That's going to get you fucking nowhere.
Regardless of whether it gets you anywhere, is it the case that streamers have ethical responsibilities and influencers with respect to who they endorse?
Sure. Yes, they have ethical responsibilities.
Isn't it a pivot to say, well, the candidate has their job, when the question is whether or not it was right or wrong to endorse or not endorse, or vote or to vote or not vote, to say, well, the candidate also has responsibilities. That's a pivot. It's not answering whether or not there was a breach of the other responsibility.
At the end of the day, I don't take. It's not.
You can just say yes. How is it not a pivot? How is it not a pivot? How is it not a pivot?
Not a pivot.
How is it not?
Because ultimately, you're going to end up looking at the thing that had the most culpability. No. You got a finite amount of time on this fucking planet. Why?
Hang on. No. That doesn't explain why it's not a pivot. Just because there's something else you could be talking about doesn't mean it's not a pivot, right? So I'll give you an example. So let's say that there's a little boy, all right, and he does something wrong. He uses a crayon to draw on the side of a wall.
What a
piece of shit. On the side of a wall. On the side of a wall. And a parent comes up. No, I'm not. No. You can do yours after.
Does Pisco have a background in education? He talks like someone who has definitely done teaching before. I say that because I used to teach. He's just like, I've listened to teachers. Like there's like things. There's like sort of cadences and ways that they say things to hammer things in and to make things as absorbable as possible. Yeah, I'm just wondering. Don't know though.
I'm doing mine.
Okay.
All right. A parent comes to
be a lawyer.
No.
In a minute.
No.
A minute. Remind me of triage in case I forget.
Okay, triage.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Crayon on the wall.
Child goes and draws on the wall with crayon. And a parent comes to discipline the child and say, "This was wrong that you drew on the wall. You shouldn't have done that." And then the kid says, "Well,
fuck.
You know, my brother, he painted on the wall with permanent paint over there." So I'll ask you, was the response by the child there a dodge?
Lost spirit.
Surely it's a dodge, yeah.
Yeah. Which is worse between drawing with a little crayon that can be like whatever, or permanent fucking paint? The paint is worse. So it's a dodge. The parent is disciplined with respect to the obligation, let's say, and just pointed to other more serious breaches. Or indeed, if the kid said, "Well, yeah, you're accusing me of like drawing on the wall, but you left me alone for 5 hours while you were drinking out with your friends." Now, no doubt whatsoever that the mom is more morally culpable for doing that, and more like responsible in myriad ways. And perhaps the child should not be left alone with the crayon so long unattended, right? But there could be independent obligations. And if you want to make this comparison, you are treating voters like children, just to be clear, or influencers.
Yes, motherfucker. But a minute and a half ago, I said we're all dumb as fuck.
Yeah,
what
but you
do
don't.
mean?
But do you treat yourself as a kid?
What do you mean?
Wait, no. Here's the problem, right? Do you treat yourself as a kid or Hassan as a child?
Yeah.
In terms of
you got a tattoo of a child on you, fucking nonce.
Or Hutches, let's say.
We'll get to Hassan.
Do you just answer it? Just answer it, and then you can do your little.
No, I don't
triage.
treat Hassan like a child.
Okay, so then let's not apply. Let's not apply the rules of, how we would think of how a child acts to you or Hassan or Hutch. Like, we're all big people here. We can acknowledge multiple responsibilities. And I already granted, I think Joe Biden is more responsible for Kamala Harris's loss than like Hassan Piker. I think that's easily true, trivially true, like very obvious.
Is Biden more responsible for Kamala's loss than Kamala?
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Why?
Because of his decision to run a second term.
Yeah, I think that's a very
purely the
decision
to run a second term and not any of the
the fact that he took that long to drop out.
It's sufficient. It's sufficient. The decision is sufficient, but it's not the only thing. There's more stuff that you can add to it, but it's sufficient. His decision to run for a second term.
Well, what if I told you I definitely thought she could have won? Like, I definitely thought.
What do you mean by could?
Like, so
what do you mean by could? What do you mean by could? What do you mean by could? What do you mean by could?
I'm trying to get to there. Why are you?
No. I want to know what the term you're using.
I want to make sure I understand.
I know. What do you mean by the term could?
could, like, she could have won. It was
Meaning
within
what?
her power. It was definitely that she could have won the race.
In
I don't
virtual, like,
understand why
wait, I don't know what you mean by could.
What is
You
the
keep
word
saying could.
is?
You don't know.
What did you teach? I taught guitar and piano mostly, sometimes production. I think I gave like 2 drum lessons in my life, yeah. Bass. Bass. Alright, where are the lost spirits? Fuck me, look at those guys. Oh, there's zombies everywhere. Fuck. Ah, they're everywhere. They're surrounding me. What the fuck? Get out of there. Look at these guys. Oh, they're level 60, so they're low enough. Oh! Hey, get me out of here. Get me out of here.
Oh no, could refer to it's possible, merely possible. It could mean she had a decent chance of winning. She, it was
Probably better than decent, yes.
Okay, got it. Now I understand you. Go.
Okay. So my question was, what I was leaning towards was, is the suggestion that because Biden decided to run for a second term, she was doomed?
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to understand where you're coming
I didn't say
She
she
was
was
hamstrung.
doomed. This is pointless, dude. You don't listen to me.
Wait, I'm
When we
trying
talk
to
about
run back what you're saying.
just
to
because
make sure
I say
understand
just because I think Biden has more fault in terms of the results on Kamala's election than Kamala doesn't mean that I think Biden doomed her.
He just
You know
put her
it
in a
doesn't
very
follow.
fun position.
Why'd you say
hold
it?
on. No, I don't. I'm asking. Oh, Jesus
long's this
Christ!
go on
I'm
for,
legitimately
Ryan? Oh,
trying to
God.
ask you if the suggestion is that his decision to do that is why she
It goes
is
on for another 10 minutes.
less culpable for the outcomes than he is, and we're still getting away from the thing that I wanted to point out. If that's it, then you're saying that she didn't have a chance to win.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. You're saying if
Okay,
it's so
that's what I'm asking you to elaborate on.
listen to how absurd what you just said is. If Biden has more culpability than Harris in terms of the loss, then Harris couldn't have done anything. Like, you know that doesn't follow. That's just the silliest thing ever, right?
That's why I'm asking for clarification, because that doesn't really make a lot of sense to me.
No, what you just
I don't
said
know why
doesn't make
you're
sense.
like
The notion that just because someone
like,
just because someone has more responsibility, it means that the person down the line was doomed. That there's just no basis to believe that. That's just a
so, but
wild
she was
conclusion.
fighting an uphill battle purely off of that decision from him.
Not purely. Who said purely?
Because that's the thing.
Why are you
put-
adding things purely?
okay,
Just because
hold
I
on.
say it's sufficient
Surely,
to know
like
that.
purely.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Hold on. Let me just chill for a second here.
No one said
Okay,
purely.
okay.
No one said doomed. That's all your shit. That's all, like, I don't know. You're just making things up. You're confabulating.
I can't put modifiers in order to try to determine why. I'm trying to see if your ethical axioms are ground or whatever the fuck debate shit.
That's you doing shit. That's
I'm
you doing
trying
shit.
to ask you.
That's you doing shit.
I'm
not,
trying to ask.
I'm just saying
So
who
what
I
was
think
the
is more
significance-
responsible.
What was the significance of him deciding to run again? How did that hamstring her? How does that put the
Dauber, that's the $5. Have you seen him defend Hassan's settler babies thing? All of a sudden, he knows multiple meanings of could, but can't understand that for want. No, I haven't seen him defending that statement, but whatever. Actually, no, I did watch a bit of it. Yeah, I thought it was a bit silly from Pisco to take that stance. But whatever. It's not a big deal to me. Like, I can understand, like, the way he said it didn't necessarily, like, there's a way you can interpret the way he said it to make it sound like he's not saying you should do it or anything like that, but it's still just, it's very weak. It shouldn't be that cloudy around the issue of whether or not he believes in killing settler babies. What was the idea? He believes it's legal but not moral. Okay. Or not practical. It might not even be immoral. I don't know. I think the jury was out on that one. We never got an answer to that one. Oh!
percentage more in his category than hers?
Because
that's what I'm asking.
I only have to kill
on.
5
you
of
know
these
this
guys.
already, right? And so me telling you everything I'm about to say is stuff you already know, right?
And 12
I'm about to say like a bunch of
initiates.
words,
Okay.
and you're gonna know this stuff, which is obvious.
Oof.
Just to be, I'm about to do it, but I just want you to know you already
No,
know this stuff,
please,
and so
by all means.
it feels like you're just trying to get me to like yap for no reason, and that's why I'm like hostile to you right now.
I'm not trying to
Yes,
get you
be
into a
hostile.
fucking. I'm not
Fuck
trying
'em.
to do it. And I gotcha.
Okay, decided to drop out. Decided to drop out like a month before the actual, DNC or sorry, the the Democratic Convention. It puts any prospective candidate in a tough situation. It makes it so that there isn't an airing of the different issues, such that the actual voters and members of the party can make an informed decision. It reduces an appearance of legitimacy from the voters. It will not give time for issues relating to candidate qualities to percolate. It will be tough logistically to create a campaign apparatus to both raise funds and to actually have a strategy with that limited amount of time.
Okay.
And it will sandbag millions of people. And that is all shit you knew. And you just asked me to yap about stuff that you already knew.
No, but I don't agree with most of that. That's the issue.
You don't agree with what? Name one thing that I just said that you don't agree with.
Because for the most part, right after they made the switch, there was a lot of people that were fucking
Name
just
one
elated.
thing I said that you don't agree with.
The sandbagging her thing. Like,
you don't think that he sandbagged her? How
Yeah,
the
of course
fuck
he
is
did.
she
What the
supposed to,
fuck?
though she did her best, create a 50-state strategy, all that stuff in that amount of time? It's difficult.
She was running. She was the vice president alongside the oldest fucking president in human history. If she didn't have a viable plan on day one of acceptance.
So she should have just spent like a year concocting a presidential campaign. Do you have how many hours do you think she has in the day in case Biden decides to finally pop out? God.
The fucking vice presidency to what happens when this old fuck falls over dead and how she might ever run for president again. That's malpractice on her behalf if she didn't have a plan B.
Yeah, right. She should have been doing that little fucking Darth Plagueis the Wise scheme.
Out the gate. So that by itself, I'm sorry and I love you, but that's very silly. That's incredibly silly.
I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, you're ahistorical.
She was running.
You don't know what the hell you're talking about. It's not it's difficult to plan strategies centered around a campaign. It's different to plan a strategy as the top of the ticket versus as the vice president. How you might run is going to be incredibly different. Why would we waste resources planning a possible campaign, which isn't going to happen?
The notion of even having like a fucking in case of emergency break glass PowerPoint with some talking points and rhetoric on it.
Oh, well then they might have had that, but you need to do a fully fledged campaign. You need more than that, you fucking idiot. Like,
no, but hang on a second. No, but you took exception with me saying that, like, the sandbag thing, but. Just because you might have like in case of emergency break.
Also, that doesn't make up for the amount of time that you need to get the public to start knowing you as the presidential candidate as well, right? If you've got like 100 days for the candidate to get used to the fact and to actually absorb the fact that you're going to be the presidential candidate, and like that doesn't account for the amount of time that it would take in the media cycle to make things work or to make people get to know her as a candidate or to profile her and everything else. So it's so dumb, man. Again, this is what I mean. If they don't have a reason, they'll make one up. They'll just invent one on the spot.
It's like, I don't know, 10-page thing. Doesn't mean you're not sandbagged when that eventuality comes to pass, you know? Because all the resources that otherwise would be focused on your campaign are focused on Biden's, and it puts them in a difficult spot without more time. I can't believe you're I have to move on. Are there other stuff that that you take issue with of what I'm talking about?
Well, also again, the people there was a cross section of people that were essentially double haters that were fucking ecstatic that the party was listening to them and willing to switch over to her. She had the momentum, 100%. I believe that. I genuinely believe that. It was hers to lose essentially.
She was never ahead in the polls.
I don't share your outlook.
She was never ahead overall in the polls. Never in a convincing fashion. It was an uphill climb. It was a difficult situation. She definitely had some momentum out of the excitement and exuberance after the dropout. No doubt about that.
The excitement.
I think that she squandered a lot of that potential by some of these like I don't know, pivots to just being boring and not sort of chancing.
Did the Hassan fan actually get arrested? I'm guessing from that. From that video. I don't know how it works because he clearly got pushed, right? He got assaulted, didn't he, by the other guy? Is that what that would be? Or is it battery? Sorry. Or... They did have a little soy off though, yeah, for sure. 2 fucking limp twig fucking stick insects telling each other to go to the gym. Brilliant. Simple battery.
On that excitement, but it's vibes based. It's aura based. It's not, in my opinion, anything to do with substantive policy on
it's
Gaza.
also risk aversion.
And I don't
what killed the vibes.
I think that there is a lot of risk aversion. I think that they should have taken more risks and stuff like that. What I'm not convinced of is that, and you should be assuaged by this. I don't know why this doesn't come for you. I don't think that lefties cost Kamala the election. I think it was inflation. I think it was baked in perceptions about Biden. And I think it was like anti-incumbency bias, that kind of shit. Yep. I don't think lefties cost it. And what I take issue with is like this notion that some people on the left have, that they can be smug as fuck and say, you should have listened to us, but then also be like, we didn't do anything. We wouldn't have changed anything.
Yeah.
And like, don't have that be your outlook.
Those are not incompatible positions though. Remember, these guys are you're not giving them credit for how smug these people are. They don't believe that their numbers might be enough to change the results, but they do believe that their opinions would have spread to enough people to change the results of the election, because they are the vanguard. And even though they don't have the numbers themselves, they know that their rhetoric, if it was in the hands of a fucking presidential candidate, would spread like wildfire across the country and flip like not only any of the swing states, but it would also flip a bunch of red states as well. That's what they believe. They believe that they're a very small group, they're a little vanguard, but they've got the keys to like 10% of the American voters or 20% of the American voters who don't otherwise vote. They're not incompatible positions.
It doesn't convince anybody, and it makes people pissed off. And I think the proof is in the pudding with this recent Hassan clip. Like, for me, this is a nothing burger. This is Hassan's position. He's always had it, you know? And it's not like something that is surprising or new or anything. And so everyone like losing their shit over it. I mean, maybe it's just because it reminds them of it. So maybe that explains it. But yeah, I mean, like, it's just, if you do this kind of shit and if you signal this way, it's going to piss people off. And that's expected, because it actually is a kind of silly, have your cake and eat it too approach that reminds people
but hold on,
the people who didn't vote for Kamala Harris and fucked us over, including but not limited to
if you're pointing at the fucking iceberg ahead, and then afterwards when you're all on fucking pieces of wood floating in the Atlantic, whatever, fucking,
you're like, do you really want to talk about why we're here?
There where you're gonna be fucking mad.
Do you really want to talk about why we're here? We're all on the same shit right now, and now you want to start pointing fingers? Like, I can get that attitude, and guess what? You're talking to somebody who, you know, I talk to counterpoints who kind of has a little bit of a similarly attitude. You know, I'm not going to fucking vote necessarily for the Democrat if they're nominated. I talk to lefties like you who didn't vote for Kamala. I appear on Crystal and Kyle who did not firmly endorse Kamala Harris. So I'm not saying never interact with such people, never treat them nicely, never have a good conversation. What I do take exception with is any explanation that the attitude that such people have makes any kind of ethical or intuitive sense to me. It doesn't. It's filled with contradictions, double standards, and I think it's beneath you. I don't think you need to do it. You can just own it. It was a mistake not to vote for Kamala, and this is all cope about if she would have been Gaza, it would have been better. No, it would have been better if she had better vibes. It would have been better if she was a better speaker. It would have been better if she wasn't saddled with the feeling of Biden's economic policies. And it would have been better if she had more time to organize.
Why was she saddled with Biden's economic policies? Why saddled?
Because she's the vice president of the administration.
Yeah,
she's saddled.
Vice presidents don't do Does he know what vice presidents do? Ogre boy.
If she attacks it,
Wait,
if she attacks it, she's attacking herself.
And end of it?
Yeah, in the same way that JD Vance is going to be saddled with Trump. You understand that?
So there's no lane to show the ability as a potential leader to say,
I didn't
I've
say
seen
there's
what we've
no
done, I've
lane.
seen
I didn't
what
say there's
works.
no lane. I didn't say there's
Hold
no
on, but-
lane.
So okay, so what was I going to say?
No, but don't mischaracterize
Finish
me.
my
I didn't say-
statement then, since
I didn't
you
say
wanted
no,
to
no, no,
interrupt
no,
me.
no, no, no. I want to interrupt you because you mischaracterized me. I didn't say there's no lane. I said it's tough.
Do I want to do Mana Tombs? It's 7 hours into the stream. Is Mana Tombs a long... It's not actually a very long instance, is it? But I kind of... let's see what the group finder's like. Mana Tombs is not that long. It's not that long at all. I'm going to need to ask, though. I need to actively ask. In Rogue. How about you? Eek. If they have tank healer, prioritize. I see a tank healer. Alright, let's see if those 3 work. It can be a pain because of the gauntlet. Yeah, it's not necessarily an easy one, but it is short. Short but tricky. Well, nothing here. Alright. In Rogue. Should I just say in? Because then they'll just auto, right? They want mages, though. For big pumper. I'll just say an inv. Oops. Spell cleave. They want mages. They all want fucking mages, bro. Fuck off. Agility, stamina, and plus hit. No. Fucking inventory. Make your own group, bro. No. Scared. I could do. It's not that difficult. It's just because I haven't done these instances in a while, so I don't remember them. Feels a bit kooky. Manatims is farmable. Yeah, I'm not going to be farming it. Oh yeah, it is, because you do slave pens and then Manatombs, don't you? If you're trying to level through instances. You can talk me through Manatombs. Oh. I'll remember it, don't worry. Let's just keep on going for it. Let's see. Who have I asked so far? I didn't ask this person. And Rogue. Swoopity. In Rogue. Come on, fucker. Why are they such assholes?
It's hard. It's saddling. I'm not saying there's no way.
And when
you
you
can
don't,
distinguish.
when you don't try to turn around and say, "Hey, you know what?
I'm
We've had an uphill climb. We've done a lot of work, but I've seen what we can build on, what strengths we can build on, and I have a bold vision for what to do moving forward. We've come a long way, but I see what we need to do now to go even further and
yeah, you didn't listen to
America
these are the
great
kind these are the kind of platitudes that Kamala was offering.
Safe travels.
Okay.
Really?
Okay.
So
If you
she
wa-
admitted
you said-
that things weren't great, but they need to go somewhere better.
She
And
admit-
that being
yes,
in the
yes.
fucking being in
Wait,
the shit
absolutely.
was enough that
yes. Wait, chat. Tell me I'm crazy. They're like, we know that people are still feeling this, and that we know that this is we need to do better. We know that like not everyone is having access to the same situation, and the pricing. Too many people are unable to buy homes. That kind of stuff. I mean, it seemed to be like one of the core messages is that we're going to do better on affordability. That's why we have this drug plan. That's why we have this housing plan. We're listening to you, that you care about this shit. Like they were acknowledging that there's a lot more to do, and we can pull up a speech if you want.
Yeah, but
this was the stump
even
speech,
the fucking the affordability language wasn't even something that was happening until after the election, until we got closer to Mamdani.
No. Oh my god, I want to hurt myself. Mamdani did it better. Mamdani felt more genuine.
You want to what?
Mamdani had way better vibes.
You didn't even start to hear. You didn't even start to hear fucking Jeffries and Schumer start to say affordability over and over again.
I'm ending the call because I'm actually too offended to continue it. I'm too offended.
God.
I'm too offended to continue
Okay.
it. You can't have this conversation.
Okay.
True.
Well, we can talk later.
Okay. Later, bud.
Okay.
Later.
Oh, Malacleve. This person?
He said Kamala didn't talk about affordability. I'm losing it. There's one other person.
Fuck's sake. What are these fucking spell cleave setups? I don't know them. Most peaceful rage quit.
Yo, what up, Jerkle?
Alright, that was fun. Okay. Am I gonna make a group? God damn it, there's so many people though. Oh wait, maybe these guys. What? Alright, I'll try these two, and then otherwise. I'm not in a group, am I? No. Oh, we got a group. Hey, let's go! Fuck! Alright. Alright, I got another. How would you order a doner kebab? What do you mean, how do I order it? Like, how do I have it? I tend to just have it as they serve it. I don't know. I don't really eat that very often. It's kind of minging. Let people know you can open lock boxes. Yeah, but I don't know if I can do all of them. I can't do chests. I'm not high enough for that. But I mean, I'm at the fucking entrance. I'm at the stone, so... Oh no, he's fighting! Fuck! No, I'm not doing them. Alright. Oh, shady dealer. That's useful. Right, shall I watch this Hassan fan today? That'll be fun. Let's see. On F America. Let's go.
Every single country that had.
Okay, no. Come on, you right from the top, buddy. We want to hear the bad dad jokes and all. Where does he start? Around here? Yeah.
They're sending them to Yale.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. And again, I mean, to return to the central theme, when you don't have good conversations and you have the bad ones, not only are you giving people bad information, you're not improving their lives, and then they're not having access to the actual help that they need to actually advance or further themselves. They're just getting further mired down in whatever system they're in, which is very sad.
Yeah, exactly. All right, well, thank you for hearing me out on that.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cute. Here he comes.
Hey, what's going on, dog?
Hey,
Big
what's up,
G
buddy?
is in the house, Destiny.
Okay, Big G, how's it going?
It's going pretty good, man.
He's like Jesse's friends from Breaking Bad. That's the energy.
I would just like to say something to you.
Oh boy.
How about instead of unfuck America, you unfuck the relationship with your son?
Okay, I'll get right on that.
Yeah. But what I would like to debate you on
More
is
life advice? More personal life advice?
Well, I wouldn't take it from you, considering you're being sued for sharing porn of other people without their consent.
You got your life together real well, yeah.
Well, I mean, I got almost 4.0 GPA, and I'm a senior about to graduate.
Crazy. Oh my god, that's good for you. What major you in?
God, it was clipped, wasn't it? Shit.
Public health, right now. Yeah.
Cool, good job.
Then hopefully med school afterwards. But what I would like to seriously.
You taking your MCATs yet?
No, I've been studying for that. I'm taking a gap year. But what I would like to debate you on is capitalism.
Okay.
So, I don't know that much about you, but whenever it comes to
you don't know any of my positions, but you have personal attacks for me. Well, okay, that's fine. No, it's all good. Go ahead.
But yeah. So you're a why do you attack people on the left and stuff like that?
It's like if
people aren't liberal, I usually attack illiberal people because I don't think we have the same common values.
Livable. Misspeak.
I mean, yeah, but
Benevolent. 1 minute. This bread is fucking amazing. Holy shit. All right. Oh no, I'm gone. Quick, get on it.
Like, I think that's like kind of antagonistic. Also,
I do want to be antagonistic to people that don't have the same values as me. That's the definition of
yeah,
politics,
I know, but shouldn't
right?
we be uniting against the right instead of attacking each other?
You wouldn't unite with people that don't share fundamental values, right?
Well, fundamental values right now should be attacking fascism in America and the corporate oligarchy.
Do you think Democrats are fascists? You think Gavin Newsom's a fascist?
Attacking fascism is like a subset of attacking illiberal ideology, and I think communists or socialists also have illiberal ideology. So I don't think I would
they're not
want them.
fascists, though. It's an antagonistic attitude because fascism promotes capitalism, monopolization of the economy.
Well, what? Okay. Oh man, this guy's fucking gaped in the head. What the fuck?
Liberalism promotes capitalism, so I mean I don't know what you mean by that. Like if you're an anti-capitalist, if you want to like abolish all private property and abolish the, your participation in like the ability to vote for different things that other people might not like I wouldn't really consider that a political ally.
I mean, you don't have to abolish democracy. You can have democracy and socialism as well. It's a complete ideology,
like where?
democratic socialism. We've had instances of democratic socialism in countries that was elected democratically, such as Salvador Allende's Chile.
In a socialist country, would you be allowed to have a party that advocates for a capitalist economy?
I mean, it just depends on how free the economy.
In your socialist government, would you be allowed to have a capitalist party?
I mean, yeah, sure. But
okay,
I don't think it should be given power.
What does that mean?
Well, I mean,
you see, you can't even just say no. You would. It's okay. You can argue against it, but like to say that you have like a totally free democratic system, but like there are some ideologies that are literally banned from competing in your political parties. I mean, obviously that wouldn't be completely free, right?
Ideologies are completely like amoral and exist for the exploitation of the labor class, though.
That's fine that you have that opinion, but at the very least, then,
I mean, it's
not a
actually
democracy
like
at that point,
true
right?
that they exploit the labor class. They kill millions overseas. Nestle company killed 8 million people.
Okay, how many people died in the Holodomor? How many people died in Mao's revolutions? How many people
under
died
capitalism? Even though we have a resource surplus in regards to food, 8 million people die every year due to food insecurity. We have constant wars for imperialism, constant wars for well, yeah.
How is socialism solving any of these? Did we have less wars with the Soviet Union, or what?
Soviet Union wasn't starting wars and doing like proxy shit.
Really?
Yes, they were.
No, where the tanky comes from, the Hungarian Revolution. What do you think all the...
Who overthrew Salvador Allende's Chile? Who overthrew Nicaragua?
I'm not saying capitalist countries are perfect. I'm not going to argue that. Of course there's issues. I'm just saying I don't know why we would assume that...
You're comparing an aggressive power to more of a defensive power.
You think the Soviet...
Was the Soviet Union being defensive in Hungary and Eastern Europe and fucking... were they being defensive in Afghanistan? What the fuck?
The Union was just defensive?
They weren't fucking overthrowing every single country that had socialist values.
What do you think the Soviet
right.
Union was? How do you think they got all those other countries in the Soviet Union? It was by overthrowing their governments or supporting people to overthrow the governments.
Yeah, but those were domestic revolutions in many cases.
Domestic
you
revolutions
have to have domestic support
that were supported by the
revolution.
Soviets? You think Afghanistan? You think all these were just domestic revolutions? The Soviets just happened to... Do you think the same in Ukraine right now?
So you think every single one of those people who overthrew those governments were were Soviet Union agitators then?
I think there's a reason why when the Soviet Union collapsed, the countries that left didn't want to go back. There was a reason for that.
Well, the Soviet Union didn't exist when, also, when you're talking about like Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, even Ukraine, they all voted to stay in 1989 with the Soviet.
He's doing the thing. He's doing the tanky thing. He's a tanky. What did they do? What did they vote for 6 months after? It was 91, by the way, fucking moron. What did they vote for 6 months after? Oh, they all voted for independence. Whoops.
Union.
Why didn't they even go back after 91?
Because the Soviet Union dissolved under Gorbachev after he did an illegal dissolution.
What happened in between those two things? What happened in between the dissolution and the referendum to stay in the Union? They all voted for independence. Every single one of them. Every single stinking one of them had voted 85+% for independence. And then Gorbachev dissolved the Union because there was no Union left. It was done. How the fuck did they get away with this, man? How did they get away with leaving out that part? It's so stupid.
What?
Why not try to join Russia?
Because Russia is a capitalist oligarchy.
Okay.
It's not.
Poor Destiny. Doesn't even know about the referendums in between. Shit.
That was their issue after, is that Russia became too liberal for them. They wanted back their Soviet overlords.
The economy collapsed under shock therapy, dude.
Sure.
Nobody's going to want to rejoin that. It did. GDP collapsed under Boris Yeltsin.
Yeah, I'm aware. I know you're going to say Yeltsin. Okay. Today in our political system, like, the problem is also like this is so pie in the sky. Like, so for instance, if we talk about like progress towards whatever world you want, what candidates would you even support today that are already in office besides Mamdani? Would you even support Mamdani anymore?
Ocasio-Cortez is a really good one.
Ocasio-Cortez.
Bernie Sanders, even though he's kind of become more liberalized. I mean, democratic socialism is something that Americans want right now.
Then where are the politicians winning elections that are Demsocs? Why don't they exist anywhere?
Ilhan Omar, Democratic Socialist, Ocasio-Cortez.
So we have the Justice Dems, those four.
The city that has the greatest GDP production in the United States, New York, got a Democratic Socialist mayor.
Yeah, so New York City, a very blue place. I'm aware of that. But outside of like these plus.
Ocasio-Cortez. Yeah, he's those are the same eyeballs that. Man, it's so cringe. These fucking Hassan fans like learning about that Soviet shit. It's so disgusting, man. Like, really, they think that like all these Eastern European countries are just sitting there pining for the Soviet Union. No. Before Gorbachev dissolved the Union, they all voted for independence. They all voted to leave. 6 of the republics, 6 out of the 15 countries, had already declared independence before the referendum. The referendum was basically saying, will you like to leave the Union now or stay in a reformed Soviet Union with more democratic rights and more devolved powers? That was what they were offered. They voted for the devolved powers and relative autonomy. And then a few months later, the hardliners got so fucking mad that they tried to stop those reforms by launching a coup. And they successfully couped the government for like 2 days or 3 days, and then they were defeated. And then the rest of the republics who voted in that referendum saw that, and they were like, oh god, like, this is just not worth it. This is like, what the fuck? These reforms are like, they're not worth anything if there's just going to be a coup at some point. Like, so they voted for independence, one by one, all within the space of a few months, and then before December 25th, actually, yeah, Christmas, they were all done. There were no countries left in the Soviet Union. They'd all declared independence. It was just a total formality. Wait, what do I do here? Fuck! What do I do with this boss? What do I do with him? When he shifts into the void, what the fuck do I do? Do I have to kill ads? I don't know. Oh, you stop hitting. Got him. That's what I thought. Because it hits back, right? Bah! Don't void blast me. Wait, do we just have like no healers or? Oh. The tank's hitting him, right? Was the tank hitting him? Don't use magic. I thought it was melee as well. Okay, can I just evasion tank him for 30% health? Yeah, I can do it. No problem. Oh god. This is bad. This is bad. It might be all damage. I think it was. Damn. We're cooked, man. This group is fucked.
+30, +40, like blue places. Where are all of these Demsocs? Why don't they win elections in like competitive areas, in purple areas? Why don't they win elections in red areas? Why is it the only elections they can ever seem to win? The very, very few they have, the 5 that we've pointed out, the 4 Justices and Mamdani, are in like super, super, super blue areas. That makes it seem like the people don't generally want democratic socialism.
Well, yeah, you have a polarization. America's a heavily propagandized population. Red states politicians.
Okay, then I can't. You understand? I can't win the argument, right? Because on one, you just said that most Americans want this, and then when I ask, well, why don't they win elections? You say, well, because most Americans don't want it because of propaganda. Well, what am I supposed to say then?
Well, nobody can doesn't even know what democratic socialism is. But what is
democratic socialists don't even have a consistent definition for democratic socialism. You can even tell me if you would allow capitalist parties to exist in your system.
Well,
or
I'm not
like
a
people said the
democratic
Soviet Union
socialist.
wasn't socialist. Or
I'm not a democratic socialist, though.
What are you, a socialist?
I think that you can't really have democracy and socialism at the same time because capital will overthrow the system again and become reactionary forces will
Sure, so you want like a vanguard party and you want to like have a violent overthrow of the whole capitalist class and everything.
Well, I wouldn't say for like legal reasons I would want like a revolution or anything like that.
Sure.
So.
Okay, sure. So. I just don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. We have a system that exists today where we have a two-party system where we can push, further to the left, we can push further to the right. None of the people on the far left that identify in your camp want to support any Democratic candidates basically at all.
Why would you want to support Democratic candidates? They're not giving us universal health care. They're not easing tuition. They're not making America necessarily affordable right now.
That's great.
And they're
that
caving
makes
into
for a
Trump.
really
They
good, like,
congratulated
Facebook post,
ICE.
but,
There's
like,
no reason
you
if you're
have to
left-wing to
push-
support the Democratic Party. They cave in. They're the fucking fleshlight of the Republican Party.
I agree. Okay, that's fine. And if you want to have that opinion, that's great. But just don't pretend to be a Democrat.
It's not. Everything
Just
I
go
stated was
make
fact.
your own party.
Gavin Newsom struck down a bill for public health care in California.
I'm familiar with all these lies. I don't really feel like running through them all right now. It is. If you feel this way, that's fine. But why not make your own political party then? Why like be a leech or a cancer in the Democratic Party that just sits here from an ultra
I'm not a
privileged
member
position
of the Democrat
to-
Party.
Okay, then don't be. Then you're not. Then don't advocate for that. And you shouldn't be. And I wouldn't want to form a coalition with you because we're fundamentally misaligned in values. We're not going to share the same values on almost anything. Which is fine because we live in America, in a capitalist liberal America. We have the right to disagree.
Dude,
I don't know if we would in your
brag
country,
about
but
putting Nick Fuentes on the map, dude.
do you think I put Nick Fuentes on the map? The guy that worked with Kanye West campaign?
You said that online.
If I said it, so it's true. But I also said I didn't put. What do you mean? I platformed him because I've debated him in the past. I think you should have debates with people.
Yeah, you platformed him, then you bragged about him becoming famous, did you?
I don't think I was the one that made Nick Fuentes famous.
Then why do you say it?
I don't think I do say that.
There's literally a video of it, along with an N-word
There's
compilation.
a video, or there's like a 7-second
N-word
clip of me saying
compilation.
something you saw it on subreddit once. Okay.
I mean,
Any
yeah,
other-
a clip of it. I mean, you can say nuh-uh, nuh-uh all you want, dude, but like actually.
Do you think I made Hassan Piker?
No.
But I made Nick Fuentes?
Yeah, but
you know,
you
I platformed Hassan in a way more friendly way when he was a much smaller person than Nick, like way longer, right?
Well, I don't think you were fucking debating Hassan Piker in like 2018 and shit like that constantly.
Wasn't I literally debating Hassan
Yes,
in like
they were.
2019? And
I'm not
after?
like a crazy Hassan
They were
Piker fan.
besties.
That's crazy that you obsess about some fucking tall tan guy all fucking
Tall
day,
tan
dude.
guy. He's the largest left-leaning political content creator. I also talk about Ben
Yeah,
Shapiro
but
and
you
Jordan
automatically
Peterson.
assume that like I'm this crazy Hassan Piker fan just because
Yeah,
I'm
because you're a
left-wing. Why are
socialist
you
and
like so
Hassan
fucking
Piker is a
obsessed about this
socialist.
guy?
Is it crazy for me to assume that you would be politically aligned with the guy who shares your political ideology? Is that really that insane for me to think?
I mean, I just think it's kind of strange that you automatically go to that I'm like a part of this other guy's group.
If I was talking to a MAGA guy and I assumed that he was a Trump
'Cause he
supporter, would
doesn't
that be
like-
a weird thing for me to assume?
What?
If I was talking to a Trump supporter, or if I was talking to a MAGA person or a conservative and I assumed they were a Trump supporter, would that be a weird thing for me to assume?
Yeah, but I'm not a Hassan supporter.
No, but you're
that's
both
the thing. I don't
socialists.
define myself. Hassan's not like a fucking politician, dude.
Okay,
that
that's
I support
great.
his policies and then put
So,
him in office.
I appreciate that answer now. Why were you so quick to reject the idea then that I made him famous, though? Why did you seem personally offended by that?
Oh no.
Because I don't know about
Debate,
enough
bro.
about Hassan because I'm not
Debate
a fan
tactics.
of Hassan. I don't like
Then
watch
why
him
even
like
have an
religiously.
answer? Then why does I don't know anything about that. Do you think that if it weren't for me, do you think Nick Fuentes would just not exist?
He wouldn't be as big.
Really? You don't think the Kanye West campaign helped at all? You don't think Candace Owens and all these other people?
Donald
that
Trump,
I
he
did,
met
but
the
that was, like,
president.
after you though.
Okay, so without me, he would have never been involved in that Kanye stuff. Milo wouldn't have reached out to him
He
to
might have,
draft
but
him.
you definitely played a role and you even bragged about it.
Okay, well, if the 7-second clip said so, then I guess I can't argue with that.
I mean, you just admitted that you have a clip of saying that.
I probably said that I have platformed him before because I debate a ton of people. Yeah, that's what I do. Do you think that like you should never debate people who have substantial disagreements with you? Should you never debate like a Nick Fuentes type?
Yeah, you can debate them, but you shouldn't fucking brag afterwards that you made them famous.
I don't brag about making him famous.
There's
Nick was
literally a clip
already
of you
quite
doing it,
famous.
though.
Okay, well, if there's a clip of me doing it, then Godspeed, God bless. Do you have any other points you want to bring up?
Not really. I'm low-key bored.
Okay, well,
So,
good luck in your...
but I do have something to say. I know it's contradictory to what I said earlier.
Okay.
But long live Hasao Dao Pai Tung.
Great, have fun. Good luck.
Jesus, man. The fucking cringe. Ugh.
Hey, what's up, man?
Of
Hi,
this
Destiny.
gnome
My
bastard thinking he can handle that spiffing vanguard leader. So then he gets into a fight. Is there a context video for the fight? Can we get that? He'll be embarrassed by that later on. I don't know, man. He just... People like that... So I've been in my 20s and I've known people who were like that. And then you meet them again 10 years later and they're kind of the same. I don't know. Do you think Steven got scared when the guy reached into his jacket? Maybe. Shall I just game now? I think I want to just game. Is there anything else to watch? Oh. Can I please be unbanned from Discord? Next week, inshallah, I will do Discord stuff and mod stuff, community stuff. I think you practiced the ending. It sounded like you thought about it, for sure. 730 XP a mob, hell yeah. Watch some econ stuff. He debates more leftist than MAGA at these events. Well, students, so it makes sense. Read super chat. Oh. Jack, thanks for £2. What bread is it, Loner? It's Lidl's fucking stone-baked flatbread. And it is quite banging. Clavicular got attack mogged. What is attack mogged? Like you just get attacked? Kick priest. I'm not the leader. We're just gonna have to chug it, man. We're just gonna have to struggle. This reminds me of farming it for fucking mining nodes. What else happens in this show?
Every other country is changing. With them when it comes to eating in your like these.
No. 2018 and shit like that.
Largest left. They might have one. I'm pretty sure they deployed their one, or they deployed some ships with us for that. But I mean, like America, for the most part, we have the ability to do all this stuff.
Interrupt.
Like we invest a ton of money militarily in it. We have the ability to ensure free shipping basically across every waterway in the world. So I mean, it makes sense that they would look to us to to take the lead on that. But I mean, we have a lot of advantages as well. Like we have a lot of intelligence, we have a lot of information about stuff going on around the world. We enjoy like the security of the United States as a result of that. I think it's like a give and take. Like, do you think we'd be more secure if Europe was managing that on their own and the United States was just kind of like doing our thing on on this side of the planet?
Well, I think you could make the conclusion that we would be more secure if Europe was willing to put more resources behind real substantive military deployments instead of just their own internal security.
Yeah, but then what do we do when we end up with a conflict of interest with the Europeans? Like, what if the Europeans decided to side with Yemen, or they decided to side with Russia or China in something, and now we're at odds with them when it comes to shipping or trade?
Well, I think we need to operate under the assumption that the Europeans are going to fulfill the liberal framework and that they're going to respect the rules-based international order.
When the United States hasn't, though, why would they? Like, wasn't Carney's whole speech about the idea that the Americans have basically dissolved that rules-based international order? That we've decided that we're going to make enemies of every country around us?
Fuck off.
There is a conventional wisdom that we desperately need to debunk, especially because it may soon claim the rule of another regime. It is the idea that the best way rogue regimes can stay in power in the shadow of foreign coercion is to acquire nuclear weapons.
Okay.
Maybe you heard it recently in the context of...
How tall are you? 6'2". A little bit above 6'2". Like really 6'2", not like I'm lying about it on my fucking dating apps or whatever. Yeah. Wait, Loner, plus what? What, lady? Check your DMs. Uh-oh. Drama. Okay. You want to talk about NATO and the Wall Street Journal? Okay. Okay. Amen. Alright, so we gotta kill stalkers and spellbinders. Okay. It's just run the instance, I guess. Hello.
Long story short, there's been an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal that has somewhat gone viral about there was a NATO exercise in Estonia. Basically, the gist of it was like, you know, seeing how teaching Estonian conscripts basically how the war is on the Estonian on the Ukrainian front line.
Okay.
Well, you know, it's basically like a worst case scenario type deal where you don't have proper experienced soldiers, and basically they had like Estonian conscripts as troops that didn't have air support or drones or any of that, basically. And the opposing side had like experienced Ukrainian infantry with drones, and they wanted to see what the Estonian conscripts were gonna do. And obviously they got fucking squashed, right?
Okay.
Now, the whole internet is using this op-ed as if it's like the fucking gospel, and thinking that like NATO is fucking cooked, because if we go to war with Russia and we don't have proper like drones and whatever the fuck, some stupid bullshit, that we're gonna be screwed. And how much, like, obviously Ukraine has a lot to teach us when it comes to drone warfare, but the reality is that when push comes to shove and there's war with Russia, we have capabilities that Ukraine clearly does not have, right? And the reason why the front line in Ukraine is frozen is because they don't have those capabilities. And it's really fucking frustrating to like see fucking random people on the internet soy the fuck out about it, and like not even knowing what the exercise was really about, and not really like just taking a fucking op-ed as a fucking source. They basically interviewed some Estonian ex-soldier that is now like a private contractor to like talk about this fucking exercise. And it's just so fucking one-sided. And guys, just stay away from journalism, okay? Journalists don't know anything about the military. This is every time I read anything about fucking mainstream journalism that has to do with like some kind of fucking analysis about what's going on, or any fucking analysis when it comes to like, be it like fucking Gaza, or be it Ukraine, or be it whatever the fuck. Every fucking time they just, like, for example, like fucking Al Jazeera talking about thermobarics and fucking, like, it's stupid.
Oh, the vaporized people.
Yeah, it's stupid. Don't fucking read these articles and take them for fucking, like, the gold standard. It's not, like, please don't go on the internet and start fucking debating about this. You have no fucking idea. You have no clue. Okay? The reason why Ukraine is struggling is because they don't have the same capabilities that NATO does. end. That is the end, period. If they had the capabilities that NATO did, or that NATO does have, then this war wouldn't be the same way it would be right now. Drones would be less significant. Anyways, that's all.
Is
so
there
you can go on.
any good reason that these press outlets don't have military experts correspond to or corroborate what they're saying in their articles?
Well, I'm sure if they really wanted to, they could do that, but that would make for a very boring fucking article about technicalities that nobody wants to read.
Is it really just because it's like what the public wants to read? Because like, ironically, the only people I see that always have some fucking general or some ex-military guy on is like Fox News. I feel like they always have a guy on, but they're the only ones I see do that. Occasionally, like CNN will do it, but yeah, I don't know. Strange.
I don't know. Like, I'm not somebody that's well versed in journalism. Obviously, you know, you want to generate clicks, and talking about technicalities about how, for example, the Taurus is a significant asset to the Ukrainians, because, you know, people don't actually understand, you know, what exactly the objective is for Taurus in terms of like the war in Ukraine.
Yeah.
You know, people don't actually understand what they want to target with Taurus. It's the same fucking deal, and it would just it doesn't really change anything, and B, it would probably just generate less clicks because people are not gonna read like a fucking essay about the technicalities about training with training pilots for a specific ordnance for a year straight, or whatever like that mission would entail and stuff like that. It's just gonna be like, oh look, it's the German government saying no, we're not gonna send Taurus, or it's like, Taurus, this is the thing that Ukraine needs, but they don't actually say like what exactly Ukraine would need it for, or things like that. It's just like, you know, really flashy headlines that generate clicks, and that's all they care about, I think. At least that's my assumption. So.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Have fun with William Spaniel.
Well,
Bye-bye.
Take care, bye-bye. Right. These caster packs are quite mental. Shit. I can't tell. I think the healer's not healing, though. I think that's maybe what the problem is. Like, I almost died from my fucking dot. That's not normal. Alright, Spaniel, go.
Venezuela. That the true mistake that Maduro made was not having nuclear weapons to fire at Washington to deter his capture back in January.
Would that have helped? would he have fired a nuke? Imagine Maduro like, please fire the nuke for me. Help your tank. I'm trying, bro. I'll maybe sap. I can sap. Maybe a sap. There we go. I'm gonna start sapping. I'm trying to break casts, but that was like 3 guys casting now. Whoa!
January. And sure, on the surface, the argument feels right. Nuclear weapons are a primary reason why Europe and the United States have given Russia a long leash in Ukraine. They are also why no one seriously contemplates invading North Korea. As a result, if you were an advisor to a similar regime, it would be tempting to recommend—
What do I need to know about this giant? I forgot. Shit!
And constructing a nuclear weapon as quickly as possible. Furthermore, if opposing leaders ever attempt to negotiate with you to terminate your nuclear program, you absolutely, positively must ignore them.
Absolutely.
They are setting a trap, and you would be foolish to fall for it.
Yep.
However, that argument is only half of the story.
Okay.
It bases its logic on observations plagued by survivorship bias. That is, only looking at the countries that eventually successfully acquired nuclear weapons. Indeed, looking at the bigger picture indicates that trying to build nuclear weapons might not be such a wise idea. And it is poisoning the conversation today about Iran. Because all of the discussions explaining why the Ayatollah...
Because Iran is so fucking bombable. They're so bombable. Because of their attempts to get nuclear weapons, primarily. Or just their will, or if you're going to be charitable to them, their very bizarre willingness, their eagerness to just go, hey guys, there's a button over there. Ooh. Ask your tank to I'm not telling my tank to do anything. I'm not that guy, sorry.
Is facing countrywide protests is missing
He's
a
gonna
critical
have to
factor.
fend for himself.
Yeah, there are water problems.
Dog eat dog.
Yeah, there are electricity problems. And yeah, there are inflation problems. And we will talk all about those later. But one of the key underlying causes of all of that is Iran's nuclear program. So join me today as we try to get to the bottom of what is driving the current phase of unrest in Iran. And I say current phase with a bit of caution. Yesterday, the U.S. government issued fresh guidance to U.S. civilian vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz.
Oh yeah?
In a
That's
word,
why I get ground news.
Don't. As if military action is imminent. Then again, if you think that the situation is going to resolve...
They moved another aircraft carrier, or they're going to move another carrier to that area as well. So it'll be the second one now. Oh! Who knows? Who knows what they're planning?
...itself soon, do not be so sure. The guidance is set to last 6 months. Actually, it is a bit serendipitous that I found out about that. It is all thanks to the returning sponsor of today's video, Ground News.
Yeah!
Just as I was finishing up this script, I checked my Ground News blind spot feed, and sure enough, the story was sitting right there for me. It is always refreshing with news stories disproportionately covered by one end of the political spectrum, allowing you to discover things that you might otherwise miss given your regular news consumption, from the IAEA's latest happenings to ice in sunny California. And by going to ground.news/lines on maps, or scanning the QR code on your screen,
or what the fuck?
You can take a fantastic 40% off a Vantage plan, which grants you access to the
not gonna
blind
split the
spot
pack.
feature and a whole bunch more.
Whatever.
So thanks again to Ground News for sponsoring today's video. But let's first discuss the surface level problems, because they will feed into the more significant problems down the line. I think that we can split this into 4 factors, with spoilers, the last 3 doing a better job of explaining why we are seeing this now. Regarding ideological disagreement, sure, it is there. The problem with focusing on this, though, is that it has always been there, dating back to the 1979 Iranian Revolution. What started as a popular theocratic uprising against an autocratic government rapidly turned into its own autocratic government. Since then, to the surprise of...
No way.
No one, the autocratic government has used autocratic means to repress dissent in the country. Demographics have changed over time, of course, building a younger base completely disconnected from the Ayatollah. But what separates January's protests from other attempts at civil uprisings was the sheer scale of it. The anger spanned across all ages and regions. And those other 3 factors explain why everyone was so upset. The water crisis is likely the biggest among them, so let's start there. Looking at satellite images...
Remember, Iranians were polled on what they blame for the water crisis. 95% said the regime, 5 said sanctions. Just to be clear. No illusions, boys.
...of Iran, you would immediately suspect that the country has issues with rainfall normally. Well, yep. And it has gotten substantially worse recently. What hardly constitutes but is nonetheless called a rain season in Iran runs from October to March. This past season, rainfall was 45% under the average. A one-off drought would not be a big deal, but this is after 4 consecutive years of drought.
Fucking
Iranians are
hell.
therefore depleting both lakes and underground aquifers as they continue to consume unsustainable levels of water. Now, it is unreasonable to blame a government for the lack of rain. Last I checked, not even an Ayatollah can control the weather. But what you can blame a government for is not taking mitigation procedures. Las Vegas, for example, seems like an absolutely terrible place to build a city. But the government is very good about recycling its water supply and harvesting what little rain does fall in the arid desert.
Just let me die.
In contrast, Iran spends 90% of its water on agriculture.
Okay, we're doing it. Okay, fine.
This, on its face, is bad because Iran ought to be importing more of its crops. I invite you to think about why Iran does not, because we will circle back to this point later. But it gets worse when you dive into the country's agricultural choices. Iran is 4th in the world in almond production. It is a point of patriotic pride because Iran may be where almonds were first cultivated. However, almond trees are notorious water hogs and should not be grown in places with water concerns. Those of you who are familiar with Californian politics likely have heard this story before. Meanwhile, Iran produces 2.7 million metric tons of rice annually, a crop that tends to have its paddies be flooded to prevent weeds from growing. Then there are distribution issues. The government controls water allocation and turns it into a private good, creating an environment of corruption where bribes dictate who receives what. This has created a water mafia in Iran, which has...
Oh, I forget. Manitoums has the shittest music. It sounds like just like a really bad... bit of like a really bad fucking wrestling interlude theme. It's so stupid. Those drums? Why? Why did they do that? Stalkers gouge and the tanks drop aggro. Wow. That definitely wasn't an accidental. That wasn't an accidental slop o'clock. I was just saying that because that's what I think about you guys, you backseat gamers. You're addicted. Just get a subscription, okay, and join me. Get a Euro subscription, Spineshire, and join me up, and let's absolutely tan this expansion.
Has to be among the most dystopian names for a Wikipedia page that I have ever encountered. The situation has reached a point where, in January 2025, the president began taking steps to move the capital away from Tehran due to the extent of the environmental infrastructure issues. You know a situation is bad when the solution to the problem is to move a capital rather than confront water capture issues. A second infrastructure problem is with the electrical grid. Imagine for a second that you are a country with the 3rd largest proven oil reserves, and you are unable to keep your lights on. Well, that is Iran. To meet demand, the country needs to add 7% of capacity to the grid each year. The last time it succeeded in doing this, I had just started graduate school. That's 2010 in normal human terms. Poor government policy is contributing to the shortages. Authoritarian countries with strong energy exports commonly subsidize energy prices as a concession to their populations. But this creates some perverse incentives. Cryptocurrencies effectively convert electricity to money. The normal disincentive you have in running a farm is that you have to, actually pay for the electricity. But when you are paying a subsidized price, then exploiting the system to produce some coins to then convert into hard currency is unavoidably tempting. Estimates of crypto mining electricity consumption in Iran are equivalent to a city of about 275,000 people. The end result is insufficient electricity on the grid to meet the public's demand, and rolling blackouts not unlike what we are observing in Ukraine right now. Except Kyiv is fighting through endless bombings of its infrastructure from Russia, whereas Iran just sits there in relative peace. Finally, we need to discuss the inflation of the Iranian rial. It is really bad. So bad it is somehow worse than that pun that I just fired off. You remember how inflation in the United States sunk the Biden-Harris campaigns in 2024? Inflation peaked during Biden's administration at 9.1%. You also remember how the economic situation is so bad in Russia that Putin is done, and all of that? Well, so far, inflation has peaked during the war at 13.75%, with the caveat that clear Russian statistics are hard to come by. In any case, those are rookie numbers. Around the end of 2025, the inflation rate in Iran sat at 48.6%.
Yo.
48.6%.
Bigly.
Again, keep that in mind the next time that someone tells you that Putin cannot possibly survive. The Ayatollah has done it under worse conditions for a longer time.
Yeah.
How has this happened, you might ask? Basically, Iran's government has exploited every fourth grader's favorite solution to a government's budget crisis. If you need to pay for something, and you also control your own currency, why not just print more money to demand? Certainly, you know that the answer is inflation. And it is easy to see the consequences by stepping outside of Iran. You've always wanted to be a millionaire, right?
Just go to
if
Iran.
you are willing to move to Iran, it is easy. $1 now buys you 1.2 million rials.
Millions.
And I realize that it might very well be significantly more by the time that you watch this. By comparison, during the Obama administration, $1 might have only gotten you 40,000 or so rials. One final point here worth noting is that there is a ratchet effect with protesting. Broadly speaking, one way inflation increases is because there are too many rials chasing too few goods. The more people there are on the streets protesting, the less production is happening in the country, the more inflation there is. The more people there are on the streets protesting, the less production is happening in the country, the more inflation there is, and so forth. Okay, having described all of...
Not if you got a big fat fucking gang there to go and destroy the protest, whatever.
...those problems as prologue. Let's imagine a few weeks from now that Iran's government has fallen. I want to stress that this would be an optimistic expectation from the protesters' perspective. Right now, the betting markets put such an outcome at 32% by July 1st.
Betting markets?
But just suppose that converts for a second. The protests restart, and the United States provides enough support to get them across the finish line. I can see the op-eds and social media commentary now. Iran's government fell because it did not have nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
The Ayatollah should have finished the program when he had the chance. Every other autocrat in the world...
Isn't the biggest threat to the regime, like, the people in the country? Like, they're not going to nuke themselves.
...is watching this right now and will start sprinting toward a bomb tomorrow. There are all sorts of problems with that argument, but let's at least start with the accurate part. If we magically endowed Iran with 100 nuclear bombs and the means to fire them, then the United States would indeed hold back from intervening. Protesters, internalizing that help will not be forthcoming, might very well hold back as well. But let's now pivot to the argument's many problems. The broader fallacy here, and one that you will often hear from keyboard political experts.
Zelensky met Pahlavi. Yeah, I heard. It's quite cute. Alright. What happens here? I can't remember this quest. Where are my guys? Oh, they're just hanging around. Oh, this guy. Come on. Kill the Nexus Prince. Ooh. Where's he, I wonder? And there's the escort? Yeah, okay. Oh. You get fuck all as a rogue. Okay. Nice. 2 Jews hitting it up. Shut up.
Is that those deeply involved in international security learn something during this process.
Where'd the guy go?
Someone who is naive and does not work on geopolitical problems when they are not in the news may indeed have a sudden realization that credible commitment problems exist in international relations, now that they have directly observed the issue. However, I can guarantee you that everyone involved in these policy-making processes were already aware of the existence of credible commitment problems. That includes the mullahs in Iran just as much as policymakers in other autocratic regimes. If it is not International Relations 101, it is International Relations 102. Furthermore, all of the other countries have already internalized the concern when deciding whether to pursue nuclear weapons or not. Consequently, this will not move the needle. To draw a rough analogy, the whole thing is like pointing to a car crash and saying, "That is why you need to buy insurance." Yes, that is true. But no, observing a car crash will hardly change anyone's mind on whether to buy insurance, because they have likely already internalized the risk associated with an accident. Indeed, you can see this logic having already played out this millennium multiple times. After the United States invaded Iraq on the false premise of Iraq having a functioning nuclear program, many pointed out that it would create an incentive for countries to actually obtain nuclear weapons, as that would stop the United States from pursuing regime change in the same manner. Yet dozens of countries did not suddenly rush to build a nuclear weapon.
Really? You want me to stay close to the NPC for an escort quest, otherwise I'll fail? That's crazy. That's crazy advice. I was thinking I could just sit in the back and let it complete by itself. I never knew that. It's not like it. Sorry. Thank you.
Following the United States supporting Libyan rebels in their ousting of Muammar Gaddafi in 2011, after he specifically stopped pursuing nuclear weapons in 2003, many pointed out that it would create an incentive for other leaders to never give up their programs, lest the United...
In some cases you can. I wouldn't know, because I always stay close to the escortee. What do you think I am? Obama?
States act in the same manner. Yet dozens of countries did not suddenly rush to build or finish their nuclear programs. Following Putin's failed special military operation to remove Zelensky from power, many indicated that no one would so quickly give up their nuclear arsenals again, and others would rush to build their own bombs.
Okay.
Aside from historical misunderstandings of Ukraine's command and control of legacy Soviet nuclear weapons,
God, we're gonna wipe.
Dozens of countries still did not suddenly rush to build nuclear weapons. This is why only one new country has acquired a functioning nuclear deterrent since the 1990s. Tons of countries have the technical knowledge to build nuclear weapons. Few even try, though, because of how costly the process is. Never mind how it risks military intervention in the meantime. And yes, North Korea is the only new nuclear country from that time period. The Kim family's deterrent has indeed convinced other countries to think twice about trying to topple the regime. Nonetheless, to turn North Korea into an exemplar of nuclear decision-making would be to cloud one's judgment with survivorship bias. North Korea is the one country to have survived the turbulent period of completely destroying one's economy to build a nuclear weapon. So much so that the northern half of the peninsula is completely dark at night, except for a tiny speck of Pyongyang. The Kim family's success does not mean that other countries would be smarter to follow in their footsteps. Back in Libya, I can assure you that Gaddafi was not naive enough to believe that turning over some nuclear materials would suddenly make him an ally of the United States. It is a cute story, of course, and one that he tried to play up in the press. But the reality is that he recognized that the program was costing far more money than he had anticipated. Moreover, the odds of successfully finishing the program in any reasonable time frame had dropped off a cliff. You see, the United States tightened its regulation of the international nuclear black market, leaving Gaddafi's foreign contacts frozen out. Therefore, he felt that spending the money elsewhere, like raising domestic social spending and increasing conventional security forces, was the better option for his regime's survival. And if he had made that switch earlier, one wonders whether the 2011 revolution would have happened at all. Back to today, you can see the same logic playing out in Iran. It is reasonable to argue that Iran's nuclear program is what caused the greatest threat that the regime has ever faced. The top-line problem is how much money Iran gave up to work on its nuclear program. I am not just talking about direct expenses for the nuclear infrastructure itself. I mean the opportunity cost, including the damage that economic sanctions have caused. Trying to pin...
I know, that opportunity cost. Opportunity cost is other things you could have spent that fucking money on, dipshits. I'm pretty sure Iran has like long surpassed the amount of money that Israel spent on their nuclear weapon by the time they acquired it. Which is very sad. Okay, we've just pulled a total group wipe. Nice. Good one. There's no way we're recovering from this one. Kidney shot, adrenaline rush. I'll try. You have to kill this terror for one, because he's going to fear everyone. Look at that. Our tank's getting absolutely fucking clapped. I'll heal myself, don't worry. Okay. One more terror to kill. No problem. Let's kill the leeches. Blind him. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Are we gonna survive? I don't think we're gonna survive, man. We're fucked. Bandage. How did they pull all the way back there? I didn't even notice. How? Did they get feared into that, or...? Or because we should have cleared. Can we do it again? Do they let us retry it? Or do I have to do this instance again now? Should have used Blizzard. There's literally nothing I could have done there, man.
Pinpoint an exact number is a fool's errand, but we can try to get a ballpark.
Never failed the escort. We did fail the escort. It's completely failed. Yeah. Gonna have to abandon. We can't start the quest again, can we? Don't know. Fuck's sake, I don't want to have to do this twice. Oh god. Why? Why is this game 20 years old and everyone's still fucking retarded? I don't understand. The hunter is complaining about broken gear. What did he do? Do you think he maybe I should look back at the stream and see what he did. Do you think he multi-shotted? There's no way. God damn it. Okay.
Park estimate here, and I will defer to an Iranian trade official on the matter. $2 trillion.
Whoa.
If that sounds absurd, I assure you that it is not. Well, it is an absurd amount of money, but the plausibility of the number is not absurd. The implicit charges rack up over multiple decades of severe economic sanctions from Western countries. $2 trillion therefore reflects the total economic damage to the country, concentrated in a stagnant GDP growth. That does not mean that the government is short $2 trillion, but the foregone GDP eventually circles back around in the form of lost tax revenue. Never mind that lost GDP makes average Iranians poorer, priming them to protest. And never mind that the lost growth from years before does not contribute to the base of this year's growth, meaning that Iranians will implicitly feel the effects of this decision forever. But let's imagine that the Iranian government had taken its untold billions of dollars spent or sacrificed on nuclear weapons and placed them elsewhere. And while we are at it, let's include all of the money spent on financing an axis of resistance directed at Israel. One might imagine, for example,
kind of a waste
that
of money.
Rerouting all of that money to build more power plants solves the electricity problem. All of that electricity would then facilitate making an abundance of products in Iran, which then quashes the inflation problem. However, it is the subtle consequences of Iran's coercive posture that take the problem over the top. If you were wondering why an oil-producing desert decided to try to become an agricultural hub, it is because of national security concerns. The government chose not to invest in the country's comparative advantages, because doing so would leave the food supply vulnerable to economic sanctions. That contributed to the draining of the country's aquifers. It is comparatively easy for rainfall to cover domestic water consumption, given that it only makes up 10% of current use. The electricity situation is even silly.
I might have missed that at the beginning. Is he saying that Iran used all their water on almonds? Is that essentially what the take is? Is that the gist? Eugh. Oh, I'm not doing hardcore because I'm not doing hardcore because it's not on the official servers. And also, I don't know why the fuck I would ever it would be so stupid of me to just try hardcore with no practice. Because so many mobs do like random fucking moves to take off half your health. And if you're already down half health, then you just die. And also, this is a boost character, there's no prep or anything on it. So no way.
Iran has worked on a nuclear power program for decades as well. Friendly reminder that Iran claims its overall nuclear program is only for civilian use.
Oh, good one.
However, Iran insisted on constructing its own uranium enrichment facilities rather than procuring uranium from abroad. And then it continued to spin its centrifuges to obtain uranium purified well beyond the 3.75% that should go inside a nuclear reactor. This is why the entire international community does not buy the notion that the program has peaceful intentions. You will note that the Trump administration's bargaining goal is to bring Iran down to 0% enrichment.
Uh-oh.
But at least as of yet, there is no ban on importing uranium to go into power plants. That is how the non-proliferation regime has worked for decades, and it is likely how it will still work for decades to come. If Iran had followed the same system that everyone else does, then its nuclear power plants would generate...
Now, why are they retaking it? Why are they doing this now if we can't retake the escort quest? Just for XP, I guess? Okay. God, I fucking hate these people, man. You have no idea how much anger I get at other players when they do this dumb shit.
All of the additional electricity the country needed. Actually, instead, the IRGC is contributing to the problem. Remember the crypto mining in the country? A good chunk of that is from the IRGC running farms to try to eventually convert coins to hard currency, because sanctions have left that in short supply. If you have ever wondered why Iran did not complete a bomb when it was apparently close to finishing the fuel cycle, this is why. Maintaining a program and deploying the bomb is even more expensive than all of this starting activity. The economic problems would have gotten even worse, and there was always the possibility that Israel or the United States would bomb back that progress. Because it turns out that is something that they do. To be clear, I am not suggesting that Iran behaved naively here. The government made a calculated gamble a quarter century ago, and it has not paid off yet. Maybe it will eventually if the Ayatollah outlasts the current strife.
Okay.
Or maybe Iranians will look at neighboring oil-rich countries.
They would
note
never
how
let
they
you
followed the
retry that
rules
shit.
of the international system, and now they have rich and diversified economies. And then the Iranian citizens will end up back on the streets to protest. Either way, it is impossible to get away from how those choices have caused Iran to confront protesters in the present. And it is why countries with slightly less animosity to the world order do not try to run the same risks. Thanks again to Ground News for sponsoring today's video. Go to ground.news/linesonmaps or scan the QR code on your screen to take a fantastic 40% off a Vantage plan. Meanwhile, if you want to learn more about politics in the Middle East, I have a playlist just for you. And if you enjoyed today's video, then please like, share...
It's funny that people are asking if this guy is AI. I don't think he is, but it's ironic that people say he's AI when his voice is very similar to Second Thoughts, even though we know Second Thought is definitely not AI. It's crazy.
And subscribe, and I will see you next time. Take care.
Okay, I'm just gonna play video games. Good. You thought he was second thought. Yeah? What, second thought just gained IQ points all of a sudden? He's the first generation AI. Bit scuffed. Bit scuffed. Who was that? It was a decent video. It was William Spaniel. Yeah, he's good. For some reason, I get recommended his videos alongside Caspian Report, even though I think he is much, much better than Caspian Report. Caspian is a bit strange. Actually, I'll watch this. Forbes.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Good evening.
This is the Crown Prince.
Can I just start by asking you a very personal and human question? 47 years ago was when your father was toppled, when the forces of Ayatollah Khomeini...
When your father was toppled. Your father was shagged. Sorry.
He came to power and declared on February 11th, 1979, the first Islamic Republic. Where were you at the time? What were you thinking? Did you think, as your father and mother and other siblings were leaving the country, that this was it forever, or what?
Well, I actually was in Lubbock, Texas, undergoing pilot training when the revolution happened. The plan was for me to return to Iran after a year of training and perhaps go to the military academy and continue my formation. My parents left Iran January 16th of 1979. So basically, that was the beginning of our forced exile, and I never got to return to Iran. And ever since, it's been an odyssey of exile. And when my father passed away in Egypt in the summer of 1980, I was practically engaged into the politics of Iran, opposition politics, that is, obviously, to the current regime. So it's been 47 years and counting now.
So clearly a lot of people in this room, a lot of certainly Western leaders, maybe others, they've always had a very, very rough relationship with the current government of Iran, with the Islamic Republic. And every time there is a protest, and there have been many, every time, they and the Iranian exiles essentially say, this is it. This is the time that it's going to happen. I remember being there in 2009 over a disputed election, and I was with the people as they were running in the streets saying, it's going to happen this time, it's going to happen this time. That was inside Iran. What do you think made this December-January protest different, bigger, more intense?
You know, for all of us who have been involved in the struggle for liberty and freedom against this regime, and as you pointed, there have been many upheavals and perhaps unsuccessful campaign in the sense that the regime is still standing. But the resolve and perseverance of Iranians have continued. In the latest uprising, which was, of course, the Women Life Freedom Movement, we saw to what extent Iranians from all walks of life, from the four corners of Iran, including, of course, the diaspora, were supporting that. But I think something that is definitely the game changer, if I could call it that, and by the same token, the frequency of these protests increased over the years. If they were separated the first time, I'm thinking about the first upheaval of students during the Khatami era, all the way through the Green Movement in 2009, and all the way to the last few years, we've seen that the repetition and frequency of these uprisings became more and more and shorter. And of course, this time, well beyond a protest because of economic circumstances, what have you, when people start chanting death to the dictator, that means they're fed up with the regime. They want political change. They want fundamental change. They no longer believe that by reform we can achieve that end, that this regime simply doesn't allow for any kind of process allowing for people to decide whether or not they reject the current government they have. So we are forced into revolt. And we started this revolt in the last few months. We saw how many people were chanting the slogans and came to the streets, only to be faced with a severe repression that led to unfortunately, a genocide level
what?
reaction by the regime.
What'd you call
Shooting people on the street with military weaponry, chasing people in hospitals, finish them up, shooting a final shot in their heads on their hospital beds. Women are currently being raped in prisons. Soldiers are being arrested and executed for refusing to cooperate with the regime in the repression of people. This is really something that is right under our eyes. There's a sea of blood that separates today Iranian people with this regime. So if you ask me whether this time the nation is fed up and ready to act, they are. What we do need, however, is an equalizing factor, because we saw how the regime treated its own citizens. That's where I think a lot of Iranians inside and outside hope that an intervention that will neutralize the...
How do you fight this boss again? What happens? I can't remember. I think, do you have to do shit to the beacons, or do you just kill them? I guess we'll kill the beacons. Unless killing them is bad somehow. He's like a spellcaster, okay.
I have such fascinating things to show.
There is some weird shit that he does here, though, isn't there? I can't remember what it is. Is it just that they're ads? Beacons, not bacon, dipshit. Look, our tank's fucked. Why is our... You can't kick him, can you? Like, what the fuck? Are we just gonna wipe on this little boss as well? Oh well.
It has been...
I'm guessing this group didn't know what to do either. Wow. Oh well. The fuck. Oh. It's okay, we'll just run all the way back again, why not?
Hello?
Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, hello, Anna, how's it going?
Mostly freezing recently, but not bad. Yeah, I just wanted to drop by, say hi, and thank you very much for covering about our media stuff. I really appreciate that. I don't know if you had the time to watch Airstrike or not.
It's still on my list. It's on my list for probably first thing next week.
We actually dropped another one just now.
Oh shit! Cool. Okay.
Yeah, much shorter one. It's like 20 minutes, and it's about Ukraine's kill zone. I will throw you a link. Maybe if you can share it with people and stuff. Hello everyone, by the way. I'm sorry it's been a while, but they have like almost no connection, and also entirely ass frozen over here in Ukraine. So that's why I wasn't, as active talking with people and stuff like that. Quite difficult winter. But this one little documentary is Ukraine's kill zone. It's about frontline struggles against drones.
Okay.
So doing the netting against the drones, covering the entire line basically with nets on the east, and also rescue operations of evacuations of people from kill zones that where they're constantly getting attacked by drones and just killed the rescuers and the people evacuated. So that's kind of like 23 minutes of that is the new video. And if anyone wants to check it out, that would be cool. But we'll send you the post of it if you want.
Yeah, of course.
Or not want. Probably Twitter. Yeah, but YouTube obviously is where it's at. I had thrown it on DMs, like personal messages.
Okay.
So that's kind of like what we have been up to, what you have been up to. I watched like a bunch of stuff, but not everything, so I'm not caught up on stuff because I don't have electricity like half the fucking time. So, yeah.
Oh, you're asking what I've been up to then?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, okay. No, not much. I've just been a little bit on and off with the streaming lately, doing other things like real life stuff. But yeah, I'm probably going back more into a regular routine from next week, hopefully. Hopefully. You know that I don't know if you get this in Ukraine, because I know you get cold in Ukraine, but do you get like, in my hometown, they went 21 days with zero sunshine, like nothing, because it was always either clouds or just like short days anyway. And they
our
had
winter's like very little, like daytime, like quite little. So it's not like nothing, but quite short, like from morning to like maybe like 14 or 16, like, you know, like something like that. And then there's almost no sun. But it's not the sun really that has been the fucking problem. It's just the absolute
you've
ass
got bigger
freeze.
issues. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just I try not to speak about it too much because it sounds like you're complaining non-stop. And
I
like
think
you
you have
don't
a
want
right
to.
to. It's okay.
Yeah, but like you don't want to be like sour all the time, so I try not to like talk with people that much about it, especially like foreigners, because like, you know, people always say like, oh, you like complain so much and all that, and you don't want to be like a whiner basically, but it's just genuinely have been one of the most difficult probably winters in our history, or modern history at least, and it's and we expected it to be that bad, but like kind of difficult to prepare, I guess, in the sense that that's just in Kiev it is full on like humanitarian disaster.
Okay.
People haven't had like electricity heating for a month, and how cold the apartment becomes in like modern day buildings with like minus 17 Celsius, minus 20. Dude, like you can only sleep with like bottles in your bed.
Yeah.
Barely. Yeah, it's just nothing is, you can't warm up anywhere. Nothing is working. Like no shower, no fucking food, nothing. It's just so miserable, like absolutely like debilitating. And people froze to death which is very upsetting in this day and age. But yeah, especially older people.
Yeah, definitely older people. Yeah.
It's so bad. Like I have spent multiple days in Kiev to do premiere of the film of Airstrike, which was very fun because, you know, I met a bunch of my friends there, and who all came to the premiere, and it was like all cutesy and fun. But I haven't seen them in quite a bit because I'm not that often in Kiev. But it was so fucking difficult. I couldn't sleep at all. I didn't remove any of my clothing, so I slept in a full-on, like laid in bed in a full-on clothing, like outwear clothing, and hats and gloves and like everything is so fucking itchy, and like excuse me for like being disgusting, but you couldn't shower for multiple days either.
Okay.
Because you only had like 2 hours of electricity from like 2 in the night to 4 in the morning, and that's like all electricity you get in 24 hours. And because of that, like there's no time for boiler to heat up the water.
Mm-hmm.
And like go into the cold water is absolutely, it's not even in my mind. It's like absolutely impossible to do in such cold weather and cold apartments and stuff like that. So yeah,
it's like
it was
old school prison shit trying to do that.
Oh yeah, it's like proper torture. We just, me and my friend, we were like in bed basically trying to like warm up each other, like, you know? And then we were like, okay, we have 2 hours so we can get up out of the bed and like run to warm up the bottles from the electric tea thingy that, you know, and we pour from that electric tea to in the bottles to throw the bottles under the blankets in the bed, and then wash dishes and like pour some hot water into like instant soup or like some shit like that, or tea, to at least like get warm drinks. And then you just hold on until it's like 7 and curfew is done.
Mm-hmm.
And you can go out and you can just run around on the street, which is warmer somehow because you're moving. And then stash yourself in some sort of like cafe or like something that works on a generator. But without US aid, generators have been difficult as well, because there's have been way less support than it usually was. So bad. Yeah, it was
Was the winter? You said there was like the worst winter in like a generation or whatever. Is that because it's just because it's colder, or is it also because of the, like, it's just a regular winter but with with other stuff added as well, like with the war.
It's because they
the
destroyed
resources.
basically everything by now.
Okay.
Like there are multiple power plants that have been powering up Kiev have been destroyed after Trump came to power. Basically, they have been excessively attacking everything, civilian infrastructure. We have like triple the death of the civilian population, triple the fucking drone attacks on the civilian infrastructure, critical infrastructure. Most of the stuff have been just fully. It was damaged before heavily,
Okay.
and now it's like fully gone. Like the main two power plants that powered up central Ukraine and Kiev in particular are destroyed.
So it's not even like it's not even like it's a colder winter in general. It's just because of the
it's kind of both.
Fucked. Okay.
It's the coldest winter in a while.
Right.
But also they just knew it, obviously, so they destroyed almost entirely. Half the city just has no heating for almost the entire winter. In Kharkiv, they just recently basically killed the power plant in Pisachin, which is small town near my city where the big power plant is. So that's also took down half the city's heating. So yeah, spring can come faster, dude.
I'm guessing your spring kind of starts in like your winter ends in like mid to late March. Like is February kind of because here February is definitely the worst month, and then it starts to get a little bit better after that. Is that the same for you?
March sucks ass typically, but like in normal conditions it's not bad. If like it's like -1 or 2 or like 0, it's fine. But like without heating, that's also ass because you have like 0 degrees in your apartment then. Mine in Kiev when we stayed was below 0, like -1 in the apartment. Yeah, it's so bad. Like shit is frozen, like pipes frozen, water stuff like toilets, all of that like shit gets like frozen and unusable. It's absolutely shit. Like no question about it. Yeah, we have been promised generators from Poland. I think they're like supposed to be on their way in 400, but it's like almost the end of fucking winter now. So, not that it will not help, but you know the majority of the shitty thing was January and February. Yeah, in April it should be warmer, but yeah, that's kind of it pretty much.
Wow.
You can go outside in those like centers that help. That cook food and stuff like that, or warm on the outside. They also removed the curfew time slightly in Kiev, so people can leave their apartments during the night.
Okay.
And warm up, which is good because some people are like legitimately frozen to a dangerous degree, like hypothermia and all that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so people like went to those little like international like kitchens and volunteer people who like come around and like cook stuff outside, so you can get like it's like big big metal stuff where you can cook soup and stuff like that, for people to at least grab that and warm up that way. But yeah, when I returned after the premiere to Kharkiv in my place and I had heating, I like walked into the apartment and I was like, oh, it was so, I can't even describe just how pleasant that was, just to feel the warmth. And I then went to the shower and I showered like in hot water and I was so happy. You can't even believe how happy I was. Yeah. And then the most luxurious part, I went to bed in pajamas. My God, that feels so good. Instead of like sweaters and like scratchy, all of that. Yeah, it's just, it felt like, I felt like a fucking princess, unironically. I don't think I can take anything for granted these days, because it's so like not nice to like lay in bed without a bunch of like scratchy ass winter clothing.
Yeah, you do realize how much of a fucking weak animal we are when we're just left to the elements. Yeah.
Oh damn! And it's so bad because like most of people's like modern apartments, they're completely unprepared for not having electricity. So if you're like in a village, you have like you can use the wood to like warm shit up, and you can use all of that. Like people have like those old school fireplaces and stuff like that. But like in the city, in like a big residential building, basically, like almost everything is dependent on electricity, and it gets like real fucky. Yeah. I actually have my stove and my like stuff is gas in my apartment, so I can use it. So I can get like tea, food, all sorts of shit. I can cook and like that's very good even if I don't have any electricity. But like people who have like stoves and like all of that made of they're like electrical. It's absolutely fucked because it doesn't work pretty much at all.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So when you said that you were out of that situation now, like, are you going back into that, or what is it like going forward now for the rest of this month?
In my place is surprisingly lucky, like not to jinx it or anything, but like I only get like pretty big outages when the bombings happen.
Okay.
And that's about it. So I don't have like permanently no electricity or no heating. So I'm pretty luxurious by our standards these days. For example, Devin, who's a friend of mine, he's a journalist who lives here as well, and we work in the same now place. He doesn't have any heating at all in his place, so in Kharkiv as well. So I dropped him my bio fireplace, so he can use it. It didn't help that much, but at least his temperature is above 0 in his apartment, even like 1 degrees, and it's like better than below, obviously. Yeah, so stuff like that. I gave my electrical heater to my friend as well, because he has electricity usually, but no heating. So he can use like the electrical heater to heat up his stuff. So yeah, can't complain that much because I have most of the stuff, and I think my apartment is just super lucky, like my place, because it's might be connected to the metro station or some shit. So it doesn't get like regular cutoffs, like daily schedules of power shortages. But when metros get stuck, that's when my stuff doesn't work as well. So that's why I assume it's connected to the metro station. Yeah, metro stopped as well in Kiev and Kharkiv for quite a bit, which was also a fucking pain. Anyway. It's just ass, dude.
Yeah.
It's just all over around ass.
It's reminding me of the things that people would do to try and heat their houses in Scotland in the winter, especially when there were these like sort of like cheaper council built places with single glazing in the winter, where it was like you could light a candle, but if you take the candle to the window, it'll go out because of the draft, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I think the one thing that this group of people I knew did, there was like this group of students, and instead of radiators, they would just have like little corners of the house with like a sort of box of bricks built up. They would just take bricks from building sites or whatever. They would steal bricks and just pile them up in a corner and put little candles inside the box
you
of
do
bricks.
that?
Yeah. And then it was
I do that, but not.
Sometimes I think clay pots on the top as well would help, but otherwise it was
that's
just
what
like
I do.
Yeah,
that's what I do. I don't do the bricks, but I do like the ceramic pots that you use for like for like plants in the house, basically, right? For stuff like that. You can use like that and stuff candles below it. I also have the pots you cook in as well. Could also work. Like you can like stuff candles. I have like a shit ton. I'm like this like I don't know, it's like yoga girl or some shit, like hipster. Because I have like 10,000 candles now.
Yeah.
People really like because I don't like use them because I'm just obsessed with candles, but I use them because I really need to fucking warm up the place every now and then.
Yeah, because that's what like even because like old radiators, that's how they were made. They were full of bricks. Like if you go to an old flat in the UK and you open up the radiator when you need to fix it, it's just a pile of bricks. Like that's why they're so heavy. Yeah, just like a huge slab. Yeah.
Yeah, you can do all sorts of things really, but I realized that the bottles are the shit.
Yeah.
Like they're the best. Yeah, they're like that. Yeah, I can do a bunch of stuff. I had like this. I used to give them to soldiers at the trenches, but now civilians use them because it's so cold.
Okay.
But there was like this patches basically. You kind of like attach them to your body, through the clothing, and they like warm up. I don't know, maybe people know how it's called. We call it like Rilka.
You mean?
Oh, hello.
Are they like little bottles, like rubber bottles that you can fill with hot water, or do you mean like
No, it's like
the like they are like band-aids that you can like
basically, yeah. There's like it's like a
Yeah.
patch, a band-aid you can like attach to your body, and you should do it in like the areas where the blood flow is, so it like kind of
Yeah.
warms up the whole body. So I use that as well, and yeah, but Mina Satan. Interesting.
Hi.
Hello. So yeah, I just did that, and also did the bottles. You just take plastic bottles basically, and you pour hot water in them. If you have any hot water, that's the problem. And then stuff them in your bed, and you hug them, and that's the shit. It really helps. It's like keeps you warm for like hours basically.
I wanted to ask you. I've been like thinking about organizing something for Ukraine, and since you're here, I never really want to bother you because obviously you have like important shit to do. Obviously it's really fucking cold, and I've been thinking like, okay, I'm sure you can buy like stuff at the stores to like warm up in your home, like for example, the heat patches or the hand warmers and stuff like that. But obviously, like I assume that not everybody has enough money to do these things, and I'm sure the soldiers in the front lines also need these things. Like I was like thinking about maybe doing also like some kind of charity run where we can. I don't know how to get things from Germany to Ukraine, so I assume getting them in Ukraine. So just like donating money to do that to Ukraine, and then you can get them there. I don't know if there's any shortages on these things in Ukraine.
Probably easier to just some people deliver stuff from other countries, but it takes quite a bit often because of the whole delivery stuff. So yeah, it's easier, for example, to connect with volunteers and then to buy locally, basically, to just get money and then buy local stuff and then give it to people and stuff. To be honest, though, it's not that it's that expensive to get like warm up stuff. Like water bottle is pretty fucking cheap, but like patches as well. But it's just, I will be honest with you, like it's just almost impossible to warm up in an apartment that has no heating for entire winter. So it's like you can use stuff to make it better, and we do, like even like local, like even like handmade stuff that like helps, like candles under the pots and shit like that. It does help quite a bit, but like it's just the overall issue is huge because like for example, if apartment didn't have like a heating for a couple of days, it's one thing. But if it doesn't have a heating for entire winter, the building is so cold. When you touch the wall, it hurts. So
I understand that. I was just also thinking, like, for example, there's camping gear, because some nut jobs like to go camping in the fucking winter, and there's like sleep sacks and stuff like that, and there's like extra like blankets that are made of a material that really insulates your body heat that you can just like drape, I guess, over a normal duvet, and it would keep you warmer.
Yeah, most people use the electrical, how it's called, fuck, I don't know how it's called in English. It's like electric...
heated blankets?
Yeah, that's the thing. You can charge them up. Yeah, you can charge them up with power banks because obviously they don't have electricity, so power banks help. And then you can use them to warm up the bed, basically. That's also something people use. Stuff you made about camping probably is like thermal wear. Like you can wear like thermal clothing.
Yeah, I mean there's sleep sacks for like winter camping, so like things like that go until like minus 20 degrees. Like some people for some reason like to go sleeping outside in that weather, but I suppose that that kind of stuff would, I suppose, like work in that scenario.
Honestly, like almost anything that is warm, like gives warmth, would probably be good. Like most people obviously like bought some stuff by now because kind of difficult not to by this point. But like a lot of people obviously struggle quite a bit, especially older people. If they have like relative, they can buy them stuff obviously, but a lot of people don't. Like we had like this like elderly gent who we like helped out who didn't have anyone. And we like installed this like old school ventilator, like a heating that just mechanical. and it works from like a battery, like power bank, basically, like an electrical battery, and it like just blows on him all the time, and he's barely moving, so he can't really walk that much. He's like, you know, almost immobile, so because of that, it's like extra shit for people like that. There have been like, if you can like chat me up like on Discord, we can maybe come up with something on the, like if you want to do something like a fundraiser, and I can redirect you, or like I can do it myself, or I can help maybe redirect you to people who can like buy stuff. I have a bunch of like volunteer friends that I work with, who I trust, that can help out with people, especially people who are like very on the low end of money now. A lot of like refugees from the front, for example, a lot of people like that have very little money because they don't have any jobs or like apartments and stuff like that. So for them, I imagine getting stuff is more difficult. I have stuff, like, that's why I gave it away to other people, because, I can afford it. I'm not like extremely poor by any means. So yeah.
Yeah, that would be good. I'll shoot you a message, and I'm sure we can get something done.
Yeah, that would be very cool.
And
All help
Loner,
is appreciated.
You are, by being a witness now, it's mandatory for you to participate.
Okay.
No, don't put him in a corner.
Yes,
I'm all for it. I don't give a shit. Let's do it.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
bye-bye,
Love you guys. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Very nice for Mina Satan.
Yeah. I don't know what she has me to do, but probably just stream and fire donations in your direction for a bit. Yeah, I'll probably just do that.
We don't have to do me. You can like find an organization that, helps out the people during the crisis and stuff. But yeah, I can do that as well, obviously. I can like buy stuff for people. But yeah, it doesn't have to be like my stuff. I mostly like do soldiers, so But recently I have been doing a bunch of volunteer stuff for civilians for some reason, which happens. I did that with like the Kharkiv guys, who are very cool. They're like a volunteer organization basically that cooks food mostly for like soldiers and for civilians, who, especially people who are refugees, children, especially children with like disabilities and stuff like that. So yeah, they've been. I think I told you, they have been like in a huge debt, and they like covered them. It was 1 million UI, like our money, of debt, which is pretty huge for literally anyone. So we covered that shit, and like they continued working, which is pretty cool, because they were about to be evicted from that building because they couldn't pay for the utilities like gas, water, stuff like that. So we managed to keep them working, which is pretty good. But mostly I used to do like soldier stuff related. Yeah.
Is it quite easily transferable then to like from the soldier stuff to the civilian stuff? I'm guessing it's just like a fundraiser account, right?
Or you mean the Kharkiv stuff, or like?
Yeah, well, when you're fundraising, is it quite easy to just move between the two, or is it like a whole thing? Do you have to like set up something different to fundraise for civilian stuff?
It's just mostly I do like a fundraiser. I describe like what the fuck I'm getting the money for. Then PayPal account is basically how I do it for the fundraisers. I have one, and then I show everyone the receipts of how much money went there and stuff like that.
Yeah,
then they showed the documents of like paying the city. We showed that as well, and then they were like all happy and thanking everyone for helping with this problem, because they had to like pay basically all the city debts they had with the building. And that was a while back. We like reported on that quite a bit of time. I think it was spring, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, stuff like that, sure. But mostly, yes, I've still tried to do soldiers mostly, because I personally think it's just more important. Not that I don't give a fuck about like civilians, but there are a lot of charities that help civilians in particular, especially like foreign ones. They kind of like do this cringe pacifist shit. Like they are like more comfortable with helping civilians than they are with helping soldiers. So I'm kind of like permanently annoyed by that. So I try to dedicate most of my attention to soldiers. Yeah. Yeah, because it feels like people like, we help refugees that were made refugees because of Russian invasion that soldiers are there to prevent,
Yeah,
so yeah, it just feels like you are doing the fucking. I'm not saying that don't help, obviously. Of course, it's very lovely when countries help, like with electricity, with like heating, with like medical bills, with like people lost houses and all of that because of the constant attacks on like civilian population. So that's all very important and nice and stuff like that. But like, yeah, to me, it's all oftentimes it feels like they want to like address the like the not like it's like symptoms
they want to
of
address
the
symptoms
disease.
but not the root cause. Yeah.
So it's just kind of annoying, and a lot of people, especially like I feel like people from Germany all the time for some reason, not the German government in particular, but people like who want to donate, for example, who I talked with or like worked with, they're like always, yes, only civilian, only civilian, only civilian, and you're like, ugh, okay.
Pretty cooked. Yeah, it's just like I
Yeah.
remember reading about that as well. With I think it was Ireland was kind of similar. But yeah, it is just that whole thing. It's like you're just kind of like using the like left hand to fix whatever's getting broken by the right hand, kind of thing. It doesn't really address the root problem.
It also kind of annoys me that there's like this comparison because people are like, oh, you know what? I don't want to like participate in like killing people, and you're like, it's not the same shit. You're not sponsoring people who like went to the other country to fucking shit up there,
Yeah, and then you know what? Again, I think Europeans, we've just gone too long without being invaded. It's our fault. Like we apparently no civilization can actually understand warfare properly unless every 50 or 20 or 30 years we get a fucking big ass country that's going to threaten to dominate and fucking rape and kill us all next to our doorsteps. Because it just like, how long did it take us from World War II until now for everyone to just turn into a fucking retard when it comes to war? Like the fact that people in Britain say that about Ukraine or like with anything else in the when it comes to like modern warfare, where people are just fucking so privileged on it. Yeah, it's really stupid.
Yeah, it's very difficult. I try not to be very salty and like super duper resentful because nobody likes a fucking constant bitching, but like it's very difficult. Because when you encounter like we call this unbombed opinions, like it's
unbombed
a meme basically.
Opinions.
Yeah, on Twitter, like there are a certain particular group, especially no offense to you all, like at all, but like a lot of Westerners, okay? They have this particular brand of an unbombed opinion, and you can like start reading the sentence, and you be like, it's an unbombed is speaking, this meme like silence Ukrainian or like I don't know Iranian or.
Yeah.
Whatever the person, the Westerner, the unbombed Westerner is speaking, and it has this like not everyone is like that obviously, but a lot of people are like that, and they sometimes have like good intentions even. So they're not all of them are like mean cunts because they want to be, but like it comes off so weird sometimes, and there's so many like patronizing and like lecturing. Oh, it's especially Americans. It's just another brand of like this thing. Like with Europeans, I also encounter that, but less. But with Americans, it's very, very difficult to deal with that shit. Especially when a person is like a prime retard. No offense. Like it's just you're like being lectured by a person that is for whomst breathing is a difficult exercise. It's just. Like this knows so little about the history of the place, about what is happening, and I don't want them to. Like it's not their job to know everything about fucking Eastern Europe or anything like that. But just speaking with so much confidence, while knowing absolutely nothing, is just a talent that very few people possess over here.
It's also the same thing as well, is like because these are exactly the same fucking obese, fucking cholesterol infested, fucking couch potato living on disability MAGA tards who will talk about how who will always talk about how we are unfortunately born in the weak times and the good times that have produced these weak men, and we need to return to the hard times to produce the hard men. And meanwhile, like they'll talk to fucking Ukrainians and just say like, oh, come on, don't you just want to, like, I don't really want to contribute to all this killing and all that. Like, don't you just want to, aren't you sick of dying? Don't you just want to, like, it sounds like they just kind of want like a little piece of this and a little piece of that. And they're Russians over there anyway. Don't you just want to give it up and just like settle this so we could stop spending like 0.5% of our taxpayers' money on giving you the means to defend yourselves? Like, come on, bro. What the fuck? Yeah, fucking hell, man.
There's so much like also like gaslighting and like things like that it's difficult to deal with, like as a Ukrainian, because you're constantly like made to doubt your reality. And it's like so annoying because like reality literally smacks us on the, you know, in like missiles and, you know, bombs and all that shit. Like it's literally like in your face. It couldn't be more in your face if we tried, right? And it's just so funny that people are like, we're a little bit tired of war. And you're like, in London?
Yeah.
In like Los Angeles? Like, I mean, how are you tired? Like, yeah, it's just, yeah, I don't know. And then you go to the trench and you have this guy like full in like haven't washed himself properly, freezing, fucking on the front line, fending off drones, FPVs and shaheads all day. And you like talk to him and he's like, no, it's fine, you know, we're not gonna capitulate. It's like, you know, it doesn't make sense. And you're like, it's such a dissonance, you know, to me. Like, speak with the people who actually are going, suffering like tremendously, like unbelievable conditions, like absolutely disastrous war, like cities destroyed, you know, like 20% of the country is pile of ash.
Oh yeah, I was going to ask you about that when you mentioned the capitulating, because again, and also I blame your fucking country's polling agencies for this, because I don't know why the fuck these polling agencies can never just ask the same question with the same wording 2 years later. They'll have to change something to make it just like ambiguous. But basically what I read was 2023 or something, Ukrainians were asked like if they would cede any territory or capitulate at all, and they basically all said no, like no, we're going to fight for everything. But then now it's like 40% are saying we will cede territory if we can get security guarantees. So these are different questions. They mean different things. But has the attitude changed there in terms of conceding territory, or is it still just kind of like the same? It's just
I mean, nobody wants to do it on the terms of Russia, obviously, and Trump's terms and Russia's terms, quite literally, considering the document was literally Russian.
Well, they were coaching, weren't they? There was Witkov was coaching the guy,
Yeah, that was like this meme when they did this. It wasn't really a meme. We all were like basically losing our minds over it here for a couple of days, because they presented, the administration presented their like negotiation plan that they kind of like said that they developed for, like worked really hard on, apparently. And then there were like a journalist, I think, found a Russian word there in the document, and he was like, what the fuck? And then they actually unironically admitted that they just showed an English translation, probably like a fucking ChatGPT or some shit, of a Russian document that Russians presented them. So they seriously presented this clown-ass pedo cabal fucking administration, okay? Presented us with a document that was basically Russian capitulation plan for Ukraine. And they were like, sign that shit to Zelensky. And he was like, nah, like, I have to, like, I'm not gonna, like, I need to, you know, talk with my country about it, read it, you know, talk with the representatives and all of that. And they're like, it's unconstitutional for me to sign it. And they were like, you care about constitution? We sure as fuck don't over here in the US of A. Yeah, so they were like, it was very like retarded time. It was about as bad as I thought it would be, honestly, but somehow still a little bit worse. When we talked about it, you and I, like when Trump got elected, I was like, oh, we're so fucked. We're like beyond fucked. And yeah, of course, people like fucking hate him and hate this administration. Most people, I think by the recent polls, he was like third most hated politician in Ukraine. Or something after Putin, and I think someone else. There was like second person. Who was it? Lukashenko? No, it wasn't Lukashenko. It was someone else. Not Putin, and then after him, Iranian, maybe? I don't remember, but he was like in top 3 basically after Putin, most hated lads in Ukraine. So it's just, it's just quite, you know, the treatment, so to speak. So obviously, like we read the news, you know, we ain't retarded over here. So we see like every fucking manipulation, every thing they try to do to push us to basically capitulate, every pressure they, you know, enact on us, not the aggressor, but the victim, and try to like basically make us accept the terms that will destroy us as a nation. So most people understand that. Most people know that we aren't supported enough by the West and Europe, especially, right? And obviously America now is big a factor in terms of support. That we, like many people, lost the hope to be able to take everything back because of the lack of that support. We're fighting the country, 30 times our size. So there's that to consider. That is supported by Iran. That is supported by North Korea, China, all sorts of shit. So it's quite difficult, obviously, but no, very few people would agree to just cede territory, sign up. We never go into NATO, Europe, whatever. We have no security guarantees, and the only guarantee we get, according to that glorious plan, is the word of the man, the legend himself, Putin.
Yeah.
And we're like, yeah, sure, like. Of course, if you're suicidal, if you just want to, let's end it all, I want to out of this plane, then you sign that document, because that's suicidal document to sign that without any. You have to make a sacrifice like that, right? To sacrifice your land, your people. Then you have to make that sacrifice for something.
Yeah, that's still a complete red line for Russia, isn't it? It's like any security guarantee, even if it's European, that's still like a red line for Russia, like, or European troops or anything.
They don't want it because they want to invade us again. Obviously,
so
we
obvious,
all know that. That's pretty fucking obvious why. Like, they'd want to do the exact same thing they did, for example, with Chechnya, which was sign a peace plan that they wiped their asses on, and then attack again in a couple years' time, and fuck us up. So that's just not happening. Most people won't agree to it because we are retarded, obviously.
Yeah, I don't get why the press doesn't make that clear, because I feel like you have to go digging to show people this if they don't understand it or if they don't agree with it. Like, they think really, like, because there's still people today that you can talk to them and they're like, oh really, what, Putin doesn't even want to give any security guarantees to Ukraine? Like, he still thinks it's all eventually going to be part of Russia, and he says as much. Like, why is that so fucking buried in like an article from 10 months ago? I don't know why that's not. It was the same thing with Hamas as well. Like, with the fact that it took all the way up until the ceasefire, until people started became like regular in the press, where people were like, oh yeah, they don't want to disarm. They actually just want like a hudna that lasts between sort of 5 and 10 years, and that's all they're offering. They're not actually offering to disarm. They want to keep fighting just later. But people spent the entirety of 2 years like saying ceasefire, but it's like, well, did you not once listen to what the leaders on the other side were saying? Like, no. Why did that have to come until after the war was basically over? Yeah, it's really the press is fucking.
I mean, it's buried because
it's
because that coverage is convenient, for the people in the West, for example. Like, nobody wants to. If you like make it clear as day when you show Putin and he's like, no, fuck that shit, we're not like doing any of that, then fuck your negotiations, right? And it's just becomes quite clear that negotiations probably are a waste of time, right? But if you have like this administration currently in the United States who's like was doing like, we're gonna end this war on day one, stop the killings on both sides, blah blah blah, both sides this, both sides that, innocent Russians and Ukrainians, blah blah blah, all of that shit. And then you made like your entire speech, your entire pitch to be like, we're gonna stop this war by like negotiations, and then your negotiations end up being a nothing burger that Putin fucked all over like multiple times. And every time Trump is like, Putin agreed not to bomb Ukraine for like a week or two, and Putin was like on the very next day bombing the entire Ukraine. And you're like, obviously we don't give a fuck by this point. His words mean nothing. Trump, I mean, right?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, like, just how weak and stupid it makes the United States look. Like, you have a country, Russia, right? They have how it's called in English? GDP, thank you. That is Texas, the size of fucking one state, okay?
Yeah.
So United States like mogs Russia like so fucking much, it's not even funny. And you, a titan essentially, right? In comparison, can't pressure those fuckers? You can't make any, like, you don't have any levers. You don't have any, they're going to be priced for the consequences for you breaking your word. Every time he's like so happily, giddily, like Trump saying, Vova is Vladimir Putin, promised me, my boy Vova promised me that he will not shoot Ukraine in the coldest time. And then they do it. And how does it make you look?
because the problem with Trump is that like, and Americans in general, actually, people say this is Trump more specifically, but America in general, Americans just are so adverse to anything that has any kind of risk. So think about what America was like in 1999 just after Kosovo. Everyone was so fucking horny for the idea of intervention. They were so proud of America's impact on that war in Yugoslavia, especially when Europe was dragging their feet throughout the entire Bosnian war and through the Kosovo war. America stood really proud there. And then obviously when 9/11 happened, they were very eager to go into Afghanistan and into Iraq. But as soon as they get like a taste of failure with the Afghan withdrawal or with the rise of ISIS in Iraq, they are suddenly just so against anything that might even be slightly a challenge. So with Venezuela, well, if we can just drop a plane in and like fucking 20 good men and we can come back with Maduro in 2 hours, we can do that. Or if we can send a few guys on planes to Iran and they're going to bomb the fucking bunkers in the mountains and then they'll be back within less than 2 days, not a scratch on them, then that's fine as well. But with Russia, well, Russia, whatever they lack in resources, they make up for in fucking sheer willpower for their state to just waste all their money on propagandizing in Western countries and on military and throwing men into the fucking meat grinder. Like they'll do all of that, and then Trump sees that and he's like, he's like, I don't know, he's just like he's like a big fucking, he's like a 6 foot fucking wrestler who's like seeing a little dwarf opposite him in the ring, but the dwarf is like particularly feisty and he's like, I don't know, I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah, it's just so like lame, and also like I honestly like I find it so hilarious when they're like bragging about like ridiculously easy shit. Like guys, such a great fucking achievement to abduct fucking Maduro in his slippers with no fucking military in the country, like. And like couple of Russian books and what remains of Wagner defending him. It's just such a fucking glorious achievement. Or like they would shoot some, I don't know, fucking Houthis in sandals or some shit, and they'd be like, "Oh, look at that, the glory of the United States." And you're like, you don't do anything serious though. Like, even with Iran, he like promised that orange fuck that he was like, remember, he was like, if civilians will like continue to die, I will like intervene and like save the fucking day. What did he do? Fuck all. It's just, I don't know. I'm so tired of this shit, of this selective fucking thing as well. Don't get me started on fucking leftist.
Oh yeah.
I will never stop. With whole Venezuela stuff and like lecturing fucking Venezuelans, and then Iran's shit was just beyond. Like it's reminded me. It gave me like a PTSD for like how they treat the Ukrainians. It's like the exact same thing. So I'm just so over this entire thing, to be honest.
Yeah, the Iran stuff was fucking disgraceful. Like even the more reasonable ones, just like, I don't know, the anti-regime people just seem too Islamophobic for me. I'm like, dude, you're so fucking retarded.
Fuck
you just excused
genuinely.
like 2 years of anti-Semitism because the state that's doing the killing has a Jewish flag or a Jewish star on their flag. Okay, big whoop. But then really, the Islamic Republic of Iran that fucking mutilates and like tortures and murders thousands of their political opponents in the name of Islam and shit like that. And they literally have a fucking law in their constitution that says you can't torture people. It's completely illegal to torture people. But then they'll just say, but by Islamic interpretation, it's actually part of their redemption to torture them. So we can just do whatever the fuck we want. We'll do all the things the Shah did a million times worse. And like, really? You're surprised that people who are anti-fucking Shah have issues with Islam? It's so stupid. Yeah.
Yeah, because they suffer under the radical oppression. It's an extreme regime. Like, who the fuck cares at this point? Obviously, it has a connection with the religiosity, but it's not that even if they are, that like people in Iran are like, fuck that shit. We not want to live under like Islamic rule, right? What of it? Like, why can't they have these feelings? I don't understand. Like, go fucking live there then. And, I had so many, like, bitches, like, there are, like, lefty women who are like, it's this and that, like, feminism, this and that. And then they, like, have this, like, guy be like, we need to rape women that are virgins that we, catch because to prevent them from going to, like, heaven or some shit. And they're like, that's fine. That guy is like, he's good because Gaza, this and that, because Hamas needs to be sponsored, I guess. I don't know. It's so Ugh.
That's
So
what I don't get as
embarrassing.
well, because it's not as if there's any fear in that sense. Like it's not like Iranians are going to start persecuting Muslims when they overthrow the regime, right? Like if the regime gets overthrown in Iran, the country will still be majority Muslim. The people who overthrew the regime will mostly be Shiites. They'll still have their mosques and their shrines and shit like that. But but you're calling it Islamophobia? Like it's so stupid. Fuck.
Yeah, it also is incredibly retarded and like so fucking disgusting that people like that, especially like Western leftists like that, they just treat us all like a bunch of fucking nobodies. Like we don't deserve to have an opinion on how our countries should be. Like what happened to the fucking self-determination warriors? What happened to the freedom to the people? Like aren't we supposed to decide? Like if people here, for example, in Ukraine, right, when people during Maidan times wanted more westernized sort of government, they wanted to be part of the European Union, all of that, right? If you think that's for some reason worse than fucking Russia, which makes you immediately retarded, but that's a whole other subject. Even if you think that as a fucking leftist, because the West is, the empire of evil capitalism, whatever the fuck, as if fucking Russia and China aren't. I don't even want to go there. Anyway, point is that it's not for you to decide. You're not living here.
No, well, they think it's always a false consciousness. That's what it is. If you ever want, if the oppressed people ever want anything to do with the big imperial IMF or the EU and all that, they must be false consciousness, must be propaganda.
Yes, yeah, and it's like every time fucking CIA coup, fucking Newland, whatever the fuck, every time you have genuine revolutionary action that is actually popular, that millions of people participate in, like in Iran, for example, right? All over the cities, not in one place, multiple places, right, in the country. In Ukraine, millions of people, multiple cities in the country. Every time there is actually genuine revolutionary action, you best believe, you can bet money that the fucking Western fucking leftists would be like, no, CIA,
It's we actually heard it today. I don't know if it's quite a common trope. I don't know if you've heard it, like this whole the way that they retell the fall of the USSR. You ever heard this with the referendums and how they tell the story?
Yeah, that wasn't really legitimate because this and that.
Yeah, so they're like their timeline. It's like, well, there was the referendum where they said we're going to stay in the Soviet Union for autonomy and reforms.
Yeah.
And then fast forward 9 months, and then Gorbachev dissolves the union. That's how they tell the story.
Sure.
Anything happened in between. They don't want to.
Yeah. It's just so fucking dishonest. It's just their fucking pet project is like commie shit, and they're simple over it, and they would sacrifice literally anyone to to preserve that fucking delusion. And they would unironically dance on the graves of millions of people who live here to just preserve that shit. And they are ass pained and ass mad every time we try to fight and die for the things they have. It annoys me to fucking no end. Like that we are being fucking lectured and demonized and fucking humiliated by people who are gleefully fucking celebrating that we don't have the basic shit they have. Basic human rights, basic laws, basic fucking democracy, like absolutely everything they don't respect, they don't feel grateful for. Nobody loves European Union, okay, more than people who are not in it. Like it's just so sad that people like in Georgia, for example, have protested for a fucking I don't know how many days now. Like how long? Like the daily protest never stops. It's not like one like Westerners go on one protest, scream and go home. Okay, it's just and people try so hard and sacrifice so much. And it's just very upsetting, to be honest. It's so upsetting to interact with that I try to literally avoid it as much as I can. Because on one end you have a fucking MAGA dipshit retards with far right insane isolationism somehow bent with nationalism and all that fucking retarded shit, and pedo cabal now as well, I guess. Anyway, defending like literally anything at this point. Like, remember that thing about like Trump will rape a baby and they will be like, fine,
Yep.
unironically happened. So yeah, that's one side, right? And then you have the fucking leftoids that are just absolutely despicable, the most detestable cunts in the world. And yeah, and normal people, they aren't on the internet, I guess, as much. I mean, just doing their thing. I hope, like, not as insane, but like the internet and the Twitters and all of that just represents like those fucking fractions so much that it like warps your mind that that's like literally all people in the world. So it's quite shit.
I mean, I still don't think the UK, like in general, I still don't think we actually admit that Brexit was a mistake. I still don't think anyone's actually done that.
Cringe!
Like, there's nothing to show for it. The only tangible thing that we can actually physically see of it is probably the fact that we have to stand in different queues, like longer queues at the airport now. But otherwise, yeah.
Yeah, so fucking also stupid, like owned by literally Russia paid lads, like Farage. Yeah, it's just so stupid that it undermined European Union, it undermined UK. It undermined literally everything. And yeah, very lucky them, very non-lucky the rest of us, I guess.
Did you see that with Farage's party guy, the guy who got jailed?
Oh,
Nathan Gill.
The fucking, what was it, like recent? Like with the...
Yeah, it was November. It was there was the leader of Farage's party in Wales, the Welsh branch.
Yeah, I remember, I saw that.
He's gone to jail for taking bribes from
ain't
pro-Russian
no way.
politicians.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a like retarded thing to talk to people about, and they're like, you're like a conspiratorial, and you're like, no, like literally it's a fact that Russia sponsors like most of the far-right parties in Europe.
Yeah.
It's just we have proof. Like we had proof of Le Pen being sponsored for like decade. So, and then people are like, oh shit, they actually are influencing our politics. Wowza.
You know that the first actually widespread example. You know what the first widespread example of them interfering in an election in Europe is? Recently, like since Cold War.
First one? No, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it was Scottish independence. Apparently, that was the first widespread example of Russian interference in an election campaign. It was for the Scottish independence referendum. And now that I look back on it, I think it does actually make sense. It was very, because the discourse around it did become very overlapped with this very like populist. Like kind of populist, very confused, like Julian Assange kind of like leftist kind of thing. Yeah, like it was very odd that like the Scottish independence referendum, on the one hand, you had like people who didn't want to be part of the UK because we vote differently and because we wanted to be away from austerity. But then, yeah, it did become like to a lot of people like this kind of like anti-imperialist struggle almost, which didn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Because Scotland was always happily part of the empire. Like we did everything they did, we did it gleefully, and we benefited from it. So it's like, yeah, it's very.
Dude.
But now that and also that there's like that period in 2014, a lot of people in the UK will never admit this anymore, but there was a whole period when loads of people just watched RT. Like it was normal for them to get their news from RT. Millennials and boomers, like the French yellow vest protests, like they used to chant like "Thank you RT" and shit like that. People have just conveniently forgotten that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, that's so fucking insane, dude. Like, there's so much like of it, and you bring like the most obvious shit up. Have you seen this like recent retarded campaign on Twitter? I don't know if you have been in that cesspool, but there was like this. Guess whose name is not on the? Guess he wasn't in the Epstein files. Putin, and you're like,
I did not see that. No.
And it was a campaign because there were so many posts like that, like copy pasted basically, right, on Twitter, and I was like. Fuck, this is like one of the most retarded like attempts I ever seen unironically on Twitter, and it says something because a lot of it is stupid as fuck. But like not only because like his name is quite literally mentioned like 1,000 times, and Moscow is like I don't know 3,000 fucking times, but also like it's literally was partially like KGB influenced shit, you know?
Yeah.
Like there's so many, and you like. I mean, I don't think they like. There's solid proof. At least not all files have been released, so we don't know. But like, it's not. I don't think there currently is proof that they like orchestrated the whole thing. But they sure as fuck like co-opted it. like jumped on it, to do like basically a good old fashioned compromat, and dig dirt on people and like provide Russian and like post-Soviet, girls and stuff like that from like all over the Eastern Europe and shit. And never mind the entirety of it, like Ben and casually discussing, shit like like, for example, upheavals in Ukraine, we can use that, all of that. Oh, it's so fucking bad.
Yeah.
And then that Ukrainian finest shit like haunts my nightmares. I don't know if you saw that.
What's that? No, I didn't see that. No.
There was like basically this conversation with Epstein was like, we have like basically underage girls.
Oh, yeah.
But
okay,
yeah. Ukraine's finest. Ew,
yeah,
fucking
yeah.
kill me, guy. But it's so disgusting. Like I'm not like easily kind of like, I know I've seen some shit, okay? I'm not like easily rattled, but like it was actually genuinely fucking disgusting. Like I was like, it's so funny though. Like the Elon stuff is my favorite shit in it because it's like he's so fucking diabolically cringe that even Epstein is like, ew, no, not you.
He's like, we've got this stereotype in school when it's like the fucking like the dorky guy who really thinks he's not dorky, and he's like, oh, can I join in your gang? That kind of shit.
Yeah, he's like, where are your wildest parties at? Like something like that he said in the document. And everyone was like, ew, not you. We like welcome anyone, okay? Pedophiles of all sorts, like people who actually... Oh, if you actually kill people, like apparently like children and shit like that, like everyone, but not you though, Elon.
Yeah,
You're
not
too cringe.
you. Go back in the corner, Elon.
Yes. Yeah. It's just... Oh my god, what's happening? I have like emoji
It's just
attacks.
it's my Elon soundboard.
Oh.
That's him when he was doing the USA chant. Remember?
USA.
Oh my god. Yes. No. Yeah.
Yes.
Chainsaw thing will always haunt my nightmares. It's been a while now. It seems like it's been 10 years, honestly, not 1 year after with this administration. But like, yeah. Anyway.
Shit. I mean, have you been still involved in the online discourse a lot? I feel like I haven't seen you going.
Not as much,
viral or anything.
but yeah, because I'm like mostly working on like documentaries and trying to be less mopey about the state of affairs, and like also every single thing that this like administration does is just an absolute insult to sanity and to decency. So I'm like, I don't know, it's just, if you react to every single thing they fucking do, you will be fucking losing your mind. So I'm like a little bit less involved, I guess, with all of that. Not to say that I don't read stuff at all, but I just, I've been a little less in terms of like appearance stuff. Also, apparently making documentaries is a lot of work.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it takes a lot of time, especially like translations and things like that, editing process and all that stuff. Like editing, I don't do. Devin does it, but it's just takes quite a bit of time to get permissions to go to places, to then organize stuff and film stuff, and then compile it, and then deal with all the stuff. For example, with DSNS, which is airstrike, we did what DSNS is like Ukraine's security services. And it's kind of like the umbrella term for like rescuers and like emergency workers, ambulance people, fire squads, firefighters, all that, like all in one thing. And it's like when we did the movie, they're like, we like this and that, thank you very much, it's all cool, but like, can you delete this gratuitous swearing? And we're like, oh, I have to censor like the entire fucking bit that we already did. And they're like, yeah, but like, we'll get like a lot of shit from our like superiors, basically, the chain of command and stuff. And we're like, fine. So I did the urgent call in 3 in the night, basically, to Devin. And I was like, Devin, you need to remove the fucking blood here and that, this blood here, that pizdец here, a bunch of swear words. And he wrote to me then, re-recorded the audio actually. After 14 minutes of editing, he wrote me, I live in fear of a hidden blood. Because he was like afraid to miss one, like, you know. And I'm like, I'm just remembering this phrase all the time now, because in the East he's now here, you know. He will always live in fear of the hidden blood, because people swear quite a bit.
Don't people sometimes use tools to find that stuff? Like I know when people do edit my stuff, like they're not actually watching the 4-hour stream and pausing every swear word. They've got like a transcript device that like, or like a bit of software that finds those words.
It works quite good in English, but it doesn't work as well.
Okay,
As well with like other languages. Plus, there's like a weird mixture of people talking in Ukrainian, of people talking Russian, of people talking like, you know, back and forth, and there's like a lot of stuff that could be missed. For example, like very like strong blood, they will remove. Right?
Yeah.
Maybe. But there's like other variations of swear words that aren't as easy as English ones, because there's like fuck basically for every situation. A couple more words, obviously, like, you know.
It's actually not easy. If I went like full Scottish accent, it'd be the same thing, because we don't say fucking all the time. Sometimes like huckin' or huckin'.
Yeah, a bunch of stuff. Same with like Ukrainian, and there's a lot of like, in Ukraine, there's a lot of swear words that are like weirdly accented or have like a variation of like mixture of a couple of words in one word, so it's like a whole ass mess. It's like, you know, it's difficult to do, or not manually, basically. So yeah, it was fun though that the fire department were like, oh, so we swear like on the missions, obviously, but like we don't want it to be in the movie.
Yeah.
They're like, dude, like it's authentic. Why not? And they're like, yeah, we understand, but like the superiors are old bureaucratic fucks, basically.
Yeah.
They don't want that to be there. And we were like, fine. Although there was so many funny jokes that we had to cut out because you know, they didn't make any sense without the swearing. So yeah.
What's your story, Kalinda?
Hello.
Oh, I just came in here to say that Anna, you're awesome. And your documentary was really, really good. I watched it with Destiny, watched it on stream. Also, I missed the beginning of your talk, so I don't know how much you guys have like caught up on things or talked about certain things. But Anna, have you told Loner about the penguins, the Russian penguins?
Oh, the fucking thing on Twitter when they're like killed and everyone Westerners lost their minds because fucking penguin guy was killed.
Was that a Westerner? That person who was like, they fucking killed him.
I think so. I think it was like some anime weeb from the West somewhere, I think. But anyway, Loner, I don't know if you know this shit. Like,
I don't know this. No.
Basically, it was like this unbombed moment that we just talked about, unbombed opinions. So that was like this guy in a Russian. It's not the only guy, by the way. There are a bunch of them. For some reason, they wear those like costumes that are like reminiscent of a penguin, I guess, like a bird. And they like walk around on the fields of war there, like on the front line like that. I mean, I have no idea why, because it's not a good disguise. Like it doesn't look like it, you know, you can see them clearly that that's a person in a fucking retarded costume, basically, right? And our people filmed a bunch of stuff of them dropping drones on that person and, you know, killing them. And some person that was brought up just now that wrote on Twitter basically that they fucking killed him with like a bunch of like sad emoji faces, and like it got so viral that people like, oh, how disturbing, evil Ukrainian banderites killing fucking penguins on the front, you know, evil demons. It was just a silly guy in a silly costume in a Donbass war zone. Yeah, and you'll be like, my God, like take me off this planet, like unironically, just I can't. Yes, yeah.
The fucking penguins like that. By the way, if you want to know, because I know about this because I found a bunch of other videos. Apparently, people in Russia, like soldiers or like the wives or friends of soldiers, are buying them these penguin costumes. With the promise that they will that they're like thermal and stealthy and that they'll keep them hidden on the battlefield. So that's why there's been a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, they're sure as fucked up because I guess maybe their families want that Lada, You know, the car they get after their family die faster, because that's definitely not a stealthy costume. I will tell you that. So
yeah, it's like a weird like loner. It's like this white thing that's got like sort of like black camouflage stuff on it, and then it's got a hat that's like a penguin head. Like it's not, yeah, it looks like a penguin, and they're kind of, yeah, it's fucking weird. It's really funny though.
Can we find it? Maybe it's been a while, but to show it to Lonerbox how fucking silly this.
Oh yeah, I
is.
will.
Yeah.
One of my viewers, Maruzzi, was in my chat, and she joked. She was like, "Will you wear that on stream if I buy you one?" And I was like, "Yes." Only so that we can like use it to laugh at like Russians and make people on Twitter. I don't think you can buy it outside of Russia. I'll see if I can find it though. Hold on.
Yeah, just show it him that like how fucking stupid this whole business was, and people started like genuine debate. Like we meme Ukrainians meme so much about this. Like when war crimes are committed, like there's human safari in Kherson, people just getting like blown up, like regular people crossing roads at shops. They're just hunted by drones, and these people are like, I sleep. You know that meme? I see no war crimes. And then a fucking dude gets blown up, like somewhere at the front. There was recently another one. The guy he didn't surrender. He didn't even like drop on his knees or anything. And he was killed. And they're like, it's the war crime. Hot take. War crimes are bad, whichever the side is doing it. And you like literally go fucking sleep on a banana peel. Like it's just, yeah, I don't know. Annoying.
And Unbombed is speaking, listen and learn.
I'm just looking at this video now.
Educates you.
This is like the guy dressed as a penguin.
Oh, did you
find
it?
Like that's the meme. That's the Twitter have been talking about this for like 2 days.
Wait, so who is this guy?
He's just a soldier. There's been more than one of him. It's not even. It's. There hasn't even been one guy. There's been multiple people.
Why is he dressed like? Why is he dressed like that? Why?
Ask Russians. Like I don't know. Like it's supposed to be like stealthy, sort of like camouflage, I guess. Fuck knows. Like I don't know. It doesn't look like camouflaging much.
Someone's making a lot of money scamming Russians out of by making them think that these are stealth camouflage things.
I swear to you, I have a conspiracy theory. These days they come true, kinda. So with Peter Cabal. But so now, anyway, my conspiracy theory is that some Russian wives are like, listen, I want that Lada, that car, compensation car, like faster. Or like a washing machine, so I can give my guy this like penguin costume, and then he thinks he's safe, and he will get exploded, and I will get my shit faster. So that's the only explanation like that I personally come up with, because otherwise.
There's apparently like Russian wives who are actually doing that shit, or like
yeah, they do. That's kind of like why I'm memeing about it. Yeah.
Yeah. Although it could also be a secret undercover Ukrainian op. I don't know. Since you guys have been doing that,
it's just Russian love. It's special. It's just a mysterious soul. We will never understand.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. That's been the funniest thing I've seen for a while. And also the Starlink stuff, and then the tricking the Russians into giving, I think it was like $50,000 or something to Ukraine by tricking them into thinking that they could fix the Starlink on the Telegram channels. Oh, and also Russia banned Telegram.
Yeah, they did ban Telegram recently. Yeah.
Wait, why?
And I mean, they kind of want to, like, they made a lot of attempts to isolate kind of like information in Russia for quite some time, especially since like 22. So I imagine that's like part of it is, for example, a lot of our groups in Telegram, right, that we all shared them like before the 22, right? Especially before 2014, everyone shared everything. So all of our like chats, forums, Telegram chats, everyone was like Russian, Belarusian, Ukrainian. All of the people were just hanging out together, right? But they're drastically changed, obviously, for obvious reasons. And but still, people have a lot of like access to like Ukrainian channels and the chats and groups like that. So I would think that probably that's like quite a bit of also quite difficult to control information on Telegram for government, for example. So probably why.
Yeah,
I was quite curious. Obviously, because you speak the language, like, do Ukrainians in general, or do you still take any interest in what like Russians are thinking, like in terms of like, is there war fatigue or like anti-war sentiment or anything? No, nothing changing there.
I mean, I read sometimes like some like Levada Center research polls. I recently read one about them being kind of tired of war, but 70% of people still don't want to make any concessions and continue.
70%.
Like, yeah, like 69 or something like that was like basically most people are not willing to give anything back. They're like, they want to maybe find some sort of solution, but on the Russian terms, essentially. So kind of that's, where they're at, seems like. And overall, just like most of my family is in Russia, unfortunately, because like my mom is half Russian, and they all live basically in Sochi, in like Russia, where the Olympics thing is going on typically. So that place, and like it's a big percentage of people because Greek families tend to be humongous. And there are a lot of people, and like most of them are absolutely insane. So I have like one uncle that actually is fine. I talk with him every now and then when there's like some sort of celebration, so like happy birthdays or some shit like that. We speak a little bit, but he's like so fucking ashamed and distressed and sad, so it's difficult to even speak with him. I super appreciate that he feels that way, because most of them have no fucking shame whatsoever. But but like it's I know that speaking to me just hurts him because he can't do anything, and he also loved my father very much, and he was killed by Russia, right? So it's just for him, it's just difficult to deal with. And my aunt, my mother's sister, also is fine. I mean, she has some propaganda, like brainwash in her head, but like not egregiously. So she's like mostly afraid just to speak about it, because she's like afraid that people will like, ditch her or something, like, to report on her or some shit, like, I don't know, like colleagues or like something like but yeah, other than those two, like most of my relatives are absolutely nuts. So yeah, like most of stuff I got for him was like, when the whole thing only started, basically they were like, well, just try to survive, and it's all gonna be good, we're all gonna be one big country again, all that sort of yeah, listen to that sort of shit is like, I have enough of fucking stress in my life. Still, my favorite is the fact when my father was killed, and then my mother's aunt, who like literally saw her like grew up, so they were like very close, and she called, and she didn't even say any like condolences or like anything. It really just happened. She spoke with my mother like 2 days after it happened, and my mother was also in the house, so she was also like blown the fuck up with like a bunch of scratches, and like she had hearing problems, and she also saw what happened to him and all of that. So it was like she was in a very bad space emotionally, and she was like, there was a NATO base there, huh?
Oh God, that's so.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to deal with any of that. I'll be honest. Like, it's just, I was like, Mom, please, for the love of everything, just never talk with these people. It's like, she was so mad and she's so sad about that, because she was there in our house, by the way. We were doing like shashliki and stuff like that. It's like basically kebabs, right? And she was like invited multiple times. She celebrated her birthday here one time. They came to us, and they were like in my father's yard. He was like in the garden cooking shit up for them. So they saw the place. It was just a tiny little house with a garden in the civilian area. There was nothing there. And she knows that, it's just anyway, I don't know. I don't want it, to be honest. Like, I don't care what they think at this point, honestly. Like, I don't think I should even think about it, because like it doesn't affect much. I'm not like crazy on that, like they all, like every single Russian just wants us to fucking die and they hate like all Ukrainians. Most people are just conformist. They just go along with it. So that's kind of what happens in all countries. It's not unique to like anyone, really. Like they have like obviously prejudices. They have a history of being like feeling Ukrainians are like being like that we are lesser than them, that we shouldn't like be all of that. It's a common opinion that we are like chachli or some shit, like it's a slur basically against Ukrainians. Like all of that has always been there, even when I was a kid and I visited Sochi, right? But overall, it's just most people just they like sort of like warmly agree with the agenda, and they like they are imperialists, but they just would never care enough to do literally anything to stop any of that. And there's a big chunk of people who legitimately fucking hate us with like foam at their mouth, wanting to destroy us and stuff like that. And they do exist, but most people, they just don't give a fuck, let's be honest. So there's that.
I do think it's quite amazing that, like, after all this, there's still not really any sign of any spread movement in Russia being like, why are we doing this again? Yeah.
Because they don't care.
There's like no question about it, yeah.
Yeah, that's just how they live. That's just how they cope, unironically, with their reality and with their like absolutely fucking despair they live in, and their absolute like degradation of everything that ever was there, and they all feel it and they all know it, but they just go along with it essentially, and that's it.
Tucker Carlson enjoyed their supermarkets, so.
Oh sure.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but then there was a genuine movement. Like people brainwashed so much, like they'd be like, Russians can't protest, poor little snowflakes. Like Iranians can't. Get fucked. Like if they can, Russians also can. They just don't want to. There is no genuine drive to do it. That's all.
It's the apathy,
Yeah, exactly.
It's like the Germans in World War II. Sorry to invoke the Nazis, but it's kind of like what I know, so I kind of go back to it. And there's so much about what Russia does that just reminds me of that, like there's ethnic Russians there and we have to protect them guy. Like it's the same shit that Hitler did. It's
kind of similar with Germans. Like I highly doubt that every single German in Germany in Nazi times was like kill the Jews, or unlikely. Like unlikely that every single one of them was waking up with only that thought and going to bed with only that thought. But most of them have been highly prejudiced, highly like didn't like the so-called unquote Jewish power and all of that, like blamed a bunch of Jews for a lot of problems. They didn't like actively want them gone, but if they are gone, it's fine, it's not worth like doing much about it. And like most people also close their eyes. They just didn't give a fuck. They didn't want to know the atrocities. Like they didn't care. Like it's kind of the same. All people at the end of the day are similar. There's nothing like specific. People sometimes go like really hard on that. They'd be like, oh, the Russian genes, and you're like, genes have nothing to do with this. It's just it's just ideological. It's culture, it's ideology, it's propaganda, it's the belief systems. Everyone can have them. It's not has fuck all to do with like the genes and whatever the fuck that is. Anyway.
Yeah. Fish spam and chips for £2 donated, and he said, please tell Anna that little ghost on Twitter says hi.
Oh yeah, I got that.
It's the ghosty guy, I think, from Twitter. Yeah, I know the cute stuff.
I'm not in your Twitter replies that much, although there's some crazy people in there.
Of course, I'm Ukrainian online. What do you think? You should see my emails. No, that's juicy.
Jeez.
Yeah, I haven't spent that much time reading them, if I'm honest. Like I used to in 22 and 23. I used to read literally all of them. And I would like reply to people, which was nice because I replied to a lot of like very nice people who wrote like, supporting lovely messages and stuff like that. But then I was like, okay, so the insanity is like getting too much. Like all the fucking you will be Russia's rape meat stuff, it was
geez.
like, yeah, it just doesn't bother me. Like I don't give a, like whatever that guy somewhere says, like who cares? Like I have actual drones like outside my window trying to kill me. Like there are bigger problems. But like reading that is just
it's just one other dumb thing. Also, I think Thelvassel is in the waiting room where he's called Funky One. He's Ukrainian too. I think he lives in Kyiv. Can I drag him in, Loner? Or do you? Okay, all right.
Ukrainian invasion over here. I believe it.
Oh no.
Oh, it's us, our fault, I guess.
It is our fault.
I should
I
mute
mean,
the
I could.
stream now, right?
Hey, sorry, I was
Hello,
muted on
hello?
stream. It's okay, it's not important. Yeah, hello, Funky One.
Hey, what's up? Hi Anna, it's Ivan. We filmed the video with Loner. Loner
Ivan!
Oh, hi.
with Dylan. You remember me, yeah?
Yeah,
Hey, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
I thought you were like a person I don't know, and you are the person I do know, actually.
Yeah, we do know each
Good
other.
stuff.
I've recently become more active in Kalinda's chat as well. She has
Oh, hey.
a more forgiving stream schedule than Loner. Ukrainians, you know?
Wait,
So
what?
it's cool.
I mean, Loner usually goes live like at 8:30 a.m. my time, which is I think afternoon for you guys.
It's 2 a.m. It's the middle of
It
the
is
night
2
right now.
a.m.
Oh, it's the middle of the night. Oh, yeah, right now it is. That's because
right
Loner,
now.
are the 12-hour streams back? Are you doing that? Because
No,
you're
well, this
playing
was to
WoW.
make, well, it's because it's making up because I missed on Wednesday, but yeah, I'm gonna be away in the weekend and I'll be back on Monday, so.
Oh, okay. But for 12 hours though, actually I don't know if that is there as much of a rush because like you don't have to. This seems like a
Oh, I
more
probably
chill
would have ended
WoW.
earlier, but this call started, so I'm just yeah, I'm just letting it happen. I'm just enjoying it.
If I had a nickel every time like someone calls, hops into the conversation, and yeah, I'm not gonna be sleeping tonight. Someone calls, you know.
Well, by the way, how is your stuff like in Kiev in terms of like heating and shit like that?
Oh, I get lucky. We
All of
have
you.
heating. We have heating, and yeah, it's pretty fine with the electricity. It's
Oh, that's awesome
yeah,
because
we have
I was freezing in Kiev. I was so fucking unlucky. I was in the part of the city that is no heating at all. So yeah, that was shit.
yeah. Actually, half of my building is freezing, and my half is fine.
Oh, the
Yeah,
other
like
half is so salty. I can imagine.
oh, I'm praying every day that I don't get jinxed.
Yeah,
Oh,
imagine
as
the
you say,
one half of the building is like frozen, guys, and the other one isn't. Like how much fucking unfair you feel at that time. I have this with the with light all the time. My building has electricity, and the one next to me doesn't, and I can feel the salt coming out of them.
yeah, actually, in our Viber chat, someone texted that please guys, could you turn off the lights at in the evening at night because the building in front of us across the road might be jealous and might be angry, and they might you know call somebody, so they
Yeah.
turn off our lights as well. You know.
Yeah, it's so much like people are so like debilitated and like annoyed, and it's difficult to deal with all of
It's
that.
exhausting. I don't
Yeah.
blame anybody. It's fucking exhausting.
Yeah, same, yeah. I also try not to talk about it that much. People ask me like, "What's?" I'm like, "I haven't had heating and electricity for like 3 days straight," and I'm like, "This, and that," and they're like, "What's your situation?" And I'm like, yeah, 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 because I don't want to say, you know what, my situation is great. So yeah, I don't want to annoy them, but I also don't want to lie. So you know, it's just kind of like
Yeah.
puts you in this like weird position. And I'm
Yeah,
like,
you
and
wanna
you
avoid it.
know,
Yeah.
getting by. Like I'm like neutral.
Or
Neutral.
maybe if someone asks you, you tell the truth, but then you get like really, you act really outraged that their
Yeah, on their
situation.
behalf.
You don't
Yeah.
act because you are outraged that their situation is horrible. You know.
Yeah, but like yeah, I don't have like much time obviously. Like when I meet up like people like that to like talk about it. So I'm like just getting by. That's my thing. And I'm like a neutral answer that doesn't answer anything, and then people go about their day basically because they just wanted to complain. That's kind of what all they wanted, and you listen to it and stuff. But yeah, it's just it's truly have been a horrendous fucking winter. So.
Yeah, we have rough patches. We had some rough patches. It was like extremely freezing. So my son was wearing a fleece. I'm a father now. By the way.
Oh, congrats!
Yeah, it's year and a half.
Round of applause. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you. I heard you were talking about the potentially good Russians, right? And how they.
By the way, just a little
um,
PSA. I've got like maybe 2 or 3 minutes left before I go off.
Oh yeah, we will,
But yeah, all good.
get out of your hair.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop out of here, but yeah, it was really cool meeting you, Anna. And it's nice to meet you too, Funky One or Thel Vassal. Thanks for stopping by my stream and stuff. And yeah, I'm gonna keep. I'm doing research because I want to debate Lactoid on Ukraine. I want to annihilate
that
him
fucker.
on Euromaidan, especially.
Again, we've been debating on that shit. Like even I debated him on
By the
Wix.
way, we
Yeah,
gotta talk on Discord at some point. I wanna bitch about Hassan a little bit more because I'm kind of outraged that people are dunking on him for like getting the prediction wrong and saying like, oh yeah, you stupid idiot. And it's like probably the least horrible thing he said and did during this war. So like,
Oh, you mean Hassan?
yeah.
Oh
Like
yeah. Well,
the
yeah.
wrong
I mean,
prediction
yeah.
is like the nothing. People dunk on him for that, but like, dude, right when the Bucha massacre was being discovered, Hassan was talking all about, well, Boris Johnson, you know, he
Yeah. We talked about this with Loner actually way back. Like he talked about this fucking Boris thing. He even explained to me like why the fuck that even became a thing about like Boris, that talking point that like everyone repeated basically
Or
on far right and far left.
the fucking him saying that it was fine for Russia to take over Crimea because there's lots of ethnic Russians there.
Oh yeah, based argument. Yeah, I mean we can talk about Hassan for ages, but I'm like over that guy honestly. Like fuck that shit. He didn't say anything new in like literally years. Like maybe he will spend more time shocking his dog. Like I don't know. Like it's just at this
You
point,
know what?
yeah.
Actually, he lost like any type of benefit of a doubt. That maybe he's like just a stupid unbombed Westerner who's like doesn't want to hate the entire people just because like the government did the war or something else. But like he says about Israel everything that could be said about Russia. And I'm not sure if he's not paid. You know, he likes to call everyone like yeah, you're getting paid.
Zionist.
Yeah, and also every like liberal and Sogdam is getting paid. You know, who's to say Hassan is not getting paid?
Honestly,
I don't know.
By
China
Russia
trip was weird.
specifically.
China trip was weird. Yeah, I don't know if you saw that. Yeah, I'm like more curious about China honestly than Russia in his sense.
Oh, I
Anyway.
think China is very likely, but before we all go, I just want to say I feel like at this point the chances that Tucker Carlson never got paid when he was in Moscow for any of that shit is very, very low. I feel like they must have slipped him some money.
Like negative numbers, you know, chance.
Yeah. Well, anyway, thank you very much, Loner, for having me on. Talking about freezing, talking about bullshit stuff, penguins being killed, my documentary's coming out, all sorts of things. Yeah. And everyone else as well. Nice to meet you, Kalinda. Been a while, Ivan. And yeah, I'm gonna go and try to sleep. Unlikely, but maybe. Bye bye, everyone.
It was good hearing from you. It's been too long.
Good night.
Yeah, bye bye bye.
All right, I need to say the same to you guys as well. It's time. Okay.
Good night.
Yeah.
All right. Funky One, I can hear from you again in the week if you want, next week.
Yeah, I'd love that, I guess, if I got time, you know, because the power outages and like the kid, you know, and the job. So yeah, if I got time, then yeah.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, you're busy and important. Yeah, I got it.
I am.
All good, man. All right, take care, man.
Yeah, I love you. Bye.
Right, bye. God, these people, they're so busy and important. What the fuck? Getting bombed and shit. Jesus. What? The unbombed. I've never heard that before, but it's very funny. The unbombed. Dude. Why didn't Israelis think of that? Why? They just call people Westoids. The unbombed. Okay. Fuck, I'm sorry. I woke up at like 5 in the morning today, and I keep telling myself when I do that and I don't nap, I should just sleep at midnight and be awesome. And then maybe tomorrow I'll be like a normal person. Fuck me. And we're doing it. It's 1:15 midnight. I am going to unwind and I'm going to sleep. And tomorrow will be rosy. Okay. 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 Get me out of here. Bye.